Chapter 826 Death of Feiyue. We have to send Xiujio out. Zhang Tuohai and Lilith quickly reached a consensus. But where to send it becomes a question worth thinking about. From the perspective of optimal efficiency, since Xiujio's ability is to absorb quantum crystals, it is best to place it in a place where quantum crystals are abundant. So, where is quantum crystallization more abundant? Judging from the resources in Zhang Tuohai's hands, it is naturally the temples of those demigods. These temples are the residences and potential divine kingdoms of various demigods. They are deeply imprinted by these demigods. For Zhang Tuohai, if he wants to use them, he has to spend a lot of effort and energy to transform them. Not to mention, it is time-consuming and labor-intensive. The income is not big. It can only be used as a transfer station. Now that it is useful, it can be thrown to Xiujio as a restaurant. But where is the best place to send it? Zhang Tuohai pulled his fingers and counted the temples in his hands. The Temple of Hermes, the Temple of Celia, the Temple of Liuli, and the Temple of Feiyue that is about to be obtained. Among them, the Temple of Hermes has almost been sucked dry by Xiujio, so it can be ignored. The remaining 3 temples, Zhang Tuohai, are of no use and can be thrown to Xiujio, so that they can be quiet for a long time. After calculating the temple in his hand, Zhang Tuohai discovered that he had killed or captured 4 of the 6 demigods in Gaia's hands, accounting for 66%. Among the remaining 2 demigods, one Zhang Tuohai knew the name. The other person was called Shamir. He seemed to be schizophrenic. The reason why he knew it was because of the relationship between the sisters Su Mu and Su Qi. At the beginning, the 2 of them were he was taken away by Shamir. As for the remaining demigod, there is no news at all. A complete blank. That's not okay. Zhang Tuohai didn't allow him to wait until they met in battle in the future without even knowing the other party's name. Even through the gate of true simulation, you still need to know some information about the other party. We have to find a way to get some information about the remaining 2 demigods. Zhang Tuohai was thinking about which channel he should get some relevant news from. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he patted his thigh. He could definitely go to Feiyue about this matter. As a veteran demigod, Feiyue must know a lot of secret information. Perhaps some information can be gleaned from her mouth. Just do it as soon as you think of it. Zhang Tuohai immediately walked towards the laboratory. At this time, in the laboratory, Feiyue, who was locked in a cage made of quantum crystals, had slowly woken up. Tell me the news about demigods that will allow you to be reincarnated as an ordinary person. For a demigod like Feiyue, Zhang Tuohai didn't use any kind of coercion or inducement to deal with small characters. The other party would definitely not accept it. So it would be better to show the horse and horse directly. Moreover, Feiyue, as a member of the Siege of the Heavenly Library, had to die once. Even if she was reincarnated as an ordinary person, she would inevitably live under surveillance. This is the bottom line. Huh? Reincarnated as an ordinary person? This is the biggest shame for me. Feiyue was very disdainful of this. She has become a demigod and is used to this feeling of being superior and dominating all living beings. So she can return to being an ordinary person. His identity made her feel more uncomfortable than killing her. Besides, do you think I don't know what reincarnation is? When the time comes, all the memories will be in your hands, and my brain will be like a canvas. You can paint it as you like, rather than becoming a puppet in your hands. It's better to die. Feiyue is quite tough. It's just a little bit of information. Tell me, there is still a chance for reincarnation. Otherwise, I will forcefully kill you and read your memory. I can't guarantee what will happen then. Zhang Tuohai bluffed. The soul of a demigod is an extremely unfamiliar field to him and Lilith. There has never been any research in this area, and there are no test samples. Therefore, he does not want to take this step unless he is helpless, because he didn't know what the result would be. It might be a bumper harvest, or it might be nothing. Ha ha! Kill me by force? You deserve it too. After saying this, Feiyue's eyes turned blood red, and a blood mark appeared on her neck. In the blink of an eye, Feiyue's head was freed from its restraints and flew directly up. After getting rid of the restraints, Feiyue's head swelled up instantly, from the size of a volleyball to the size of a cherry car in the blink of an eye. She opened her big mouth and bit Zhang Tuohai fiercely. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai quickly took out the black umbrella from behind and held it up. Eternal protection. A black light enveloped an area 2 meters around Zhang Tuohai. Boom! Feiyue bumped into the black light. The black light, which looked as thin as black silk, was harder than an alloy steel plate. Feiyue's teeth hurt. Difficult guy. When Feiyue saw that there was nothing she could do about Zhang Tuohai, She immediately changed her mind and turned around to run away. However, at this time, Lilith had already activated the laboratory's defense device. A large net composed of quantum crystals fell from the sky and directly covered Feiyue. Feiyue rushed left and right, trying to break through the big net. But she was like a big fish caught in a fishing net. Even if she tried her best, she could not break free from the net. No one can mess up in my lab twice. Lilith pressed a button. The net began to close. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing this, Feiyue exerted even more force, trying hard to break free from the shackles of the big net. However, the big net tightened tighter and tighter. Even after Feiyue was fixed, it continued to pull in, and even fell deeply into it, in Feiyue's flesh. I said everything. Let me go! The pain that penetrated into the bone marrow made Feiyue unable to hold on any longer, and she begged loudly for mercy. Lilith turned her attention to Zhang Tuohai and asked for his opinion. Go on. In her current state, not a single punctuation mark can be accepted. Let's try our luck. Zhang Tuohai waved his hand and said, the current Feiyue is forced to compromise between survival and painful choices. In this case, it is difficult to tell whether the intelligence obtained is true or false. If the other party mixes one or two extremely important and critical false information into a large amount of true information, then for him to put it simply, it would probably be a disaster. Therefore, instead of verifying the authenticity of the other party's information one by one, it is better to just try your luck and see what useful information you can find from the other party's soul. After getting Zhang Tuohai's approval, Lilith was very happy, and the number of enemies in her notebook could be reduced by 1. Lilith pressed the accelerator button. The large net woven by quantum crystals shrank rapidly, and in the blink of an eye Feiyue was cut into thumb-sized pieces and scattered all over the floor. I changed my hands today, and it's even more troublesome to type. Chapter 827 Setting a Trap. Quickly! Push these quantum crystals into the furnace! Lilith directed the self-propelled machine to push the fragments left by Feiyue into the furnace, and then pressed the start button, and a machine like a steel-making furnace started to rotate. What is this for? Zhang Tuohai looked at the furnace curiously. Extract the flesh and blood from the quantum crystal. On the one hand, you can purify the quantum crystal and extract some memory, Lilith said. Oh! Zhang Tuohai stood aside quietly and waited after hearing this. After a while, the furnace stopped, and large chunks of quantum crystals were poured out. Those quantum crystals are crystal clear, as clean and pure as glass, without a trace of impurities, and have been restored to their original appearance. Lilith walked to the monitor next to her and remained silent. How is it going? Zhang Tuohai walked over and asked. At the moment before death, Feiyue had destroyed her soul. Most of her memories and information were broken and lost, leaving only a few fragments and scattered information, Lilith said while looking at the data on the screen. Is there anything useful? Hearing what Lilith said, Zhang Tuohai nodded. He was not too surprised by this result. With Feiyue's status, it would be strange if he didn't get a complete soul without some backup or something. If it really happened, he would have to wonder if Feiyue was trying to play some new tricks. There is not much useful information. Only 2 pieces of information. Lilith finally turned to the end and said. The first one is that in Feiyue's memory, there is the location of Shamir's Kingdom of God. Moreover, she has visited it several times in person. It seems that she is plotting something. However, the soul behind it is broken, and she does not see the plot. What? Is there any news about the remaining demigod? Zhang Tuohai is more concerned about the remaining demigod. Until now, he knew nothing about the other demigod. This is the second point I want to make. In Feiyue's memory, the name of the last demigod is Ye. However, the other party is an extremely mysterious guy. He has never participated in regional competitions, and does not even have his own. There is only one kingdom of God in the world under its control, Lilith said. There is no world under your control. Only the kingdom of God? Without a world, how can it find players? How can it improve players' strength? How can it collect imaginary number cores and quantum crystals? Zhang Tuohai was a little confused. This is also the mystery of the other party, Lilith said. In Feiyue's memory, Xie is an extremely mysterious guy. He almost never takes a step out of the kingdom of God and rarely has contact with other demigods. The only time he took the initiative to show up, he did a big thing, which was to unite 6 demigods, defeat the righteous god Gaia, who was on the verge of breaking through, and then share the power of the other party. After doing this, he returned to the kingdom of God and never came out again. The action to overthrow Gaia was actually organized by Ji Yi. Hearing this, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. From a certain point of view, Ji Yi was still his benefactor. If Ji Yi had not united with many demigods to defeat Gaia, Gaia would not have used secret methods to drag the door of truth into his mind. And, in order to get more training time, I had to act as his system and protect him along the way, and finally reached this position today. It can be said that Zhang Tuohai is where he is today thanks to Jia. However, because Jia held a piece of authority left by Gaia in his hands, which was an important tool to complete the Gate of Truth, he had to come to the opposite side of Jia, who he had never met before. It can be said that it was fate that played a trick on people. This Ji is so powerful, and those demigods are so at ease. Don't they want to explore the truth? Zhang Tuohai asked. Of course they are not at ease. They have organized several operations to try to find Ji. However, Ji's kingdom is always in a mobile state and has no fixed location. Moreover, it has no intention of competing for the imaginary world. After several searches, after failing, these demigods acquiesce to this state. As long as Jia does not take the initiative to fight for the imaginary world, they will treat the other party as non-existent. And the situation continues to this day, Lilith said. What a mysterious guy. Zhang Tuohai scratched his head. He couldn't figure out why Jia did this. He could only say that what Jia did was really weird. Every move he made was contrary to a normal demigod. He looked like a social terrified Ajai. However, the plan to kill Gaia also shows that Jia has strong strength and planning ability. This kind of strength makes people really hard to let go. It seems that an important goal and plan in the future is to find this guy in the vast sea of chaos, Zhang Tuohai said. Do you have any ideas? Lilith asked. Normal thinking. Those demigods must have thought about it. And it is definitely useless. Since the conventional methods are useless, we can only take the wrong approach, Zhang Tuohai said. What bad idea do you have? Lilith asked with her hands in her hands. What do you mean by a bad idea? You obviously took the initiative to ask me. If you do it again, I won't say anything. Zhang Tuohai turned around and wanted to leave. Dad, tell me. Please. Lilith grabbed the hem of Zhang Tuohai's clothes and swung it from side to side, her big eyes blinking in a well-behaved manner. Who can withstand this? Actually, it's not a special method. It's just to draw the net in different areas and conduct screening step by step, Zhang Tuohai said. Since Ji is good at wandering, we can establish investigation facilities in various worlds to monitor the surrounding situation. In the long term, under detection, you will definitely be able to find the opponent's clues. And then, based on the clues left by the opponent, you can gradually narrow the area and finally find it, Zhang Tuohai said. But this plan is too stupid. It's just a matter of luck. Lilith was a little discouraged after hearing this. Moreover, the hardware conditions for executing this plan are not available. The area we currently control is not enough. At least we must control the original territory of Gaia's demigods to be effective, Lilith said. Then work hard towards this goal. At least now you have a direction to work towards. It is better than wandering around in the same place, Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. Furthermore, I think it's best to set up that monitoring station now. The sooner the better. It's best to set up monitoring stations in all the worlds we control, and install teleportation gates so that we can reach all worlds instantly. What do you have in mind? Lilith asked. Don't forget, in addition to Ji Yi and Shamir, there is also the escaped demigod Hermes. Although this guy lost most of his body, he also lost the temple and the world he controlled. But after all, he is still a demigod. If he loses his temper and causes trouble in the world we control, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. That's what you mean. I want to set a trap and take the initiative to lure the other party out, Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. Today's mapo tofu was delicious. Happy. Chapter 828 Trapping Hermes. A world of flowers. This was originally a world under the Liuli seat, famous for its abundance of flowers and flower elves. However, due to the lack of resources and technology, Liuli only used it as a divine garden. He occasionally came here for a walk, but other than that, he almost never looked at it again. But today, there is an uninvited guest here. Hermes dragged his huge body to the ground and smashed a huge depression into the flat grass. The nearby flower elves were frightened and fled in all directions. However, before they flew a few meters away, they were rolled back by the huge tentacles, and were then swallowed by the mouths on the tentacles. After swallowing thousands of flower elves in one breath, Hermes breathed a sigh of relief. The long period of escape had consumed too much energy, and it was almost to the point of being unsustainable. However, In the Sea of Chaos, the worlds with rich resources that can supply it are basically owned. In its current state, it may not be able to defeat it. Even if there are fish that slip through the net, they must be hidden in hidden corners. It is not because of its shortcomings. Time can find it. If he hadn't learned through secret channels that Lioli had suffered a defeat and was being chased and beaten by Feyue, he would not have dared to come to Lioli's territory to replenish his supplies. Hermes thought while devouring the flower elves around him. Humph. I asked you to sneak attack me with the goddess of victory. This time it will be considered as interest. After I recover from my injuries, I will go to Feyue and kill you together. Get rid of it completely. Hermes waved his tentacles and grabbed a large number of flower elves that were fleeing in all directions. At this moment, a red rune formation suddenly appeared under its body, and a powerful force sucked it firmly to the ground. A large number of tentacles were sucked to the ground, unable to move. Around it, thick pillars broke out of the ground and stretched high into the sky, with red runes flashing on each pillar. The most important thing is that after these pillars rose to a certain height, they began to close at the top, like a cage to trap Hermes inside. Damn! Why is there an ambush here? Seeing the huge cage, Hermes knew that he was definitely ambushed. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that as soon as it landed, there was a cage trapping it? However, it couldn't figure out why this cage was so accurate and placed directly at its landing point. You must know that it chooses which world to supplement. It is all on its own initiative. How could the other party place the cage at its landing point so accurately? This is really incredible. Hermes thought it might be an accident. You must leave before the master reacts. Hermes made up his mind and began to attack the cage with all his strength. Bang bang. Hermes struck hard at the pillars of the cage. However, these pillars were made of quantum crystals, with imaginary number codes engraved on them. Every time he attacked, Hermes felt as if his whole body was being electrocuted. Those parts of his body that were not infused with quantum crystals risked a trace of burnt black smoke arose. Really solid. After attacking several times, Hermes found that it could not break through the pillars made of quantum crystals in a short period of time, and it began to change its targets. Hermes looked up at the top of his head. There was the intersection of several pillars. Perhaps that was the easiest place to break through. Thinking of this, dozens of Hermes' tentacles curled up. And then with a fierce force, the huge body bounced up and crashed towards the top of the cage. Boom! Hermes' body hit the intersection of the pillars hard. A huge current rushed to Hermes' body, causing green smoke to emit from many parts of Hermes' body. However, the intersection was obviously looser, and there were some cracks in the middle. Have the opportunity! When Hermes saw this, his eyes flashed with excitement, and he quickly continued to bump into it. Bang bang bang. Hermes used all his strength to hit again and again, although the parts of his body that were not covered by quantum crystals were scorched by the arc, causing a considerable loss of strength. Hermes was also very happy because obvious cracks had appeared at the links between the pillars. As long as it does it again, it will be able to break through this cage and escape from here. Humph! Damn, Lioli! You actually set a trap in the garden. I will remember today's grudge. When we get out, I will go find Feyue and level you out together. The anger in Hermes' heart reached its peak, and with a fierce force, he hit the link between the pillars again. However, just when it was about to collide, a giant hand suddenly appeared in the sky. The giant hand appeared directly on top of the cage. With a click of its 5 fingers, the cage's original cracked position closed again. Gone! When Hermes saw it, he immediately cursed. There is actually a world while watching over this world. Fortunately, it has been observing outside for a long time and found nothing unusual. This is definitely a trap that has been planned for a long time and is ready to ambush it. It's just that it doesn't understand why the other party is so sure that it will land here. At this moment, a door of light appeared in front of the cage next to it, and Zhang Tuahai led a large group of people out of it. Who are you? Did Lioli send you here? Hermes narrowed his eyes and stared at the leader. Zhang Tuahai. This is the 327th time I've heard this sentence, and my ears are almost scratched. Can't I change it to another sentence? Zhang Tuahai took out his ears and said helplessly. After formulating a plan to trap Hermes, he began to simulate which world he could meet Hermes in. After thousands of experiments, Zhang Tuahai finally locked onto the world of flowers. Then, after nearly 1,000 deductions, they successfully locked the precise landing location of Hermes, and then laid a trap here, in order to ensure that Hermes would not discover it. Zhang Tuahai deduced it hundreds of times and adjusted the details. Only then did the entire trap plan become perfect. Even Hermes, a demigod who had been a demigod for many years, did not notice it. A little clue. Stop talking nonsense and get started. Lilith rolled her eyes at Zhang Tuahai and urged impatiently. Okay. Let's start. During the deduction, Zhang Tuahai also said that enough was enough. So he stopped talking about it and started the formation directly. The entire cage began to shrink rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the pillars also shrank with it. However, the light on the pillars shone brighter and brighter, which meant that the purity of the quantum crystals was constantly improving, and its strength was becoming stronger. No! Hermes screamed and wanted to rush out. But the hands of the will of the world tightly controlled the cage, preventing it from shaking at all. Soon, the cage was completely reduced to a palm-sized cage, with a pile of pure quantum crystals and a purple ball on the ground. Chapter 829 Spiritual Space version 3.0 Soul Uploading. The efficiency of your cage is really high. It actually completed the work of refining quantum crystals directly, and even separated the authority. It's really amazing. This technology is top-notch in the entire Chaos Sea. Right. Zhang Tuahai picked up the purple ball. This is just the integration of several mature technologies. It's no big deal. Lilith had an indifferent look on her face, but there was a smile that couldn't be hidden at the corner of her mouth. Obviously, she also took advantage of such compliments. Let's go! Self-propelled machine. Get the quantum crystal back. Zhang Tuahai assigned the task of cleaning the battlefield to the self-propelled machine, and he and Lilith returned to the first floor of the Library of Heaven. At this time, Zhang Tuahai already had 3 authorities in his hands, one from Liuli, Feiyue, and the recently deceased Hermes. Zhang Tuahai took out the 3 powers and placed them in the gap of the Door of Truth. A glimmer of light flashed, and 3/3 of the authority disappeared into the Gate of Truth. The gap was much smaller, but there was still a gap. According to Zhang Tuahai's visual inspection, it would take about 6 or 7 parts to completely fill the Gate of Truth. Complete. There are so many. It's really a headache. Looking at the incomplete Gate of Truth, Zhang Tuahai felt helpless. He really wanted to take a closer look at what the complete Gate of Truth would look like, which would make so many gods and demigods crazy about it. Don't be dissatisfied. Your progress is already very fast. After all, it has not taken more than a month from the beginning of collection to now. I am already surprised at this progress. The advantage of time is on our side. Next, slowly developing is what we need to do. Lilith took Zhang Tuahai's hand and said. Hearing what Lilith said, Zhang Tuahai also felt that since he had the Gate of Truth, he had become a little drifting recently and started to attack demigods frequently. Although he had achieved several achievements, many resources had not been properly digested, so that his current strength is still about the same as before. And now it is time to digest a wave of results. Zhang Tuahai and Lilith took stock of the worlds they controlled now. They didn't know anything about it, but they were shocked to find that there were more than 200 worlds that could effectively produce rich resources, including various backup worlds and simple worlds. There are more training worlds, with the total number reaching thousands. Various imaginary number cores are densely packed all over the room. In the hall on the first floor of the Heavenly Library, the 4 walls are covered with light gates, and there is almost no room for new light gates. Zhang Tuahai was a little confused about the purpose of these worlds. For other demigods, these worlds are not only a source of players, but also a resource place, a support for science and technology, a training ground for players, and ultimately a harvesting ground for quantum crystals. They are their core resources, and every one of them is worth it. They fought with all their might. However, it's different when it comes to Zhang Tuahai. Zhang Tuahai does not need aborigines to become players. The cloning technology in his hands is already very mature. After combining the technologies from multiple worlds, he can easily create various clones that meet his needs. From appearance, from physical fitness to various skills to body modifications. You can even add some superpowers. Moreover, he completely obeyed Zhang Tuahai mentally. With such a loyal clone army, coupled with self-propelled machinery, Zhang Tuahai does not need aborigines to act as players. Nor does he need to let them engage in various cruel duels to produce strong ones. Various combat skills and techniques can be solved completely by relying on memory infusion. This has caused the role of these imaginary number worlds in Zhang Tuahai to plummet. Even after Lilith used the imaginary number core to extract the unique technologies of these worlds, she dumped them all to Zhang Tuahai, without even a trace of nostalgia. And she was completely different from the treasure she had when she only had 1 or 2 imaginary number cores. Zhang Tuahai thought for a long time, and finally decided to build monitoring signal towers in these worlds. This is a new type of device created by Lilith by combining several worlds. After installing this device, it can monitor a large area around it and explore the quantum crystals that exist nearby. After the monitoring signal tower is installed, these worlds become Zhang Tuohai's eyes, which can monitor every quantum crystal passing by. The purpose of doing this is naturally to search for the mysterious demigod Ji Yi, and to serve as a spy to prevent other demigods from sneak attacks. Zhang Tuohai even built portals in each world to facilitate him to quickly reach the battlefield. After solving these worlds, Zhang Tuohai thought of a new problem, and that was the players who competed with him. No matter what, those guys were from the same world as him. Most of them fell into the worlds of experience. After Zhang Tuohai took control of these worlds, their souls naturally fell into Zhang Tuohai's hands. How to deal with it? Zhang Tuohai pondered. Theoretically, Zhang Tuohai could erase the memories of all these people, then return the time of that world to the original time, and then throw those people back. However, in this case, it seems that these guys are a little too cheap. They can return to their original life just by lying down, and the price is only the loss of a piece of memory. No, we can't just give them a cheap price. At least they have to work for me for a while. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai transferred all the souls of these players to the spiritual space. Use these souls to start the third phase of the spiritual space experiment, Zhang Tuohai said. Now, the test of version 2.0 of the Spirit Realm system has matured, allowing people to log into the Spirit Realm space using equipment, medical cabin/life support cabin, to achieve a fake and real experience. What Zhang Tuohai wants to do is to conduct a version 3.0 experiment. The purpose of this experiment is to inject the soul directly into the spiritual system to create a real experience. If this experiment is successful, he can realize the digitization of life and store the soul in a huge in the server. When the time comes, there will be more things that can be done, whether it is used for scientific and technological experiments, interrogation, or eliciting confessions, or even just for saving resources and solving the burden of excess population. It is a good solution. Clear. Because a large amount of soul data was poured into it in a short period of time. Classmate Xiao Yai was a little stuck, and the three-dimensional projection flashed irregularly. Is it okay? Do you want to add a few more servers and supercomputers? Zhang Tuohai asked with concern. There is no need for a large amount of data congestion in a short period of time to cause after a period of time it will be fine. Classmate Xiao Yai said stutteringly. It's okay. If you have any problems, just tell me. Zhang Tuohai nodded. Chapter 830 Spreading the System to All Worlds. Commander, all souls have been imported normally. After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Yai recovered from the lag. Very good. Initialize everyone's memory to the state before entering the survival world. Then, each person will be given a special version of the spiritual system, each with different abilities, making them think they have obtained a golden finger. In addition, all the car accessories are displayed, and they are given 2 hours to assemble themselves. Then the random melee mode is started. Various venues are tested, and various combat data are recorded. After everyone is dead, the simulation is repeated, Zhang Tuohai said. This time, players' souls will be introduced into the Spirit Realm system. In addition to testing the bugs of the Spirit Realm System 3.0, he is also preparing to use the players' imaginations to test a vehicle with the best overall performance. Although Lilith is very strong in design ability, a person is still a person after all. The number of those players is measured in billions. Even if there is one good idea among 10,000 people, that is 100,000 good ideas. Even if only one of them can inspire Lilith, that does not count. Deficit. All Zhang Tuohai had to pay was some time. As for those spiritual realm systems disguised as systems, it was Zhang Tuohai's attempt. He felt that it was too slow to use players to conquer the world. Moreover, if the number of players sent was too large, they would be easily targeted by the will of the world and arouse the other party's vigilance. It is time-consuming, inefficient, and easy to be targeted, and has many disadvantages. This does not include the training and training cycles of early players, the resources and manpower consumed by this kind of gu-raising battle. If all were taken into account, the cost of acquiring a world would be too great, and it would simply be the sum of the players' lives. Zhang Tuohai has been thinking of ways to improve it. Since the outside population doesn't work, why not try the indigenous people? The will of the world will only target outsiders, but it is usually not wary of the local indigenous people. Wouldn't it be nice to make some fake systems and distribute them to the natives, using system tasks to let them test out the location of the imaginary number core step by step, and then let the natives work it out with their own hands and hand it over to Zhang Tuohai? This directly saves most of the initial investment. All Zhang Tuohai needs to do is to find a new world. Then sow the spiritual realm system, and wait for the harvest. One of the main tasks of these players is to test whether the settings of these spiritual realm systems are reasonable, and whether there are any obvious bugs. If he is a demigod, and 1 or 2 natives find the bug and take advantage of it, it will be ridiculous. Clear. Xiao Ai started the initialization work according to Zhang Tuohai's instructions, and started the first round of testing. Because Lilith had made breakthrough progress in the rune code and cracked the code that had been accelerated for a period of time, Zhang Tuohai decisively loaded this code into the spiritual realm system, and increased the time flow rate to 1:100. Less than 2 minutes later in the real world, those players completed their first vehicle assembly. Send me the assembly data of those players, Zhang Tuohai said immediately. In an instant, billions of pictures of vehicles were placed in front of Zhang Tuohai. Looking at the densely packed pictures in front of him, Zhang Tuohai felt that he had been a little careless. So many pictures. Have to see when to go? Forget it. Let's wait until they eliminate themselves for a few rounds first. By the way, the competition has been changed to a point system. Those with high points can redeem various luxury goods for enjoyment. Those with low points can only eat bread and drink cold water. Those who kneel for 20 consecutive games will be directly eliminated and punished with electric shocks. And then let them regroup and load. Tool. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and said he felt that under such a reward and punishment mechanism, those players would definitely use all their brains to assemble a perfect vehicle as much as possible. The wisdom of billions of people should be enough. Under the reward and punishment mechanism, players are very efficient. Whether it is the spiritual space of version 3.0, the spiritual realm system of the disguise system, or the perfect vehicle, there has been great development. Several bugs were found in each of the 2 systems, and Zhang Tuohai specially rewarded these people with a large number of points. Let these people work harder for themselves. Of course, there were also a few smart people who discovered the bug. Instead of reporting it, they tried to fix the bug repeatedly. Soon, classmate Xiao Ai discovered the data anomaly and discovered it. Zhang Tuohai was not polite to such players. He killed them directly and sealed their souls. Since these things don't cherish opportunities, they will stay in eternal darkness forever. People must learn to pay the price for their choices. After the reward and punishment results were announced, many players who had some ideas put away their little thoughts. For a time, the efficiency became much faster. A week later, the Lingjing system that had been tested in Lingjing Space 3.0 for 2 years also completed the bug detection and was finally ready for official use. In order to fit the characteristics of each world, Zhang Tuohai also specially created dozens of systems based on local conditions. There is a get-rich-quick system, a cashback system, a dog-licking system, a treasure hunting system, and a sign-in system. Anyway, it just allows the people who get the system to wander around, get more information, and find out clues about the core of imaginary numbers. Moreover, these systems can divide themselves and parasitize hosts they think are better at any time. As long as they are given enough time, they can even control the entire world. By then, isn't it easy to find the imaginary core? However, how to put it into place has become a problem. Can't Zhang Tuohai launch it world by world? That kind of efficiency is simply too low. This problem was quickly solved by Lilith. How about this delivery method? When Lilith showed her delivery plan, Zhang Tuohai was completely confused. Is this your delivery plan? Zhang Tuohai pointed at the big thing that looked like a Carl mortar and asked in disbelief. Is there any problem? Since someone can use a rail gun to launch satellites, I can naturally use an artillery launch system and start loading. Under Lilith's command, a large number of self-propelled machines began to stuff a special cannonball into the barrel of the Carl mortar. Get ready. Let's go! Lilith pressed the launch button. Boom! A burst of black smoke emerged from the muzzle, and a huge shell shot out from the muzzle, shooting into the depths of the silent and empty sea of chaos. After flying for tens of thousands of kilometers, the shell suddenly exploded, and the system inside, like a goddess scattering flowers, she flutters towards each world. Chapter 831 The Son of Destiny is going to cause trouble. Is this possible? Looking at the shells exploding in the sky, Zhang Tuohai put down the specially made telescope in his hand. Don't worry. There will be absolutely no problems with my specially made artillery, Lilith said. Turned the cannon, loaded another cannonball, and fired it. Boom! Tens of thousands more systems were shot towards the depths of the Chaos Sea. In fact, the hit rate of this flooding method is not very high. However, Lilith's idea is to cast the net widely and catch more fish. Do this once in every world. As long as the number is large enough, you will definitely gain something. As long as even one system is successfully implemented, it will be considered a success. Lilith can use this world as a base of advancement and continue to spread the system to the surroundings. As long as the number is large enough, she can weave a detection network across the entire Chaos Sea. By then, no demigod's whereabouts can escape him. Eyes and ears. Even the entire Chaos Sea will be within his sight. Thinking about the scene at that time, Zhang Tuohai was inevitably a little excited. I hope Lilith's plan will succeed this time. Zhang Tuohai prayed secretly in his heart. Halfway through his prayer, Zhang Tuohai suddenly discovered a problem. That is, he was already a demigod. If he prayed, who should respond to him? Righteous? However, if it is a righteous god, there is a high probability that he will become an enemy. Will the other party protect him? Zhang Tuohai's thinking began to wander. I don't know how long it took, but a 3D projection of classmate Xiao Ai appeared next to Zhang Tuohai. Commander, there's a situation. Huh? What happened? Zhang Tuohai turned around and asked. There is a problem with the status of the Son of Luck in world number 096. After the spiritual realm system detected the abnormality, it sent a report. What do you think is the best way to deal with it? World number 096? Give me the information, Zhang Tuohai said. Now, there are thousands of worlds under his control, and it is impossible to record the information of all the worlds. When encountering problems, he needs to temporarily look up the relevant information of this world to get the correct number. The information is here. Student Xiao Ai immediately presented the information in front of Zhang Tuohai. World number 096 originally belonged to Celia. It was a medieval world. This world had a special product called goo worms. Goo insects possess various special supernatural abilities, and those who can control these voodoo insects are respected as goo masters. The development model of this world is also the classic development model of a small world, which is to concentrate the destiny of the entire world on a few geniuses, and use these geniuses to drive the development of the entire world, eventually reaching a breakthrough in the upper limit of power and accumulating quantum crystals. And finally, driven by generations of geniuses, the dimensionality of the entire world was finally completed. The advantage of this model is that it is simple and convenient, and its operability and universality are very strong. Its shortcomings are also obvious. That is, there are only a few characters at the core, and it is easy to be targeted. Once something goes wrong with the child of destiny, the entire world may be led astray. What's wrong with the protagonist? Zhang Tuohai asked hurriedly. Although this world can only be ranked second-rate to Zhang Tuohai, its location is very critical. It is a key node in an area. If it is penetrated, the impact will not be small. According to the report from the spiritual realm system, Fang Yu, the son of the world's destiny, established a secret organization to secretly worship the evil god and try to spread the evil god's belief to the entire world. Classmate Xiao Ai said, showing the picture of the evil god statue enshrined by Fang Yu. It was a pitch-black statue. The body of the statue was an irregular mollusk, with eyes, mouths, and tentacles all over its body. Those who looked at it would suffer from trypophobia. Wait, isn't this the evil god? Zhang Tuohai looked familiar to the evil god, and finally discovered that it was almost exactly the same as the statue found in the Black Queen's castle in the fairy tale world. This evil god's hand is stretched far enough, and it actually reached here. Seeing that the matter was actually related to the evil god, Zhang Tuohai did not dare to be careless and decided to handle it personally. There is no way. The evil god is a serious god in terms of personality, and his status is one level higher than him, so he cannot be treated carelessly. Zhang Tuohai immediately returned to the teleportation hall on the first floor of Tianshu Pavilion and entered the light gate leading to the 096 world. After walking out of the light door, Zhang Tuohai was automatically teleported to a corner of the hall. At this time, the hall was extremely dark, with only a few torches illuminating an area of hundreds of square meters, making the entire hall look eerie. Right in front of the hall is an obsidian altar. On top of the altar is the picture of the evil god that classmate Xiao Ai showed to Zhang Tuohai. What's even weirder is that when you look directly at the statue offline, it feels a little colder than in the photo. Even if Zhang Tuohai is already a demigod at this time and his body is infused with quantum crystals, he can't help but feel chills. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Zhang Tuohai felt as if a line of sight was sweeping across his body. What the hell? Zhang Tuohai instinctively took half a step back and took out the black umbrella from behind. His voice alarmed the people in the hall who were kneeling in prayer. These people all turned their heads and stared at Zhang Tuohai with fierce eyes, as if they were looking at an enemy with a deep hatred. Seeing the appearance of this group of people, Zhang Tuohai knew that these people were hopeless. There are hawks and dogs from the imperial court. Kill him! Otherwise, the secret of the coming of the Holy Lord will be exposed. The leader Fang Yu suddenly stood up, clapped his hands, and an iron-back centipede crawled out from his waist, spread its wings on its back, and flew towards Zhang Tuohai's direction. The rest of the people also summoned their own goo insects, and all attacked Zhang Tuohai. I hate bugs! Seeing the insects flying over in dense numbers, Zhang Tuohai thought of the days when he was fighting cockroaches in his hometown, and felt a chill in his heart. Zhang Tuohai held up the black umbrella with one hand and raised it with the other, and streams of blue current shot out. Stinging. Stinging. Dense high-voltage currents passed through the entire hall, illuminating the entire hall. Those goo insects fell to the ground one after another under the ultra-high voltage, and the stronger ones were still twitching on the ground from time to time. After a few blows, the weaker ones turned directly into charcoal. Who are you? No one in the imperial court has such strength. Fang Yu couldn't help but get a look in her eyes when she saw that her iron-back centipede was actually knocked down by someone's blow. This iron-back centipede had been strengthened several times by him with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and could withstand the full blow of the great goo master. But in front of her was the man actually severely injured the iron-back centipede with just one blow. His strength was definitely above that of the great goo master, and should not be underestimated. As Fang Yu spoke, he stepped back, and at the same time, his hand slowly touched his lower back, where there was a goo insect that could make him turn the tables. At the same time, he desperately shouted into his mind, System, I have encountered a powerful enemy. Is there any way to get me out of here? Get authorization and start attacking. An electronically synthesized voice sounded in Fang Yu's mind. What do you mean? Before Fang Yu could react, an electric current spread throughout his body, and he trembled and fell down. Chapter 832 Faceless Man. Silly. Looking at Fang Yu, who was paralyzed on the ground by the system, Zhang Tuohai showed a trace of disdain on his face. Are you still trying to collude with the evil god to subvert the world? Of course. Zhang Tuohai was also very glad that Fang Yu was a fool. If a smart person had let the other party do it secretly, he would have really been in trouble. What about the will of the world? Zhang Tuohai called. A chaotic shadow appeared next to Zhang Tuohai, standing there stupidly. This world will without consciousness just won't work. Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this. Such a big thing was not discovered by the original world will. It was still a problem discovered by the spiritual realm system that he spread casually. He had to find a way to improve the world will ability. At least improve the ability of supervision and inspection to avoid being taken advantage of by evil gods again. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and asked Lilith to help create more than 1,000 clones. These clones were proficient in various tactics and good at various monitoring and inspection methods. Of course, the most important thing is that these clones were all loyal to Zhang Tuohai. Later, Zhang Tuohai replaced these original world wills with these clones one by one, and spread the spiritual realm system on the children of the world and important figures in each world. Not only these children of destiny, but also some supporting characters, and even some insignificant little characters have been placed in the spiritual realm system. Under this double insurance, Zhang Tuohai believes that his anti-penetration ability in these imaginary number worlds will be greatly improved. Is this okay? Zhang Tuohai thought secretly. After replacing the will of the world with a clone, the situation has improved significantly. At least the will of the world that appears in front of Zhang Tuohai no longer looks stupid. Dear Commander, what are your orders? The new world will saluted Zhang Tuohai. In order to ensure efficiency, Zhang Tuohai specially set a resolute character for all clones. Kill these people, seal their souls, and check and disinfect all the items they have touched to make sure there are no traces of the evil god. Once discovered, report it immediately, especially Fang Yu's soul. Be sure to check it in detail and find out, where did he come into contact with the evil god? Zhang Tuohai said seriously. He has a deep understanding of how harmful the evil god is. Origami also told him some things about the evil god. These guys are like locusts. Once they discover you, they will continue to send out subordinates to eat you. If you don't reach the goal, purpose, never give up. Clear. The newly appointed will of the world immediately packed up the entire hall and took it away. The entire underground area was cleaned up without any residue. About half an hour later, the will of the world returned to Zhang Tuohai. Commander, we have found out the origin of the evil god. Oh, so fast. Tell me, Zhang Tuohai did not expect that the will of the world would be completed so quickly, and he immediately became energetic. I checked all of Fan Yu's soul memories from birth to today. From birth, she has been normal and has been moving in the direction of the world. Until 3 days ago. After coming into contact with a salesman, her whole temperament suddenly changed. Start casting statues of evil gods. And start preaching with a purpose. 3 days ago? Salesman? What kind of salesman? Do you have any photos? Zhang Tuohai asked hurriedly. Here. The will of the world immediately showed Zhang Tuohai what he saw in Fan Yu's memory. It was a man in a black robe, carrying a black baggage with something bulging inside. Other than that, he looked no different from ordinary people. However, Zhang Tuohai always felt that something was not quite right. What's wrong? Zhang Tuohai looked at the photo for a long time and suddenly realized that the salesman had no face at all. Faceless man? What is this? Zhang Tuohai felt more and more scared the more he looked at it. Moreover, he also discovered a problem. That is, this person has always been faceless. When he first looked at it, he didn't find anything wrong. The problem was discovered after a long period of review. The problem here is huge. You must know that Zhang Tuohai is now a demigod. Someone can actually deceive his knowledge, or indirectly deceive him through a photo. You can imagine how difficult it is. This guy is either a top master who is good at this, or a guy with a higher rank than me. No. I have to ask Lilith if she has any news about this. Zhang Tuohai quickly ran to find Lilith. Who is this? It's so ugly. It looks like a braised egg. I don't know it. Lilith looked at the photo and shook her head decisively. Don't you recognize him? Zhang Tuohai breathed a sigh of relief. If Lilith doesn't recognize him, it means it's not a particularly powerful character, such as Junshin or something. Are you discussing this person? I know him. At this time, Origami, who was walking behind Lilith, glanced at the photo and said, Do you know him? Who is this guy? Zhang Tuohai asked excitedly. This guy's name is the Faceless Man. Actually, we don't know his specific name, but everyone calls him the Faceless Man. This guy is a subordinate of the evil god. He specializes in seducing people into corruption and becoming followers of the evil god. There are many people in the fairy tale world. Everyone has been seduced and fallen by this guy. Origami said. It is indeed a believer of the evil god. So what is its strength? Zhang Tuohai asked. I don't know about this. It never fights with people. If someone chases it, it will run away with little resistance. After escaping the pursuit, it will come back to tempt people. Anyway, no one can kill it. At least, I tried twice and failed. Origami thought for a while and said, Can he run away like that? He seems to be a troublesome guy. Hearing Origami's words, Zhang Tuohai frowned. What he hated most was this slippery opponent. They were as annoying as mosquitoes and couldn't be caught. Moreover, what worried him most was that this time the Faceless Man came to preach in his world. Was it the Faceless Man's own behavior or the instruction of the evil god? If it's the former, it's easier to handle. If it's the latter, it's going to be troublesome. It means that he has been targeted by the evil god and must be prepared to face the evil god directly. The confrontation across a dimension made even Zhang Tuohai feel a little guilty in his heart, as if he had returned to the era of fighting demigods with a mortal body. Just as Zhang Tuohai was analyzing the situation, the 3D projection of classmate Xiao Ai appeared next to Zhang Tuohai again. Commander, the Son of Luck in world number 196 is building an altar. The sketch of the altar is almost exactly the same as the altar built by Fan Yu. Is there another Son of Luck building an altar? Go and have a look. Zhang Tuohai walked quickly towards the teleportation hall. Chapter 833 Capture. Wang Bo is an ordinary hardworking wage earner. He commutes between his workplace and his rental house every day, working at 2 o'clock every day. His greatest happiness is to have a bowl of hot food after get off work. However, one night, while eating shuanghui ham soaked in lout and pickled cabbage and watching the party, he felt Spartan. Amaryllis stuffed. Wang Bo looked at the instant noodles in his hand, neither eating nor throwing them away. Throw? He bought this with his hard-earned money. Why should he pay for the mistakes made by countless merchants? Eat? Even looking at it now makes him feel sick. What to do? Wang Bo's teeth were itching with hatred, and he wished that those countless merchants would hang them on the street lamps. How dare they rob him of his hard-earned money? However, at this moment, a man wearing a black robe and carrying a black bag suddenly appeared in his simple rental house. Brother, do you want to buy something? I have everything here. A gloomy voice sounded in Wang Bo's ears. Is there anything? Is there food? Just cheap. Wang Bo completely ignored the unreasonableness of a black-robed man who suddenly appeared in the locked rental house, and then asked him about his current situation. Top concern. Of course. And it's free. The black-robed man took out a whole roasted chicken from his backpack and put it in front of Wang Bo. The roasted chicken was freshly baked and steaming from the oven. A rich aroma of meat filled the rental house. Wang Bo swallowed involuntarily, and his stomach growled twice. He had just worked a 36-hour shift and had only eaten half a box of instant noodles. He was very hungry. Now when he saw the roasted chicken, he could not stop salivating. Eat it for free. Seeing Wang Bo's look, the man in black robe pushed the roast chicken forward. You don't want money? Is it true? You can't be a liar. Are you? Wang Bo asked in disbelief. After experiencing a variety of deceptions, he still had a trace of sanity left. It's really free, as long as you help publicize it when you have nothing to do. And then carve this statue. You don't have to worry about the money. I can pay it to you in advance. The man in black robe said, and put a big stack of money was thrown on Wang Bo's table. Is this all mine? Wang Bo was dazzled by the wad of money. Of course, as long as you make this thing as it is. The rest of the money will be yours. The man in black robe said with a smile. Don't worry. I'm on vacation tomorrow, and I'll go find a master to make it tomorrow. The street next door is full of people making handicrafts. It's very easy to do this. Wang Bo glanced at the drawing and said nonchalantly, but there were dense bloodshot eyes in the corners of his eyes. Remember, don't forget to spread the faith. After saying that, the black-robed man's body gradually melted into the shadows and slowly exited the room. Wang Bo, on the other hand, didn't notice this at all. He kept holding the drawing in both hands and became more and more absorbed in looking at it. He even forgot to eat the roast chicken that he was thinking about. It must be done as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. After sitting at the table and looking at it for a long time, Wang Bo grabbed the drawings, walked out of the room quickly, and walked towards a stone carving shop in the next street. Shortly afterwards, he was knocked unconscious by a sap blow. Zhang Tuohai frowned as he watched the scene play to the end. The man in black robe appeared again, and he was sure that this faceless man in black robe was the faceless man who seduced Fang Yu in world number 098. It only took 3 days to do it again? And, is it still this area? Could it be that he is planning to turn all the children of destiny in this area into followers of the evil god? Anger arose in Zhang Tuohai's heart, and he couldn't bear this kind of blatant poaching, even if the other party was the evil god. 3 days, 2 operations, and they are still in this area. Right. Let's see how I pull out your tail. Zhang Tuohai decided to catch the man in black robes from the cave where he was hiding. As for how to catch him, he already had an idea. The worlds in this area are limited. Less than 100. He can simulate monitoring the children of destiny in each world. Once in each world. If his luck is bad, 100 times will be enough to find him. Even if the entire world under his control is swept away, it is only 1,000 times. Compared with the safety of his world, this price is nothing. After making the decision, Zhang Tuohai immediately returned to the teleportation hall of Tianshu Pavilion and started the simulation. After 100 simulations, nothing happened. Zhang Tuohai did not believe in evil, so he expanded the simulation scale and began to expand to surrounding areas. 200 times, 300 times, 400 times, 500 times. By the 666th time, Zhang Tuohai finally discovered the faceless man. So here it is. I finally found you. Looking at the figure of the faceless man, Zhang Tuohai became excited. It was not in vain that he had spent so much effort and finally found it. This guy is really cunning. He actually changed an area. I don't know if he discovered his move or simply wanted to change an area. Now that you've discovered it, don't run away. Zhang Tuohai rolled up his sleeves and began to simulate the process of arresting the faceless man. Once, twice, 3 times. Looking at the results of the 100th failed deduction, Zhang Tuohai fell into deep thought. I told you a long time ago. The faceless man is very cunning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been caught for so long. Origami said and walked over, gently squeezing Zhang Tuohai's shoulders. I don't believe it. I can't catch it. Zhang Tuohai also became more energetic and planned to have a good contest with the faceless man to see whether he had better arresting methods or the faceless man's escape method. World number 998. Stadium. Locker room. Wang Ping looked at the injury on his leg and sighed. He knew that if the leg injury could not be healed, he would miss this selection. However, This selection was very important to him, and even related to his future sports career. How can I get better faster? Wang Ping held his head in his hands and fell into deep thought. At this moment, a faceless man in black robes suddenly stood up from the shadows and slowly came to Wang Ping. Do you want your leg injury to heal quickly? Just take this plaster and it will heal you. Of course. The price is... Before the faceless man could finish speaking, Wang Ping pointed at the ointment fiercely. Give it to me quickly. Wang Ping's look shocked the faceless man. He had been doing this for so many years and had never seen such a child of luck. He didn't even ask about the price and blocked all the words behind him. However, at this moment, Wang Ping turned his hand towards the faceless man and grabbed the faceless man's wrist. At the same time, hundreds of spotlights lit up in the entire locker room, illuminating the area so brightly that it made people unable to open their eyes. Chapter 834 I'll give you a brick. Seeing the sudden change in the surrounding situation, the faceless man instinctively felt that something was wrong, and he dwarfed and wanted to shrink back into the shadows. However, the spotlights in the locker room were all professionally designed, leaving no blind spots at all. All corners were illuminated, and the only place where there was a shadow was under the feet. Seeing this situation, the faceless man knew that he was ambushed. But he was not worried. Being able to preach in all realms and retreat safely, it certainly has some unique abilities. As long as there is a shadow, it can sneak into the shadow and escape safely. It doesn't matter even if there is only a little bit left under its feet. It can escape into this small shadow, and then use its shadow migration ability to jump into other shadows, as long as there are shadows within 300 meters nearby. However, just when it was about to show off its special skills, the ground beneath its feet suddenly lit up. The faceless man took a closer look and found that the ground under his feet was all camouflaged. Under the transparent high-strength glass, there were all high-power shadowless lights, and even the shadows hidden under his feet disappeared. The entire locker room, from top to bottom, left and right, was illuminated by high-power lights, leaving no blind spots, cutting off the faceless man's last escape route. Seeing this scene, the faceless man became a little panicked. It was sure that this was definitely a plan to target it. Otherwise it would be impossible to target it like this and directly target all its weaknesses. However, despite this, it still has some confidence in its heart. When it returned to the Abyss world last time, in order to commend its achievements, the evil god specially performed a strengthening for it, so that it now has a strength that is not weaker than that of a demigod. Its combat power means that even if a real demigod stands in front of it, it cannot easily kill it. However, it has never liked to fight and kill, and it is used to running away when something happens. Today, it looks like I will have to use this power. Go to hell! The faceless man's body twisted for a while, turning into a shadow. One hand turned into a long and sharp claw, and its 5 fingers were like 5 hooks, slashing at the person holding its arm. The Black Lotus blooms. Zhang Tuohai, who was holding the faceless man, suddenly grinned and pulled out the black umbrella from the secret compartment under his buttocks. A huge black lotus bloomed from the top of the black umbrella, and black lotus petals spread around. The faceless man felt as if the entire space had solidified. He could not even control his body. He could only watch his body solidify, fixed in place. Even his thinking became slow, and those black lotus petals along with the breeze. It slowly falls around. Some lotus petals fell on the faceless man's body. When each lotus petal touched the faceless man's body, large cracks appeared at the location where it was touched. Just like broken glass, the more places it touches, the larger the crack area becomes. Eventually, the cracks cover its entire body. Click! With a soft sound, the faceless man's body instantly shattered into pieces of fine particles, like broken sugar glass. And a black ball the size of a table tennis ball emerged from the faceless man's body and rushed towards the door quickly. This black ball is the soul of the faceless man, and it is also the core existence of the faceless man. In addition to shadow sneaking, another feature is that it can pass through any wall with gaps. It was certain that no one except the evil god knew about its ability. As long as it runs to the door, it will definitely be able to escape, and then use the shadow to escape from this world. When the time comes, the sky is high and the bird can fly, and the person ambushing here will not be able to catch it no matter how powerful it is. However, just when it was about to fly to the door, suddenly, a brick came out of the wall and hit the black ball directly on the face, shouting, "I have been ambushing you for a long time. Give you a brick!" Boom! The black ball was directly knocked to the ground by the bricks, and the body was cracked. It can be completely broken with just a light touch. Before Black Ball could react to what was going on, he heard Brick shouting, "Dad, how am I doing? Am I awesome?" Then, a big hand stretched out from the side and grabbed the black ball. Then it was stuffed into a shining transparent jar, and the lid was tightly closed. Zhang Tuohai looked at the black ball in his hand with a look of relief on his face, as he had finally caught this guy after spending thousands of deductions. Although it only took a few seconds for the rabbit to rise and the falcon to fall just now, it was indeed the final perfect capture plan that he finally determined through hundreds of simulations. If there is even the slightest mistake, it may cause the faceless man to escape. Fortunately, the capture process went smoothly without any mistakes, allowing him to successfully capture the opponent. "Lilith, I caught you. Come in," Zhang Tuohai said into the headphones. "Understood. Come here." The door to the dressing room was opened, and Lilith walked in pushing a huge machine. This is also the experience left over from several simulations. Try not to leave the room with the faceless man. Otherwise, it will use a special method to communicate with the evil god and pass on the information, causing the evil god to pay attention. This is what Zhang Tuohai does not want. Therefore, all research experiments must be conducted in this room. In order to prevent problems in this room, Zhang Tuohai even made a set of quantum crystal covers outside to cover the entire area. Xiao Ai also turned on all monitoring and interference equipment to ensure that there was no trace of information can be spread. "Let's start." Lilith nodded to Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai carefully put the jar in his hand into the machine. Buzz buzz. The machine started running. "What is this? What are you doing? Let me out quickly. I have a big secret. As long as you let me out, I will tell you this secret," the faceless man shouted. It felt a fear from the soul level. Its intuition told it that if it continued to stay here, its entire soul would be torn into pieces. And by then, it would die. Permanent death. The kind that even God cannot resurrect. Because even the resurrection of God requires a soul. Without the soul, even if an identical body is created, it is nothing more than an empty shell. The faceless man shouted loudly, trying to attract the attention of Zhang Tuohai and Lilith. But the two paid no attention to it, and were still staring at the screen and whispering something. "No! I have to put in some big news! Otherwise, it will really be over!" The faceless man was anxious, and he couldn't care much anymore, and shouted directly, "I am willing to use the secret of the evil god in exchange for my life. As long as you let me go, and I will tell you a big secret about the evil god." Chapter 835 The Nine-Story Tower World. After hearing what the faceless man said, Zhang Tuohai walked over with a smile and stared at it with a smile, which made the faceless man feel butterflies in his heart. "What are you looking at? Stop that machine quickly, and I will tell you a secret related to the evil god." The faceless man tried hard to control his body, so that the shaking would not be so violent. "Are you going to tell me the face of the evil god? Or the real name of the evil god? Ulysses? Or the coordinates of the evil god's world?" Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile. "This? You? How you know?" The faceless man looked at Zhang Tuohai in shock, not understanding how Zhang Tuohai knew these secrets. "Could it be that other evil gods' men have fallen? I haven't heard of it." The faceless man was full of confusion. What Zhang Tuohai just said was a secret in the evil god's power. Only a few high-level officials knew it all. And those high-level officials each guarded one side, and had never heard of anyone missing or falling. So, who leaked this news? "Stop guessing. You told me all this information," Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. "What? Did I tell you? When did I tell you?" The faceless man asked in confusion. "Of course, forget it. You don't need to know. Goodbye." Naturally, Zhang Tuohai would not tell it. This information was all told to him by the faceless man himself through deductions. In the last dozens of simulations, Zhang Tuohai used them all to extract various information. The simulations did not end until he confirmed that he could no longer deceive any new information. Zhang Tuohai pulled the joystick all the way down. The running speed of the machine was greatly accelerated. Buzz! With a sharp roar, the faceless man's soul, the black ball, was torn into pieces, flying chaotically in the jar. Then, pieces of quantum crystals wrapped these black fragments inside, turning them into small specimens. It wasn't until the last fragment was sealed that the machine stopped running. "Okay, I'll leave this to you. Remember to recycle the quantum crystal." Lilith took out a large box, packed the specimens, put them away, and walked outside. "How much can we gain this time?" Zhang Tuohai asked. "I don't know. We have to look at the information retention." If we are optimistic, we will have technology that can crack some of the shadows. After Lilith finished speaking, she waved her hand and left with the box. Zhang Tuohai is supervising the self-propelled machinery recycling equipment while planning future plans. Now, he has killed the Faceless Man, the best preacher in the hands of the evil god. Although he has most likely blocked the news, the disappearance of the Faceless Man will definitely arouse the evil god's vigilance. Who knows what wonderful methods the other party has, and how far he can follow the clues. It doesn't take much. As long as the area where the Faceless Man disappeared is traced, he will be completely exposed. Therefore, what Zhang Tuohai needs most right now is to immediately improve his strength, as long as he has a certain ability to protect himself when facing the evil god. So, where can you improve your strength the fastest? After much deliberation, Zhang Tuohai targeted Shamir. As a demigod subordinate to Gaia, Shamir is neither as elusive as Yi, nor does he have a righteous god as his backer like the remaining demigods in the Sea of Chaos. He is the easiest to bully, and the best target candidate. It's you? After choosing the target, Zhang Tuohai thought about it, and felt that it would be more appropriate to conduct a few deductions first. Use the advantages of deduction to select the best combat plan. Classmate Xiao Ai, help me check the situation. I'll go back and take care of some things. After leaving classmate Xiao Ai here to watch the scene, Zhang Tuohai returned to Tianshu Hall in a hurry and began to deduce the war with Shamir. After one deduction, Zhang Tuohai had a playful smile on his face. He did not expect that during this deduction, he would actually meet two old friends he had not seen for a long time, Su Mu and Su Qi. It seems that the two of them are not doing particularly well. It seems that they are worth fighting for. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, and decided to use the Su sisters as a breakthrough to play a big game. I hope you can cooperate with me, Zhang Tuohai thought secretly. After all, the two sides were old acquaintances, and Zhang Tuohai really didn't want to fight with them unless he had to. Among the familiar people, apart from the Su sisters, only Zhang Tuohai, the soul of Sharon Base, has not yet been found, and it is not known who took him away. If possible, Zhang Tuohai hopes to collect the souls of all the people he knows well, even if they are placed in the spiritual space. It will be enough to ensure that they have food and clothing for their entire lives. As long as he doesn't die, the other party is safe. Of course, only acquaintances. If you are a stranger, you can help me. But if there is danger, forget it. After confirming the regional battle between the Su sisters, Zhang Tuohai had a bigger idea and began to conduct deductions based on this idea. After thousands of deductions, Zhang Tuohai finally finalized the plan. Then, in Celia's tone, he wrote a challenge letter to Shamir, wanting to bet the two worlds in his hands against the one in Shamir's hands. A world dominated by fantasy creatures. And the battle area is an imaginary world that neither side has control over the 9-story tower world. This is a perfect excuse that Zhang Tuohai spent dozens of deductions to find. Shamir has long coveted the two worlds that Zhang Tuohai selected as bets. However, Celia has never used them. Take it out and put it on the exchange list. And this 9-story tower world, as a battlefield, is also quite mysterious and has many special features. If you put it in your pocket, it will be of great benefit to both people. If this world hadn't happened to be in the center of Celia and Shamir's territory, and the two sides were afraid of each other's strength and didn't dare to fight easily, and they were worried about falling into the hands of the other side, they would have sent people to conquer it long ago. Even so, the two sides continued to make small moves in private. Zhang Tuohai believed that Shamir would never refuse this condition. Sure enough, just as in the deduction, Shamir readily agreed to the challenge and set the duel date at 6 o'clock the next day. After reading the reply, Zhang Tuohai was very satisfied and immediately ordered a batch of clones. One of the clones looked exactly like Zhang Tuohai himself. Later, Zhang Tuohai customized a batch of special vehicles in the processing factory and a batch of pet beasts in the cloning workshop. After all, he is pretending to be Celia, so he still needs to make a basic disguise. After getting everything ready, Zhang Tuohai cheered up and prepared to launch a plan to hunt down Shamir. Chapter 836. The Fire Dragon Burns the Warehouse. Under a burst of green light, a bright yellow beetle appeared in a small room. There were metal walls on the front, back, left and right, with red runes engraved on them. On each wall, there was a metal door. The door is closed. I don't know where it leads. Is this the world of the 9-story tower? Su Qi looked at the world outside the window curiously. Before entering this world, they have been given a set of information about this world. The 9-story tower world is a special world. divided into 9 levels. According to some information analysis, only by reaching the 9th level can you obtain the treasures of this world. However, it is a pity that since the discovery of this world, players have only reached the highest level. There are only 7 floors. No one knows what is going on with the remaining 2 floors. According to the information, they are currently in the first level of the 9-story tower. The Metal Maze. This entire world is made up of metal rooms, and there are doors on all sides. Players need to constantly enter each room to take risks. The things in these rooms are different. Some contain treasure chests. Some are full of traps. Some contain beasts. Some are empty. And so on. Players can only escape from this maze by finding the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. Otherwise, they can only keep moving forward from room to room. You can only keep moving forward, because if the player stays in a room for too long, he will be attacked by hidden mechanisms. Moreover, the most terrible thing is that it is impossible to memorize in this kind of maze, because the maze will adjust the order of the rooms every once in a while. A safe room 1 second may become a murder trap the next second. Of course, the worst thing is the hostile players, because you can't tell whether the other party is really malicious. For your own safety, you can only attack first. Sister, according to the description in the data, this is the first level of the 9-story tower, Suchi said to Sumu. Well, you have to be careful from now on. It's time to try your luck again. I hope the goddess of dice can give you some help. After Sumu finished speaking, he glanced at a statue on the car. It was a figure wearing a white skirt, and stepping on the effect of the girl statue on the dice is to increase luck by a certain amount. By the way, be prepared. If you spot an enemy, shoot immediately, Sumu instructed. Don't worry. I have turned on the automatic defense mode of the Spirit Realm system, and the manual monitoring has also been turned on. As soon as an enemy is discovered, the close-range defense cannon will automatically attack, Suchi said. While the two of them were talking, neither of them noticed that a small 5-element, 5-color light ball sank into Suchi's body. Hit the prompt system. There is a hungry jaguar locked in the front door. A Siberian hamster locked in the left door. A box of lout and pickled cabbage noodles in the right door. What's in the back door? Nor. Huh? Suchi was stunned, pulled the handbrake, and stopped the car. What's wrong? Sumu asked in confusion from the driver's seat. Sister, I seem to have obtained the system, Suchi said excitedly. Although her voice was a bit low, she could still feel her excitement from her tone. You have a fever? What nonsense are you talking about? Sumu reached out to touch Suchi's head. Her sister suffered from Chinibu before she came in. After a few sessions of physical therapy by her, she was obviously much better and entered. After entering the world of survival, he basically behaved like a normal person. Unexpectedly, he suddenly became ill again today. No, sister, it's true. I really got the system. And it's also a prompt system. There is a jaguar in the front door, a Siberian hamster on the left, lout and pickled cabbage noodles on the right, and there is a jaguar in the door behind. Nothing. Suchi repeated the system's words. Really? Sumu was still a little doubtful. Of course it's true. If you don't believe it, you can try it, Suchi encouraged. Then let's verify it. Sumu thought for a moment, turned the steering wheel, and opened the door on the right. The moment the front of the car was about to hit the door on the right opened, and an identical room appeared in front of the two sisters. On the floor of the room, a box of lout and pickled cabbage noodles was placed neatly. I'll go check it out, Suchi said, opening the door and getting out of the car. Wait a minute. Sumu grabbed Suchi and said, Go put on the highest level protective clothing. Okay. Looking at Sumu's serious look, Suchi nodded in agreement. She knew that this was not the time to be willful. After all, it was lout and pickled cabbage noodles. Suchi, who was fully armed, carefully got out of the car, lowered her body, and walked slowly towards the box of lout and pickled cabbage noodles. She didn't look like she was driving instant noodles at all, but like she was defusing landmines. Suchi carefully walked to the pickled cabbage noodles, then took out a survival knife and carefully cut open the packaging barrel, ignoring the seasoning packets and bread inside. Suchi directly took out the pickled cabbage packets with tweezers. At this time, Sumu in the car also looked nervous and placed his hand on a blue button. Because of the nervousness, cold sweat broke out on Suchi's forehead. However, Suchi no longer bothered to wipe it off at this time. She carefully cut open the package with scissors and poured out the sauerkraut inside. A cigarette butt mixed with pickled cabbage fell out, and even the cigarette butt was sparkling. Call. The cigarette butt burned instantly, and a ball of flame ignited the pickled cabbage noodles. The original noodles turned into a basin of flames, which almost ignited Su-chi's protective clothing. Su-chi let go in shock and threw all the tools on the ground. Gee! A jet of water as big as a bowl spurted out from the beetle, dousing the pot of burning noodles. Su-chi returned to the car with a frightened look on her face, panting and saying, "The dishes contain smoke, and the fire dragon burns the warehouse. There is no doubt that it is authentic. Did you really get the system?" Su-mu looked at Su-chi in horror, holding her little face and looking left and right, with a cute look on her face. She couldn't think of the heroine in the novel. How could she get the system? Of course, I really got the system. Or the prompt system. Look, the prompt is here again. There is a wild boar in the front room, a chimera in the left room, and nothing in the right room. No, there is a fountain in the back room? What about the back room? Su-chi looked back curiously and found that the door had been closed at some point. It looks like it's time for the room change. Let's go to the room on the right, Su-mu said and turned the steering wheel. Chapter 837 10,000 tons equivalent. Looking at the two sisters Su-mu and Su-chi, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but want to laugh. When the two sisters first entered the world of the 9-story tower, he used the back door of the spiritual space to access the other party's spiritual space, and then secretly upgraded, turned on the forced transaction function, and put a spiritual system in there. That's the prompt system Su-chi got. As for the hint, it is just a cover-up. What it really relies on is the version data obtained by Zhang Tuohai's thousands of deductions. He has already figured out the situation of the rooms in the area around Sister Su-mu and Su-chi, and can always send them to the second floor in the shortest possible time. Moreover, it is not only the second floor, but also the third floor, fourth floor, and all the way to the 9th floor. One of the main reasons why the two sisters were sent directly to the 9th floor was that in addition to the spiritual realm system, Zhang Tuohai also forcibly passed on a few small things. This is related to whether he can successfully attack Shamir in this world. Of course, in addition to Su-chi, the clone player sent by Zhang Tuohai also had his hints. However, in order to act more realistically, Zhang Tuohai specially sent some players to deliberately die, and some players barely found the stairs and entered the second floor after paying a heavy price. This way it looks real. Otherwise, it would be too fake for all the players to pass the first level without any casualties. Shamir would definitely be suspicious after seeing it, which would cause trouble in the future. Of course, the number of losses is too much, which is not good. It would be too much. After several deductions and demonstrations, a loss rate of about 20% is more appropriate. With the help of the prompt system, Su-mu and Su-chi successfully found the stairs leading to the second floor. They even obtained some useful equipment and supplies during the process, which made the two of them a small fortune. It's great to have the reminder system. Su-chi lay happily on the chair, eating the popcorn she had just picked up. Is this really the staircase leading to the second floor? Isn't it a trap? Su-mu asked, looking at the elevator in front of him that only had a first-floor mesh door. Yes, the prompt system said that this is the door leading to the second floor. Absolutely no problem, Su-chi said while eating popcorn. Well, Su-mu slowly drove the car into the elevator. The dragnet was slowly pulled up. The elevator started, and it slowly drove upwards. Because the elevator door was just a layer of mesh, Su-mu could easily see what was outside. After passing through a long dark elevator tube, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. Su-mu quickly put on her sunglasses and looked out the window. What shocked her was that what appeared in front of her was an endless desert. This is the second floor? Is this a tower? Isn't it too big? Su-mu looked shocked at the scene outside. When she was on the first floor just now, she didn't feel much because they were all small metal rooms. After arriving on the second floor, she really understood how big this 9-story tower was. The entire second floor is a vast desert with no end in sight. Sister, let's go quickly. The prompt system says that if we can't leave the elevator within 3 minutes, the elevator will explode with an equivalent force of at least 10,000 tons. Su-chi said with a pale face. 10,000 tons? That's too much. After hearing Su-chi's words, Su-mu's face turned green. This was already the equivalent of an atomic bomb for a little boy. Although her car has been upgraded several times, and its armor has been greatly improved, it is definitely not strong enough to withstand nuclear explosions. At that moment, Su-mu didn't dare to delay any longer and kicked the accelerator and rushed out of the elevator. After rushing out of the elevator, Su-mu looked back. She was shocked to find that there was a countdown sign on the elevator. There was more than a minute left, and a red dot was flashing. Are you crazy? Who puts the reminder device outside? Who is this reminder device for? You are so stupid. Sumu wanted to curse someone for the first time. She felt that the world of the 9-story tower seemed to have a bad taste, and was a bit unfriendly to the players. Now, although she was out of crisis, another problem was placed in front of her. That is, there was a desert in front of her, and there was not even a road. Where should she drive? Quick! Look through the strategy manual. What are the key points of this level? Sumu asked. The strategy manual was sent out too soon, so they only took a quick look at it, mainly studying the first level, and barely looked at the rest. Let me take a look. Suchi took out the strategy manual, turned it to the second floor, and read. The second floor of the world is a desert terrain. It depends entirely on luck. Players need to find an elevator to go to the third floor. Don't stay there for too long. If you stay there for more than 10 minutes, you will be attacked by sandworms. The main dangers in this world are sandstorms, scorching heat, sandstorms, sandworms, gold-eating ants, and players, including our own people. It's such a terrible world if you can't even trust your own people. Sumu took a look at the strategy book. There was only a thin introduction to this world, with no substantial content at all. Whether he could find the way to the next level depended entirely on luck. Sumu found a random direction and stepped on the accelerator. It's a terrible world. If only that guy was here. While driving, Sumu thought of Zhang Tuohai. She remembered that if it was a world that relied on luck or a maze, there would always be some unexpected gains if she went to Zhang Tuohai. Although there is a price to pay, it is better than losing one's life. However, the two of them now belong to two camps, and I don't know how the guy is doing. Sumu was thinking wildly as she drove forward with all her strength. At this moment, in the distance, she seemed to see an escalator leading straight to heaven and earth. That's the staircase leading to the second floor? Why is it an escalator? When Sumu saw the scene in the distance, he was happy at first, and then he was stunned. If there is an escalator, how can the car drive up it? Forget it. Let's drive there first. Anyway, it has a crawler mode. At worst, if you put on 2 crawlers, you can always drive up. Sumu was thinking about speeding up, but at this moment, Suchi suddenly shouted, You can't go there. It's a mirage. If you go there, it will only get further and further away. Then how should we go? Sumu stepped on the brakes and asked. Let me take a look. The prompt system says, drive 20 meters ahead at 9 o'clock. Turn to 8 o'clock. Drive 200 meters ahead. And stop. Suchi said. What the hell kind of route is this? Sumu was very confused about the route. Why did he have to turn around when he could go directly? However, the first floor and the elevator just now proved that Suchi was correct. No, it proved that the prompt system was correct. Therefore, although she didn't understand a little, Sumu still did it. After driving 20 meters along the 9 o'clock direction, Sumu glanced at the side of the road and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, because there was a quicksand pit there. If she followed the plan in her mind, she would definitely fall into that quicksand pit. The car would get stuck, and both of them would be suffocated to death. It's really dangerous. Sumu wiped her sweat and admired the prompt system even more. She turned the steering wheel and drove towards 8 o'clock. 100 meters, 150 meters, 180 meters, 200 meters. Sumu looked at the counter that was accurate to centimeters and slammed on the brakes. This is an open space. Why stop here? Where is the elevator to the second floor? Just when Sumu was confused, the entire car was suddenly launched into the air by a huge force. Chapter 838 Rainbow Highway. Ah! Sumu was frightened by the sudden force and screamed. At this time, she was most fortunate that she had fastened her seat belt and was firmly fixed in the seat. Otherwise, she would be like that unlucky sister now. Was hit all over the head. Broken system. Why didn't you warn me that I would fly? Suchi squatted on the ground covering her head and asked. This system only reminds of fatal dangers. Ordinary injuries are not within the scope of the reminder. The prompt system replied calmly. In the Tianshu Pavilion, Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed to see Suchi's head covered with bruises. In fact, Suchi would be hit like this. He had simulated it many times. He could completely avoid this accident. However, he thought about it. I thought it would be better to educate Suchi with practical actions in order to impress the other party. Who told her not to wear a seatbelt? Another point is Zhang Tuohai's bad taste. He himself was almost tricked by the prompt system. Why could Suchi sit here and enjoy the benefits without paying any price? This isn't fair. Suchi gritted her teeth. But there was nothing she could do. Because the system was in her head, and she couldn't even touch it, let alone pull it out and beat her. Forget it. I have a lot of knowledge. And I don't have the same experience as you, Suchi said angrily. What are you mumbling about? Come and get the strategy book and take a look. Sumu pushed her from the side. What's wrong? Wait. Oh my god. Suchi glanced out the window. And then she was stunned speechless by the magnificent scenery outside the window. Outside the window, there's a magnificent sea of clouds, so vast that it can't be seen at a glance. Suchi felt like she was on an airplane. Why are you so stunned? Come on. Take out the strategy book and see if we have reached the 3rd floor. Sumu urged from the side. Oh, okay. Suchi quickly took out the strategy book. There are more descriptions about this layer. Suchi started to read. The world on the 3rd level is the cloud world. The goal is still to find a passage to the next level. Common dangers are lightning, storms, and floating clouds. It is easy to fall. If you bring a parachute, you can jump from the 2nd level. Start over, verified. Be sure to stay away from black clouds, which usually contain dangers. By the way, although the clouds in the clouds are edible, it is not recommended because I peed twice in them. What kind of rubbish strategy is this? Suchi threw the guide angrily. Unfortunately, she just wanted to run out and pick up 2 clouds to taste what they tasted like. But this gave her a slap in the head. There are actually players booing in the cloud? Damage or not? Who is so wicked? Suchi vowed that if she found the culprit, she would castrate him for free. Sumu realized it was nothing. She took the strategy book back, read it carefully, and found a piece of useful information. That is, don't stay in the same place for too long. If it takes a long time, the clouds in that place will break. Sumu glanced to the side. There seemed to be signs of breakage on the misty clouds beside her. And there was a faint sound of tearing in her ears. Although he didn't know if it was an illusion. Sumu stepped on the accelerator and quickly left the original place. After driving forward for a while, Sumu suddenly saw a large black storm blowing in their direction from a distance. The storm was surrounded by lightning, which was full of power. No! It's a lightning storm! Hurry up! Seeing this, Sumu immediately turned the car around and prepared to leave. At this moment, Suchi grabbed her and said, Don't go! There is a shortcut there! Shortcut? Sumu's eyes widened. Yes! The prompt system said that if you rush into the black storm, there will be unexpected surprises. Suchi said. Really? Sumu glanced at the terrifying black storm and hesitated. Even though the hint system has proven to be correct, black storm looks just too scary for anyone to be crazy enough to run into. The prompt system told me personally. And it must be correct. It has been proven so many times that the prompt system is correct. Moreover, if there was no prompt system, we might have died long ago. Such as that time at the elevator door. Suchi began to present the facts and reason. Okay, let's try it once. Sumu took a deep breath, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed towards Black Storm. The moment she rushed in, Sumu even closed her eyes. However, the imaginary spin, lightning and thunder did not exist. Instead, Sumu felt that the light from the outside world was very bright. Out of curiosity, Sumu opened her eyes. The sight in front of her made her stunned. It turned out that they were driving on a road made of rainbows. A highway composed of 7 colors of rainbows winds in space, leading to the sky. At this time, their car is driving smoothly on the rainbow highway without a trace of bumps and jitters. As if they are driving smoothly. Same on the highway. What a beauty! Suchi lay on the edge of the bed and looked outside, deeply fascinated by the scenery in front of her. She couldn't help but lower the car window. Outside the window, there was no strong wind. Wisps of breeze blew in through the car window, floating on Suchi's hair, bringing with it wisps of floral fragrance. Suchi couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths. The air is all sweet. It's so nice here. Could it be that this is paradise? Suchi looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window in fascination. Sumu was also fascinated by the scenery outside the window. Since entering the world of survival, she has been hovering on the edge of death. Although she is in good condition now, and her car has even been upgraded to level 5. Death has never been far away from her. He even had a close brush with death several times. Moreover, the frequency of encountering dangers has become higher and higher recently. In the previous world, she almost died once. But it was the life-saving potion that Zhang Tuahai sold her before that saved her life. looking at the beautiful scenery outside the window. Sumu once had an idea. Maybe dying here is a good choice. She felt that the scenery in front of her was getting more and more blurred, and her mind was getting more and more confused. Just when she was dazed and half asleep, anxious shouts suddenly rang in her ears. Sister! Sister! How are you? The violent shaking made Sumu wake up. What's going on? Sumu asked, rubbing his eyes. It's an illusion. This beautiful scenery comes with a group illusion. If you indulge in it, you will sink forever and eventually become a part of it, Suchi said anxiously. How did you know? Sumu asked, rubbing his face. The prompt system told me. And if you look at those rainbows yourself, you will find out the secret. After hearing this, Sumu looked towards the rainbow seriously. After staring carefully, she discovered that the winding rainbow highway did not want to look so beautiful. Shadows were projected on it, as if they were souls addicted to it, and the red ribbons were more like continuous blood flowing. The atmosphere instantly became terrifying. Chapter 839 Shamir takes the bait. Where is this place? Take a look at the strategy book. Sumu woke up with a start and said quickly. No. I just looked and there is no place that matches the description here, Suchi said with a sad face. What? Sumu couldn't sit still after hearing this, and quickly grabbed the strategy book. Muddy Swamp, Black Forest, and Toy Secret Realm. There is no description of any world that is the same as theirs. They live in a world not mentioned in the guide. This is how to do! The sudden change made Sumu panic. At this moment, the car suddenly turned and drove onto a straight road. At the end of the road is a huge circular door that is constantly rotating. The gate was divided into two halves in the middle. One half was painted with the beautiful mountain of heaven, and the other half was painted with 9 levels of hell, constantly rotating and flipping. Do you have to choose which gate to enter? Just choose any one or... Sumu turned his gaze to Suchi. Does your system have any prompts? Choose the black gate of hell, Suchi said with some uncertainty. Are you sure? Sumu asked. Sure. Okay. Sumu stepped on the accelerator, holding the steering wheel with one hand and touching Suchi's head with the other. I'm very happy to have a sister like you. The car crashed into the black gate of hell. The moment he rushed in, Sumu seemed to have come to a pure black space, surrounded by nothingness, as if time and gravity had lost their effect, and time stayed in eternity at this moment. It seemed as short as a second, and as long as a century. Sumu heard a solemn voice ringing in her ears. Live towards death and go straight to the top. Sumu saw a white dot appear in front of him. The white dot became bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a bright sun. Sumu's car crashed into it uncontrollably. Sumu was unable to open her eyes due to the dazzling light. After a while, she felt the light fade, and then slowly opened her eyes. She found that her car was parked in a primitive hall, surrounded by long blue boulders, and a primitive and heavy feeling came to her face. The hall is very empty, with a huge stone platform placed in the center. Sumu looked around to make sure there was no other danger, then walked out of the car wearing an exoskeleton and holding an electromagnetic gun. Seeing this, Suchi wanted to follow him out, but Sumu stopped him. You stay in the car and provide fire support. After saying that, Sumu walked slowly towards the stone platform. What she didn't know was that at an angle she couldn't see, a small thing slipped out of the car and slid along the dark corner to the stone platform. Sumu and Suchi didn't notice this at all. They all scanned the surroundings with concentration, for fear that a monster would come out of any corner. Sumu finally arrived in front of the stone table. There are 2 things on the stone table. One is a ball-like thing, with passages of text floating inside from time to time. It looks very beautiful. Next to the ball, there is a transparent crystal-like thing with a black shadow inside, which looks strange. Seeing the things on the stone table, Sumu did not dare to touch it. Instead, he took out a crystal from close to his body and pointed it at the stone table. Dear Lord Shamir, the god of art and pleasure, your loyal followers have arrived at the top of the 9-story tower world. Please send down the oracle to guide your loyal lamb, Sumu murmured. A moment later, a voice of surprise came from the crystal. You actually made it to the top of the 9-story tower? Well done. What is that? Wait, how come there are fragments of the shadow rules here? Bring them back to me quickly. No. Wait, there will definitely be clues there. Don't move anything. I will go and check it out myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Sumu felt a large amount of physical strength pouring into the crystal. In the blink of an eye, her energy was drained away, and she seemed to be seriously ill. She didn't even have the strength to lift her fingers. Sumu couldn't support her body, and knelt on the ground involuntarily. After draining Sumu's energy, the crystal was still not satisfied, and continued to draw Sumu's blood. Sumu felt that the blood in his body was pouring into the crystal, and his whole body was dizzy due to the large amount of blood loss. Seeing Sumu's strange behavior, Suchi couldn't sit still in the car. Immediately jumped out of the car, ran to Sumu, hugged Sumu's limp body, and kept shaking. "Sister, what's wrong with you? Wake up! Wake up!" The moment Suchi hugged Sumu, she felt her physical strength and her blood pouring out like a flood. She collapsed on the ground, her head lowered, and her breath was like a gossamer. There is only half a life left. At this moment, the crystal was finally fully lit. A door of light appeared in the air, and a woman walked out of it. The goddess who walked out of the light door was dressed very strangely. On the left side, she wore a Baroque-style complicated and gorgeous white dress, which was studded with various precious gems, while on the right half of her body, she wore a black lace dress, Gothic maxi dress. This woman is Shamir, the god of art and pleasure, as Sumu calls her. After Shamir walked out of the light door, he didn't even look at the dying Su sisters. He went straight to the stone platform and stared at the two things on the stone platform. Sure enough, it's the core of imaginary numbers and the fragments of the law of shadow. With these, I can expand the scope of my authority. God helps me. Shamir's face was full of excitement, and he reached out to touch the fragment of the shadow law sealed with quantum crystal. At this moment, she suddenly felt a gust of wind on the back of her head, and a loud shout. "Take a brick from me!" At this point, it was too late for Shamir to hide. Boom! Shamir felt a solid blow to the back of his head, and half of his brain became dizzy. However, Shamir is not worried. She is a rare person with two souls in one body. The left and right sides of her body are controlled by two souls at the same time. The sneak attack just now only injured one soul in her body, but the other soul was safe and sound. Shamir pretended to be seriously injured and lay on the ground, squinting his eyes and scanning around, waiting for the sneak attacker to show up. She wants to wait until the other person relaxes his guard and walks out on his own, then gives him a surprise. She used this move to deal with many enemies, and it worked repeatedly. Just when she was lying on the ground waiting for the attacker to show up, the back of her head was suddenly hit hard by a brick, and a voice sounded in her ears. "I don't know why, but since Dad ordered both sides if it's on one side, then just touch it up again." Chapter 840 New Car. Bang bang bang. Brick slapped Shamir on the head several times, until Shamir's head changed shape visibly to the naked eye and gradually stopped. This is because Shamir is a demigod. Otherwise, he would have been photographed into nothingness. Even so, Shamir also became dizzy. His soul was shaken by the huge force and almost shattered. He lay on the ground unable to get up, and it was very difficult to even move his fingers. At the same time, a light door opened, and Zhang Tuohai was the first to walk out holding a black umbrella, followed by a self-propelled machine pushing the medical cabin. Several self-propelled machines skillfully carried the Su sisters into the medical cabin mainly because Away, who usually carried Away, had already maxed out the relevant skills. After the Su sisters were placed in the coffin-shaped medical cabin, nutritional injections and adrenaline hormones were administered as if they were free of charge. The Su sisters' condition is very serious, but it is not difficult to treat. The root cause is a large amount of physical energy consumption and a large amount of blood loss in a short period of time. They will undoubtedly die over time. However, if they can be replenished quickly and coupled with careful diagnosis and treatment, it will not be a big problem. Coincidentally, Zhang Tuohai is not lacking in this kind of related technology. Even if the two sisters die in the last step, Zhang Tuohai can still find their souls through the virtual core of this world and resurrect them. Overall, it's not a big problem. At this time, Lilith was imposing various restrictions on Shamir, because she had done the same thing many times. Lilith was extremely skillful and locked Shamir tightly. No matter how powerful Shamir was, she couldn't break free. "Let's go! Take them all away!" Seeing that the matter was basically settled, Zhang Tuohai immediately called for Shamir and the Su sisters to be packed away. Anyway, Zhang Tuohai's philosophy is that as long as it falls into his hands, it will become his. Soon the group returned to the Library of Heaven. Lilith took Shamir to do the experiment. Soon, Lilith came out with an unkind expression. "What's the problem?" Zhang Tuohai saw Lilith's expression turned ugly and quickly put aside the milk tea in his hand. "There is no authority decomposed in Shamir's body," Lilith said. "What? No authority?" Hearing what Lilith said, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but his face darkened. Apart from fearing that the other party would be detrimental to him, the main purpose of hunting Shamir was to collect the other party's authority to complete the Gate of Truth. Now, he has been caught. The authority failed to realize that the main purpose was not accomplished at all. His previous deductions usually only ended when he caught Shamir. But he didn't expect that there would be such a surprise. Have you found any clues from Shamir's soul? Zhang Tuohai asked hurriedly. I have some clues. Shamir originally integrated authority into his body like other demigods. However, some time ago, for unknown reasons, he separated the authority again. This is why Shamir is so powerful. One of the reasons why he appears weaker than other demigods, Lilith explained. Where is the location of authority? Do you know the reason why Shamir separated authority? Zhang Tuohai asked nervously. Separating authority from the body is a big deal for a demigod. If there are no extremely special needs, no one will do it easily. Although Shamir seems to be mentally unstable, he should not be here. No brains on such fundamental matters. I'm sorry. When I took over, Shamir's soul was already very broken, and a lot of information had been lost. Unfortunately, the reason for the separation of authority lies in the lost information, Lilith said with some regret. However, fortunately, through fragmentary information, it can be analyzed that Shamir hid his authority under the throne. What we have to do now is to go to Shamir's temple. Really? Great. Let's go get the authority back. Zhang Tuohai immediately stood up after hearing this, and took Lilith through the portal to the world closest to the kingdom of Shamir. Once here, it is the limit of Zhang Tuohai's ability to teleport. Going forward, he can only use a spaceship to continue moving forward, or use the ability of a demigod to cross the void. Of course, this will be tiring. So, Zhang Tuohai summoned a new car. After transforming her car into parts of the kingdom of God, Lilith integrated existing technology and built a new car for Zhang Tuohai. This car looks like a boxy metal box from the outside. The surface is full of sci-fi-like grooves and lines, as well as densely packed runes, which combines a sense of sci-fi and mystery. From the appearance, it looks more like a treasure chest than a car. When the door is opened, you will find that there is something special inside. In addition to a more advanced war room and command system than the original car, the weapons have also been greatly optimized. In addition to the original various missiles, lasers, electromagnetic guns, and ultra-high voltage currents, Lilith also produced several small accompanying modules. In addition to being equipped with various weapons and serving as mobile weapon stations to supplement firepower, these modules can also be spliced together and assembled on the main body, instantly transforming Zhang Tuohai's vehicle from an aircraft to a Gundam. I can be considered a person with a Gundam. Zhang Tuohai was very satisfied with his car. He took Lilith into the spaceship. Commander, welcome back to Blue Space. As soon as he entered the spacecraft, a neutral voice rang. Start and head to Shamir's Kingdom of God. Zhang Tuohai issued the order. Accept instructions. Confirm route. Prepare to start. 5, 4, 3. The runes on the blue space started to shine, and it rushed out of the atmosphere and rushed toward Shamir's Kingdom of God. The speed of the blue space was very fast, and after a few hours, it came to the sky above Shamir's Kingdom of God. Shamir's Kingdom of God is very interesting. It is a circular continent, different from the irregular shapes of other worlds. Shamir's world continent is a standard perfect circle. It is exactly the same. A big river flows through the middle. The continent is divided into two parts, left and right. On the left side of the continent is a desert terrain, filled with yellow sand and barren of grass except for a few oases. On the right side of the mainland, just across the river, it becomes a world of ice and snow. Everything is covered in snow. You can vaguely see some people squatting next to the ice caves, waiting to hunt seals. In the middle of the river, there is an island in the middle of the river, which is also a standard circle. There is a palace on the island. The left half of the palace is a typical desert building, and the right half is half an ice and snow palace. The two styles are wonderfully mixed together. It gives people an eerie feeling. This Shamir is definitely seriously ill. Looking at this temple, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but complain. Woohoo! I originally finished writing yesterday, but the set sending time was wrong, so I couldn't do it yesterday. I'm sorry. I'll make up for it all today, and there will be more later. Or 2. Chapter 841 Shadow's Singularity. This Shamir is definitely seriously ill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come out of the Kingdom of God in such a style. Zhang Tuohai looked at this divine kingdom and didn't know what to say. According to Lilith's research, the more developed the world of the Kingdom of God is, The richer the species, the more complex the rules, and the smaller the resistance to promotion. Shamir has made the kingdom of God look like this. There are only a few creatures. So how can we be promoted? Even without him. This Shamir would sooner or later be killed because he couldn't keep up with the development of others. However, these have nothing to do with Zhang Tuohai now. All he has to do is find Shamir's temple, and find that piece of authority. Blue space. Target Shamir's temple. Zhang Tuohai pointed to the palace on the island in the middle of the river. It was the only place in the world that more closely matched the aesthetics of that crazy person. Landing in progress. Blue Space's intelligent AI responded. The blue space slowly landed in front of the palace. Then, under Zhang Tuohai's order, several weapon modules formed the limbs of the blue space. They came directly to the gate and opened the door that was more than 10 meters high. With a bang, the half-ice, half-granite door was pushed open, revealing a long corridor. The corridor is the same as the outside, half made of ice and half made of granite, which is hundreds of meters long. At the end of the corridor, there is a high platform. There is a throne of the same style on the high platform. Next to the throne, there is a man in black. The man in clothes was rummaging for something. Wait! Someone is trying to steal my stuff! Seeing the man in black, Zhang Tuohai's expression suddenly became tense. Although Shamir's kingdom has not yet been controlled by Zhang Tuohai, Zhang Tuohai has already put it on his plate. Anyone who touches it will be robbing him of his plate. And he will never forgive it. Who are you? Raise your hands. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Tuohai immediately unlocked the weapon authorization and turned on all the weapons safeties. This guy dared to enter the demigod's temple to steal at this time. He must be quite confident in his own strength. Zhang Tuohai did not dare to underestimate him. He pointed all the weapons directly at the opponent, and at the same time reached out to touch his black umbrella. At this moment, the man in black also heard Zhang Tuohai's voice, slowly turned his head, raised his face, and looked at Zhang Tuohai. Because of the angle, Zhang Tuohai also saw the face of the man in black. When he saw the other person's face, even though Zhang Tuohai had seen a lot of people, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. This is a rotten face. The flesh on the face has completely rotted. From time to time, yellow liquid oozes out. Occasionally, white maggots shuttle among the rotten flesh. There is a white crown on the head. Blank! What the hell? Zhang Tuohai had seen a lot of rotting corpses, but this was the first time he had seen one that was so disgusting. The most terrifying thing was that the other party seemed to be a living body. The guy wearing a black cloak and a white crown saw Zhang Tuohai, and his rotten mouth couldn't help but open, revealing his burnt yellow teeth, and he didn't know what emotion he wanted to express. Call. The black cloak flicked, and a black smoke appeared in front of the man. The smoke seemed to be alive, rushing towards Zhang Tuohai's direction. Warning! The concentration of viruses in the air is rising rapidly, and it is no longer suitable to stay. Emergency plans are activated and disinfection measures are started. Nozzles protruded from the body one by one, and a large amount of white gas was sprayed out. Those black clouds and mist collided with the white gas, and a lot of the black clouds and mist were melted away in an instant. However, those black clouds seemed to be conscious. After seeing that the white gas was difficult to deal with, they immediately took a detour, avoided the area where the white gas was, and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai again. Are you coming? Zhang Tuohai's expression changed slightly when he saw the black cloud coming over again. He immediately turned his body and sprayed disinfectant again. The white disinfectant suddenly filled the entire space. The virus concentration has been reduced to a harmless level. Blue Space's AI prompted. Where's the guy who put the poison? Zhang Tuohai rushed out of the area to look for the man in black robes. However, at this time, the man in black robe had overturned the throne and held a green piece of authority in his hand. Seeing Zhang Tuohai rushing out, the man in black robe opened his mouth full of yellow teeth towards Zhang Tuohai, made a sharp sound, and then his body went limp downwards, as if he was about to disappear into the shadows. Don't even think about running away! Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai immediately took out the rune prop Eternal Scorching Sun and shined it on the man in black robe. At the same time, all kinds of laser weapons on his body were fired at the man in black robe, trying to make him stay. Zhang Tuohai regretted very much at this time that he did not load the high-power anti-aircraft searchlight on the car. If that thing was there, it might be able to dispel the shadow immediately and leave half of the opponent behind. However, there is no use regretting at this time. All we can do is try our best. Sizzling, sizzling, buzzing. Various weapons were thrown at the man in black robe. But the man in black robe did not suffer any obvious damage. And even the black robe was not broken. Only the light of the eternal scorching sun made the man in black robe pause. Seeing the man in black robe resisting being beaten so hard, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but be startled. He secretly guessed in his heart what kind of thing this was, and why it was so strong that it could withstand even 8 or 9 level weapons. Could it be another demigod level existence? Just when he was confused, a black shadow suddenly appeared from the feet of the black-robed man. The black shadow spread in an instant, and spread rapidly to the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the black shadow spread hundreds of meters, and directly enveloped Zhang Tuohai. The situation is not right. Zhang Tuohai instinctively felt that the situation was not good. At the same time, the AI of blue space also issued an alarm. Warning! Warning! The energy concentration in the surrounding area is increasing rapidly. Please evade urgently. Please evade urgently. Leave immediately. Zhang Tuohai immediately ordered. Trying to break away. The controllable nuclear fusion reactor of the blue space increased its power to the limit, and the refrigerant engine increased its thrust to the maximum in order to escape from the black shadow area. However, the surrounding space seemed to be frozen. Even if the blue space increased its thrust to the maximum, it could not move even 1 point. I remembered. This guy is... Lilith raised her head suddenly and stared at the man in black robes with burning eyes. However, at this moment, a large number of red runes appeared on the black shadow. These runes formed a huge magic circle, constantly rotating. The blue space was dragged by the huge force towards the shadow. Submerged. Swish. Suddenly, a huge force struck, shrinking the shadow into a singular point, and then disappeared. And the entire temple returned to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened. Chapter 842 Plague and Alea. Where is this? Zhang Tuohai shook his head and recovered from his dizziness. He looked around and found that the blue space had been damaged, with sparks everywhere inside the body. The alarm kept flashing warning lights, reminding those still in the spacecraft to evacuate as soon as possible. Lilith is still lying on his body, because she is not a demigod. Lilith's physical fitness is worse than Zhang Tuohai, so she has not woken up until now. Let's get out of here first. Zhang Tuohai carried Lilith on his shoulders, picked up the black umbrella in one hand, and rushed outside quickly. It has been detected that everyone has left. In order to prevent the reactor from exploding and leaking, the self-destruction procedure is being initiated. A prompt popped up on Zhang Tuohai's bracelet. This self-destruction program was set by Lilith in order to protect technical secrets and prevent leaks from the reactor explosion. She specially set a self-destruction program for blue space. She did not expect that it would be used so soon. Click. Click. A harsh sound rang out, and the huge blue space was twisted together like a ball of paper, and kept collapsing toward the inside. In the blink of an eye, it collapsed from a huge spaceship into a metal ball the size of a fist, and finally disappeared into a dark hole. This is how Lilith is designed to self-destruct. A man-made black hole. The self-destruction effect is perfect, and will not leave any traces. Speaking of which, this technique is based on Lioli's special skills, and Lilith has made a little improvement on the original basis. After confirming that the blue space was destroyed, Zhang Tuohai began to look around and observe the surrounding situation. The surrounding trees were blocking the sky, and there was almost no sunlight. There was half a foot of snow under my feet without any footprints. Zhang Tuohai looked around. This was obviously a landscape of a northern forest. He didn't understand why the man in black robes brought him to this place. According to normal circumstances, to take away an enemy, you must bring it to a venue that is more suitable for you for a decisive battle. No matter what happens, he will be thrown into a desperate situation and trap the opponent there to death. However, the surrounding conditions, the endless virgin coniferous forest, and the half-foot deep snow, may be a very difficult environment for ordinary people to live in. But for demigods, this is not possible at all. It's not a problem. As for the first point, Zhang Tuohai glanced around several times, but could not see any trace of the man in black robe. What on earth does this grandson want to do? Zhang Tuohai pressed the emergency button on his bracelet. In order to prevent unexpected situations, Zhang Tuohai added a simple version of the spiritual system to his bracelet, which can make simple detection of the surrounding situation, and can also communicate with the main system through the emergency contact system and call for reinforcements. However, calling is now impossible. Zhang Tuohai tried several times, but all showed no signal. This means that the communication distance here has either exceeded the limit, or there is extremely strong interference, and the connection cannot be established. although the communication function cannot be used. The standalone function of detection within a small area can still be used. Zhang Tuohai turned on the detection function and scanned the surrounding area. The detection report was sent back soon. According to the detection report, most of the surrounding area was completely white, with only trees and snow, and very few living creatures. After scanning a large area, only 2 rabbits and 1 squirrel were found, which was extremely pitiful. However, at the edge of the detection range, several humanoid footprints were discovered. There are regular horizontal lines on the footprints, and the marks of shoes are obvious. Is there any intelligent creature? Go over and check the situation. Zhang Tuohai held up a black umbrella and walked in the direction of the footprints. Soon, Zhang Tuohai came to the place where there were footprints. According to Zhang Tuohai's observation, the person who left the footprints should be a woodcutter, because some nearby trees showed signs of being cut down. And there were also traces of branches dragging on the ground. These marks were obviously not caused by wild animals. Is there intelligent life? This is good news. It can help us understand the situation. Zhang Tuohai held his chin and analyzed. At this moment, Lilith, who had been lying on Zhang Tuohai's shoulder, slowly woke up. Where is this? Lilith asked, rubbing her head. Obviously, she had not recovered from the violent shock. Didn't that man in black robe drag us into the shadows? Then he arrived at this ghost place as soon as he opened his eyes. After walking for a long time, we just saw signs of intelligent life activities. How are you? It's okay. By the way, I remember you said before you fell into coma. Do you know that man in black robe? Who is that guy? He is so powerful that he can actually drag the spaceship you invented. His strength should be pretty good. I can handle it. Him? Zhang Tuohai asked. Faced with a lot of questions from Zhang Tuohai, Lilith couldn't help but rub her head, which was still a little dizzy, and sorted out her thoughts before speaking. I do know that man in black robe. There were 2 righteous gods who led the attack on the heavenly library. One of them was Gaia. He died. The remaining one was called Aleya. Aleya and Gaia similarly. There are 4 demigods under his command, namely disease, famine, war and death. They are called the 4 knights in Aleya's hands. Each of them also holds a part of the power. And the man in black robe is disease. Mainly, his ability is to spread viruses and quickly corrupt people. His one-on-one strength is average, but he is quite powerful in group wars. Compared with you, it's about 50 to 50. Although that guy's strength in single combat is not that good. He is a demigod who has been famous for a long time. After all, you have become a god in too short a time. You are less than 1 year. That guy has been around for who knows how many years, and his background must be deeper than yours. As for this place, Lilith stretched out her hand, inserted it into the ground, and said after a moment, if I guess correctly, this should be Aleya's kingdom of God. What? This is Aleya's kingdom of God? Is it true? Don't lie to me. After hearing Lilith's words, Zhang Tuohai felt as if a bucket of cold water was poured on his head. The heart is soaring. Aleya is a majestic god. In any case, much higher than him. A rookie who has just become a demigod. Moreover, if this is the opponent's kingdom of God, there will be big trouble. According to Zhang Tuohai's feelings, the kingdom of God is equivalent to an extension of the limbs of the gods. Everything that happens in the kingdom of gods cannot escape the eyes of gods. As long as the gods want to, they can appear in any corner of the kingdom of gods in an instant. As long as the gods need it, everything in the kingdom of God is at his disposal. Coupled with the assistance of world consciousness in the kingdom of God, God is almost invincible in the kingdom of God. He only needs twice the same amount of enemies to compete with him. If you, a little rookie, appear in the opponent's kingdom of God, wouldn't you be the meat on the chopping block? Chapter 843 Weird Village. What? You don't believe it? If you don't believe it, you can use the power of the black umbrella to knock on that tree. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's look of disbelief, Lilith pointed to the nearest pine tree. Use the power of the black umbrella. Are you sure? Zhang Tuohai turned around and asked. Of course. You can try it with all your strength, Lilith said. Hearing this, Zhang Tuohai raised his black umbrella and knocked on it fiercely. Boom! The black umbrella hit the huge pine tree. Under normal circumstances, after the pine tree encountered the black umbrella, it would be absorbed by the properties of quantum crystals and be beaten into nothingness. However, at this time, only a large piece of the bark of the pine tree was blown away, and the remaining trunk was still the same as it was before, without disappearing at all. On the contrary, A lot of snow was knocked down by Zhang Tuohai, and it poured all over Zhang Tuohai. Why didn't it disappear? Can you tell me? Zhang Tuohai looked at the huge pine tree in shock. Yes, this tree has been quantized. Not only this tree, but also these fallen leaves, these soil, these snowflakes. The entire world has been quantized. Only a quantized world can resist the characteristics of quantum weapons. In the entire Sea of Chaos, there are only a handful of quantum worlds. To be precise, when the Library of Heaven was still there were only 3 quantum worlds. The Library of Heaven, and the gods of Gaia and Alea. Country. All demigods gather all their resources and supply them to a world to maximize resource utilization. Moreover, those guys don't know how to fill the world with the world, so they can only accumulate it honestly. The speed of quantum crystallization is even slower, unless Alea has more resources to burn and opens a small account. More than 90% of this place is Alea's kingdom of God. Lilith said, if this is really Alea's kingdom of God, wouldn't I be dead? Will that guy catch up and kill me in a minute? Zhang Tuohai asked worriedly. Don't worry. Based on my understanding of Alea, if that guy had nothing to do, he would have come over to hack you a long time ago. We have been here for so long, and he hasn't shown up. That can only mean one thing. What did he do to him? Things got entangled and I couldn't come over. Lilith said. Really? When Lilith said this, Zhang Tuohai's eyes glowed with hope again. Of course, no one can tolerate an uncontrollable existence on their own territory. Don't underestimate the desire of those good gods to control. Especially after Gaia was overthrown by his demigods. Alea will not allow it. There is an uncontrollable force in my hands. Of course, the most important thing is that when I checked just now, I found that the power of this world is mixed and chaotic. Many powers cannot be used normally. I guess there may be something wrong with the core or some rules, causing many rules to fail. It took effect, which may be the reason why Alea couldn't get away. Lilith said. Then we are safe for the time being? Zhang Tuohai was delighted when he heard this. However, although Alea cannot move, the 4 knights under him are not just freeloaders. They are 4 demigods after all, and their strength cannot be underestimated. My suggestion is that while Alea is being held back, it's best to find a chance to escape from this world and think about it long term. Lilith said. Okay, I understand. However, we don't know anything about the situation in this world right now. What I mean is to find the Aborigines first and inquire about the situation, and then make plans. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and said, that's all we have to do. Lilith thought for a while and could only nod in agreement. She has many ways to leave this world. But whether it is making a portal or a giant rocket, a lot of resources are needed. And these need to be exchanged from the indigenous people. The 2 of them alone may not be able to do it in the year of the monkey. Horse and Moon, get it together. Zhang Tuohai took Lilith and walked forward along the footprints. The 2 of them walked for several kilometers. It has to be said that walking in the rugged woods in the snow more than half a foot deep is still very physical. If there is no long-term adaptation, I am afraid that the physical strength will soon be exhausted. Fortunately, Zhang Tuohai is already in the body of a demigod. And Lilith, as the Book of All Laws, is not as powerful as the quantum crystal, but it is definitely extraordinary. So a few hours' journey is nothing to the 2 of them. Soon, the 2 followed the footprints and came to a small mountain village. This small mountain village is located at the foot of the mountain. The sun is almost setting at this time, and the chimneys in the village are already emitting wisps of smoke. It is obviously occupied by people. Go over and have a look. Zhang Tuohai was very excited when he saw the smoke and immediately walked towards the village. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Tuohai found a courtyard that looked pretty neat and knocked on the door. According to Zhang Tuohai's experience, the richest family in a village must have much better knowledge and information channels than the average villager, and they are the best source of information. However, what surprised Zhang Tuohai was that no one came to open the door after he knocked for a long time. He clearly saw someone glancing through the crack of the door, but did not come out to open the door. Instead, they all closed the door tightly and even put out the smoke. What's happening here? Seeing this look, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but scratch his head. In an ordinary world, Zhang Tuohai would probably have climbed over the wall to find out. But this is probably Alea's world. Who knows what will happen? So Zhang Tuohai decided that it would be better to play it safe. He changed houses and continued to knock on the door. What made him depressed was that this family also did the same thing, closing the door and turning off the stove. You know, The stove in this era is directly connected to the heating in the house. Extinguishing the stove is equivalent to directly cutting off the heating in the house. And now the room temperature outside is more than 20 degrees below zero. Why do these villagers prefer to extinguish the smoke and pretend that no one is at home without seeing themselves? Zhang Tuohai instinctively felt that there must be a big problem here. Go ahead and take a look. Zhang Tuohai walked forward, knocking on the door randomly along the way. Thump, 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 thump. The knocks on the door were like a reminder. After a while, all the smoke in the whole village disappeared, and the whole village was silent without a trace of sound. The sky gradually darkened. The sunset was about to fall below the horizon, and Zhang Tuohai gradually lost patience. Just when he was about to find a house to force his way in and ask for information, he suddenly saw a broken courtyard door slightly ajar in the distance. A pair of eyes blinked, and there was no fear in those eyes, more of a curiosity. There seems to be a door here. Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed when he saw this, and immediately strode over. Chapter 844, Inquire About News. Zhang Tuohai walked over quickly, but the door was not closed. The room was dark, and there were no lights on. Therefore, Zhang Tuohai could only see a pair of curious big eyes, and could not see the rest clearly. The eyes were still looking at Zhang Tuohai curiously, but he leaned back slightly, but did not close the door. There is a door! Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed when he saw this, and hurriedly walked over. Hello! We are travelers. We got lost when we got here. Can we stay overnight? We can pay some compensation. As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he took off a bracelet from his wrist. The bracelet was full of gold beads, and was full of weight. Ever since he came into contact with the civilized world, Zhang Tuohai has habitually carried some money with him. This gold bead bracelet is one of them. Gold can be regarded as the most widely circulated valuable item. This thing it can effectively help him solve a lot of unnecessary troubles. Even if he is promoted to a demigod, he still brings a little bit of it with him out of habit. As a result, it is used here. The man in the room hesitated when he saw the golden beads handed to his hand, and then pushed them away. When my brother comes back, you can ask him. My brother went to collect firewood and will be back soon. Zhang Tuohai glanced at it. The stretched out hand was small and thin, with some chilblains and stains on the surface. It looked like it should be a real poor person. It looks pretty normal from now on. Zhang Tuohai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He took out the golden beads with a sense of probing. Now it seems that at least the people in this room are normal on the surface. At least according to his level. From the details can't find any loopholes. After a while, a figure appeared from the foot of the mountain in the distance. The figure was a little short, hunched over, and slowly walked from a distance, dragging a large bundle of firewood. The figure slowly approached, and when the last ray of the sun was about to dissipate, it finally arrived at the entrance of the village. At this time, the man raised his head and happened to see Zhang Tuohai and Lilith standing at the door. The man's expression changed. He dropped the firewood, took out a hatchet from his waist, and ran towards the two of them. The person who came looked like a young man, about 15 or 16 years old. He was wearing a shabby single coat with patches piled on top of each other. The original fabric of the clothes could hardly be seen. The boy's face was sallow. His body was thin, and he was very thin. It looked like he had been suffering from long-term malnutrition. However, a pair of eyes is very bright. The young man ran up to the two of them in a few steps, blocked the wooden door with his body, held the hatchet tightly in his hand, stared and bared his teeth, like a hound ready to attack. Who are you? What are you doing in front of my house? Seeing the young man's appearance, Zhang Tuohai suddenly thought of Ah Wei for some reason. The two faces were completely different, but Zhang Tuohai always felt that they were a little similar. Maybe it's the similarities in personality traits. Zhang Tuohai secretly guessed. Don't worry. We are not bad people, Zhang Tuohai said, spreading his hands to indicate that he did not hold any weapons. We are just two lost travelers. Seeing that it was getting late, we wanted to find a shelter nearby. Stay one night. Don't worry. We won't stay in vain. How about using this golden bead as a gift? Zhang Tuohai said, and handed the golden beads to the young man. Seeing the golden beads in Zhang Tuohai's hand, the young man's eyes widened with a look of horror on his face. He was not just a young man trapped in a mountain village. In order to exchange for necessary daily necessities, he had also followed people in the village to the city. He remembered that the things in the hands of the man in front of him were extremely precious items. Only high-ranking and powerful people could he only has it in his hand. He once asked the knowledgeable people in the village that this thing is extremely valuable. Even if he just cuts off a little, the salt he can get in exchange for it will be enough for him to eat for a lifetime. But the man in front of him actually handed a whole pill in front of him. And all he wanted was to stay overnight. The feeling of being hit by a pie made the boy feel dizzy. However, he quickly regained his composure, glanced at the golden bead in Zhang Tuohai's hand hesitantly, and then pushed it back. I can't accept it. Why? Don't you want it? Isn't it enough? Zhang Tuohai was a little curious. My grandpa told me, don't covet things that don't belong to you. Otherwise, you will cause unstoppable disasters. You gave too much. Take it back. I won't accept it. The young man said firmly. Is it because of this? It's interesting. Zhang Tuohai felt that this young man was interesting. He could actually refuse a large amount of wealth at his fingertips under such conditions. He was definitely not an ordinary person. If this was an ordinary world of imaginary numbers, Zhang Tuohai could even wonder if the other party was the son of fate. Aren't the prices equal? Then exchange it for another one. Zhang Tuohai turned around to look around. And coincidentally, a baby chicken flew past a patch of grass. Whoosh! The golden bead in Zhang Tuohai's hand shot out directly, piercing the chicken's neck in one fell swoop. The chicken flapped its wings twice and fell to the ground. Zhang Tuohai walked over, picked up the baby chicken, stuffed it into the boy's hand, and said with a smile, this thing should be enough. Right? The young man looked at the chicken in his hand in astonishment, his mouth wide open, with a look of disbelief on his face. He had no idea how Zhang Tuohai knocked down the pheasant. The other party didn't seem to even move his hands. A golden light flashed, and the chicken fell down, and its neck was broken. The method was very similar to the witchcraft in Grandpa's story. Could it be that these two people in front of me are monsters? Want to eat yourself? However, the boy quickly rejected this idea. If the monster really wanted to eat him, there would be no need to go to such trouble. Just do it, since they are not eating from him. What these people want to do has nothing to do with him. They just come in and stay for one night. No big deal. If this young chicken is taken apart and mixed with chaff and eaten slowly, it will be enough for him and his sister to eat for a month. The feathers can even be used to make a blanket for his sister. He remembered that the rich people in the city liked to use beautiful feathers to make cloaks. If they wore them, they would be very warm. With the blanket, my sister no longer has to sleep on the cold wooden bed. Okay, come in. Remember, it's only for one night. The young man hesitated for a long time, then finally nodded, pushed open the wooden door, and let Zhang Tuohai and Lilith in. Thank you. Zhang Tuohai's heart was full of joy. It would be great to have a breakthrough. As long as there is a breakthrough, the rest will be easy to handle. Chapter 845. Who is the ghost? The boy's home was very simple. A little too simple. The room was not big, with only a lame wooden bed and a cabinet. The cabinet was used as a bed leg to cushion the foot of the bed. There are two wooden bowls placed on the cabinet, which apparently also serve as tables. There is a stove in the corner, with a small pile of firewood piled next to it, and a small axe standing next to it. Next to the stove, there are two old jars with lids on them. I don't know what they contain. Other than that, there is nothing else. In the true sense, the house is bare. The big eyes that had been waiting at the door saw the young man coming in, and immediately ran over and hid behind the young man, looking timidly at Zhang Tuohai and Lilith. Is there anything going on at home? No outsiders are coming, the boy asked Big Eyes. Big Eyes shook his head. That's good. Just wait. There's something delicious to eat today. The young man skillfully came to the stove, scooped some water from a jar, took out 2 flints from the stove, and picked some dry thin pine branches from the firewood pile on the side as kindling. After a while, the flames had rose in the stove. The young man took some chaff from another vat, poured it into the pot, broke the chicken into small pieces, threw part of it into the pot, tied the rest with a rope, and hung it on the beam. The young man did it very quickly, seemingly unprepared, and exposed his back to Zhang Tuohai. However, the corner of his eye was always staring at Zhang Tuohai and Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai also felt that it was understandable to be wary of the young man. If 2 unknown strangers came to his home, he would treat them in the same way. No. If the Tianli library was broken into, he would have called out the self-propelled machines and Wanwan. The Book of Law and the Will of the World were copied. By the way, can I ask a question? Seeing that the young man was almost busy with his work, Zhang Tuohai finally spoke. You say. When the young man heard this, he immediately turned around and unconsciously touched the hatchet at his waist. When I first came to the village, I saw smoke rising from many homes. However, when I knocked on the door, many people put out the smoke. No matter how hard I knocked, no one answered. What's going on? Thing? Zhang Tuohai asked curiously. After hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, the young man's face turned livid instantly. You mean, you saw smoke from the house? The young man asked tremblingly. Yeah. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Zhang Tuohai asked curiously. A group of bandits came to the village half a month ago. Just when night fell, the bandits robbed the only remaining food in the village. Not satisfied, they finally killed all the people in the village and dragged them back to be used as food. Now, the village has become an empty village. Where did the people come from? The young man said, his voice trembling. Wu Cao. Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but tremble in his heart when he heard the young man's words. If everything the boy said was true, then what did he see in the village during the day? Ghost? At this moment, Lilith, who had been looking at the room, suddenly spoke. Let me ask, how do you know all this? Although your house is a bit remote, it is still close to the village. If the robber comes in, there will be no reason to let you go. How did you survive? How did I survive? How did I survive? After hearing Lilith's question, the boy couldn't help mumbling to himself. He covered his head with his hands and squatted down slowly. He felt his mind was about to explode. He desperately wanted to recall how he survived. However, the memory of that day was a mess. He wanted to see clearly, but he couldn't see clearly. The young man squatted on the ground in pain, hammering his head with both hands. Brother, what's wrong with you? Brother! Upon seeing this, Big Eyes immediately squatted beside the young man and shouted anxiously. I hid my sister in the hole at the bottom of the tank that day, and I hid under the bed. A robber wanted to move the tank to check the situation. I was afraid that he would find out. So he rushed out from under the bed and beat him with a knife. Cut off his legs. His screams attracted other robbers. There were too many of them. And then, I died. After saying this, the young man's body suddenly stopped trembling, and he slowly raised his head, staring at Zhang Tuohai. At this time, his eyes were filled with blood-red color, and the surface of his body was covered with a layer of black mist. The mist floated like black flames. Why? You have to remind me of all this. The boy's body began to fade. Literally. Zhang Tuohai watched with his own eyes as the color on the boy's body slowly faded, eventually turning into pure black. Roar! When the last ray of color on the boy's body faded, the boy's figure completely changed. His body was stretched taller. His hands turned into sharp claws, and he fiercely grabbed Zhang Tuohai. What is this? Is it a ghost? Zhang Tuohai thought as he took out his umbrella and moved upward to parry. Boom! With a muffled sound, Zhang Tuohai directly knocked the ghost that the boy had turned into away. The ghost hit the wall, then bounced back and fell to the ground. Looking at the ghost figure falling to the ground, Zhang Tuohai frowned. He had just used the properties of quantum crystals, but the ghost had no impact at all and was just knocked away. This situation becomes troublesome. What is going on? Are everyone here quantified? Or do people in the quantum world have special characteristics that allow them to ignore attacks with quantum crystal characteristics? Zhang Tuohai secretly guessed. If it's the latter, it's better. But if it's the former, doesn't it mean that everyone in the quantum world is born a demigod? Zhang Tuohai felt a little scared in his heart. However, Zhang Tuohai knew that now was not the time to think about this. The first thing to do now was to kill the ghost while it was weak. He raised the black umbrella in his hand and continued to attack the black shadow. Just when the black umbrella in his hand was about to attack the ghost, the big-eyed little girl who had been hiding behind the boy suddenly rushed out from behind and hugged Zhang Tuohai's black umbrella. Please, don't kill my brother. He is a good man. Please. The girl held Zhang Tuohai's umbrella and said loudly, he has turned into a ghost. Stay away. Otherwise, it will kill you too. Zhang Tuohai said with a frown. No, don't. He is my brother. He is a good man. He will not do anything to me. Please, give him a chance. I can take him out of here. I won't let you see it. By the way, that one the chickens will also be returned to you. We don't want anything. The big-eyed girl held Zhang Tuohai's umbrella and cried. Zhang Tuohai frowned when he saw this. Just when he was about to make a move, Lilith suddenly grabbed his sleeve. Dad, don't act in a hurry. There seems to be a chance for things to turn around. Madhu was served. Melancholy. Chapter 846 Ghost Shadow. Is there really room for change? Zhang Tuohai asked. If it were someone else, Zhang Tuohai might not believe it. But he would listen to Lilith's words. Well, I feel the sin of luck in her. She should be an important person. If I follow her, I might be able to find the Sun of Luck, or even touch the core of this world. Lilith's eyes lit up. Really? Zhang Tuohai glanced at the thin girl with ragged clothes and a layer of dust on her face, and the young man who had turned into a slender ghost and was showing his teeth. He really couldn't combine the two of them with the Son of Destiny. However, since Lilith mentioned it, it means that the two of them still have something. Even if he is not the Son of Luck, he is still a supporting character with some drama. If you follow them, you might be able to find the Son of Luck. Zhang Tuohai took the umbrella back. You can let me go! But he turned into a ghost after all. Can you control him? If you can't control him, he will eventually harm others. I have to take responsibility for the human race. Zhang Tuohai said with burning eyes. Hearing Zhang Tuohai relent, the little girl's face lit up and she quickly said, I have a way. There is a shrine not far from here. The gods inside are very effective. It must have a way to cure my brother. Oh, is there such a thing? In order to prove that what you said is true, and also for the safety of other human races, I must go with you. If the gods cannot heal your brother, for the safety of the human race, I must not no more purifying him. Zhang Tuohai pointed at his brother, who had turned into a lanky ghost. Thank you. Thank you so much. After hearing what Zhang Tuohai said, the little girl quickly agreed with a look of joy on her face. Her brother was finally saved. It's getting late. I'll take you to the shrine right now, the little girl said, carrying her brother behind her back and standing up. The little girl's brother was originally a head taller than the little girl. After turning into a lanky ghost, his body became even longer. He was at least 2 or 3 times as tall as the little girl. Even though he was carried on the little girl's back, his body was still bigger. Part of it is dragging on the ground, extending out very long and flat, like a black cloak. Although the little girl's brother is tall and tall, after the transformation, the weight of his body has been reduced a lot. Even a little girl with an obviously malnourished and thin body can easily carry it on his back. I can do it! The little girl grabbed her brother's arms and smiled at Zhang Tuohai. Well, let's get ready to go out. By the way, I don't know your name yet. Zhang Tuohai suddenly turned around and asked. Me? My name is Mosey. The little girl obviously didn't expect that Zhang Tuohai would ask her name. She even thought about it for a moment before saying slowly, Good name. Zhang Tuohai opened the door and walked out. At this time, it was completely dark outside. A crescent moon hung in the sky, illuminating the snow. The visibility was slightly lower than during the day. You didn't even need to wear night vision goggles to see everything around you clearly. Where is the shrine? Zhang Tuohai asked. After leaving the village, walk along the road towards the foot of the mountain. In about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, you will see the stone steps going up the mountain. Follow the stone steps all the way up, and you will reach the shrine. Mosey pulled his brother's arm upward and said, Walk. Zhang Tuohai followed the direction pointed by Mosey, and walked towards the shrine. After taking only 2 steps, he noticed a problem. Although the village was extremely quiet, Zhang Tuohai could clearly feel that there were pairs of eyes peering in the dark corners. This is the intuition he developed after fighting countless battles. Has a problem. Zhang Tuohai stopped. They are some energy body creatures. If I guess correctly, these energy bodies are the villagers. They have been dead for a long time, but they did not accept the reality of death. According to the special rules here, they turned into ghosts. He can maintain his human form during the day and return to his ghost form at night. Just like Mosey's brother, Lilith said. Really? If that's the case, then we can wait for a while. I'll also see what the ghosts in this world are like and how many abilities they have. Zhang Tuohai said, and suddenly turned to look at Mosey. If I can deal with these if it's a ghost, do you have any objection? Huh? Oh, no. No objection. Mosey looked suspiciously on both sides and found nothing. At this moment, a ghost finally couldn't bear it anymore, bounced up and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai's direction. The ghost was 5 or 6 meters long, with its feet still standing in the shadow, and its body already in front of Zhang Tuohai. The ghost opened its big mouth, split open in an instant, stretched to about 2 meters in height, and bit into Zhang Tuohai. Boom! Zhang Tuohai waved his hand and hit the ghost on the head with a black umbrella. The ghost was hit and flew back into the shadows like a baseball. At this moment, From the shadow behind Zhang Tuohai, a ghost rushed out. Its hands turned into sickle-like claws and grabbed Zhang Tuohai's back. However, before its sharp claws touched Zhang Tuohai's back, Zhang Tuohai had already turned back and struck the ghost's head with a vertical slash from the black umbrella in his hand. Boom! With a muffled sound, the black umbrella directly defeated the ghost's shadow. The originally solid ghost film fragments shattered into strands of black energy, dispersing into the air. Oh! It's all fancy! But that's all! Feeling the strength in his hands, Zhang Tuohai showed a look of disdain on his face. Although these ghosts can ignore the special characteristics of quantum crystals, this does not mean that they are invincible. As long as the attack is strong enough, they can still be completely defeated. Who else? Zhang Tuohai glanced at the shadows around him, holding a black umbrella in his hand and looking proud. It had been a long time since he had been so hands-on. For a moment, he felt his blood boiling again, as if he had regained the feeling of participating in the battle for the first time. Uneasy yet excited, the ghost figures around him couldn't help but hesitate when they saw their shattered companions. Although they are ghosts, they have maintained some of their original consciousness and are still afraid. Otherwise, they would not be so scared by Zhang Tuohai that they would not dare to go out. However, the aura of a living person exuded by Zhang Tuohai was like a piece of sweet cake, attracting them and making them want to devour it involuntarily. Fear and greed coexist in their hearts. Will I come out? If I don't come out, I have to leave, Zhang Tuohai said, holding up the black umbrella and preparing to leave. Seeing that Zhang Tuohai was about to leave, these ghosts could no longer hold back. The greed in their hearts overwhelmed the fear of death, and they all showed their claws and rushed out from the hiding shadows. Chapter 847 New Skill. Demon Killer. The Black Lotus blooms. Seeing the ghosts coming from all directions, Zhang Tuohai raised the black umbrella. The umbrellas of the black umbrella opened like layers of a black lotus. As if pressing the pause button, the ghosts all stopped in place, maintaining postures ready to pounce. A breeze blew by, and the black lotus flowers scattered into petals and scattered around. The lotus petals flew away and fell on the ghost figures. As soon as the ghostly bodies came into contact with the black lotus petals, they melted away instantly like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, turning into strands of black energy and dissipating. In just a moment, all the ghosts that rushed out disappeared without a trace. It's not that bad. Zhang Tuohai curled his lips. He thought how powerful these ghosts could be. But the result was just like that. One AoE ultimate move, and they all died. Has the data been collected? Zhang Tuohai turned back to Lilith and asked. I collected part of it, but the speed was too fast just now, and some of it was not recorded. Please go slower next time. Lilith took out a tablet and said while recording the data. Zhang Tuohai. Okay, I've recorded the rough data. If I have the opportunity, I'll hit a few more waves and add detailed information. As she spoke, Lilith put the tablet away. Maybe we don't have to wait until next time, Zhang Tuohai said quietly. No. You mean? Yes. The test samples have arrived, Zhang Tuohai said, and looked towards the other end of the village, where the sound of horse hooves sounded. Soon, a group of people riding tall horses rushed through the village's dirt road and came directly in front of Zhang Tuohai and others. The leader even stepped in front of Zhang Tuohai before reining in the reins. You! The horse's front hooves were raised high and almost kicked Zhang Tuohai in the face. The leader glanced at Zhang Tuohai, and his eyes lit up when he saw the clothes on his body. The fabric of Zhang Tuohai's clothes was extraordinary. Although he didn't recognize it, he could feel that the clothes Zhang Tuohai wore were better than those worn by ordinary businessmen, and even better than those worn by many nobles in the city. Get rich. This was the first thought in the leader's mind. Hand over your belongings. The leader drew out the saber from his waist and shouted loudly. The people around also shouted in unison, riding horses and shaking the scimitars in their hands, looking like they were showing off their strength. When Mosey saw this scene, his little face turned pale with fright, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. Are you so eager to die? If that's the case, then I will help you. As Zhang Tuohai spoke, the black umbrella in his hand poked the man's chest. Puff. There was a muffled sound, and a hole was poked in the man's chest. But not a drop of blood flowed out. Only a black hole. Ah! The leader screamed, and his body turned into a mass of black fragments, which then dissipated into the air. The people around were stunned when they saw that the leader was dead. The leader was almost invincible in their eyes. Several of them together were no match for the leader. They had never thought about this situation, and were stunned for a moment. In place. But Zhang Tuohai did not stop. Before he took action, he had made plans to clean up these bandits. The black umbrella in his hand flew up and down, beating several bandits around him into pieces. Seeing this, the remaining bandits turned their horses and prepared to run away. At this time, Zhang Tuohai raised the black umbrella in his hand. Black Feather Whirlwind! As soon as he finished speaking, several cross marks composed of black feathers swept towards the surrounding bandits like a whirlwind. Puff puff. A series of sounds of sharp weapons entering the body were heard, and the soft-looking cross mark directly cut a tall and powerful robber into two pieces. As the rabbit rose and the falcon fell, several bandits were all killed, and no one was caught. The speed was so fast that even Mosey didn't react. 1 second she was still scared, and the next second, those robbers had returned to their origins. All this happened so fast that she didn't expect it. She was stunned on the spot for a moment. Her little mouth opened wide, not knowing what to do. How about it? Is it recorded this time? Zhang Tuohai asked, wiping his hands. Just give it a try. Next time, it will last longer. Use more tricks, and make more preparations, so that the data will be comprehensive. Didn't I tell you? Don't always be so fast, Lilith said while collecting data. Zhang Tuohai, although what Lilith was talking about was on a technical level, he always felt that something was not quite right. Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to retort, his sixth sense suddenly warned that someone was peeping in the dark, and his strength was not weak. Who? Zhang Tuohai suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of his gaze. I saw a figure standing on the top of the archway at the entrance of the village. Because of the angle, Zhang Tuohai could only see the silhouette of the other party. The figure was dressed in a smart outfit, with long hair tied into a single ponytail hanging behind her back. She had a long knife in her hand and a wine gourd at her waist, looking like a hero. Seeing Zhang Tuohai looking in his direction, the man knew that his hiding place had been exposed, and jumped down generously, as if he didn't care. After jumping down, Zhang Tuohai looked at the other person's face. Unfortunately, the other person's face was wearing a mask, and he couldn't see clearly what he looked like. Who are you? What are you doing here? Zhang Tuohai couldn't figure out where the other party was coming from, and didn't dare to take action easily. You're not bad at it. If you pass the test, kill the remaining ghost, and I'll give you half of the reward. The masked man held the long knife in both hands, and said arrogantly. Huh? After hearing what the other party said, Zhang Tuohai turned back, and glanced at Mosey and her brother behind him. You want me to kill them? Why? Zhang Tuohai asked calmly. The masked man obviously didn't expect Zhang Tuohai to ask such a question. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and even stopped touching the wine bottle. Why? The masked man's voice was full of confusion. Isn't it the duty of a demon slayer to slay demons? Why do you still ask why? Demon Slayer? Is this the name of your organization? Or a name for people like you? Zhang Tuohai asked. Of course it's our organization. Halfway through the sentence, the faceless man finally realized that the man in front of him was actually lying. Everyone knows how to slay demons, but this person in front of him looks like he has never heard of it at all. There is something wrong with that. Thinking of this, the faceless man cheered up, clenched the handle of the knife in his hand, and his eyes became sharp, and the previous laziness disappeared. Everyone in the world knows that I am a demon slayer. Why don't you know? Who are you? Chapter 848 Farewell Courtyard. Seeing the masked man falling out whenever he wanted, Zhang Tuohai's face didn't look good either. This is a dog-faced person, so it changes at will. He turned to Mosey and asked, Do you know what kind of demon slayer this is? Mosey immediately shook his head after hearing this. Do you know? Zhang Tuohai asked Lilith. Lilith rolled her eyes at him and cooperated. I didn't know it originally, but I found out after he said that. Look, you said that everyone in the world knows it, but I found 3 people who don't know it right now. Could it be that you plan to expel us all? If so, what is the name of your demon slayer? It's not appropriate. It's more appropriate to kill everyone, Zhang Tuohai said carelessly with a black umbrella on his shoulders. Since there is a conflict of interest between the two parties, there is nothing to say. Anyway, it all depends on who has the stronger knife in the end. So why are you so polite? Hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, the masked man's hand holding the knife handle tightened. Demons are rampant in the world, and ordinary people are powerless to face the demons, so they can only wait and become the rations of the demons. And they, the demon slayers, rely on their special abilities to kill demons and save the people from the demons. so they should be admired by thousands of people. After hearing the name, it is also appropriate to kneel down and give thanks. But now someone actually disdained him in front of him and trampled on the pride in his heart. How could he accept this? He felt that his dignity had been offended. Untouchable! You dare to insult the demon slayer! I will use your blood to wash away the shame! As the masked man spoke, he pulled out the long knife from his waist and slashed at Zhang Tuohai. The long knife at his waist is long and narrow, with a long and narrow blade, as bright as snow. The blade is engraved with red runes, revealing a hint of weirdness in its coquettishness. The runes on this long knife are a bit interesting. It's best to get them and let me study them carefully. Lilith's eyes lit up when she saw the long knife, and she said immediately, You want this too? Okay. Wait. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tuohai changed his attack routine, and the black umbrella in his hand was changed into a stab, and he stabbed towards the masked man's face. The black umbrella in his hand is longer than the masked man's long knife. If both parties continue according to the moves in front of them, Zhang Tuohai will definitely stab the faceless man in the head before being hit by the long knife. After weighing it in his mind, the faceless man drew his sword to block. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tuohai's move was a false move. As soon as he retracted his long sword, Zhang Tuohai found an opportunity and struck with the black umbrella. With a flip, it directly suppressed the long knife in the faceless man's hand. Anyone who has played Weapon Strike knows that once the weapon is suppressed by the opponent, death will occur in the next second. The faceless man naturally understands. However, he believes that he has other abilities, and this rule may not apply to him. Flaming knife! The mask uttered 3 words, and a surge of energy flowed into the long knife. The red runes on the long knife instantly became more alluring. Red flames emerged from the blade and wrapped the long knife. Not only that, the red flames also spread along the masked man's hands towards his body. In the blink of an eye, the masked man's whole body was wrapped in flames, like Ashura who came out of hell. Ha! The masked man was about to say something with a long knife in his hand, but Zhang Tuohai had already dodged and came behind him, and hit the back of the man's neck hard with the black umbrella in his hand. Boom! Well, plop. The masked man fell to the ground like a torn bag. The red flames lost control, slowly faded away, and finally disappeared into the long knife again. How long has it been since you started doing battle transformation? Besides, don't you think your forward swing is too long? Zhang Tuohai shook his head, took the masked man's long knife out of his hand, and threw it to Lilith. Is this thing useful? Zhang Tuohai asked. It's interesting. Although this knife is only made of fine iron, after engraved with these runes, it can produce special changes and can kill ghosts of energy bodies. This shows that there is something special about these runes. Yes, during this period, although Xiao Ai has cracked a lot of runes, this aspect is our shortcoming. This time, we just took the opportunity to collect more. Even if we can't crack them in batches, we only found some fragments of the finished product. It's not a loss, Lilith said. That's it. Hearing Lilith's words, Zhang Tuohai felt hot in his heart, since it was useful to him. He couldn't just take it lightly. When he had the opportunity, he must go to the headquarters of these demon slayers. It would be best to use all the applicable tools. Rune passages are collected. However, these are things for the future. Now, all you need to do is follow Mosey through the plot. Okay, all the troublemakers have been dealt with. It's time for us to get on the road. If we delay for a long time, we may not be able to save your brother. Zhang Tuohai kicked the masked man aside and said to Mosey, Oh. Mosey originally wanted to say something, but as soon as he heard, if it's too late, I won't be able to save my brother, he immediately forgot everything else. At this moment, nothing is as important as my brother. Mosey pulled up her brother's arms and ran quickly towards the shrine, her brother's long legs dragging behind, leaving 2 traces. Let's go too. Zhang Tuohai followed with Lilith. Well, Lilith was pulled forward by Zhang Tuohai while studying the long knife in her hand. The group of people came to the foot of the mountain, and what appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai was a winding stone step. The step was made of large bluestone, which was rough, but also very textured. The group of people climbed up the stairs. Zhang Tuohai looked left and right as he walked. There are dense pine trees on both sides, and the depths are so dark that even the moonlight cannot shine through. It is a truly dark place. In the darkness, Zhang Tuohai also felt that there seemed to be malicious eyes staring at them. However, this gaze seems to be non-existent, intermittent, and does not last. There's something weird about this place. Zhang Tuohai tightened his grip on the black umbrella in his hand and became more alert. Here we are. This is the shrine. I don't know how long they walked, but Mosey suddenly stopped and said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tuohai quickly raised his head and looked forward. At this time, they had arrived near the top of the mountain. The terrain here suddenly opened up, and the dense woods disappeared, turning into a magnificent shrine. Outside was a circle of red walls, and a tall gate tower stood in front of everyone. There are 3 big characters written on the iron hook and silver painting Farewell Courtyard. Chapter 849 A Rare Opportunity. Is this the place you mentioned? Zhang Tuohai looked up at the black plaque and felt that it was filled with a powerful force. He didn't know whether it could cure Brother Mosey's ghosting problem, but the people inside were definitely not easy to mess with. At least 100 times stronger than the masked man who claimed to be a demon slayer. Sister Hua, open the door quickly. Something happened to my brother. Just when Zhang Tuohai felt the breath, Mosey had already rushed over and slapped the iron ring on the door. Crunch! The vermilion door slowly opened, revealing the corridor leading inside. But what was strange was that there were no people on both sides of the door, as if the door opened on its own. Mosey didn't take it seriously at all, and walked inside with his brother on his back. It's interesting. Is it the power of runes? Zhang Tuohai turned to Lilith and asked. It was not detected. It should be other means. Lilith glanced at her bracelet and said, By the way, after entering here, Mosey's luck is rising rapidly, and it has reached the level of an important supporting role in the plot. Moreover, looking at the situation, it seems that there is still room for improvement. Oh, there is such a thing? Zhang Tuohai heard this and looked at Mosey's figure with a different meaning in his eyes. It seems that it's not that simple here. Zhang Tuohai glanced around, then followed Mosey's footsteps and walked towards the interior of the shrine. Everyone passed through the empty first-floor courtyard and entered the second-floor courtyard through the side door. In the center of the courtyard is a huge lotus pond. The lotus flowers in the pond are all blooming contrary to seasonal norms. A ray of moonlight fills the courtyard. In the center of the lotus pond is a small pavilion. A woman in gorgeous clothes is sitting in the pavilion. He closed his eyes and said nothing. Sister Hua, please help me quickly. My brother is almost done. Mosey dragged his brother and ran towards the pavilion. The woman in the pavilion opened her eyes and couldn't help but sigh when she saw the ghost on Mosey's back. She slowly said, Mosey, your brother has become a ghost. He has become separated from yin and yang. It is difficult to recover. As God does. If you make one wrong move, even you may be wiped out. So why bother? Why not follow me and cultivate in the Farewell Courtyard? At least I can protect you from worries for the rest of your life. No, Sister Hua, I just want my brother back. If he can't come back, there's no point in living alone. Please, tell me what to do. Mosey knelt in front of the woman and begged. Well, as expected, it seems that this is your destiny. The woman sighed, raised one hand, and petals fell from the air, creating a colorful scene of fallen flowers in the courtyard. A ray of light white moonlight shone on the ghostly shadow of his brother behind Mosey. The tall ghostly shadow began to shrink slowly, and gradually turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared into Mosey's body. When all the ghosts disappeared into Mosey's body, the moonlight and flower petals disappeared, as if they had never appeared again. What's happening here? Zhang Tuohai stared at everything in the field curiously, turned back to Lilith and asked, Do you understand? A special energy field was found on the detector. However, because the time was too short, it could not be fully analyzed. It would have been better if the time had been longer. It seemed to have brought her closer to the laboratory. Lilith's eyes shone brightly, as if she were looking at a beautiful woman. Although, that woman is indeed very beautiful. Don't make any moves first, and let's take a look at the situation. Don't forget our most important purpose. Zhang Tuohai said quietly to Lilith. To put it bluntly, I can carry it clearly. Lilith rolled her eyes at Zhang Tuohai. When the two of them were muttering, Sister Hua was still giving instructions to Mosey. I used a secret method to seal your brother behind your back, making him your spirit behind you. However, this is just a temporary measure. In fact, what he left in you is no longer a real soul, but a guardian. Your obsession. When you are in danger, his obsession will turn into a spirit behind you and come out to protect you. However, the energy of obsession is finite and cannot be recovered. When the obsession is exhausted, the spirit behind you he has completely disappeared. If you want to really find your brother, you must go to the underworld to find your brother's soul. Otherwise, Your brother will eventually be reincarnated, and the cause and effect between you will be severed. Sister Hua said slowly. Sister Hua, please tell me how to get to the underworld. After hearing this, Mosey immediately counted again. Mosey, do you really want to go? The underworld is not an ordinary place. There are countless powerful powers there. After you go there, it is very likely that not only will you not be able to find your brother back, but you may even lose your own soul. Do you really want to go? Why don't you want to stay with me? And you can still be safe for the rest of your life. Sister Hua lamented. Sister Hua, please make it happen. Mosey lay on the ground and couldn't kneel for a long time. Forget it. If you want to go to the underworld, you need to go to Qianji City first, cross the Wuyang Mountain, and cross the Wanchuan River. Only then can you finally reach the underworld. The hardships and dangers during this period are countless. Did you know? If you want to turn back now, there is still a chance. Opportunity. If you step out of this courtyard, there will be no turning back. Sister Hua said. Thank you, Sister Hua, for your support. I am willing to go. No matter how difficult it is, I will get my brother's soul back. Mosey cowed out again. Her luck has improved again. And now she is only half a step away from being the heroine. Lilith said. Is it improved again? This Mosey is really a hidden master. Hearing Lilith's words, Zhang Tuohai was filled with joy. Originally he just helped a little girl, but unexpectedly, he grew up to become a heroine. In the world of luck, growing up to be a heroine is not a simple matter. It can be said that the core of the entire world will revolve around her. As long as you follow her and go all the way, you can come into contact with the core of the world. This is Aleya's Kingdom of God. The Kingdom of God. Moreover, it is still a senior quantum world that is only half a step away from the world of Siren. In such a world, as long as you enter the core and even just look at the rules and structure inside, it will be of great benefit to Zhang Tuohai. If he can learn the core technology of this world, it will also play an important role in facing Aleya in the future. After all, Aleya also holds a lot of authority in his hands. Those are all fragments of the Gate of Truth. And sooner or later, they will be hostile to each other. If you can't take this opportunity to learn more about the enemy's cards, when will you wait? Zhang Tuohai immediately made up his mind to follow Mosey. By the way, Aleya didn't pay attention to us. Right? Zhang Tuohai asked quietly. Well, there is no sense of voyeurism, which is what makes me strange. Lilith pushed up her rimless glasses and said, It stands to reason that we have been in this world for so long. Even if Aleya doesn't pay attention to us, the will of the world should also pay attention. Not to mention that there is a tip from the plague guy. They should have turned their attention to it long ago. But no one paid attention at all. As if we never existed. It is really strange. This is not consistent with common sense at all. I suspect that something is wrong with this world. Otherwise, this situation would not happen. There's something wrong with the world. That's great. Zhang Tuohai became excited after hearing this. Aleya is a majestic righteous god. If he really spares the time to end it personally, he will have to use all his strength to escape. If there is a problem in the Kingdom of God as Lilith analyzed, it will be a once-in-a-lifetime event. Good opportunity. There is a problem in the Kingdom of Zhongshan, which is rare in thousands of years. If he couldn't take advantage of this opportunity to see Aleya's underwear clearly, he himself would not forgive himself. Let's do it. This opportunity is rare. I have decided to follow Mosey to the underworld to see what the core of this world is like. Zhang Tuohai is gearing up and preparing to take advantage of this rare opportunity to make a big splash. Chapter 850 War Demigod Mars. After making up his mind, Zhang Tuohai immediately figured out how to maximize his profits. Mosey, a half-lucky heroine, must be around. As long as you follow her, you can find the core of the world. There is even a chance to directly enter the back of the world and face the underlying code of the world. After several in-depth exchanges with Alice, Zhang Tuohai realized that it was not that easy to enter the back side of the world. You could get inside by just making a small opening. To do this, you have to find the weakest point in the world, and then use special means to break open the area and create a crack before you can sneak in. And this weakest point is not something that can be encountered casually. It is the backdoor left by the will of the world to the Son of Destiny. Only by following the Son of Destiny can you have a great chance of finding it. Even if it was for the underlying code of this world, he would still stay with Mosey. In addition to Mosey, Zhang Tuohai also targeted this Huajie. Before Mosey entered here, he was just a small fortune teller, only a little better than passers-by. But as soon as he entered here, his luck suddenly increased, and he was only half a step away from the heroine. It can be seen that this place must not be as simple as it appears. And it may be a key note of the plot. According to Alice's experience, such key places or people play an important role. If you can gather them together, try to gather them around you. These people have the highest chance of awakening. Many of the backbones of the Tower of Babel are from among these people. Born in. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai slowly came to the pavilion. However, just as he was about to speak, a woman named Sister Hua interrupted him. I know what you are going to say, but this is not in line with the rules and is not the best method. Please follow your destiny and go step by step. At the end of the day, you'll get everything you need. As soon as Sister Hua finished speaking, petals fell one by one, and Zhang Tuohai's vision became hazy. When his vision returned to clarity, Zhang Tuohai was shocked to find that he had arrived outside the shrine, facing the mountain road he came from. Did you send me out directly? Zhang Tuohai looked back and saw that the 2 vermilion doors had already been closed. Lilith and Mosey were standing beside him. Good guy. It's okay if you just kick me out. Zhang Tuohai hasn't experienced this feeling for a long time. Ever since he became a demigod, no matter which world he went to, the will of the world would personally come out to serve him, and he was driven out by the natives. It's a feeling I haven't experienced in a long time. According to Zhang Tuohai's usual temper, he would definitely go in and argue. However, Sister Hua's words seemed to have a deep meaning, which made Zhang Tuohai hesitate. Not in compliance with the rules, not the best method, follow the footsteps of fate, get everything. Zhang Tuohai chewed on the few words left by Sister Hua. These words may seem a bit confusing at first, similar to those used by magicians to deceive people, but after careful consideration, there seems to be some metaphor in them. Could it be that there is something unspeakable hidden in this? Zhang Tuohai looked back at Lilith. What clues do you have? I just felt a hint of familiarity. However, this feeling was too weak. It must have gone through many layers of barriers, so it is difficult to analyze anything useful. Lilith shook her head slightly. However, I can feel a hint of kindness in it. Is it a kindness? That's fine. Zhang Tuohai nodded. This is a righteous kingdom. It is a rare gift to not feel any malice here, let alone goodwill. Since someone has helped make the arrangements, let's just follow the road. In this case, let's set off towards the underworld. According to the route, we must first go to Thousand Machine City. By the way, do you know how to get to Thousand Machine City? Zhang Tuohai asked Mosey. He had just arrived in this world less than half a day ago, and his eyesight went dark. Even though he knew the road map, he still didn't know how to go. I don't know either. Mosey's face was slightly red. She was just a little girl who grew up in the countryside. She spent most of her time traveling around the village. The villa was her largest area of activity. It was really difficult for her to guide her. I don't know how to get to Qianji City. No, but if we follow this road, we will definitely be able to go to a big city. Caravans usually take this road when passing by. We can go to the big city after we get there. Go and find out. Mosey locked his neck and pointed to a fork in the road. Well, it's up to you. Let's go this way. Since it is the half-step heroine who has spoken, Zhang Tuohai naturally agrees with both hands. When you are lost, if you can't make up your mind, it is definitely right to follow these lucky people. Not only can you find the right path, but you may also be able to find the right path. Get some benefits by the way. Let's go! Let's go! The group of people walked toward the distance along the road. Not long after, there was a sound of horse hooves from the direction of the village, and a group of black-armored knights rode into the village on tall horses. Kill all the creatures you see, whether they are humans or ghosts. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. Don't delay His Majesty Aleya's plan. A skeleton wearing black armor and a white crown roared loudly, the fire of the soul burning in his eyes. If Lilith were here, she would definitely recognize this guy's identity. He is one of the 4 demigods under Aleya, the war demigod Mars. Follow your orders. Many black-armored knights divided into small teams and rushed towards the areas they were responsible for. Their movements were extremely skillful, as if they had done it many times. Soon, the black-armored knights discovered something strange and immediately came back to report. Your Majesty Mars, something has happened in the village. All the robbers have been killed, but most of the ghosts of the villagers are hiding in the houses. Intact. No damage. Those are not important. What about Mosey and Wanda? I just want their heads. Mars roared angrily. No, it's gone, the black-armored knight said tremblingly. Trash. Mars slapped him, sending the black-armored knight's head flying away. The black-armored knight still knelt on the spot and did not dare to move even half a step. His head was desperately rolling back, trying to return to his body. Pull out those villagers and ask them where Mosey is gone. I must know her whereabouts. The fire of the soul rose in Mars's eyes. I found out clearly that he was taken away by two strange strangers, and it seems that he was headed towards the Farewell Hospital. The black-armored knight pressed the head that had rolled to his side back onto his neck and said cautiously, "Farewell to the courtyard. It actually went on the plot track." A trace of anger flashed in Mars's eyes. Now Sir Aleya has reached a critical moment. He must not complete the plot. Bring everyone together and follow me. We must kill Mosey in the Beeling courtyard. Lord Mars, the ghosts of these villagers. Kill them all if they are in the way. Yes. Many black knights raised their swords and chopped the ghosts of the villagers into pieces. Then they got on their horses and formed a black river, rushing towards the courtyard. Chapter 851 Flowers and Birds Scroll. The black torrent had just reached the foot of the mountain at Bilyuan, and large sharp bamboo joints suddenly appeared on the originally flat road. These bamboo joints were green, and looked harmless to humans and animals. But in fact, they were sharper than magic weapons. The first few black-armored knights were caught off guard, and were stabbed through by both men and horses, and hung on the bamboo joints. These black-armored knights struggled for a moment, then turned into streaks of black energy and completely dissipated, leaving not even half of their armor behind. But those green bamboo joints did not disappear, but formed a dense bamboo forest blocking everyone's way. The remaining knights in black armor saw this, and quickly reined in their mounts. Seeing the scene in front of him, the soul fire in Mars's eyes burned even brighter. Huan Niaojuan, do you know what you are doing? You are going against Aleya. I advise you to open the road and hand over Mosey. Aleya can still keep your aloofness. Otherwise, when Lord Aleya has time, he will completely wipe you out without leaving even a trace. Mars shouted. Huh? Aleya? If he can take action, let him deal with me personally. Don't try to use his name to pressure me. If you have the ability, just go through. If you don't have the ability, just come from somewhere. Come on. Where are you going? A woman's figure appeared in the air, wearing a gorgeous long dress. Standing in the void, she was the sister Hua Mosey mentioned. Humph. A mere awakened person dares to speak out arrogant words. If Sir Aleya hadn't been unwilling to waste time, he would have wiped out all of you clowns long ago. Since you don't know what's interesting, I will clean you up for Sir Aleya. These unstable factors. Knight in black armor. Charge. Mars said as he drew out the long sword from his waist and swung it forward. The black-armored knights behind him immediately formed a sharp formation, and the huge cavalry team rushed towards the bamboo forest ahead like sharp arrows. While running, the black-armored knight running at the front waved a black wolf flag, and the body of the black-armored knight also exuded a rich black energy. The faster he ran, the faster the black energy gathered. When he was about to reach the bamboo forest, the black energy had condensed into a black wolf head, opened his big mouth, and bit into the bamboo forest. Humph. It is indeed the black wolf flag. It seems that your calculations were correct. If it were a reincarnation before, maybe I would still be afraid of 3 points. But now? Huan Yaowan raised her eyebrows, her eyes full of indifference. She waved her long sleeves, and the bamboo forest under her feet changed in an instant. The originally smooth official road has turned into a quiet valley. In the valley, there are clear springs dripping rocks, luxuriant grass, lingering butterflies dancing from time to time, and the carefree orioles chirping, creating a picture of a paradise. The black-armored knight, who was originally full of momentum, suddenly paused. Many people's eyes flashed with confusion, and they were mesmerized by the beautiful scenery. The weak-willed ones even reined in their mounts, for fear that the hoofs of the war horses would hurt their feet. Of herbs and flowers. For a moment, the formation was in chaos, and the originally ferocious black wolf head couldn't help but be stunned. A lot of momentum escaped. If it weren't for its strong strength, it might have collapsed just now. Illusion? Mars looked at it with murderous intent in his eyes. Lord Aleya is so merciful that he allowed you nth the space to grow. However, you think that a mere illusion can resist the footsteps of our black-armored army. This is totally wrong. Black-armored army. Charge. Mars roared, and the black-armored troops regained their consciousness and began to quickly regroup and charge again. Mars himself drew out the long sword from his waist and clamped the horse under his crotch with his legs. The warhorse actually jumped into the air and rushed towards the flower and bird scroll in midair. Asuka. 2 words came out softly from Hanator Iwan's mouth. Thousands of flying birds flew out of nowhere, and like sharp blades, they crashed into the black-armored knight. As long as those black armored knights are installed, they will have a penetrating wound as thick as the mouth of a bull. With just 1 or 2 blows, a black armored knight can be completely disintegrated, restored to original energy, and returned to the world. Turning reality into reality? You actually realized it. Mars was shocked when he saw this. Just as he was about to say something, he was hit by hundreds of white birds. Although his body has been infused with quantum crystals and achieved the status of a demigod, under the impact of thousands of flying birds, it is still like glass, with a large number of fine cracks appearing. These cracks became more and more numerous, longer, and denser. Eventually, Mars' body could no longer support it, and the entire body shattered and turned into fragments on the ground. And the last black armored knight under him was also killed by flying birds. There was no longer a single black armored knight left alive in the entire area. Call! Looking at the messy battlefield, Huan Yaowen let out a sigh of relief. She scanned the battlefield, then looked into the distance, and murmured, "Finally, Lord Siming's arrangement has been completed. It's time for me to make the next step of supplementing the plan. I hope Lord Siming's plan will succeed." After saying that, Hanatori's figure disappeared in the air. At the same time, Lilith in the distance seemed to have something in her heart and looked back. What happened? Zhang Tuohai noticed Lilith's abnormality and turned around to ask. The aura has appeared, and it is stronger than before. Oh, are there any new discoveries? Zhang Tuohai became interested. He was very interested in this force hiding in the dark and wanted to find out what the other party's purpose was. It just passed by in a flash, and there wasn't much news. However, the goodwill in it cannot be faked, at least from the current development. Everything is developing in a direction that is beneficial to us. Look, Mosey's luck has become stronger again, Lilith said and pointed at Mosey. Zhang Tuohai heard this and looked towards Mosey. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Mosey had a special temperament, although his body was still thin and small, looking like he had been malnourished for a long time. There was a gleam in his eyes. Huh? As if aware of the gaze, Mosey raised his head in confusion and looked at Zhang Tuohai, wondering why the other party was looking at him like that. Mosey lowered his head and looked at his own body. His dirty clothes and his toes had torn through his shoes, stubbornly exposed. Mosey was a little embarrassed and buckled her toes back, trying to retract into the shoes, but unfortunately she failed in the end. It doesn't matter. When we get to the city, I'll give you a new one. Zhang Tuohai picked up Mosey and walked quickly along the official road. Chapter 852 Ah. Yes. 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 Zhang Tuohai and his party walked quickly all night, and only saw a town when the sky became brighter. Zhang Tuohai raised his head and glanced at the top of the city, only to see 2 huge characters on the top of the city black corners. As expected, it's not Thousand Machine City, but it doesn't matter. As long as there are people, you can always find out the appropriate information. Zhang Tuohai led Mosey towards the city. Wait a minute. Everyone has to pay an entry tax of 10 copper coins. The soldier guarding the city stopped Zhang Tuohai and pointed to a bamboo basket next to him. At this time, there were already a lot of copper coins piled inside. Wait a moment. Zhang Tuohai pressed the button on the bracelet, and the various lights on the helmet flashed. The defender's eyes were all attracted by the flashing lights. And then he felt himself falling into a wonderful feeling, as if he was lying in the clouds. I paid the city entry tax. Right. As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he put his hand into the bamboo basket and grabbed a large handful of copper plates. Ah. Yes. Yes, said the city guard. I came to the city to give you face. Shouldn't you show some respect? Zhang Tuohai said, and put his hand into the bamboo basket again. Ah. Yes. Yes. The city guard nodded. Anyway, I have nothing to do. I just want to be casual. So that's okay. Ah. Yes. Yes. The city guard nodded mechanically. He felt that his brain had shut down, and he could hardly think at all, and could only do what the other party asked him to do. After an unknown amount of time, the defender suddenly shook his body, and his eyes regained clarity. What happened to me just now? Did I fall asleep? The city guard rubbed his eyes. No. I have to go to Cueping twice less in the future. He is just a life-sucking goblin. The city guard stretched and then glanced at the bamboo basket beside him, almost jumping up in shock. Where's my money? Where's my big basket of money? The soldiers who defended the city were all stunned. Is it really okay if we do this? At this time, Mosey, who was sitting next to a food stall and chewing steamed buns, asked weakly. Does the beef and green onion buns taste good? Zhang Tuohai asked. Yeah. It smells so good. Mosey looked at the pile of plates next to her that was taller than her, and nodded. That's it. Zhang Tuohai rubbed Mosey's head. Eat it. Did I eat too much? Mosey looked at the plates and said timidly. She grew up in a hungry environment. Ever since she could remember, she seemed to have been troubled by hunger. No matter how many prey her brother brought, she could not fill her stomach. Ever since she realized that she couldn't get enough, she began to consciously control her food intake. Let her food intake stay within the range of a normal person. Although this will make her extremely weak. Originally, she was thinking the same thing when eating steamed buns. However, the steamed buns were so delicious that she couldn't control herself. By the time she came to her senses, she had already eaten dozens of plates of steamed buns. It doesn't matter. I have plenty of money. A few steamed buns are nothing. Just go ahead and eat until you're full. When everything is eaten here, we'll continue eating at another store. When we're full, I'll buy you a few sets of ready-made clothes. Find an inn to take a shower. Looking at you, you can hardly see your true colors. Zhang Tuohai looked at Mosey's dark little face and said. Lilith next to her suddenly turned her head and stared at Zhang Tuohai. Watch what I do. It's all your job. Zhang Tuohai turned around and said. That's why I'm looking at you. Who asked you to find work for me? Don't you know how busy I am? Lilith said, dissatisfied. Then I'll do it myself? Zhang Tuohai asked. How dare you? Lilith's eyes widened. Can't those mature women satisfy you? They actually started to attack children. Just as the two were bickering, several tall horses suddenly stopped nearby. Several strong men with long knives jumped off the horses. Upon seeing this, a young boy ran over quickly and took the horses into his hands. Prepare good fodder. And also prepare 20 drawers of steamed buns. After eating, we have to go on our way. Several strong men said coldly. Sir, I'm sorry, but the buns in the store have been sold out. Why don't you wait? And with just a stick of incense, the next drawer of buns will be out of the oven, and I'll be the first to give them to you. As the waiter spoke, he took a big teapot and poured a cup of tea for each of several people. Isn't there more? Why did you say it was gone when you opened your mouth? With sharp eyes, a big man saw two young men wrapping freshly baked buns in lotus leaves. They were steaming hot, and a rich fragrance emanated, making people's mouths water. That was all decided by other customers. When the waiter saw this, he quickly explained, Then let them wait. I'm hungry, and I want to eat first. The strong man said, using his skills to grab the bun. However, just as he reached halfway, an arm stretched out from the side and grabbed his wrist tightly, preventing him from moving forward. Huh? The strong man struggled a few times and was stunned when he found that he couldn't break free. He is one of the best demon slayers. A stone lock weighing hundreds of kilograms can be played with ease. If he hits it with force, he can even break a tree as thick as his waist. Even a demon who is causing trouble can be chopped with one sword. Liang Duan. Someone actually grabbed his arm today and couldn't move it at all. He couldn't help but feel the alarm bells ringing in his heart. None of the bosses of the demon slayers have this level of strength. This is simply not something that humans can achieve. It has exceeded the limits of humans. If he can do it, it means that he is not a human, but a demon. Thinking of this, the strong man suddenly pulled out the long knife from his waist with his other hand and slashed towards Zhang Tuohai. Seeing the strong man slashing at him without saying a word, Zhang Tuohai also felt a trace of anger in his eyes. He bought these buns for Mosey. If these people were easy to negotiate with, he was not unreasonable and could give some of them away. However, if these people didn't even say hello and just started robbing them, it would be nothing. That's easy to say. What's more, this person couldn't catch them and stab them with a knife, which directly deducted their impression points in Zhang Tuohai's heart to the bottom. Now that you've done it, don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Tuohai kicked him out. The strong man flew out, hit a blue stone wall, and then fell to the ground. Wow! The strong man spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, his companions all drew out the long knives from their waists. You actually dare to injure the demon slayer. He must be a demon. Let's all stand shoulder to slay the demon slayer and punish evil spirits. Anyone who is idle will get out of the way. With a loud shout, several strong men slashed at Zhang Tuohai with long knives. Chapter 853 Goodbye Plague. Stop it all. Zhang Tuohai pressed the button on the bracelet, and the lights on the helmet flashed continuously. Many strong men who were originally aggressive stopped instantly. Their eyes were dull, and they looked at Zhang Tuohai stupidly. Who are you and why are you trying to steal my buns? Zhang Tuohai picked up a bun and took a bite and asked. I'm in a hurry to carry out the Tianzhou mission. I'm afraid I'll waste time. A strong man at the head said. Tianzhou mission? What level of mission is this? What is the mission content? Zhang Tuohai took a bite of the bun and continued to ask. The Tianzhou mission is the highest level mission among the demon slayers. After receiving the mission, all demon slayers must complete it unconditionally and have no right to refuse. Otherwise, they will be regarded as betrayal and will be hunted for life. The strong man at the head said. The mission is to intercept and kill a little girl named Mosey. She must not be allowed to reach the underworld. You can pay any price for this, even if you cooperate with the demon. Huh? Is it okay to cooperate with monsters? Aren't you monster slayers? You actually started to cooperate with monsters? Who issued this mission? Zhang Tuohai asked with a frown. We don't know why, but we have no right to inquire about Tianzhou's tasks and can only follow them. Tasks of this level can only be issued by the pavilion master himself. As for whether there are other employers, only the pavilion master knows. The strongman said. In other words, you don't know anything about the details of the mission? We are about to go to Qianji City to ask for detailed mission information. Thousand Machine City? How to get to Thousand Machine City from here? Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up. He was worried about how to get to Qianji City, but unexpectedly someone gave him a pillow. You can reach Qianji City by walking 130 miles north along the official road. The strongman said. 130 miles to the north. Zhang Tuohai wrote it down. In that case, you guys, stand on your hands and leave here, and go west until you have no strength left. Zhang Tuohai said. Yes. Upon hearing this, the strong man in the lead immediately did a backflip, put his hands on the ground, and walked towards the outside of the bun shop. The remaining strongmen also followed the same example and rushed out towards the west. The rest of the people in the bun shop looked at the scene in front of them dumbly, not knowing what to do. What are you looking at? Are the buns finished? Zhang Tuohai said to the boy. Sir, please wait a minute. Upon hearing this, the boys quickly lowered their heads and quickly wrapped the buns. The boss also thoughtfully prepared 2 baskets. Let's go. We can't wait any longer here. Let's eat the buns on the way. Let's go change our clothes first. Zhang Tuohai said and left the bun shop with Mosey, who was stunned. Soon, Zhang Tuohai bought a few sets of children's clothes from a clothing store in the city. He also found an inn and asked the waiter to boil a large bucket of hot water and give Mosey a bath. Although the washed-up Mosey still looked haggard and sickly, he was much better than before. With the men's clothes specially bought by Zhang Tuohai, he looked like a frail rich young master. After washing himself, Zhang Tuohai rode the horse that he had received from those demon slayers and left the city directly, galloping towards the north. It has to be said that these horses of the demon slayer are all first-class horses, and the speed of riding on them is almost the same as that of ordinary cars. The journey of more than 100 miles took just over an hour to reach. However, Zhang Tuohai didn't think about riding into the city. Who knows if there is a secret mark left by the demon slayer on this horse? He was also preparing to give the demon slayer a sneak attack. It would be unsightly if the other party recognized him first. After dismounting and driving the horse into the woods, Zhang Tuohai led Lilith and Mosey towards Thousand Machine City in a grand manner. Qianji City is several times larger than the previous Black Corner City. The city walls are more than 10 meters high and are entirely made of bluestone. There are horse faces and arrow towers on them. In addition to archers, there are also the huge bed crossbow even had red runes engraved on it, making it look impregnable. The defense at the gate of Thousand Machine City has also become much tighter. Not only are there dozens of soldiers wearing black armor, there are also more than a dozen well-dressed men with long swords on their waists. The leader is holding a portrait, from time to time comparing with passing passers-by. Portrait? Zhang Tuohai walked over quickly, got close to the well-dressed man, and looked at the portrait in his hand seriously. The portrait showed a dark-skinned girl, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Mosey from before. However, the way Mosey is dressed now is completely different. This painter's skills are great. He can actually paint people's portraits so realistically. If he sets up a stall to sell paintings, he will definitely earn a lot of money. Zhang Tuohai clicked his tongue in surprise. Hey, what do you do? Why are you standing next to me? At this time, the man holding the portrait finally found Zhang Tuohai standing next to him and commenting on the portrait, and asked with a shocked look on his face. He has never seen such a person before him. Seeing the demon slayer here handling a case, he actually dares to come over and judge him here. Does he not know how to write the word death? As the handsome man spoke, he put away the portrait and put one hand on the handle of the knife. When the other demon slayers around saw him, they all grasped the long knives at their waists and slowly surrounded Zhang Tuohai in a half-moon shape. Seeing this, the other black-armored nobles also raised their spears. When the passers-by around him saw him, they immediately dispersed like birds and beasts. The entire city gate area was suddenly empty. It's okay. I just came over to take a look. By the way, I've seen the person in your portrait before, Zhang Tuohai said as he pressed the button on the bracelet. The lights on the helmet flickered. Where is it? The leader of the well-dressed man asked excitedly after hearing this. It's at the South City Gate. Go quickly. If you go late, you will be captured by others, and your credit will be lost, Zhang Tuohai said. Thank you. The leader of the well-dressed man clasped his hands and led his demon slayers and gatekeepers, running in the direction Zhang Tuohai pointed. Let's go. It's time for us to enter the city. Zhang Tuohai greeted Lilith and Mosey and entered Tianji City in a swagger. After a while, the well-dressed man who was running fiercely suddenly stopped. He thought of a question. I am guarding the South City Gate. Where am I running to? Something's wrong. The leader of the well-dressed man scratched his head, puzzled. At this moment, a group of black armored cavalry galloped from a distance, led by two men in black clothes wearing black hoods. If Zhang Tuohai were here, he would definitely recognize one of them. That was the demigod who stole Shamir's authority and brought them here. Plague. Chapter 854 Collapse. Plague saw a group of demon slayers running wildly from a distance, and wondered in his heart what on earth these demon slayers were doing. You must know that the demon slayers are the strongest combatants in the world. They are on the front line against demons and monsters, and nothing can make them panic like this. But the group of demon slayers in front of them were all running with their bare hands, and a few of them had lost their shoes, exposing the foot-binding cloths inside. They looked like they had been chased by dogs, and they were in a state of disarray. Could it be that the great demon in disguise has attacked the city? No. According to the timetable, it will be at least a year before the great demon in disguise reappears in the world. How could it appear in Tianji City at this time, and leave these demon slayers in such a state of embarrassment? No. I have to ask. Plague was afraid that there would be problems in the plot, which would lead to the failure of Alea's confrontation with the world consciousness. So he immediately led the black-armored knights to block the demon slayers. What are you doing? Plague came over and asked sternly. What are we doing? The leader of the demon slayer was completely confused after hearing this. Yes. Isn't our job to check people at the city gate? Why run to the south gate? Moreover, as soon as someone said that a suspect was found in the south city, they all ran over. This is not in line with the behavior of a demon slayer. Code. The leader of the demon slayer suddenly thought of many strange things about his behavior. He was shocked to find that everything he said and did today seemed to have nothing to do with normal behavior. I seem to have a problem. The leader of the demon slayer began to try hard to recall the abnormality. Trash! Tell me what's going on! As soon as Plague saw the appearance of the demon slayer leader, he knew that there was something wrong with the plot. There must have been interference from outsiders. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Let's go into the city. Plague urged his horse to rush towards the city with everyone. At the same time, he said to his men, Go! Take that guy with you and let him help guide the way. Yes! Immediately, two black-armored knights took the leader of the demon slayers onto the black horse and rushed towards the city gate. The leader of the demon slayer was still a little dissatisfied with being treated so roughly and was ready to resist. However, he had just made some moves when he felt the terrifying aura emanating from the plague. Rot, pain, despair, all kinds of negative emotions rose up from deep in his heart, making the leader of the demon slayer feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His limbs cold. An indescribable fear filled my heart. Hiss. The leader of the demon slayers had alarm bells ringing in his heart. After weighing the strength gap between the two sides in his mind, he immediately gave up the idea of teaching the other party a lesson and huddled behind the black-armored knight. The glory of being a demon slayer is just what you say when you face a weak person. When you face a stronger person, you still have to be cowardly. The group of people returned to the gate of the South City Gate. Rush in and quickly find those guys who ruined the plot, Plague said coldly. Yes. The black-armored knights under him immediately rushed towards Tianji City on horseback. There are many pedestrians in Tianji City at this time. There are pedestrians and vendors setting up stalls on both sides of the road. There is only a lane in the middle for carriages to pass. If a carriage wants to pass by, there will be special servants to clear the way in front and remind pedestrians to avoid it. If you drive, the carriage won't be too fast, so there won't be any problems. However, these black armored knights had no intention of slowing down when they rushed into Thousand Machine City. Moreover, they did not avoid pedestrians at all and rushed straight towards them on horseback. A large number of pedestrians were directly hit and then trampled into meat patties by the hooves of subsequent horses. The sudden appearance of the black armored knight was like a big stone thrown into a calm pond, turning the originally peaceful place upside down. Wails and screams mixed together. Various stalls were overturned. Fruits, vegetables, spices and blood and mincemeat were mixed together, and the whole street was like hell. But those black armored knights turned a blind eye to this, and even drew out their scimitars to chop down the civilians who blocked their way. In their eyes, these civilians are not even ants. As long as the world restarts, they will reappear. They are just a bunch of puppets and are not worth caring about at all. You? How could you do this? Seeing the black armored knight acting so recklessly, the leader of the Demon Slayer couldn't bear it. Although he also regarded these civilians as nothing, he still couldn't do it by ignoring them like this. Huh? A black armored knight turned his head and stared blankly at the leader of the Demon Slayer. Looking into the opponent's eyes, the leader of the Demon Slayer felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, because he couldn't see any human emotion in the other person's eyes. Not even contempt, ridicule, or even indifference. There was only cold disregard. No trace of life. Like a dry ancient well. The leader of the Demon Slayer felt that if he stared at him for a few seconds longer, his soul would be sucked in. He quickly lowered his head and did not dare to say a word. The black armored knight turned his head and continued to chop down the pedestrians blocking the road. The black armored knights were like a torrent, advancing towards the city. However, at this moment, the torrent suddenly stopped moving as if it had hit a rock, and the heads of the dozens of black armored knights in the lead rose into the sky. Huh? What's going on? When Plague saw this, he beat his horse and rushed over. Arriving at the front of the queue of the black armored knights, Plague discovered that hundreds of demon slayers had appeared on the street at some point. They waved their long knives and started fighting with the black armored knights. Moreover, the strange thing is that these demon slayers use all desperate moves to fight for their lives. They completely give up on the free fighting that they are good at. They all use killing moves that go forward without any regard for their own casualties. The purpose is to fight against the black armored knight, one life for another, even just to cause some harm to the other party. In just a short moment, dozens of demon slayers fell in a pool of blood. However, the remaining demon slayers did not flinch, but became more and more crazy. They all used their strongest tricks. In an instant, a stream of red demon slayers flashed. The light of the sword connected into one piece and chopped the three-layered black armored knight into pieces. Something's wrong. Seeing the scene in front of him, Plague instinctively felt that something was not quite right. This is not the first time that he has helped Alea inspect the kingdom of God, and he knows the plot of this world very well. From what he understood, these demon slayers were just like the Jianghu Rangers. They were talking about the great Dr. Ling Ran. But in fact they were just a group of desperados who were just for money. They prioritized money and their own lives, and the rest were ranked behind. However, these people in front of them used their attacks as soon as they met, and looked like they would risk their lives to block them. It was really unreasonable. The way they killed the demon leader before joining forces made Plague more and more convinced that there must be someone in Qianji City. Problem. Can't delay any longer. Plague thought of this, and slowly expanded his territory. In an instant, a chill swept through the surroundings, and countless demon slayers covered their necks and knelt on the ground in pain, coughing. Chapter 855 Mushroom Cloud. The Plague is here. This guy is quite powerful. He actually has AoE skills and knocked down a lot of people at once. Zhang Tuohai stood on the roof with a telescope and looked at the battlefield at the city gate and said, when the Plague entered the city, he happened to be on the roof of the Demon Slayer's headquarters, and happened to find such a group of uninvited guests. Originally, he planned to let the Demon Slayer go dog-eat-dog to deal with these black armored knights, which could be considered as doing something for Thousand Machine City. I didn't expect these Demon Slayers to be so useless. They couldn't even defeat a few black armored knights, and they were all knocked down by one big move. How long are you there? Zhang Tuohai asked Lilith. At this time, Lilith was squatting in the Demon Slayer's knife-making room, studying the knife-making methods of the swordsmiths. I have to say that the swordsmiths in this world are quite capable. They are just ordinary fine iron swords. But after being engraved with runes, they can actually kill demons and even deal with spirit creatures. This is a bit powerful. Lilith was very interested in this technology and was studying it carefully, while Mosey was sitting happily on the stool, eating the roast duck just served by the cook. There were 2 demon slayers beside him, helping to slice the ducks with their long knives. Why do we need 2 people? Because one person simply cannot keep up with Mosey's eating speed. Mosey was eating like a duck, and everything was like a storm. At this rate, Zhang Tuohai estimated that the demon slayer's reserves wouldn't be enough for Mosey to eat alone. What kind of physique does Mosey have? He can actually eat so much. Doesn't he have a Taotai bloodline? Zhang Tuohai was thinking wildly. Don't worry. Just give me another 20 minutes. My experiment here has reached a critical moment, and then everything will be fine. Lilith waved and said, and then continued to squat in front of the bellows, heating the furnace, obviously forging something. 20 minutes. Right. Zhang Tuohai gritted his teeth and looked at the scene at the city gate. In just a short time, the area near the city gate had become a ghost land. Both ordinary people and powerful demon slayers had turned into piles of black rotten flesh, and it is still decaying rapidly. A stench filled the air, and even Zhang Tuohai, who was several miles away, could faintly smell it. It can be seen how tragic the scene was. At this time, the black armored knights had begun to regroup and prepare for another attack. No, we can't let them continue like this. Although Zhang Tuohai didn't know what Plague and these black armored knights were going to do, considering the relationship between the 2 parties, he just had to object without thinking. Zhang Tuohai must resolutely stop what Plague wants to do, even if it is just a delay. As long as it can make Plague unhappy, it will be Zhang Tuohai's greatest victory. But how to do it is a question. The biggest advantage of this Plague is the large number of people, and Zhang Tuohai decided to use this direction as a breakthrough. Zhang Tuohai looked around and suddenly saw many demon-slaying knives placed on the shelf, which looked similar to the swords worn by demon slayers. He called a swordsmith and asked, "How many finished demon-slaying knives do you have here? Where to store it?" The swordsmith had long been controlled by Zhang Tuohai using hypnosis, so he naturally told everything he knew. "Sir, most of the demon slayer's sabers are standard. Only those who have reached the governor level can be customized individually. Moreover, because the demonic beasts are ferocious, the sabers are often damaged. In order to facilitate replacement, the sword-making room casts a large number of finished products. It is convenient for the demon slayer to replace them in time. There are also some knives that are damaged and are left here to wait for rest. In total, there are probably more than 2,000 knives." The knife maker estimated with his fingers. Those knives are basically in the warehouse. In addition, the best one here is the Red Lotus Industry Fire that Lord Red Lotus left here for repair. It's right here. You see, the swordsmith said, pointing to the forge next to him with one hand. Zhang Tuohai looked in the direction of the opponent's finger, and sure enough, there was a long knife floating above an obviously advanced forging furnace. The long swords of ordinary demon slayers are all black, but this long sword is indeed a charming red. Especially the tip of the sword is so red that it looks like it is dripping with blood. What's the point of this knife? Zhang Tuohai took a look and felt that it looked good, so he asked casually, "Back to your lord." Lord Red Lotus said that this sword has killed too many creatures and is too violent. If it is used casually, it may be dominated by the violent energy inside and become a sword slave. So it is put here to be burned and prepared. Get rid of the hostility and use it again. The knife maker said honestly. The knives left behind by the governor must have extraordinary effects. Together with the more than 2,000 demon-slaying knives, they should be enough. Zhang Tuohai secretly estimated in his heart. Anyway, those demon slayers just now have proven that these demon-slaying knives can also kill black armored knights. And that's enough. Demon-slaying sword. Listen to my command. 10,000 swords return to the sect. Rise! As Zhang Tuohai spoke, his whole body was covered by electromagnetic armor. Blue current surged around his body, and a powerful magnetic field slowly formed in the air, attracted by the magnetic force. More than 2,000 demon-slaying knives flew out of the warehouse one by one and hung upside down in the sky, making a buzzing sound. Not to mention, it really felt like the return of thousands of swords to the clan. Such a huge momentum naturally attracted the attention of the Plague. Plague looked up and was startled by the scene in front of him. The world controlled by Alea did not involve martial arts or fairy heroes. Naturally, Plague had never seen such a scene before and was stunned for a moment. However, as a veteran demigod, his basic analytical skills are still there. Everyone, form a battle formation. The Plague issues orders. However, at this moment, Zhang Tuohai moved. More than 2,000 demon-slaying knives in the sky made a fierce buzzing sound, and then shot towards the black-armored knight like a sharp arrow. Upon seeing this, Plague quickly pulled out a large black flag. This was a strange object he found from other worlds. As long as it was opened, it could provide a certain amount of defense for a team. He believed that with this strange object and the black armor, the knight's own armor can withstand this round of attacks without any problem. Whoosh whoosh. Those demon-slaying knives fell from the sky and struck the black-armored knights. Black light emerged from those black-armored knights, blocking the blow. However, before Plague could be happy, the runes on those demon-slaying knives began to shine, and then began to make a buzzing sound. Actually going to self-destruct? Why are these demon slayers so crazy? Plague was horrified. As a veteran who is familiar with the plot, he naturally knows the power of the demon-slaying knife. If he explodes with all his strength, even a demon king-level demon will retreat, let alone so many. If the self-destruction of the demon-slaying knife hadn't caused huge damage to the demon slayer, the demon slayer might have used this move to defeat the demon. Something must have happened! Plague cursed angrily while strengthening its vigilance. At the same time, it was ready to catch the person behind the scenes and throw them into the plague land to torture for 100 years. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded, and a huge mushroom cloud rose across the square. Chapter 856 New Code. Cough cough cough. The plague crawled out of the thick smoke with difficulty. At this time, Plague no longer looked as proud as before. The armor on his body was blasted with cracks, and it was covered with a thick layer of dust. The cloak behind his back turned into a beggar's rags, and his mask, most of it was damaged, revealing the rotten face inside. And it looked extremely miserable. Unforgivable! Plague roared as it struggled to get up. He had never been beaten so badly before. In the past, he stood there and watched others fall to the ground in agony. Now that his status was reversed, it was hard for him to accept it for a while. What's more, this was caused by a group of low-level creatures in his eyes and Alea's kingdom of God, which made him even more angry. Plague waved his hand and tore off the broken cloak behind him. His festering eyes looked at Zhang Tuohai in the distance. He had already locked the attacker's direction through energy fluctuations. As expected, it was you two reptiles who finally let me find you. Now, let me see where you are going. Plague snorted coldly and began to mobilize the power of Plague to prepare for an attack. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a violent energy fluctuation above his head. This energy fluctuation was even stronger than the combined explosive energy of the previous 2,000 demon-slaying knives. The Plague was horrified, and he quickly looked up. I saw a huge red lotus suddenly appearing in the sky. I don't know when. The lotus, like a red cloud, covered the entire area and fell rapidly in the direction where he was. Plague saw that the situation was not good and immediately prepared to escape. But he was shocked to find that he seemed to be locked by the huge red lotus. As long as he moved a step, the red lotus would follow him and always cover him. In the core. Huh? Lock me? Looking at the red lotus in the sky, Plague's face changed slightly, and then he showed a fierce expression. Okay, since you have locked me, let me see if you can keep blocking me. As he spoke, the form of Plague turned into a black mist and surged towards Zhang Tuohai's direction. Plague believes that as long as he gets close to Zhang Tuohai, he can get rid of the lock. But he doesn't believe it. Could it be that Zhang Tuohai can still control Hong Lian to attack indiscriminately? You know, there is no teammate attack mode in this world, and all damage is indiscriminate. Isn't Zhang Tuohai afraid of accidentally hurting himself? Plague was full of confidence and rushed in front of Zhang Tuohai. Moreover, without returning to his human form, he opened his big mouth and bit Zhang Tuohai. Ouch! The Plague swallowed Zhang Tuohai in one bite. After swallowing Zhang Tuohai, Plague showed a proud look on his face. Few people know that. In fact, this black mist is the true form of the Plague. It usually takes human form just to lower other people's evaluation of him, thinking that he only controls and spreads the virus, and ignores his recent past, body's combat strength. In this way, he can take advantage of others' contempt and get closer quietly, and then use the information gap to catch his opponent off guard and swallow him up in one bite. In this way, everyone who knows his true identity has entered his stomach. This is what he relies on. The secret to winning. Relying on this method, he hunted down at least 3 demigods of the same level, as well as more than 3 figures of children of destiny. In order to quickly kill these opponents, he specially increased the concentration of the virus in his body to the limit. The concentration of the virus in his body was dozens of times that outside his body. and the intensity was also several times stronger. This concentration and intensity of the virus were enough to kill the opponent. The swallowed son of destiny quickly turned into liquid. And even a demigod, as long as he was not proficient in physical strength, could not withstand it for a moment or three. Just when Plague Ji was satisfied and ready to completely digest Zhang Tuohai, he suddenly felt a tumbling sensation in his stomach, as if there was a ball rolling inside. Wu Cao! Why is this happening? Why is he not dead yet? What is he doing in there? Plague clutched his stomach and shrank into a ball, rolling on the ground. Waves of white smoke emerged from the ground he rolled over, and it was corroded and turned into burnt black. Wherever it passed, life was cut off. Even the insects hiding underground are not immune. After a while, the plague stopped rolling. Ha dash! Plague gasped, but his face was full of pride. You have some skills. You can make me suffer so much, but I am still more skilled. You are lucky this time. You will be completely melted. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. Whoosh! Before Plague could finish his words, he flew directly into the sky and rushed towards the sky at a speed of 180 miles. Plague, before he could react, the whole person fell rapidly at a faster speed, smashed into the ground, and sank directly into the ground more than 30 meters deep. Immediately afterwards, Plague felt that his body was spinning uncontrollably and rapidly in the deep pit, constantly making large loops along the side wall. And it was still done by rubbing the side wall, leaving a trace on the side wall, down one deep ravine after another. Plague was completely confused. He had no idea what was happening to him, why he suddenly became like this, and he was completely out of control. Plague guessed that it might have been the fault of the guy he just swallowed. However, the poison in his body could kill a demigod. Why was this guy unharmed? Just when he was puzzled, the red lotus that had been suspended in the sky and seemed to be uncontrollable suddenly burst out with a beam of red light, and then fell on Plague. Call! The raging flames burned. Plague was not too worried at first, because he had been to this world many times, and the weapon damage was limited and basically unable to cause effective damage to him. However, when the flames burned, Plague felt something was wrong, because this ball of flames was constantly eating away at his body. Although it was not fast, it was actually causing him harm. How is this going? Plague was completely stunned, desperately thinking of ways to use various skills to escape from the entanglement of this ball of flames. However, no matter what method he used, he could not get rid of the flames. Instead, the flames continued to seep into his body, deeply integrated with the virus cloud, and could no longer be separated. In the burning flames, the Plague reluctantly turned into ashes, and a bunch of beautiful quantum crystals fell to the ground. Among the ashes, Zhang Tuohai closed the black umbrella in his hand. Classmate Xiao AI's new code is really easy to use. Before entering this world, Classmate Xiao AI handed him several newly cracked codes. One of them is to transform the black umbrella into a ball with spikes on the surface. Although it is also a defensive skill, compared with the Eternal Barrier, this skill can be displaced and even bounce and rotate at high speed. The Plague just now brown in motion is due to this skill. However, what is really fatal is the second string of code. The function of this line of code is to cause the quantum crystal to lose its unique properties in a short period of time. In other words, after activating this code, the quantum crystal will temporarily lose various characteristics, especially the high latitude characteristics. This is also the main reason why the Plague will be killed by weapons in this world. Plague proved with his own life that this skill is quite effective. However, there is one thing that Zhang Tuohai is not satisfied with. The release distance of this skill is a bit short, and it is almost close to the body. This greatly limits the versatility of this skill. It would be great if it could be used remotely. Zhang Tuohai thought unsatisfied. Chapter 857 Where are the people? Come here and help me. Lilith's voice suddenly came from the side. Zhang Tuohai quickly dismissed the random thoughts in his mind and ran towards Lilith. What's the problem? Zhang Tuohai asked. We have basically figured out the essentials and technical core of forging, but we need to do some comparative experiments. Do you have any remaining demon-slaying swords? Lilith asked, blinking. Hearing Lilith's words, a drop of cold sweat broke out on Zhang Tuohai's forehead. I hit the top just now, and used all the demon-slaying knives in the inventory at once, killing all the black armored knights, so that now in the entire Qinji city, the base camp of the demon slayers, there is not a single demon-slaying knife. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's appearance, Lilith couldn't help but sigh. I knew you were unreliable. You actually used all the demon-slaying knives, even leaving one behind. It wasn't an emergency just now. I didn't have time to think about it that much. By the way, I just got some quantum crystals, and they're still warm. Take them. Zhang Tuohai quickly collected all the quantum crystals left by the plague and stuffed them into Lilith's pocket. Okay. For the sake of these quantum crystals, forget it. Seeing that there were new test materials, Lilith felt much better. By the way, where are the people who usually manage and issue tasks? Zhang Tuohai asked the old swordsmith. This time, he came to the Demon Slayer headquarters. In addition to obtaining the skills of the runes on the Demon Slayer sword, he also wanted to find out why the Demon Slayer suddenly issued a Tianzhou mission to hunt down Mosey. You know, before today, Mosey had always been a little girl from a mountain village and could not catch the eyes of the Demon Slayer. Moreover, Zhang Tuohai had not wasted any time along the way. The Demon Slayer had no news about Mosey at all. Now, the Demon Slayer suddenly issued a Tianzhou mission targeting Mosey. There must be something fishy about it. The people on duty at the headquarters were all killed by your own hands just now, the swordsman said tremblingly. Zhang Tuohai, don't lie to me. There are nearly 1,000 people in your Demon Slayer headquarters. Since I broke in, I have killed a few people who stood in front of me. The remaining ones were not disturbed. How could they all be killed by my own hands? Killed? Tell me quickly. Where are the remaining people? Zhang Tuohai argued. The master on duty today came to the knife-making room to assign a task. He said that all the hidden knives should be prepared to deal with the war. As a result, as soon as he came out, you killed him with one knife. The knife-maker said cautiously. What about the remaining senior officials? There's no way your headquarters only has one leader left on duty. Right? Zhang Tuohai asked with an unkind expression. It is true that 2 leaders were left on duty, but you sent the second one to fight. The knife-maker stopped talking when he said this. Gone. Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say. In order to block the Black-Armored Knight, he directly transferred all the Demon Slayers he could call over and fought with the Black-Armored Knight. In addition, he added a mushroom wash, leaving no one at the scene. It's gone. There's not even much ash left. So why ask? Forget it. Never mind. There must be someone behind the scenes. No matter what their purpose is, they must be targeting Mosey. In this case, just follow Mosey well. Do a good job of protection, and cut off those evil hands. Zhang Tuohai quickly explained for himself. Lilith looked at Zhang Tuohai and didn't say anything. Anyway, things have become like this, and there is nothing that can be undone by complaining. What else can be done? Just keep going. By the way, there is one more thing that I should not say. Sir, the knife-maker said cautiously from the side. If you have any questions, just say it. I don't believe the situation can get any worse. Zhang Tuohai said helplessly. It's like this. This young lady has eaten up all the duck reserves we have here, and even spared 12 egg-laying hens. Now there is nothing left to eat here. Do you think it's time to get promoted? Already? The knife-maker said helplessly. Really or not? Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He had been paying attention to the battle just now, and really didn't pay much attention to Mosey. He didn't expect that Mosey would do such a thing when he was not paying attention. A big deal. How's it going? It's not broken. Is it? Zhang Tuohai took 2 steps and came to Mosey's side and asked with concern. Fortunately, if I have more, I will be full. Mosey touched his flat belly, looking like he was still satisfied. Zhang Tuohai looked Mosey up and down several times after hearing this. According to his observation and the knife-maker's description, Mosey had eaten food that was several times her weight. However, Mosey's body was still the same as what he had seen before. Thin and thin. Xiao Xiao, with a frail look, seems to have figured out where all the things Mosey ate went. Doesn't it have a 4th-dimensional stomach? Did you find anything? Zhang Tuohai turned to ask Lilith for her opinion. I have been studying the art of knife casting, and I have no time to pay attention to these things. However, I guess it may be related to the physique and bloodline. However, if you want to study this, you need professional equipment. I need at least a day to make it. Do you confirm? Can you wait? Lilith asked. Forget it. Time is already tight. So let's hurry up first. Don't we still have to go to Wuliang Mountain? Zhang Tuohai quickly shook his head. He is very busy now. He must enter the core of the world as soon as possible before Alea reacts. Kidnap some of the core technology, and then escape from here. Where can he find the time to study these details? Since Mosey is the quasi-heroine, that is world consciousness. Preferential treatment. Zhang Tuohai attributed Mosey's ability to the golden finger given to Mosey by the will of the world. As for its effectiveness, he can only study it slowly on the road. Anyway, Mosey is a quasi-heroine. As long as there are no plot kills or the intervention of external gangsters like the plague, there will basically be no problems. Especially for such a minor problem. With the body, not only will there be no problems, but maybe it will be a help. This is the special treatment of the child of destiny. As long as you follow the world line, everything will turn into good luck. Lilith also agreed with this, and said that she would pay more attention to Mosey in the next period of time to ensure that there would be no problems with Mosey's health. With Lilith's guarantee, Zhang Tuohai felt much more relieved. He picked a few horses from the Demon Slayer headquarters and ran directly towards Wuliang Mountain. Before leaving, he also let go of all the remaining sycophants in the Demon Slayer's headquarters to prevent subsequent troops from quickly catching up with him. Chapter 858 Dog Bites Dog. Is this Wuliang Mountain? Zhang Tuohai couldn't help reining in his horse when he looked at the vast mountains in front of him. There was a huge mountain in front of him. There were mountains and forests everywhere. There were only a few trails left by hunters hidden in the woods. It was very difficult to find the way into the mountains. Difficult, let alone crossing Wuliang Mountain. Then, Zhang Tuohai turned to look at Mosey. After all, Mosey is the only local here. I don't know. When Mosey saw Zhang Tuohai looking at her, he quickly stuffed the sweet-scented osmanthus cake into his mouth and shook his head repeatedly. I have lived in a small village since I was a child. I have never even been to Qianji City. This is the first time I have heard of the name Wuliang Mountain. How do I know how to get to Wuliang Mountain? Mosey said. Then, if you come to Wuliang Mountain, which direction are you going to go? Zhang Tuohai induced. Well, if it were me, it would be this way. Mosey pointed to a path hidden in the grass on the left and said. The path was very secretive and overgrown with weeds. If it weren't for Mosey's guidance, Zhang Tuohai almost wouldn't have noticed it. Why here? Zhang Tuohai was a little curious. He was more optimistic about the road on the right, which at least seemed to be very flat, wider, and rutted, which was obviously more suitable for riding horses. There was a voice in my heart telling me to follow this path. Otherwise I would be in danger. Mosey bit her finger and said seriously. Then go this way. Zhang Tuohai dismounted and drove the horse away. The path pointed by the Son of Luck may not be the safest, but it must be the one with the most opportunities. Walk. The group of people followed the path and entered the vast Wuliang Mountain. 10 minutes later, a large number of demon slayers on horseback chased from a distance, led by a woman wearing a red cloak with a long knife slung around her waist. Lord Red Lotus, Wuliang Mountain is ahead of us. According to the old swordsmith's confession, the thieves who caused trouble in Qianji City are targeting Wuliang Mountain. The horses just discovered the secret of the Demon Slayer. It can be concluded that those thieves he must have entered Wuliang Mountain. A Demon Slayer stepped forward to report. Leave a team of people to block the road and pick up the following people. The remaining people will follow me into Wuliang Mountain to capture the thief. Lord Red Lotus said, and a dozen horses walked towards the main road. Seeing this, everyone behind them also followed, and the large group of people poured into Wuliang Mountain. With the large-scale entry of the Demon Slayers, the unusually quiet undercurrent of Wuliang Mountain surged. A little monkey flew over the treetops and ran towards the depths of the mountain forest. Just when it had just jumped onto a treetop, suddenly a sharp arrow shot into its body from behind, directly hitting it. It was nailed to the tree, 100 meters behind it. Lord Red Lotus in a red cloak slowly put down the long bow in his hand. Lord Governor, this is you. A Demon Slayer was puzzled. There are many demons in Wuliang Mountain, and many demons like to use these little beasts as eyes and ears. Our trip is of great importance. We must not alarm the demons in Wuliang Mountain, just to increase the variables, and go against my order. Once these little beasts are discovered, they will be killed on the spot. No one is allowed to do anything. Error! Lord Red Lotus said coldly. Clear! Many Demon Slayers responded with a loud voice and spread out in all directions. Some jumped up to the treetops, while others burrowed into the grass. Wherever they passed, they killed all the beasts they saw, no matter what species they were. Even the ant nest has been filled. For a time, almost all the beasts wherever the Demon Slayer passed were killed. Although the Demon Slayers are very skilled and can kill extremely fast, there are many wild beasts in Wuliang Mountain. Many of them saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled. No matter how fast the Demon Slayers moved, they could not catch up. The news about the large army of Demon Slayers entering the mountain and killing the wild beasts was quickly spread. in a secret cave in Wuliang Mountain. A peacock violently smashed the stone table in front of him. These humans have gone too far. They dare to kill our people like this. Come! Gather the elites and cut off these people. The return path of the demon slayers. I will make sure they never come back. Yes. The order of the 1,000 Illusion Demon King was passed on, and a large number of ordinary beasts began to retreat towards the distance, while those demon beasts with cultivation were organized and began to launch a sneak attack on the lone demon slayer. In order to expand the search area, those demon slayers spread out their teams widely and stretched the search lines very long. The advantage of this is that it can greatly expand the search area and increase the search efficiency. The disadvantage is that the personnel are too scattered, and it is easy for the enemy to defeat them one by one. Chance! Although those monsters have not specifically studied the art of war and tactics, their experience of years of fighting and melees in the jungle cannot be faked. They naturally know how to use the terrain to ambush and defeat the few with more, although they do not have mature theories system, but that doesn't mean they won't follow it. After these monsters were mobilized, those monster slayers who were unprepared were instantly hit hard. A large number of demon slayers were killed by the first round of focus fire. Some monsters will not even take the initiative to kill the monster slayer, but will target the target and destroy the opponent's combat effectiveness, such as biting the opponent's arm or thigh, according to their observations. In this case, those demon slayers would need to dedicate manpower to treat these injured demon slayers, which would invisibly weaken the strength of the demon slayers. They can even set up another layer of ambush outside the ambush circle, specifically to attack the demon slayers who come for help. For a time, a huge melee broke out in Wuliang Mountain. The demon slayer lost his first move, and was unfamiliar with the terrain, so he was at a clear numerical disadvantage. He was suppressed by the superior group of demon beasts, so he could only retreat continuously and form a battle formation to protect himself. Seeing the miserable appearance of his men, Lord Red Lotus looked very ugly. She pulled out the long knife from her waist and slashed forward. A stream of flame spurted out from the long knife, forming a fire dragon that extended 100 meters away, burning all the monsters in a line to ashes. It wasn't over yet. After the flames extended to 100 meters, dozens of small flame dragons suddenly extended from the main body to both sides, burning the monsters on both sides. In an instant, a large battlefield was cleared. Seeing Lord Red Lotus take action, the demon slayers cheered. Lord Red Lotus is mighty. Inspired, those demon slayers increased their strength and actually stabilized the battle line. Seeing this, the Red Lotus governor headed towards another area where monsters gathered, and was about to take action. Just then, she felt a cold light flash across her eyes. The Red Lotus governor fiercely drew his sword to resist, and found that it turned out to be a piece of colorful feathers. Lord Red Lotus looked up and saw a woman covered in colorful rays of cloud standing on the treetop, holding a colorful long sword in her hand. Hong Lian, you are getting more and more useless. And you actually attack my people. Are you trying to provoke a war between the two races? Chapter 859 Muddy the Water. Faced with a question from 1,000 Illusion Demon King, Lord Red Lotus frowned slightly. The 1,000 Illusion Demon King opposite her is her old rival. Not only is he powerful, but he is also extremely cunning. There may not be many demon slayers who die directly in the hands of the opponent. Only 10 fingers. However, the demon slayer who dies indirectly in the hands of the 1,000 Illusion Demon King most likely as high as 4 figures or more. There are rumors that the 1,000 Illusion Demon King is behind more than 60% of the casualties among demon slayers in the entire north. It can be said that the 1,000 Illusion Demon King is the life and death enemy of the entire Demon Slayer organization. Everyone in the Demon Slayer wants to eliminate the 1,000 Illusion Demon King first, and then quickly. However, the 1,000 Illusion Demon King is powerful and cunning, and does not confront the Demon Slayer's governor head-on. Instead, he uses the terrain to get entangled. Moreover, every time after allowing the 1,000 Illusion Demon King to escape, the opponent would plan a big operation against ordinary Demon Slayers, causing the Demon Slayers to feel pain every time. It was precisely this kind of hesitation that made the top brass of Demon Slayer take action. Of course, in addition to this, the Red Lotus governor also has a mortal feud with the 1,000 Illusion Demon King. Her precious apprentice disappeared after entering Wuliang Mountain a year ago. The Red Lotus governor believes that this matter is very likely to be related to the 1,000 Illusion Demon King. Related? When the Red Lotus governor saw the 1,000 Illusion Demon King appearing in front of her, a trace of murderous intent arose in her heart. We must kill the 1,000 Illusion Demon King here. Lord Red Lotus made a decision in his heart. Thinking of this, Lord Red Lotus showed a narrow smile on his face. Qian Huan, I brought people here naturally to search for my disciples. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, I will be missing one thing. Colorful clouds, Lord Red Lotus said, and with a wave of the long knife in his hand, a ray of red light passed through. 7 or 8 monster beasts dodged without haste, and were chopped into 2 sections on the spot. Lord Red Lotus's behavior was tantamount to slapping the Thousand Illusion Demon King in the face. The Thousand Illusion Demon King had to regain his face no matter what. Otherwise, it would be greatly detrimental to his ability to control other demon beasts in the future. You actually dare to kill my fellow tribesmen in front of me. It seems that my demon clan has been too peaceful these years, which makes you demon slayers look down on me. If this is the case, then we demon clan will show our true power. It starts with your life. Thousand Illusion Demon King said, and the long sword in his hand pierced the chest of Lord Red Lotus. Upon seeing this, the Red Lotus governor raised the long sword in his hand to parry. 1 man and 1 demon stood with their swords intersecting. Seeing this, the remaining demon slayers and monster beasts also found their opponents and fought together, shouting to kill, and their roars could be heard far away. Even Zhang Tuohai, who was soaking in a hot spring in a Tianqi in the distance, heard it. What are these people doing? Zhang Tuohai looked at the open space in the distance with a telescope. He could see countless demon slayers and monster beasts fighting together, but he did not understand why these people were fighting. Lilith also walked over wearing a bath towel, holding a telescope and looking at the battlefield in the distance. Mosey, on the other hand, soaked most of his face under the water, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. If it hadn't been for a long time that the water in the hot spring pool had not decreased, Zhang Tuohai would have thought that Mosey was secretly drinking the hot spring water. They originally planned to follow Mosey across Wuliang Mountain along the path and go directly to the underworld. However, Mosey walked around and couldn't walk when he came to the hot spring pool. He really wanted to enter the hot spring pool and take a dip. After testing, Lilith also discovered that the hot spring pool contains a lot of luck. If you soak in the hot spring for a long time, you can improve your own luck. Maybe Mosey can also use this opportunity to cross the threshold from a quasi-heroine to a heroine. After Lilith's popular science, Zhang Tuohai also knew the rules of this big world, thinking that they are relatively wealthy. Therefore, when this kind of big world evolves, they usually do not choose just 1 or 2 protagonists, but choose a bunch of them, and use the method of raising goo to let these protagonist candidates grow on their own. Who is the protagonist? It still depends on individual efforts. Therefore, the step from quasi-heroine to heroine is still very important for Mosey. There is even a possibility that if Mosey does not meet the heroine's luck when arriving in the underworld, a fatal plot kill will be directly triggered, resulting in death on the spot. This is unacceptable to Zhang Tuohai. No matter what, he must ensure that Mosey can have heroine-level luck. In other words, Mosey must stay in the hot spring pool until her luck breaks through that limit. Aren't these people coming to kill you? Zhang Tuohai looked at those menacing demon slayers and monster beasts and felt a little headache. The number of these people was too great. If it were a guerrilla war, Zhang Tuohai was not afraid. He could use his mobility advantage to consume all these people. Even if the enemies, it doesn't matter if there are 10 times more. However, what he needs to do now is to defend the carrot, which is a headache. He doesn't have any very good AoE skills. Facing a group attack from so many people, he is likely to focus on one thing and not the other, causing Mosey to fail in promotion. Therefore, what he needs to do now is to prevent these people from paying attention to him and leave enough time for Mosey to complete his promotion. How should I do it? Just as Zhang Tuohai was calculating, his eyes suddenly lit up, because he saw a group of black-armored knights coming to the edge of the Wuliang Mountain jungle. This group of black-armored knights are dressed the same as those led by Plague. It's you? When Zhang Tuohai saw those black-armored knights, his mind started to work. The strength of these black-armored knights was not weak. He had controlled hundreds of demon slayers and suffered heavy losses against those black-armored knights. In the end, he blew himself up with a demon-slaying sword. The obstacle was cleared. In this case, let's lure you in to resolve the crisis. Zhang Tuohai decided to bring these black-armored knights into the scene to muddy the waters. When they start fighting, no one will be able to care about them. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai jumped out of the hot spring on the top of the mountain, and then walked towards the black-armored knight in the distance. The leader of this group of black-armored knights is one of Alea's 4 demigod knights, the Famine Knight. Famine has a range of passive skills, all things decline. The skill effect is that wherever the Famine Knight passes, all plants within the area centered around it will wither. Even creatures made of flesh and blood will lose a lot of life, and eventually turn into a pile of withered bones. Only the undead are immune to this killing, because the skills are too overbearing. The Famine Knight usually does not enter the field, and will only guard certain forbidden areas in this world. However, because of the intrusion of outsiders, the Plague Knight was afraid that he would not be able to suppress it. So he called out the Famine Knight to help suppress it. Place. It's a pity that the plague died first before the famine arrived. And the famine followed the traces towards Wuliang Mountain. It had just searched the foot of Wuliang Mountain, and was about to continue searching for traces, when suddenly a black light flashed in front of its eyes and struck it. Chapter 860 Introducing a Trap. What? Upon seeing this, the Famine Knight quickly raised his buckler to resist. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and a stream of black light struck the buckler, and a red light also emitted from the buckler. The black stream of light cut a deep gap in the round shield, but the red light quickly penetrated into the gap and closed the gap. The Famine Knight blocked the attack, but the black armored knights around it did not have as sophisticated equipment as it did. A stream of light flashed through, cutting off the heads of 3 or 4 black armored knights in succession before dissipating. However, although the black stream of light cut off the heads of the black armored knights, those black armored knights did not lose their lives because of this. They turned over and dismounted, picked up their heads from the ground, wiped the dust off, and put them back on their necks. Undead? Zhang Tuohai in the woods in the distance saw this scene, and couldn't help but be shocked. The vitality of this black armored knight was too tenacious. He couldn't kill him immediately even by cutting his neck. It was really difficult to deal with him. However, now these are the headaches for those who kill monsters and have nothing to do with him. After the attack, Zhang Tuohai wore the clothes of a demon slayer, jumped onto the treetop, and then quickly ran towards the battlefield where demons and monsters were slain. Seeing Zhang Tuohai turn around and run away, Xie Fang felt a shiver in his heart. His trip is of great importance and cannot be leaked, and the guy in front of him actually wants to run away after the fight. If the news is leaked, it will be detrimental to the overall situation. If it affects Lord Alea's layout, he, the Famine Knight, will be in trouble. Maybe the relief on the back of the throne is its final resting place. Come here! Catch this guy! Don't let him run away! He has confidential information. We must eliminate him! The Famine Knight drew out the long sword from his waist and pointed in the direction of Zhang Tuohai's escape. The black armored knights under it chased Zhang Tuohai in the direction of his escape. Famine also chased in this direction. Wherever it passed, the plants were rotten and barren, and eventually broke into dry fragments and were trampled into the soil. In the lush forest, a straight road was cut out by the Famine Knight. Looking at the famine with astonishing destructive power, Zhang Tuohai felt lucky that he had discovered it early and had help available. If he really faced this guy, it would be a bit uncomfortable. Therefore, Zhang Tuohai accelerated his pace and rushed forward. Seeing this, Famine also accelerated its pace. Soon, the two of them chased each other and arrived at the battlefield where the Demon Slayer and the Demon Slayer were fighting. Zhang Tuohai quickly slipped into the team of Demon Slayers. In order to conceal his identity, he rolled twice in the dirt and smeared a handful of ashes on his face, plus someone's blood. Let alone the Demon Slayers had a normal relationship with each other. Even when Lilith came, she couldn't find Zhang Tuohai from a group of Demon Slayers based on his appearance. Let me help you! Zhang Tuohai drew out his demon-slaying knife and came to the side of a Demon Slayer. He slashed out and cut a 4-armed macaque in half. Thank you! A Demon Slayer next to him wiped the sweat from his face and smiled gratefully at Zhang Tuohai. However, he soon stopped laughing, because 2 more monsters rushed up. Zhang Tuohai pretended to deal with it while peeking around to check the surrounding situation. Less than a minute after he hit in the Demon Slayer, Famine led a large group of black armored knights to the heart of the battle. Seeing thousands of Demon Slayers wearing the same clothes on the field, Famine also had a headache. How to find this? However, it soon figured out a simple way. Since it couldn't find it, just kill them all, so that it wouldn't have to worry about leaking the secrets. Come on! Kill all the creatures here! Famine waved the long sword in his hand and shouted to the black armored knight under his command. Yes! Upon hearing this, the black armored knights immediately lined up and charged towards the battlefield. The clatter of horse hooves is like the beating of war drums, which makes people's hearts tremble. Who is this? The Demon Slayers on the battlefield also noticed this strange army. They had never seen a team dressed like this before. and they began to guess where the opponent belonged. However, most demon slayers feel that this force should belong to the human race. Since it is the human race, it should help them kill the demon beasts. However, as the sound of horse hooves got closer and closer, those demon slayers began to feel that something was wrong. The speed of these guys did not slow down at all, and they charged towards themselves. A few seconds later, the suspicions of these demon slayers were confirmed. A black-armored knight lifted a demon slayer into the air with the spear in his hand. Another black-armored knight chopped off the head of another demon slayer with a long sword in his hand. The actions of the black-armored knight shattered the illusions in the demon slayer's heart, and at the same time caused considerable losses to the demon slayer. The attack just now caused more than a quarter of the casualties to the demon slayer, although the remaining demon slayers cleverly avoided the impact. At this time, they were also exhausted from the high-intensity battle and were unable to catch the black-armored knight. Compared to the black-armored knights, those monster beasts were very happy. Although, these monster beasts didn't know why these humans started fighting among themselves. But since they were willing to kill each other, it was a good thing for them. They looked at each other and decided to treat these black-armored knights as temporary teammates. They would first join forces to kill the life-and-death enemy, the demon slayer, and then decide whether to kill the black-armored knights based on the situation. After identifying each other as a temporary ally in their hearts, those monsters naturally had less scruples. Some of the monsters with a more impatient temper even rushed directly in front of the black-armored knight, preparing to pursue the victory and kill the monster slayers. However, just as an iron-backed bear rushed past the black-armored knight's horse, he never expected that a spear came from the side and pierced its body directly. The iron-backed bear looked at the black-armored knight beside him in confusion. He couldn't figure it out. We were all allies with a common enemy. So why did he kill one of his own? Its eyes were full of confusion. The next moment, its body was like a deflated balloon, rapidly drying up and shattering, and eventually turned into fragments scattered on the ground. Seeing this strange scene, the monsters took 2 steps back involuntarily, and a few monster wolves even instinctively tucked their tails. Deathbringer? Seeing this scene, the Thousand Illusion Demon King in the sky couldn't help but take a breath of air. As an immortal among the demon kings, it naturally knows some secrets. Legend has it that in a hidden corner of the world, there exists a group of messengers of death who can make all things wither. Their appearance will cause catastrophe. If the messengers of death cannot be killed, all things will be destroyed. Thinking of this, the Thousand Illusion Demon King looked at the Red Lotus Governor, who looked at him coldly. Let's give up for the time being and join forces to expel the Death Messenger. Let's discuss the outcome. What do you think? Although she wanted to kill the Thousand Illusion Demon King immediately, as the governor of the Demon Slayer, she naturally knew some secrets. Looking at the deserted passage, she nodded. Okay, let's join forces first. Expel these guys, and let's talk about life and death. Chapter 861 Powerful Famine. The Thousand Illusion Demon King and the Red Lotus Governor reached a consensus. The two sides put aside their conflicts for the time being and solved the Death Messenger first. All the demon clans obeyed the order and used all their strength to kill the black-armored men. Don't let anyone be caught. Kill them! Thousand Illusion Demon King waved his sword in his hand and shouted. Roar. Upon hearing this, many demon clans immediately turned around and attacked the black-armored knights. Lord Red Lotus also issued an order at the same time. The Demon Slayer obeys the order and immediately kills the black-armored man. Kill him! The Demon Slayer was also very angry at the black-armored knight who slaughtered his companions. He was just taking care of the situation of the battle when he didn't take action. Now that the governor gave the order, he took action immediately. Many demon slayers formed a battle formation and fought against the black-armored knight. A demon slayer wielded a long knife and chopped off the head of a black-armored knight. However, before he could laugh, the headless body of the black-armored knight struck the demon slayer with a backhand, stabbing the opponent's body, where it right. On the other side, a huge pangolin had just pierced the chest of a black-armored knight, but was cut in half by the headless black-armored knight with a backhand knife. How come this guy can't be killed? Everyone panicked. If it was a strong enemy, they might be able to fight with willpower. But what should they do when facing an unkillable enemy? This discovery was like a bucket of cold water poured on everyone's heads. You have to kill the leader. Otherwise, those vassals will not be killed at all. Qian Huan Demon King looked at the scene below and thought of those secrets. When you encounter the messenger of death, you must kill the leader. Otherwise the servants are immortal and will continue to resurrect even if they are killed. Lord Red Lotus obviously also knew this secret. She immediately raised the long knife in her hand, and the runes on the long knife flashed. Soon, the long knife turned into a rainbow that penetrated the sky, and then struck at the black-armored knight below. Past. A flash of red clouds chopped those black-armored knights into pieces. However, the fragments of the black-armored knights seemed to have magic power. They were attracted by an inexplicable force, and reassembled into whole bodies one after another, and rejoined the battle. Not these! Let's get the next batch! The Thousand Illusion Demon King also roughly understood the intention of Lord Red Lotus, which was to find out the positions of the leaders of the Death Messengers one by one, and then annihilate them with all their strength. With a wave of the long sword in its hand, it suddenly turned into hundreds of sword lights and stabbed towards the black-armored knight. In an instant, hundreds of black-armored knights were stabbed through each other and lay on the ground to regroup. Only one black-armored knight raised his shield and blocked the blow. Got you! Looking at the black-armored knight raising his shield, Lord Red Lotus and Qian Huan Demon King looked at each other. And then, they all attacked the black-armored knight. Looking at the approaching Red Lotus Governor and Thousand Illusion Demon King, a trace of anger rose in Fingfang's eyes. When did this mere plot character become so arrogant and dare to swing a knife at him? If Lord Alea hadn't been worried that the plot would change too much, causing the Kingdom of God to completely lose control, Yu Wuliangshan and the Demon Slayers would have been wiped out long ago. However, it's not a big problem if we only kill a few leaders. It's not a big problem as long as we don't take the initiative to attack the Demon Slayer headquarters and the Wuliang Mountain Lair. Thinking of this, Fengfang also drew out the long knife from his waist, used a shield in his backhand to block the long sword of the Thousand Illusion Demon King, and slashed the long knife from Lord Red Lotus with the long knife in his right hand. Ding! The two long knives made a clanging sound, and sparks appeared. It was not directly cut into two pieces as Famine imagined. Huh? This abnormality aroused his alertness. He remembered something and immediately looked carefully at the long knife in the opponent's hand. When he saw that inconspicuous mark, Famine's eyes were filled with anger and excitement. Angry because, before the world restarted hundreds of times, he was still an ordinary black-armored knight. The last Famine Knight entered the Kingdom of God plot to perform a mission, but was ambushed by the natives and died in the end. In the end, he even connected with the quantum in his hand. The weapons made from the crystals were lost. It was also at that time that Lord Alea lost control of the Kingdom of God. Even the quantum crystal weapons made by one's own hands cannot be recycled. Lord Alea once gave an order that no matter who can find out what happened that year and recover the quantum crystal weapon, he will receive a supreme reward. In the past, he was also very ambitious about this task. After becoming the new Famine Knight, he began to wait for the opportunity to find out the truth of the year. However, he has been stationed in a secret forbidden area and cannot easily get involved in the plot of the Kingdom of God. No one can even see it, let alone find out the truth. Originally, he thought he would never be able to complete this task, but he never expected that he would actually see the lost quantum crystal sword here today, the weapon lost by the previous Famine Knight. Catch her! Ask for the truth about that year! Hungry's mind was filled with this thought. All other thoughts were thrown aside by it. At this moment, Qian Huan Demon King saw Fengfang distracted and felt that this was a rare opportunity. So he stabbed Fengfang in the neck with his sword. Humph! How dare an ant do something? The round shield in Fengfang's hand was thrown and hit the Thousand Illusion Demon King. Seeing this, the Thousand Illusion Demon King quickly dodged away. However, at this moment, the shield that flew out flew back again, faster and more fiercely than before. The Thousand Illusion Demon King felt a gust of evil wind behind him, and his body suddenly turned into a ball of colorful light escaped this attack. Famine took advantage of this opportunity and slashed at Lord Red Lotus with a long knife in his hand. Lord Red Lotus was beaten back and forth, feeling the pressure doubled. It seems that I can only use that move. The Red Lotus Governor's spiritual power was poured into the long knife, and the long knife in his hand suddenly turned into a fiery red Suzaku. The Suzaku spit out blazing flames towards Famine. Ha ha! You dare to use such a move in front of me. What a joke! Famine sneered. In order to find out the truth of that year, he deliberately looked up everything about the previous Famine Knight, which naturally included the special effects of the former Famine Knight's weapons. It can be said that no one in the entire Kingdom of God knows the special effects of the weapons of the previous Famine Knight better than him. And even the previous Famine Knight may not be able to compare with them. Cold Snake! Break! The long knife in the hand of the Famine Knight turned into a huge frost snake and rolled towards Suzaku. The giant frost snake cleverly avoided the flames and bit the Suzaku's back with its huge mouth. Lord Red Lotus did not expect Famine to attack like this, and was caught off guard and was bitten. The Suzaku shadow immediately dissipated and turned into a long sword again. Lord Red Lotus wanted to snatch back her long sword, but the giant frost python was already ready to seize the opportunity to wrap around her body. In an instant, Lord Red Lotus felt that the blood all over her body was frozen. Chapter 862 Sneak Attack. What's going on? His body was entangled by the giant frost python. Lord Red Lotus's face changed suddenly, and he quickly poured spiritual power into every part of his body, trying to break free. However, she tried her best, but she couldn't break away from the frost python. What is this thing that is so difficult to deal with? Lord Red Lotus looked a little ugly. She tried all her strength, but could not break free. Seeing the ugly look on Lord Red Lotus's face, Famine showed a trace of mockery on his face. It had been preparing for this for hundreds of years. If it could be easily broken free by Lord Red Lotus, wouldn't that prove that he had spent hundreds of years preparing for this? Have you lived on a dog for years? You don't have to worry. My frost python is not easy to break free from. Just take your time. I will talk to you after these things are dealt with, the Famine Knight said with a sneer. Seeing that the Famine Knight's attention was all on the Red Lotus Lord, the Thousand Illusion Demon King on the side had a thought. The long sword in its hand instantly turned into a golden light and pierced the Famine Knight's back, hoping to take the opportunity to kill the Famine Knight in one fell swoop. Behead, however, who knew that the Famine Knight's appearance was all just an act to lure it into action. Thousand Illusion Demon King's move immediately played into the hands of the Famine Knight. The Famine Knight turned around and blocked the golden light with a round shield in his hand. Then, the round shield in his hand suddenly flew in front of the Thousand Illusion Demon King. The long sword in Qian Huan Demon King's hand couldn't be opened, so he had no choice but to cross his hands in front of him, blocking the round shield. The hands of the Thousand Illusion Demon King had just blocked the round shield when the animal face engraved on the shield suddenly opened its big mouth and bit into the hands of the Thousand Illusion Demon King. Click! There was a crisp sound, and the first side of the round shield actually bit off the Qian Huan Demon King's arms in one bite, smashing them into pieces, and various pieces of meat and blood splattered everywhere. Ah! The Thousand Illusion Demon King screamed. At this time, its arms were broken and dripping with blood. An ordinary person would probably have passed out at this time. But Qian Huan Demon King is no ordinary person. As a demon king who has lived for hundreds of years, he has experienced countless life and death fights. Even though his arms were broken, he still struggled to move forward. He flew backwards and wanted to get out of here. Humph! You still want to run? Looking at the Qian Huan Demon King who was retreating rapidly, Famine controlled the round shield in his hand and continued to chase forward. In an instant, Buckler's speed increased several times, and he arrived in front of the Thousand Illusion Demon King in an instant. At the same time, his body also expanded several times. At this time, Buckler's open mouth was already larger than the Thousand Illusion Demon King's. The king's body is even bigger. Looking at the behemoth in front of it, the Thousand Fantasy Demon King was secretly shocked. It never expected that this Famine was still hiding its incompetence in the joint attack between it and the Red Lotus Governor, which made its assessment of the strength of both parties appear huge. Error. It had understood that it was definitely no match for Famine, and it quickly used secret techniques to prepare to escape. This secret method is its life-saving trump card, and it will pay a huge price if used once, so that it will not use it easily until it is extremely critical. In today's situation, it had to be used. Thousand Illusion Demon King launched the secret technique brazenly, but it found that its body flew backwards uncontrollably. What's going on? Could it be that the secret technique has not been activated? Qian Huan Demon King was shocked, but the rapid loss of spiritual power in his body clearly told him that the secret technique had been activated successfully. The Qian Huan Demon King, who was confused, turned around and was shocked to find that thousands of slender silver threads were sticking out of the shield's beast-faced mouth. These silver threads were as thin as cicada wings, wrapping its body and pushing it backwards. Pull away. Qian Huan Demon King quickly turned his spiritual power into a sharp blade, trying to cut off these silver wires. However, the spiritual power sharp blade used to cut gold and cut jade hit a wall in front of these slender silver wires. He cut it several times, but failed to cut even one. No gaps were made. Qian Huan Demon King also wanted to use other methods, but time no longer gave it a chance. The suction force in Beast Face's mouth suddenly widened, and Qian Huan Demon King's body was not controlled by it, and flew upside down into Beast Face's mouth. Click! Click! The sound of chewing came, and fine pieces of meat and blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Humph. It's a joke that a mere native wants to escape from my grasp. The Famine Knight's face was full of sneers, and he was about to summon the beast-faced buckler. At this moment, he suddenly felt waves of heat coming from behind. The Famine Knight turned around suddenly, and was shocked to find that the Red Lotus Lord, who was entangled by the Frost Python, had turned into a coquettish red lotus at some point. The surface of the lotus was covered with golden flames, emitting billowing heat waves. The Frost Python responded with all its strength. But what was visible to the naked eye was that the red lotus emitting golden flames clearly had the upper hand. What kind of magic is this? Seeing Lord Red Lotus's appearance, the Famine Knight showed a rare solemn look on his face. Although the properties of quantum crystals are indestructible, it does not mean that they cannot be defeated. Some colorful natives can use certain secret methods to temporarily suppress quantum crystals and then launch a counterattack. This is the conclusion drawn from their long-term observations of the world of the Kingdom of God. However, these secret techniques are very special. Not only are the conditions for use harsh, but the cost of activation is extremely high. The huge amount of energy generated after activation will make the user's body unable to bear it, causing the user to collapse and die. This is a suicidal secret technique. There are only 1 or 2 people who have mastered it. Moreover, before each reincarnation starts, they will send people to secretly eliminate these people who know the secrets to avoid variables. Before this reincarnation started, the plague and war had clearly killed those nasty bugs. How could this guy know this secret skill? Could it be that she was the real culprit behind the incident that year? A series of thoughts flashed through Fengfang's mind. But the movements in his hands were not slow, and he recalled the beast-faced shield in front of him to protect his body. As soon as it took the beast mask into its hands, Lord Red Lotus's secret technique was ready. Whoosh! The Red Lotus Governor turned into a long golden sword, broke free from the shackles of the Frost Python, and slashed towards Famine, leaving a series of golden flames behind him. Seeing this, Fengfang quickly raised the round shield in his hand to resist. The animal face on the shield also spit out thousands of silver threads and wrapped the golden sword tightly. Boom! The golden long knife was pulled away from the direction by the silver wire, and struck the beast-faced shield. There was a deep wound on the beast's face, and even a long crack on the shield. However, Famine is not worried about this. This secret technique used by the indigenous super level cannot cause permanent damage to the quantum crystal. Although this kind of crack looks a bit serious, it will repair itself after a while. What really makes him regretful is that Lord Red Lotus used his secret technique and turned into ashes. This time I gave you an advantage. I will definitely catch you in the next reincarnation. Famine snorted coldly, and was about to order his black-armored knights to strangle the remaining demon slayers and monsters. At this moment, he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind his head. Chapter 863, Ending Famine. What? Famine quickly raised the beast-faced shield in his hand to resist. However, the beast-faced shield in its hand had just been temporarily destroyed by the Red Lotus Lord. If it had been an ordinary sword, it might have been able to withstand it for a while. But it was powerless against the Black Umbrella, which was also made of quantum crystals. The Black Umbrella made of quantum crystals directly penetrated the beast-faced shield and hit Famine in the face. Boom! After being hit hard, Famine was dizzy. His eyes were dazzled, and he briefly lost his vision. Under this situation, Famine continued to deal with it calmly. It chanted a spell to summon back the still intact Frost Python. As long as the Frost Python was in hand, he would still be able to fight. However, as soon as he recited 2 words of the incantation, the tip of the Black Umbrella poked into its neck. A huge force directly pushed back the spell underneath him. Cough, 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 dash. Famine coughed violently, uncontrollably. The blow came again to his head. Bang, bang, bang. After several heavy blows in a row, even an entity like Famine, which focused all its skill points on defense, could not withstand such an attack. His head was deformed, and he fainted on the spot. Huh? This guy is really difficult to deal with. Zhang Tuohai, who succeeded in the sneak attack, let out a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the use of 2 aboriginal masters to consume a wave of Famine's strength, Zhang Tuohai would have had to spend a lot of time to kill Famine. If you add in the effort required to defend against those black-armored knights, the variables become even greater. Failure is not impossible. Fortunately, he was in the dark before and took advantage of the contradictions between these people to cause them to fight, which ultimately benefited him. After knocking Fengfang unconscious, Zhang Tuohai stopped being polite and hit him hard again with the Black Umbrella in his hand, directly smashing the opponent's head. With a pop, Famine's corpse shattered, and some quantum crystals precipitated. Zhang Tuohai was about to pick up the quantum crystals and take them away. Whoosh! A sharp arrow shot from the side and hit his neck. Zhang Tuohai swept the black umbrella in his hand, knocked down the arrow, and then looked in the direction of the arrow. At this time, there were still a large number of black armored knights, demon slayers and monsters on the ground. I almost forgot that there are still you guys. Without the constraints of a demigod level leader, these minions are not so difficult to deal with. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Blade Storm. Zhang Tuohai raised one hand high, and the long swords in the hands of the demon slayers and the long swords in the hands of the black armored knights all flew into the sky uncontrollably. The people below were all stupidly looking at the thousands of swords hanging upside down in the sky. The scene in front of them was completely beyond their understanding. Let's go! Zhang Tuohai waved one hand, and thousands of sharp swords fell down like raindrops. Puff puff. There was a sound of sharp weapons penetrating through the body, and many demon slayers, black armored knights, and monster beasts were penetrated through the body and nailed to the ground. In an instant, the ground was covered with corpses. Those black armored knights also lost the ability to continuously recover because of the loss of famine, the source of immortal power. They turned into wisps of smoke amidst bursts of sharp wailing. Finally solved. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Zhang Tuohai finally felt relieved. For the time being, he no longer had to worry about the pursuit of the demon slayer and those black armored knights. Zhang Tuohai was about to leave when he thought of something and stopped again. He used a portable flamethrower to set the corpse on fire. Destroying corpses and eradicating traces is a good habit he has left behind after experiencing so many worlds. If the bodies are not destroyed, who knows what kind of posture those guys will be revived in. Seeing those corpses turned into ashes in the end, Zhang Tuohai left leisurely. Of course, Zhang Tuohai did not forget to take away the 2 quantum crystal weapons left behind by famine. Soon, he returned to the hot spring pool at the top of the mountain. At this time, Mosey had walked out of the hot spring pool, and Lilith was helping her comb her hair. Zhang Tuohai looked at Mosey and felt something was wrong. He walked around Mosey several times before he discovered something was wrong. He remembered that the clothes Mosey was wearing were the ones he had just bought for the other party. When they were put on Mosey, they were still a little too big. However, now, when they were put on Mosey, the clothes were obviously a little too small. It seems a bit incongruous. Does this hot spring also have the function of growing taller? You should soak in it for a while longer. Zhang Tuohai turned to Lilith and said, I'm overthinking it. How can there be a hot spring that can make people grow longer? I have traveled so many worlds and I have never seen one. However, I have seen a fountain of youth that can rejuvenate one's youth after drinking it. Lilith said quietly. Where? Hearing the fountain of youth, Zhang Tuohai immediately became energetic. After all, longevity is the long-held dream of all short-lived species. From kings to beggars, no one is exempt from vulgarity. Even Zhang Tuohai, who has figured out the code of immortality, is not used to it because his time is too short, and he is often tempted by the thought of immortality. It's in your kingdom of God, the world of fairy tales. Don't you know it? Lilith rolled her eyes at Zhang Tuohai, her face full of contempt. Really? Is there such a thing? I didn't pay attention. Zhang Tuohai was a little embarrassed. After all, the fairy tale world was where his divine kingdom was, and he didn't know what specialties his divine kingdom had. It was really unjustifiable. However, this cannot be blamed on him. Xiao Wanwan is usually in charge of the kingdom of God, and he is either deducing or scheming against other demigods. It is understandable that he does not know. This also reminded Zhang Tuohai that when he has the opportunity to go back, he must return to the kingdom of God a few more times, and take a look at Xiao Wanwan, who is working hard to help him manage the kingdom of God. Wait a minute. What did I ask just now? Zhang Tuohai suddenly remembered that this was not what he asked just now. Don't change the subject. Why did she suddenly become bigger? Zhang Tuohai asked. Well, after you killed those guys, Mosey's luck suddenly skyrocketed, which made the heroine's luck, and her body became more mature because of this luck. Lilith said, I speculate that some of the guys below have a chance to become the protagonist or an important supporting role. However, because they are all dead, their luck is concentrated on Mosey. Then, because of the sudden increase in luck, Mosey's body was matured. According to the test data, Mosey's body is still at the peak of development. During this period, there will be new changes every day. You'd better plan to change her clothes into new clothes every day. That's it. It's a trivial matter. Hearing what Lilith said, Zhang Tuohai felt relieved and just changed a few sets of clothes. He could still afford this small amount of money, Not to mention 1 set per day. 1 set per hour. Sets are not a problem. Of course, these are all things for later. What he needs to do now is to leave Wuliang Mountain, go to the underworld, and complete the main mission. Chapter 864 The Dog-Licking Door. Zhang Tuohai didn't know how Mosey passed through Wuliang Mountain in the original plot. However, just seeing the 1,000 Illusion Demon King, Lord Red Lotus, and the Famine Demigod might not make it much easier. Even if it wasn't these people, it will definitely be extremely difficult if the main force comes out together. However, I don't know if it was because Zhang Tuohai's melee just now defeated the 3 parties' effective forces. On the subsequent journey, Zhang Tuohai and his party did not encounter any obstacles and broke through Wuliang Mountain safely. After passing through Wuliang Mountain, a large river suddenly appeared in front of everyone. From a distance, the river looks like a river of stars hanging upside down between the sky and the earth. From a close distance, it looks like a vast river with endless waves, turbid waves on the water surface and waves hitting the shore, and undercurrents surging and turbulent under the water. The dark clouds in the sky were pressing down on the river, like a huge black pot upside down, making people breathless. On the shore not far away, there is a stone tablet with these 3 characters written on it: Wanchuan River. This is the Lethe River. Zhang Tuohai frowned as he looked at the surging river water. He remembered that when he was in Bilyuan, Huan Yaowen once said that if you want to go to the underworld, you must cross the Wanchuan River. However, the water in the Wanchuan River is so strong that you can't see the other side of the river at a glance. And the rapids are rapid. If you cross the river rashly, your boat will be destroyed and people will die. Moreover, the water surface area is so large. Who knows what is in the river? Zhang Tuohai is sure that there is more than 90% chance that there are some powerful monsters living in this river, acting as a roadblock to Mosey's progress. According to Mosey's strength, she definitely doesn't have the capital to fight head-on. Therefore, if she wants to cross the river, there must be some way to use external force. Zhang Tuohai glanced around. On the riverside not far away, there was a Vermilion Temple, standing quietly on the riverside. It looked very abrupt against the dark background. There must be problems with building a temple in a place like this. It might be the key to crossing the Lethe River. Zhang Tuohai pointed to the temple in the distance and said, "Would you like to go over and take a look?" Lilith and Mosey looked at each other without any objection. During this period, Zhang Tuohai also paid close attention to Mosey's reaction and made sure that the other party showed no hesitation or objection. Only then was he convinced that his judgment was correct. The group of people came to the door of the temple. Zhang Tuohai looked at the temple carefully. The outer wall of the temple was made of vermilion rock. It was not a pigment, but the color of the rock itself. The color was very rich, as if blood was about to spill out. The door is also vermilion, but it is carved with 2 huge animal heads. The animal heads are extremely huge and almost occupy the entire door panel. Arriving at the gate, Zhang Tuohai was about to knock on the door when suddenly the beast on the left opened its mouth. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai immediately reflexively took 5 or 6 steps back, and at the same time raised the black umbrella in his hand. Could it be that this beast's head is similar to Famine's shield and can bite people? Zhang Tuohai secretly guessed. Who knew that the beast head did not bite him, but instead spoke. "Take your dirty hands away, and don't touch me." The beast-headed door made a sound like muffled thunder, which made Zhang Tuohai's ears buzz. Zhang Tuohai, hearing the words of the beast-headed gate, he couldn't help but froze. He wouldn't be surprised at all if the beast head ate him in one bite. However, the beast head door actually shouted at him not to bang it. What was going on? Zhang Tuohai held a black umbrella in his hand and looked at the beast-headed door cautiously. Lilith also put her hand into the pocket of her white coat. Judging from the shape of the pocket, she seemed to be holding something in her hand. While Mosey was frightened, jumping, 2 tears appeared in the eye sockets, and the eye sockets were slightly red. "Ah! Don't cry! Don't cry! I'm not talking about you. Are you scared? Are you wronged? To express my apology, you can touch my body as you like." When the door on the left saw Mosey's appearance, his expression immediately changed and he showed great courtesy, which was no different from licking a dog. Looking at the beast-headed gate with a completely different face than before, Zhang Tuohai looked back at Mosey and then at the beast-headed gate, not knowing what to say. At this moment, the animal-headed door on the right suddenly opened its mouth, and it angrily shouted at the animal-headed door on the left. "You stinky, shameless thing! You scared others like that! And you actually want to let the little girl touch you? You are despicable! Your smelly door panel has not been maintained for hundreds of years. It is only washed once when it rains. There is an unknown amount of dust on it. You actually want a little girl to touch you with her delicate hands. Why are you so shameless?" Hearing what the beast-headed gate on the right said, the beast-headed gate on the left immediately stopped working. "Who said I was dirty?" As he said that, the beast-headed door on the left suddenly opened his big mouth and stuck out a long big tongue. The big tongue licked his entire face, including some corners. I also wiped it emphatically several times. Not to mention, after it licked it like this, the door was really clean, and some places even shone with a metallic luster. However, psychologically, Zhang Tuohai found it difficult to accept it. Now, if anyone wants him to touch this door, he is very resistant from the bottom of his heart. If he really wants to touch it, he chooses to kick out the person who suggested it and let him touch it himself. Seeing the appearance of the beast-headed gate on the left, the beast-headed gate on the right was not to be outdone and showed a look of contempt. "Humph. Trash. Don't you still want the little girl to touch you when you act like this? Despicable. A real gentleman has already opened the door by himself and let the little girl in. A well-educated door never forgets his own. It's my job. Like me." The animal-headed door on the right said that, and slowly opened the door, showing an inviting gesture. Looking at the open door, the animal-headed door on the left was anxious. If Mosey was allowed to pass through that way, wouldn't everything he just done be in vain? The animal-headed door on the left, gritting his teeth and stamping his feet, detached itself from the door axis and smashed it to the ground. "Come on! Come on! Walk this way. The ground is very dusty. Step on me so your shoes won't get dirty." Looking at the appearance of these two doors, Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say. However, you still have to enter through the gate. It's just a matter of which way to go. In desperation, he turned back to look at Mosey. "Which way do you plan to go?" "This." Seeing the scene in front of her, Mosey couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Before this, she was just a little girl living in the countryside. She had never seen such a scene before, and she didn't know what to do for a while. Chapter 865 Two Tunnels. "Choose me! Choose me! My place is clean! I am pure here! You are shameless! You're mean!" The two gatekeepers saw Mosey hesitating, starting from boasting about themselves, then derogating each other, and finally started beating each other. Zhang Tuohai looked at the two doors rolled together on the ground, feeling complicated in his heart. When he first came to this world, he thought he had a lot of experience and knowledge, and that he had never seen any big scenes. However, the two doors in front of him taught him a lesson. He had never seen this scene before. The two gates were actually open to invite others to pass through them. Who has seen this? By the way, the beautiful girls, like Mosey and Lilith invited by these two gates, have nothing to do with a foot-picking man like him. When will this big man who is shivering and picking his feet stand up? Zhang Tuohai, who originally wanted to punch twice, finally retracted his idea when he saw the two doors rolling further and further away. Forget it. Humans can't see the same things as dogs. "Let's go! Hurry in before they come back. Otherwise it will be troublesome again when they come back," Zhang Tuohai said. "Well, okay." Mosey quickly crossed the threshold with Zhang Tuohai and entered the temple. Entering the door, you are faced with a huge courtyard. The courtyard is also paved with red bricks, and some maple trees are planted around it. At this time, the leaves of the maple trees have turned red, and wind chimes with talismans are tied to the maple trees. When the breeze blows on the branches of the tree, it will make a tinkling sound. There was no one in the courtyard except for a broom quietly cleaning the floor. That's right. Just the broom and no one. In a vast and deserted temple, surrounded by bright red as blood, the spells on the maple trees move with the wind, and a broom gently swept the fallen leaves in the courtyard. This scene made Zhang Tuohai feel like an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It seems that this kind of scene can be seen in many horror movies. However, after passing the two funny doors at the door, Zhang Tuohai felt that his endurance had improved a lot, and the impact of the scene had also weakened a bit. He looked back at Lilith and Mosey, who were following behind him. At this time, Mosey was standing behind Lilith, looking at the broom carefully, while Lilith looked interested. "Dad, I want that! Go and get it for me!" Lilith tugged at the corner of Zhang Tuohai's clothes and said, "No! What do you want this thing for?" Zhang Tuohai was a little confused. "A broom that cleans automatically. If we can figure out the principle and go back and make a few of them, wouldn't we no longer have to clean the house in the future?" Lilith said. "If we can only equip a self-propelled machine with a broom, why do we need to study one separately?" Zhang Tuohai was puzzled. You don't understand. This is called style. Go quickly. Go quickly. Lilith pushed Zhang Tuohai from behind and said. At this time, an old voice interrupted the two people's pull. Cough, cough, cough. Isn't it impolite to discuss other people's fate so loudly in front of them? Zhang Tuohai looked up and saw that the broom twisted his body and jumped in front of him. What you said makes sense. We can keep our voices down. Lilith rolled her eyes at the broom, and then lowered her voice. Hearing this, Broom almost made his beard cringe with anger. Is the point about the loudness of the voice? You haven't asked for advice yet? Zhang Tuohai was too lazy to pay attention to Lilith. Raised his hands to the broom and said. The two beast-headed gates opened up an idea to Zhang Tuohai. That is, not all levels need to be overcome by force. Maybe you can also try negotiating. It works well and saves effort. You are still a young man who can speak. I am a broom god. I am already 3,600 years old this year, Broom said, stroking his beard with a proud look on his face. Then you have been sweeping the ground for 3,600 years? After sweeping for so long, there are still so many hairs on the broom. It is quite strong. What material is it made of? Is it reinforced with runes? As Lilith spoke, she squatted down and carefully examined the runes on the broom. At the same time, she poked the branches on the broom with her fingers to study the physical properties of the other party. Don't poke! It's itchy there. Oh! It's so itchy. Ha ha! Don't poke it. Ha ha! The broom god kept rolling on the ground, even scattering the pile of maple leaves that had just been swept into a pile. Looking at Lilith squatting on the ground poking with her fingers, and then looking at the broom god rolling on the floor. Zhang Tuohai had a feeling that he had come to the wrong place. This place is full of unreliability. Is it a mistake to look for a way to cross the river from here? At this moment, a solemn voice came from inside the temple. Broom god! Lead them to Lioli Well, and send them across the river. Don't waste time. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Zhang Tuohai always felt there was a hint of helplessness in his voice. Yes! Yes! I will send them across the river right now. Oops! Little ant. Stop poking. There! I really can't poke there. It's too itchy. Ha ha! The broom god begged for mercy. That's almost it. It's still a 3,600-year-old child. Why are you pestering it? When you get back, I'll give you a broom with gold. Zhang Tuohai took Lilith aside and rescued the broom god from Lilith's clutches. Come on! Follow me! The broom god got up from the ground and shook the dust off his body, like a dog that had just climbed out of the water. After shaking off the dust from his body, he led everyone towards a corner door. Everyone passed through the corner gate, passed through several courtyards, and came to a remote courtyard. The broom god pointed at an octagonal glazed well in the corner of the yard and said, Isn't the purpose of your coming here just to find a way to cross the Wanchuan River? Go down from this mirror. There is a passage below. Follow the passage all the way. You will if you can go to the other side of the river bank. Oh! As soon as the broom god finished speaking, he felt a pain in his butt, and then the whole broom fell directly into the octagonal glass well. Ouch! Which bastard kicked me off? The broom god was rubbing his butt at the bottom of the well while cursing. It's me, Ant. Lilith slid down the rope to the bottom of the well. Later, Zhang Tuohai followed with Mosey on his back and a bright flashlight. I was kind enough to lead you. Why did you kick me? Broom god asked angrily. Who knows? Are you sincere or fake? What if there is a trap here? So I trouble you to explore the way first, Lilith said with a smile beside her. Why is it so big here? Zhang Tuohai held up a strong flashlight and shined it everywhere. The mouth of the octagonal glazed well was not big, only the size of a person. But the bottom was not small. It was as big as a room. Not far ahead, there were two dark passages. This is the tunnel under the river that leads to the other side of the river. You can find anyone and keep going forward. When you reach the end, you will cross the river. The broom god pointed at the two tunnels in front of him and said, Why dig two? And they are so close together? If we have spares, there is no value in being so close. Right. Lilith looked at the tunnel and asked curiously. Actually, there was only one line in the original plan. In order to speed up the construction progress, the Shovel brothers started construction on both sides of the river. The broom god said this with a somewhat unpleasant look on his face. The result of it? Zhang Tuohai asked. The result is that both of them dug through. The broom god's face turned red. Chapter 866 The Miserable Broom God. Zhang Tuohai looked at the red-faced broom god and didn't know what to say. It was okay if the jokes in the original world became true. 2 shovels are used to dig a tunnel across the river. This amount of earthwork may not even be able to be dug out even if the shovels are smooth. Right? However, considering that this is a fantasy world, where brooms can become gods and shovels can dig tunnels, it doesn't seem so outrageous. Don't ask. Just ask about the world setting. Of course, the main problem now is not how to dig the tunnel, but which tunnel to choose. When faced with a multiple-choice question, Zhang Tuohai immediately pushed out the humanoid compass Mosey. Come on! Let's make a choice. Which tunnel do you like better? Zhang Tuohai pushed Mosey out and asked. This. Mosey bit a lollipop, looked towards the 2 tunnels for a while, and finally pointed his finger to the left. This tunnel. I think this one will save a lot of trouble. Then go this way. Zhang Tuohai followed his advice and led Mosey towards the passage on the left. You will follow too. Lilith grabbed the broom god, put it on her shoulder, and followed. Hey! Hey! Slow down. My 3,800-year-old body can't help but be tortured like this. The broom god shouted loudly from behind. Lilith ignored it and carried it into the passage. Although the broom god has never shown any hostility until now, who knows which side this guy is really on? Especially in terrains like tunnels. If the other party has a bad intention, he may be trapped inside and die. Therefore, we can only take it with us first and wait until we get through the tunnel. The footsteps of everyone echoed in the Cross River tunnel. As Zhang Tuohai walked forward, he illuminated the surrounding walls with a strong flashlight and observed the marks on the walls. After observing for a while, Zhang Tuohai estimated that what the broom god said must be true. This tunnel must have been dug by someone with a shovel. The most intuitive evidence is that there are still traces of shovels on the wall. The traces underneath are like fish scales, densely packed, layer upon layer, layer upon layer. Very neat. It would be a shame not to dig holes for thieves if you have this skill. Zhang Tuohai looked at the marks on the wall and thought to himself. Lilith on the side thought it was too strenuous to carry it, so she grabbed the broom god and dragged it away. Can you let me go? My yard hasn't been cleaned yet. Oh, I have old arms and legs. Please be gentler. Oh, why are these holes covered in dust? It hasn't been cleaned for how many years? Ahem. Cough. Zhang Tuohai estimated that this tunnel had not been used since it was excavated, and a thick layer of dust had accumulated on the ground. No. Just dragging the broom away stirred up a light layer of smoke. Is this tunnel of yours reliable? Why is there so much dust? I don't know if it should be cleaned. Zhang Tuohai waved his hand, trying to drive away the dust in front of him, and said dissatisfiedly to the broom god. Oh, anyway, this road is for people like you who are trying to cross the Wanchuan River. Anyone who crosses the river will never come back. Since there is no feedback, why is it so clean? If it can be used, come on, the broom god said with an indifferent expression. You mean, anyone who crosses the Wanchuan River never comes back? What does this mean? Zhang Tuohai asked. Then there is no need to ask. Where is the place across the Wanchuan River? It is the boundless underworld. What is the underworld? It is the residence of the dead. What will happen to a living person who goes to the residence of the dead? Under the erosion of the boundless Yin Qi, no matter how strong a person is, he will eventually be corroded and become a dead person. From then on, he can only move around in the underworld. How can there be any reason to come back? Even if they are powerful and only stay in the underworld for a short time. What is their purpose? It is not to go to the underworld. What is the underworld? It is in charge of reincarnation in the 6 realms, judging merits and demerits, and in charge of the existence of the dead. No one is allowed to enter. There is only one outcome for breaking in, and that is death. Therefore, no matter what the purpose is to go to the other side of the Wanchuan River, no one will come back along this road. So there will be no repeat customers. Since there are no repeat customers, then there are no repeat customers. What are you cleaning for? The broom god said matter-of-factly. Gone. Hearing what the broom god said, Zhang Tuohai looked helpless. Now, it's too late to let it clean. I wish I had brought a gas mask with me. Zhang Tuohai waved his sleeves, trying to disperse the rising smoke. The smoke was getting thicker and thicker, almost blocking the range of the bright flashlight. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his feet were empty, and he fell into a smooth hole, sliding down rapidly. What's going on? Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai quickly took out the black umbrella behind his back and placed it on the cave wall next to him, trying to slow down and stop. However, the cave wall was extremely smooth, and there was no place to apply force. Zhang Tuohai rode for a long time, but could not find a suitable point to apply force. However, he turned around several times because of this, and turned into a posture. Just when Zhang Tuohai was struggling to change his position, he suddenly heard a roar of cheers from behind, accompanied by bursts of screams. Yahoo! Ah, it hurts my 3,600-year-old body, and bones can't help but torment dash. Zhang Tuohai turned his flashlight to the rear. Not far behind, I saw Lilith stepping on the broom god, constantly adjusting her balance as if she were surfing. Mosey grabbed Lilith's clothes tightly and carefully followed Lilith to adjust her posture. The broom god was trampled under his feet and used as a skateboard, and burst into screams. Grass! Seeing Lilith and her group rushing towards them, Zhang Tuohai's soul was greatly alarmed. If Lilith bumped into her, she would be in a mess. He didn't know where the strength came from, and he stood up from the smooth cave wall. Then Lilith arrived. Boom! The group of people bumped into each other, and then rolled into a ball, all the way down the smooth cave wall, and continuously rolling down. I don't know how long it took, but Zhang Tuohai suddenly felt that the space around him had become unusually spacious, and he suddenly got rid of his restraints and rushed high into the sky. Then, the whole person fell heavily. Plop! Zhang Tuohai crashed into a huge pond. Wow! The water splashed, and Zhang Tuohai emerged from the water. He wiped the water from his face and looked around. Soon, he determined that this was an exquisite hot spring pool for bathing. Apart from the surrounding landscape and the temperature in the pool, what best supported Zhang Tuohai's judgment was that in front of him, there was a girl wearing a gauze who was slowly entering the hot spring pool. Chapter 867 Underworld. Zhang Tuohai and the girl looked at each other. No one expected that this would happen, and they were both stunned for a moment. Just when the girl was about to scream instinctively, Zhang Tuohai suddenly had an idea and jumped out of the hot spring pool. He pushed the girl to the ground and shouted anxiously. What can happen to a young person? There is no need to commit suicide by throwing yourself into the river. Girl. Could it be that because I look silly and sweet, I look easy to deceive? Even if you lied to me, you actually use such a corny excuse? However, looking at such a beautiful face, it seems that it is not unacceptable. A series of thoughts were running wildly in the girl's mind. Why don't you let me get up? Are you planning to stay here? Finally, the girl said helplessly. Oh, okay. Zhang Tuohai quickly got up from the ground. At this time, Lilith also crawled out of the hot spring pool. Behind her were foam like a quail falling into the water, and the broom god with the broom handle almost broken in two. The girl looked at Zhang Tuohai and his group, and then at the hole on the rockery behind them. There was no good look on her face, and she gritted her teeth and said, Those two damn country rats actually dug a hole here. If I catch them next time, I must melt them and make them into toilet seats. Why should we reward them? The broom god's angry voice interjected. Who are you? The girl asked with an unhappy expression. I, the broom god, am 3,600 years old this year and have been working for. Okay, stop talking. I know who you are. You and those two country rats are in the same group. Since they are not here, you will be punished for them. Now go clean the toilet. The girl pointed in the direction outside and said, Broom god, it was obviously Brother Shovel's fault. Why should he be punished instead? However, before it could open its mouth to argue, it was carried out by a dressed-up maid. Seeing the broom god being taken away like this, Mosey became a little uneasy. She whispered to Lilith, This sister is so fierce. There shouldn't be any problems. Right? Don't worry. Drilling holes is their business and has nothing to do with us. You will realize your wish soon. Lilith said as she looked at the increasingly strong luck on Mosey's head. At this time, the luck on Mosey's head has almost condensed into substance. It has gone beyond the boundaries of the Son of Luck, and even beyond the scope of the general protagonist. It is not an exaggeration to call it the core of the world. This situation shows that they came to the right place by mistake, thanks to the two Shovel brothers who dug holes randomly. I hope the toilets they serve are filled with beautiful girls. At this time, the girl locked her eyes on Mosey. A new generation of carriers. Right? I already know what you want. Come with me, and you will achieve your wishes. The girl said, turned around and walked out wearing a translucent gauze dress. Let's go. Follow. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai took the lead and followed. The group of people walked out of the hot spring courtyard and walked forward along the gravel road. While walking, Zhang Tuohai discovered some strange places. Here, the sky is always red and black, like an aurora, ethereal and dreamy. The ground is paved with obsidian stones, and some red flowers are planted on both sides of the road, which are enchanting and beautiful. Looking outside, there is endless thick fog. Don't leave the road under your feet. If you get lost in the fog, you will be lost forever. Even I can't find you. The girl suddenly turned around and reminded, by the way, where is this? Zhang Tuohai looked at the strange scenes around him and asked curiously, here? Of course, it's the underworld. The girl smiled, said no more, turned around and continued walking forward. This is the underworld. No wonder it's so strange. Zhang Tuohai nodded, and then said with hindsight, wait, is this the underworld? Of course. Otherwise, why do you think Mosey's luck with sword is such an extreme level? I guess this is just one step away from the final plot. Be careful. Don't be blinded by 2 points. Lilith came closer and reminded in a low voice. Don't worry. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Zhang Tuohai patted his chest confidently. It's precisely because I know what kind of person you are that I remind you. Lily said without mercy. Hearing Lilith's words, Zhang Tuohai's face darkened. Just when he was about to quibble, the fog on both sides suddenly dispersed, and the front suddenly became clear. A wide square appeared before them. At the end of the square is a huge throne. Opposite the throne is a door that towers over the sky. It is full of reliefs, carvings of various humans, monsters, flowers, plants, insects and ants. Arriving at the square, the tool on the girl's body instantly turned into a luxurious dress, and her black silk hair was pulled up like a waterfall. Come on. The girl waved to Mosey. Mosey did not go over immediately, but turned to look at Zhang Tuohai and Lilith. After all, Zhang Tuohai and Lilith took good care of her during this period. When something happened, the first thing she thought of was to ask them views. Don't worry. This is the underworld. Don't you want to find your brother? This is the place where your wish can come true. Lilith patted Mosey's head gently and said, Really? Mosey's eyes lit up. Of course. This is the underworld. And your brother's soul is here. As long as you pay enough, you can get your brother back. Lilith said. That's great. When Mosey heard this, he became excited and ran over quickly. I already know your wish. However, your brother has been dead for too long and cannot reshape his body. If you want to return to the sun, you must be reincarnated and re-enter the reincarnation. Are you willing to accompany him to enter the reincarnation? I can arrange for you to become brother and sister again. The girl said calmly. Yes, I do. Mosey replied quickly. Then go in. The girl said, placing her slender hand on the huge door. The giant door was slowly opened by the girl. Looking inside through the gap, there is a long river. In the long river are scenes, including countryside, cities, fighting battlefields, and peaceful countryside. This is the river of destiny. If you step into it, you can enter the cycle of reincarnation. Following the girl's words, Mosey came to the long side of the river of destiny, and his whole body slowly submerged into the river like flowing water. But in the girl's hand, there was a ball of luck condensed like substance. Chapter 868 Confronting the Righteous God. What is she doing? Zhang Tuohai asked curiously as he looked at the girl who was moving towards the throne with luck in her hand. Of course it's time to gather the luck and hold a ceremony. Lilith said from the side. What about Mosey? After transferring the luck, she will naturally return to where she belongs. Lilith explained. Could it be said that the sons of luck in each generation are just tools to collect and transfer luck? Zhang Tuohai was a little surprised. Although not completely, it's almost the same. Lilith nodded. However, in the process, the Son of Destiny will also get some benefits from it, and even get a better position in reincarnation. Generally speaking, it is not a disadvantage to be able to become a tool. In fact, many people can't even ask for this opportunity. She is about to start. Lilith motioned Zhang Tuohai to look forward. Zhang Tuohai looked in the direction indicated by Lilith. The girl had slowly arrived in front of the throne. She knelt down gently, holding the ball of light where luck had gathered in her hand, and chanting something Zhang Tuohai couldn't understand. Prayers. Although Zhang Tuohai could not understand the content of the prayer, it contained extraordinary power. Zhang Tuohai felt that his body and mind were vibrating regularly with the rhythm of the prayer. As if every prayer could penetrate all barriers, go straight to the heart. Along with the prayers, the luck ball in the girl's hand became brighter, shining like a star. At the same time, the entire space also lit up. Zhang Tuohai looked up and saw that countless light balls were suspended in the entire space. These light balls, like the light balls in the girl's hands, also exuded star-like light. These are all balls of luck, Lilith whispered. The number is almost enough for one promotion. World promotion? Zhang Tuohai asked in shock. That's right. Promoted from the quantum world to the source world. A more advanced dimension. A height that no one has reached yet, Lilith said. Then, can I stop whose promotion? Zhang Tuohai asked. I don't know. No one has reached a higher level, so there are no examples to refer to. I can only say that I try my best. Are you really sure you want to? The risk of failure is very high, and even I can't guarantee success. Right, Lilith said with a frown. If I don't stop Hu this time, I don't know how long it will take to accumulate so much luck to complete the promotion. What's more, there is such a powerful enemy watching next to me. So this time, I must succeed. Zhang Tuohai's eyes sparkled. He has already settled the accounts in his mind. If he succeeds, he will be promoted to the next dimension successfully, even if he faces the Zhengxin. Otherwise, he will have to face an enemy more terrifying than the Zhengxin. Based on the fact that he has just been promoted, the small body of the half-body is absolutely unable to bear it. At that time, not only him, but also Lilith, classmate Xiao Yai, Xiao Wanwan, Alice, and all the souls in the original world he owned will suffer annihilation. This is a loss he cannot bear. So this time he must success. I understand. Stay a moment and watch my command. I will try my best to ensure that the plan is implemented successfully, Lilith said. Before she could finish her words, bursts of thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. Click! Boom! Along with bursts of roaring sounds, cracks opened in the dome. Waves of powerful airflow rushed in along the gaps, constantly washing away everything in the hall. And the powerful airflow smashed everything into pieces. Even Zhang Tuohai's electromagnetic armor was cut with deep dents by the cold airflow. Lilith's body surface next to her was instantly cut with dozens of bloody wounds. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai quickly opened his black umbrella and covered the two of them. At this moment, the crack in the dome suddenly expanded, and a huge black shadow poked its head through the crack. Zhang Tuohai cautiously looked around. Crawling on the edge of the gap is a huge, pitch-black silhouette, with only a pitch-black outline, except for the eyes and mouth, which are white. The rest is pitch-black. The shape of the black shadow is basically that of a human being, but it is at least 10 meters tall, much taller than ordinary humans. It has a pair of devil-like horns on its head, and its fingers are completely covered with sharp claws. Replaced. The most terrifying thing is that the other person exudes an oppressive aura. As long as he takes a look at it, he can't help but want to kneel down to him, as if the other person is his natural enemy. Alea! I didn't expect it to grow to this point. This aura, not even old man Tianji had reached this point before. It is only one step away from the next dimension. We must stop it. Otherwise, it will succeed. Shen Wei, none of us can escape from here, Lilith said solemnly. Alea was a mortal enemy to her. She could not allow an enemy who had breached the heavenly library to successfully ascend the dimension. In that case, she would have no chance of revenge. Stay for a while. I will try my best to hold it back. You can find an opportunity to intercept the promotion ceremony. You can absorb as much as you can, and then find an opportunity to run away, Lilith said with a serious look. What about you? Zhang Tuohai asked Lilith. I want to stop it, even if it costs my life. Lilith looked determined. No. I'll go. I'm your father. How could I let my daughter go in front? Zhang Tuohai shook his head decisively. Although he is greedy and cunning, he is only to outsiders. Lilith is his genetic daughter. How could he let his daughter fight in front while he looks for opportunities to slip away? This goes against his inner principles. Just let me be willful. This time. Lilith bit her lip. No. I'll stop it. Zhang Tuohai raised the black umbrella in his hands and stood resolutely in front of Lilith. At this moment, the gap was opened, and Alea's huge black shadow jumped in from inside. Zhang Tuohai was about to hold up the black umbrella to challenge, when a black figure jumped in from the crack. Ha ha ha. None of you can leave. Just stay. The black figure laughed and said. The black figure was several times smaller than Alea, about the same size as a normal humanoid. He was wearing a black robe and holding a sharp black sickle. He looked like a seducing demon in hell. It is the demigod of death, with the weirdest ability. Among the 4 demigods under Alea, it is the most powerful. I was originally wondering why I didn't see it, but I didn't expect it to be here, Lilith said. Demigod of Death belongs to you. Alea belongs to me, Zhang Tuohai said, and rushed towards Alea. Chapter 869 Death and Decay. Seeing Zhang Tuohai rushing over with a black umbrella, Alea showed a look of disdain on his face. With a flick of his finger, Zhang Tuohai flew backwards. Dad. Upon seeing this, Lilith immediately turned around and wanted to help Zhang Tuohai. However, before she could move, the Death Knight stopped in front of her. No one can stop Lord Alea's plan, the Death Knight said as he slashed at Lilith with the scythe in his hand. Seeing this, Lilith could only take out her weapon to resist the Death Knight's attack. She was not good at fighting in the first place. With various weapons, she might be able to deal with the Demigod of Death in a short period of time. However, she was unable to win the battle or even help Zhang Tuohai. She looked anxiously in the direction of Zhang Tuohai, but there was nothing she could do. Zhang Tuohai felt a heavy blow to his chest, and he flew backwards. He flew more than 30 meters before falling to the ground, leaving a deep pit on the ground. Hiss. The severe pain in his chest made him take a breath of air. His internal organs felt like they were overturned, making him feel dizzy, and he almost vomited several times. This guy is so powerful. Everyone is obviously a demigod, but I didn't expect that the difference in strength is so big. Zhang Tuohai's expression became serious. He picked up the black umbrella in his hand, with a look of determination in his eyes. He knew that facing such a powerful enemy, he must hit the strongest output before the opponent takes it seriously. This is his only chance to win. Otherwise, by the time the other party recovers, it will be too late. It seems we have to use that. Zhang Tuohai pointed the black umbrella in his hand at Alea. Death and withering. The black umbrella in Zhang Tuohai's hand emitted a jet-black light and shot towards Alea. This is one of a series of codes deciphered by Xiao AI before. The function of this code is that as long as the enemy is shot, the life will be deducted according to a percentage, ignoring armor and various resistances. And the priority is extremely high. As long as the opponent's rank is not higher than your own, you can use it. The effect is powerful, but the limitations are also huge. Every minute and every second the skill is used, it will be at the expense of the caster's flesh and blood. It will be consumed every minute. And if you don't pay attention, you can even suck yourself dry. Precisely because the price is too huge. This has become one of Zhang Tuohai's trump cards that he is unwilling to use. If it is not a powerful enemy that cannot be defeated, he will not be willing to use it at all. But Alea deserves his use. Seeing the Black Death Ray, Alea's originally joking expression turned serious. Snort! Alea quickly dodged to the side, but his shoulder was still hit by Death and Decay. The body of Alea, who was hit, seemed to have been pressed on the slowdown button. The speed of the entire body was more than dozens of times slower. Its body also began to shrink, from a height of more than 10 meters to 7 or 8 meters. And it is still decreasing rapidly. And Zhang Tuohai also felt that the flesh and blood in his body was passing away rapidly. His originally strong body was rapidly losing weight, and the flesh and blood strength was still flowing away. However, looking at Alea's reduced size, Zhang Tuohai decided to grit his teeth and continue to use his skills. This is the only skill he can use that can cause effective damage to Alea. It must not be terminated until the last moment. At least, Alea must be reduced to an extremely weak level to leave some room for Lilith a chance to escape. Just when Zhang Tuohai gritted his teeth and persisted, suddenly, he felt something strange under his feet. He looked down and saw that Alea's shadow extended to his feet for unknown reasons. Alea's shadow suddenly stood up, and a pair of sharp claws grabbed Zhang Tuohai's neck. In the skill! Alea's shadow roared furiously. The voice was like a magic sound, penetrating directly into Zhang Tuohai's mind. Zhang Tuohai felt as if someone was stirring the egg with a whisk in his mind. But he refused to let go, and still held the black umbrella in his hand. Seeing Zhang Tuohai being so stubborn, Alea's shadow became fierce, and his left hand suddenly became material, turning into a sharp blade and slashing at Zhang Tuohai's arm holding the quantum black umbrella. The arm infused with quantum crystals broke off at the sound, and the entire arm fell to the ground, losing its supply of flesh and blood, and the skill was forced to terminate. Although the skill was terminated, Alea was obviously not feeling well. His body shrunk to a height of 5 to 6 meters, and the black color on his body was no longer so solid, becoming somewhat ethereal. You dare to hurt my body! I want you to die! Alea's shadow roared and grabbed Zhang Tuohai's neck, lifting Zhang Tuohai, his eyes full of resentment. It never expected that the opportunity that it had worked hard to create for thousands of years would be completely destroyed by a little guy who had just entered the body today. This made it furious. It would not be able to vent its anger without killing Zhang Tuohai now. Resentment. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Tuohai felt that his neck was about to be severed. The oxygen was getting less and less. And the scenery in front of him was blurred. Are you going to die here today? Such an idea appeared in Zhang Tuohai's mind. It's a pity that I haven't reached the top yet. I haven't reached the top of the world and looked at the scenery there. Zhang Tuohai thought unwillingly. Just when he felt his consciousness getting more and more blurred, he suddenly felt his neck loosen, and he fell directly from the sky. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Tuohai covered his neck and coughed several times before he resumed breathing. He struggled to open his eyes wide to see who had saved him. He opened his eyes and looked over, and was shocked to find that standing in front of it was a young and beautiful woman with a high bun, wearing a gorgeous black dress, holding a long knife in her hand. Aleya shadow his arm fell to the ground. Flower and bird roll. Seeing the woman in front of him, this idea immediately came to Zhang Tuohai's mind. However, he immediately rejected it. Although the appearance of the woman in front of him is very similar to that of Huan Yaowan, her temperament is very different. Huan Yaowan's temperament is more of a kind of transcendence, while the woman in front of him has a temperament more like an iceberg, cold to the bone. Lord Siming. The girl at the throne in the distance knelt down and worshipped after seeing the person coming. Start Plan B, Siming said coldly. As you command. The girl paused, and then her entire body broke into thousands of light groups, which slowly rose into the air. Then, those light groups flew towards Zhang Tuohai's body like moths towards the candlelight. Siming! How dare you! Seeing those light balls rushing towards Zhang Tuohai, Aleya was shocked and angry, and flew towards Zhang Tuohai. However, Siming stood in front of Aleya with a knife. Lord Aleya, this road is blocked. Chapter 870 Siming's Secret. Looking at Siming standing in front of him, Aleya's dark face was covered with frost. He gritted his teeth and asked, Siming, why do you want to stop me like this? As the world will of my kingdom. You have your own will. Forget it. If you want to absorb luck and achieve high-dimensional promotion, I can tolerate it. Why would you rather give it to a foreign enemy than stop me? What do you mean? Looking at Siming in front of him, Aleya really didn't understand what the other party's purpose was. Shouldn't the world will of the kingdom of God follow the will of the Lord of the kingdom of God? Isn't it a dog tethered by the quantum core? Shouldn't we just obey orders? Why did he change from a border collie to a husky when he came here? Everything was against him. The recent reincarnations have gone too far, even directly cutting off the connection between it and the kingdom of God. Not only has it been unable to draw on the power of the kingdom of God, nor can it extract resources from the kingdom of God, it can even no longer feel the existence of the kingdom of God. If he hadn't deliberately opened a backdoor to the kingdom of God a long time ago and stationed the 4 knights in the kingdom of God, I am afraid that the kingdom of God would have escaped on its own. This made it extremely puzzled as to why other people's kingdoms were so obedient and submissive. But how come they were so rebellious when they came here? Forget it if you are rebellious. Maybe the kingdom of God has its own ideas and wants to intercept the source of separatism and complete the promotion of the world dimension in advance. It can understand this. After all, this is the instinct of the world's will. However, the will of the world would rather give the source material to an invader than leave it to itself. The master of the kingdom of God. What does this mean? Aleya was confused. It really wants to understand why. Reason? Siming smiled when he heard this question. Sir Aleya is really a noble man who forgets things so much. He actually doesn't remember such a big thing at all. In this case, let me give you a reminder. Tianqi Wan. Heavenly Library. Aleya's face changed suddenly when he heard this. It turns out you are a remnant of the Heavenly Library. It's impossible. The Heavenly Library was wiped out, and not even a drop of blood was left. It's absolutely impossible for anyone to be reincarnated. You're lying. Aleya looked unbelieving. Uh-huh. Are you sure? Siming raised the long knife in his hand, and the blade flashed with blue light, with a cluster of white light spots on the top. How do you know Heavenly Library's signature skills? Are you really a remnant of Heavenly Library? Wait a minute. Aleya suddenly paused, and a flash of lightning flashed through his mind. You are the Book of 10,000 Dermas. Back then, the entire Heavenly Library was wiped out, and the collection in the hall was divided equally among everyone. Only the Book of 10,000 Dermas was seriously injured and escaped. I couldn't find it. It turned out that you were hiding here and replaced became world consciousness. No wonder you are so different from the normal world consciousness. I originally thought it was the special nature of the quantum world's will, but I didn't expect it to be this reason. Alea connected the abnormal fragments together, and all the questions lingering in its heart were answered. It turns out that you are the remnant who escaped back then. If that's the case, then I will send you on your way today, Alea said, and rushed towards Simon. Seeing this, Simon slashed Alea's neck with a long knife in his hand. But Alea avoided this fatal knife with a strange movement, and slashed Simon's chest with a pair of sharp claws. Simon pulled away and retreated, but she didn't expect that Alea was as fast as a ghost. When she saw it, the sharp claws had already struck Simon's body. Stab! 10 bone-deep wounds appeared on Simon's body. In an instant, Simon's body was bleeding profusely. Simon took 7 or 8 steps back and leaned on the ground with a long knife in his hand to avoid falling. Ha ha ha! A ferocious smile appeared on Alea's face. A mere book of all laws wants to resist me. I even killed your master back then, let alone you as a plaything. Don't think that with the power of world consciousness, you can be on par with me. Do you think I am one of those stupid demigods? Now let me show you my true strength. As Alea said, 7 or 8 tentacles suddenly appeared under its sides, with a black hand like a sharp claw at the top of each tentacle. These thick and long tentacles attacked Simon from all directions. These tentacles were like a dragnet, blocking all the directions in which Simon could escape. Let's see where you go this time. Huh? Simon snorted coldly, and his body instantly shattered like ice, turning into a stream of light that shot into Lilith's body not far away. Sister, I can't deal with him alone. I'll pass on all my power to you, and the rest depends on you. Simon's voice echoed in Lilith's ears. Shusi, you are still like that. Lilith covered her chest with a doting smile on her face. Watch out! At this time, the Death Knight just rushed over, waving the black scythe in his hand and slashing at Lilith's neck. In this blow, the Death Knight used all his strength. It was confident that this blow was enough to cut the jumping dwarf into 2 pieces. However, unexpectedly, when the knife was still 10 centimeters away from Lilith's neck, it could no longer cut, because the handle of the sickle was actually grabbed by Lilith. How is this possible? Seeing Lilith grabbing the handle of the scythe, the Death Knight was puzzled, because the black scythe in its hand is made up of thousands of innocent souls. Ordinary people will be torn into pieces by the innocent souls on the scythe if they touch it, even if they are strong. Their souls will be shaken by the howling of the innocent souls, even if they are half injured. If you pay attention, you will suffer a big loss. Why does this person in front of you act like nothing is wrong? The Death Knight quickly pulled back his scythe. However, it tried its best to suck the milk, but couldn't pull it back. Hey! The Death Knight pulled back desperately with both hands, but the scythe didn't move at all. Let go! Lilith pulled back hard, and the Death Knight felt a huge force coming from his hand. It couldn't control it, and the scythe in his hand shot out and was snatched away by Lilith. Give it back to me! Seeing this, the Death Knight quickly stepped forward to snatch his scythe back. Here you go! The scythe in Lilith's hand swept across, and the Death Knight was cut into 2 pieces before he could see what was going on. Lilith had just cut the Death Knight into 2 pieces when she heard a gust of wind behind her head. It turned out that Alea appeared behind her at some point, and stabbed her back with a pair of sharp claws. Can't escape. Lilith's heart felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, just when she closed her eyes and waited for death. A muffled sound suddenly sounded in her ears. Boom! Alea was kicked and flew out, and a voice rang out. Alea, you are so dignified, and you still attack sneakily. It's too rude. The fight just now was not enough. Let's do it again. Chapter 871 Black Moon. Alea was a little confused, and he couldn't believe what he saw. A little demigod, who was beaten to death by him just now, can actually be equal to him in the blink of an eye. It's not science or magic, etc. It remembered that this guy had cut off the Sapphira that should have belonged to it just now. Could it be that there were so many sesame accumulated this time that a new demigod could compete with it? Are the righteous gods, who have accumulated thousands of years of experience, arguing with each other? How much essence is required to achieve this effect? If all these sources are given to me, can they help me break through this layer of shackles? When he thought of so much essence being absorbed by his enemies, Alea felt as if his heart had been stabbed by a knife. Still have a chance. As long as you kill him now, you still have a chance to separate out the source matter. Give me back my source of essence! Alea climbed up from the ground, and the shadow under him stretched rapidly like a sharp arrow. When he was about to reach Zhang Tuohai, he suddenly jumped from the ground into the air and turned into a lion. The huge black snake opened its huge mouth and bit into Zhang Tuohai. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai raised the black umbrella in his hand with one hand, covering himself and Lilith inside. A black light enveloped the two of them, making it look like a black egg from a distance. The black python bit into the dark eggshell, but the eggshell was extremely hard. The python used all its strength, but could not break the eggshell, not even making a dent. Just when the two parties were in a stalemate, Zhang Tuohai stretched out one hand, and a black crescent moon formed in his palm, swirling continuously, and the black crescent moon got bigger and bigger, and a cold feeling emanated from it. Gas. Swish. Zhang Tuohai let go of his hand, and the black crescent moon quickly shot towards the black python's mouth. Puff. The black crescent moon shot through the entire body of the black python, from mouth to tail, and finally shot directly through the tail and submerged into the ground. Hiss. Alea groaned in pain, and the giant snake that turned into a shadow also disappeared, and finally fell to the ground again, turned into a shadow, and shrank back to its feet. You actually mastered the power of shadow? Alea stared at Zhang Tuohai, the hatred in his eyes almost dripping out. If Si Ming hadn't given Zhang Tuohai the accumulated source of essence, all of it would have been his now, and his shadow law would have broken through and reached new heights, maybe even condensed into new rules. But now everything has been taken advantage of by this outsider. Die! Alea's arms transformed into dozens of thick tentacles and grabbed them in the direction of Zhang Tuohai. The tip of each tentacle was a big mouth full of fangs. What I hate most are tentacles. The black umbrella in Zhang Tuohai's hand swayed slightly, and the black eggshell wrapped around him, and Lilith flew directly into the air. Seeing this, Alea's dozens of tentacles followed suit and grabbed Zhang Tuohai. It's this move again. You're so upright. Have you lived like a dog all these years? Zhang Tuohai looked at the tentacles he had grabbed, and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. He felt that the preferences of these gods and demigods were a bit weird. They all preferred tentacles. Who knew how they could have such similar hobbies? Could it be the environment in which they grew up? Caused? He guessed and started to fight back. After absorbing the essence accumulated by the Alea Divine Kingdom just now, his strength has greatly increased, and most of his body has been transformed into essence. Although he has not achieved a complete dimension increase, now using the imaginary code, the effect he can achieve is comparable to that of the essence. It turns out there is a world of difference. If Zhang Tuohai itself is compared to a train, it may initially be a coal-burning steam locomotive, but after quantum crystallization, it becomes an oil-burning diesel locomotive. When it is partially transformed into a selenium, it becomes a maglev train. Although they are both trains, their speeds are vastly different. Zhang Tuohai is like this now. The tricks he uses now are 10,000 times stronger than before. Moves that were originally unable to break Alea's defense can now cause effective damage. In addition to the enhanced attack power, Zhang Tuohai also obtained a new code from the infusion of source material. During this period of time, Zhang Tuohai, in addition to calculating various demigods and staring at their world of imaginary numbers, would also spend some time every day learning how to write and read imaginary number codes. Although it didn't last long. After talking about quantum crystallization, Zhang Tuohai's memory has been greatly improved. At least code-related things can be remembered forever. So the learning effect is still great. Although it is not yet possible to write and read code by yourself, it is still possible to roughly judge the content of the code through its composition. The black moon that was casually released just now was Zhang Tuohai's experiment that intercepted a piece of code, and the effect was obvious to all. Okay, I'll use you as the test subject for this code today. Zhang Tuohai narrowed his eyes slightly and injected the power of source material into the code. When the power filled the code, the entire space suddenly fell into silence. Deathly silence. Everything around him fell still. Alea bared his teeth and claws. The energy bombs fired by Lilith, and the floor tile fragments flying all over the sky due to the attacks from both sides. Everything is frozen at this moment, like an oil painting. A black moon slowly rose from the ground and gradually reached the top of the sky, emitting a faint light. The moon is obviously pitch black, a deep pitch black that absorbs all light. But Zhang Tuohai can clearly see its existence and feel that it is there. The black moon slowly rose into the sky. The still scene begins to move. First there were fragments of floor tiles floating in the air. Then Alea with tentacles swaying around. Energy bombs around him. And finally even Lilith, who was far away, was pulled towards the black moon. Day! Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai rushed over and hugged Lilith's legs, trying to pull her back from midair, because he knew that this black moon was extremely powerful, and everything sucked into it would be completely shattered and reduced to energy. This is a crushing blow from a high dimension. Not even a fully quantum crystallized half like Alea can stop it. Let alone Lilith. However, Lilith flew towards the Black Moon uncontrollably, and even took Zhang Tuohai with her. Damn skill. It doesn't even protect an ally from damage. Bad review. Zhang Tuohai said angrily as he floated in midair. Chapter 872 River of Destiny Diversion Plan. Zhang Tuohai stopped the code at the last moment when Lilith was about to approach the Black Moon. The Black Moon slowly disappeared, and the huge attraction disappeared without a trace. Plop. Zhang Tuohai and Lilith fell to the ground. Ouch! It hurts me so much! Zhang Tuohai rubbed his waist. With his current strength, it would be okay to fall from this height, but it would be very uncomfortable to be hit by Lilith at the same time. It would be fine if Lilith was still that light-bodied little lowly, but the strength of Lilith, who had just merged with Siming, was no less powerful than Zhang Tuohai, who had not been infused with essence. At this time, Zhang Tuohai felt as if his stomach had been stepped on by an adult Labrador, and he almost vomited out his dinner. What kind of skill is that of yours? Is it so powerful? I almost thought I was going to die just now. I didn't even feel that way when I was chased by so many gods and demigods. Lilith asked curiously. I don't know. This code appeared in my mind inexplicably when I was instilling it just now. Isn't it the one Siming left in the source material? You should ask her. Zhang Tuohai said. Do you think it's possible? What she accumulates is the essence, luck, and energy. What's the point of accumulating codes? Once you have the code, just remember it and use it directly. Why put it in the essence? Would you put the RPG in it? In a drum filled with gasoline? Lilith asked rhetorically. That's true? Then where did this code come from? It can't just appear out of thin air. Right. Zhang Tuohai asked. Well, now is not the time to study this. Let's deal with the mess first. Lilith struggled to get up from the ground. Yes. Let's get down to business. Zhang Tuohai also rubbed his waist with one hand, while slowly getting up from the ground, and began to think about what to do now. Ever since he was brought to this world by the Plague Knight, he has been thinking about how to sneak into the back of this world, study the code rules of this quantum world, and then copy some back to promote the development of his own kingdom. However, due to a strange combination of circumstances, he was unknowingly involved in the war between the righteous god Alea and the will of the world. What a coincidence. Siming is still on the 4th page of the Book of All Laws, and has an irreconcilable blood feud with Alea. In the end, by chance, those who were intercepted by Siming are preparing to attack him to improve his strength. All the sources of energy used in the battle against Alea were advantageous to Zhang Tuohai, allowing Zhang Tuohai to take another step forward. Although these source materials did not allow Zhang Tuohai to completely complete the dimension upgrade, they also allowed Zhang Tuohai to greatly improve his strength and save him hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation. Moreover, Alea and his men suffered heavy losses in a chaotic battle, counting with fingers. Among the 4 knights, famine and plague died at the hands of Zhang Tuohai. War died at the hands of Siming's capable subordinate Hua Niujuan. Death died at the hands of Lilith. And Alea himself died in the Black Moon released by Zhang Tuohai. The entire Alea's high-level forces were wiped out, and the Kingdom of God was left without a master. Everything here has become Zhang Tuohai's trophy. For Zhang Tuohai, this was pie in the sky. No, this is no longer a pie in the sky situation. This is simply a cakewalk. And God is still feeding us. Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed to directly take over the entire fortune of Zhongshan. Quickly, build a portal. Bring over all our capable people. And eat this piece of fat. Zhang Tuohai said excitedly. This is the accumulation of thousands of years by a righteous god, and it is not comparable to that of a few demigods. Zhang Tuohai feels that the harvest this time may be greater than the sum of the previous demigods. Not to mention anything else. This quantum crystallized divine kingdom alone is worth a fortune. Worth as much as the hundreds of imaginary number worlds in his hands that have not yet completed quantization. Don't be too happy yet. If you want to control this kingdom of God, you must at least get the imaginary core of this kingdom of God. With this thing, we can come and go freely, Lilith said from the side. Where is the core of imaginary numbers? Zhang Tuohai asked. I asked. My prodigal sister was afraid that Alea would find her and regain control of her, so she deliberately threw her into the River of Destiny. If you want to find her, you must enter the River of Destiny. Then let me go in and look for it, Zhang Tuohai asked. Although the level of the River of Destiny is at the quantum level and cannot pose a life-threatening risk to you, the most terrifying thing about it is not the turbulence, but the complex memories and emotions. If you enter it rashly, I'm afraid you will lose yourself because of those memories and emotions, and eventually get lost there. Lilith shook her head and said, Is there any way? Can the River of Destiny be drained? If the water is drained, wouldn't it be affected? Zhang Tuohai asked from the side. The River of Destiny is just an expression. In essence, the so-called River of Destiny is actually a flow of information. All souls, memories, emotions, and emotions are all information. When these information come together, they constitute destiny. If you want to divert the flow of a river, you must at least have a place to carry it. Where can the virtual information flow be directed? Lilith shook her head. Information flow? Zhang Tuohai touched his chin and repeated the key points of Lilith's words. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. If it's information flow, I have an idea, but I don't know if it's feasible or not. Tell me, what bad idea do you have again? Lilith rolled her eyes at Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai often came up with ideas when she was doing experiments. Although they were not very reliable, she was still impressed by Zhang Tuohai's ideas. To put it in one-size terms, he wouldn't have been able to come up with these bad ideas without 20 years of cerebral thrombosis. However, Lilith was still willing to listen, even if it was of no use. It could be used to broaden her horizons. Zhang Tuohai didn't take it seriously. He sorted out his thoughts and said, Since the River of Destiny is essentially a flow of information, can I change its encoding and organize it into general information, so that I can store this information in the spiritual realm? In the space, after diverting the information flow, not only can we salvage the core of the narrative, but we can also do many things. For example, you said before that the most difficult part of the integration of worlds is the blending of lives in the two worlds, especially the collision between lives. If you are not careful, it may cause the collapse of the two worlds. Therefore, the world when devouring and merging, it is best to choose a world without life, at least without advanced life. If our plan succeeds, we can drain away all the lives of the worlds we want to integrate and store them in the spiritual space. When needed, we can slowly release them and gradually eat away at them. Is the idea of releasing them into a new world and eventually allowing them to complete their moving journey feasible? After listening to Zhang Tuohai's words, Lilith's eyes widened and she was dumbfounded. Hey, are you okay? Just tell me. Zhang Tuohai waved his hand in front of Lilith. You are such a genius. Lilith suddenly hugged Zhang Tuohai and kissed him on the face. Chapter 873 Unexpected Gain. Seeing Lilith's appearance, Zhang Tuohai's heart moved. You mean, my plan is really feasible? Theoretically it works, but it still needs to be tested. Lilith said as she came to the side of the River of Destiny, pressed a button on the bracelet, and a small probe stretched out from the bracelet and inserted into the River of Destiny. Zhang Tuohai stood aside and waited quietly. After a while, Lilith took the probe back. How is it? Zhang Tuohai asked. The coding is indeed different from the coding of the spiritual realm system. However, the overall framework and structure are the same. It only needs a converter to solve it. Generally speaking, the problem is not big. The question now is, can you contact the spiritual realm system? The information barrier here is very strong. Has the spirit realm system not been upgraded with the ultra-long distance transmission capability to break the barrier? Lilith said. As the designer of the spiritual realm system, she knows the specific capabilities of the spiritual realm system very well. She didn't remember that the spiritual realm system had this ability. The spiritual realm system does not have this ability. However, I brought a backup system of the spiritual realm system with me, which is fully capable of this kind of task. Zhang Tuohai said, unbuttoning his clothes, revealing a crystal-like piece on his waist. Thing. The server is also ready. This is Xiao AI's newly developed server that combines technologies from multiple worlds. It is not a big problem to store the lives of one or two worlds. Marvelous. Upon seeing this, Lilith immediately took something out of her pocket. Metal ingots, wrenches, screwdrivers, vices, gas welders. When Lilith took out an 8-axis linkage machine tool, Zhang Tuohai became Spartan. Why do you carry so many things in your pocket? I'm a fitter. Isn't it reasonable to carry some tools in my pocket? Lilith rolled her eyes at Zhang Tuohai and took out a CNC cutting machine from her pocket. Zhang Tuohai felt that Lilith seemed to have a misunderstanding of the word portable tool. However, with the gas welder in Lilith's hand, Zhang Tuohai swallowed these words abruptly and did not dare to say them out. Sting bang dong dong crunch. With a burst of ping pong pong banging, a giant machine 2 meters high and 7 or 8 meters long appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. It's done. Lilith wiped the sweat from her forehead and stretched out her hand towards Zhang Tuohai. Come on. Hand over the server. Zhang Tuohai reluctantly took off the ultramicro server from his belt and handed it to Lilith. Lilith installed the server into a reserve groove, then slid a huge pipe into the River of Destiny, and then pressed the start button. With a roar, the machine started to start. A large amount of information flow from the River of Destiny was sucked into the machine. A green progress bar also appeared on the screen, which represented the capacity of the server. Now we have to see what it is. The data flow of Destiny River is large, and the storage capacity of Zhang Tuohai's ultramicro server is large. Zhang Tuohai walked slowly on the edge of the River of Destiny. Looking down, the rolling River of Destiny was sucked by a huge force, and the water level began to drop. It really works. Zhang Tuohai was filled with joy, sitting on the bank of the river and waiting quietly. The machinery made by Lilith operates very efficiently, and the transmission speed is also very fast, comparable to thunder with a supreme membership. The River of Destiny was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Among the information flows passing by, Zhang Tuohai even saw some familiar faces. Mosey holding hands with his brother, the demon slayer looking around with his sword drawn, the flower and bird scrolls sitting cross-legged on the ground, the dejected four knights. Hey, there are so many old acquaintances. It seems that we can take care of them in the future. Looking at the scenes that flashed by, Zhang Tuohai felt that he would have more fun in the future. He had always had a clear distinction between grudges and grudges. Those who were kind to him would naturally repay him twice as much, and those who were not nice to him would of course be rewarded. Punish the opponent accordingly, especially on his territory. He has considered whether to open a separate purgatory space in the spiritual realm system, specifically used to imprison and punish those who made serious mistakes during their lifetime. After the other party has completed enough punishment, the memory will be cleaned and re-entered into reincarnation. After all, the resource of the soul is still very precious. It is better not to waste it casually. Just when he was designing the composition of the future spiritual space, the machine suddenly stopped running. When he came back to his senses, he discovered that the River of Destiny had been drained by the spiritual realm system. This world was indeed Aleya's kingdom of God, rich in resources. The server that could originally hold the souls of the two worlds was almost full. It can be seen how rich the world of Aleya is. It's time to get to work. Zhang Tuohai jumped down into the river bed and began to search. When Zhang Tuohai walked down the river, he couldn't help but frown. The river was actually filled with all kinds of garbage. There are fragments of weapons and bones everywhere, both animal and human, intertwined and stacked like an ancient battlefield. Why is the bottom of the river like this? Shouldn't this be information flow? Why are there so many extra things? Zhang Tuohai asked Lilith. This is my problem. Lilith scratched her head and said, these are all fragments of quantum crystals. My converter does not have the ability to extract quantum crystals. After the souls possessing these things are extracted, these things were just left where they were. Hearing what Lilith said, Zhang Tuohai's eyes couldn't help but light up. Doesn't that mean these are quantum crystals? Certainly. Awesome. Zhang Tuohai rubbed his hands excitedly. Now the things in the river are no longer garbage to him, but priceless treasures. With so many quantum crystals, he can do more. For example, many important people around you can be elevated into quantum states. Let their strength keep up with your own. By the way, since these guys are infused with quantum crystals, why do they still enter reincarnation? Zhang Tuohai was curious. Logically speaking, if a person is infused with quantum crystals, he can continue to live regardless of restarts. How could he be lying in the river of fate? These are all the tricks of my good sister, Lilith said with a smile. In order to prevent Aleya from successfully ascending the dimension, after she came to this world and became the world consciousness, she kept stealing the generated quantum energy. Crystallize it, bring some plot characters here, and then throw it into the River of Destiny. Over time, it becomes so much. Chapter 874 Zerg Invasion. Zhang Tuohai never expected that there would be such an unexpected gain. He originally planned to salvage the core of imaginary numbers in this world, but he didn't expect to get so many quantum crystals. This world is really full of treasures. If time permits, Zhang Tuohai really wants to rummage around to see how many good things are hidden in this world of Junction. However, he doesn't have so much time to waste now. His main task is to find the location of the imaginary number core. Zhang Tuohai rummaged through the river bottom full of quantum crystals. Unfortunately, there are no tricks for this job. In the original world, he could have summoned self-propelled machines to help, but now he and Lilith are the only two people who can use them. He could only do it himself when looking for a job. Just fine. Zhang Tuohai was relatively lucky. He only searched for about 2 kilometers before he found the imaginary number core. The imaginary number core exudes crystal light in the dry river. Holding the quantum crystal in his hand, Zhang Tuohai fiddled with the floating codes on it. He has practiced manipulating the imaginary number core countless times. He has practiced the imaginary number core almost every time in the hundreds of worlds he controls. Every world has left traces of his practice. Now it's easy to get used to it. Although the imaginary number core of the nearly ascended dimensional source matter world is somewhat different from the imaginary number core of the ordinary imaginary number world. That is the difference between an elderly machine and a smart machine. The basic functions are still the same. After a little research, you can also make a decent one. After some research, Zhang Tuohai discovered that what Si Ming had done before was really thorough. Except for a few back doors left by Alea. The rest of the world was completely sealed. And the outside was shrouded in thick walls. Barrier. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Tuohai would not be able to get in at all. Let alone the following things. In a sense, Plague Knight is still his benefactor. Thank you for the gift of nature. Zhang Tuohai muttered and unlocked part of the world's defenses. Lilith selected some quantum crystals and created an ultra-long distance portal. After setting the coordinates and the preset password, I sent out a link application. Soon, classmate Xiao Ai, who was sitting in Tianshu Library, connected the link. Commander, you are finally back. Now the Kingdom of God needs you. Please return as soon as possible. The 3D image of classmate Xiao Ai appeared on the light screen, and his tone was full of urgency. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the Kingdom of God? Seeing classmate Xiao Ai's appearance, Zhang Tuohai also became nervous. You must know that classmate Xiao Ai will complete everything step by step. In the past, even in times of crisis, there were no big mood swings. Now he can to make her feel anxious meant that the matter was really serious. Our Kingdom of God, and the world under our control, were suddenly attacked by the Zerg. These Zerg seemed to appear suddenly. They launched attacks from various places. Many peripheral worlds have fallen. Those Zerg are using the peripheral world as their springboard. Gradually attack towards the inner circle. I am now relying on the space fleet left by Lioli to resist. However, there are too many Zerg that are hesitant to attack. And there are too many directions to attack. I can only barely guarantee the defense of the core area. If you can no longer if we rush back, all non-core areas will fall. Classmate Xiao Ai said anxiously. After hearing what classmate Xiao Ai said, Zhang Tuohai's expression turned grim. Zerg? I'll go back and take a look and connect to the portal immediately. Zhang Tuohai said. Linking in progress. Please wait. After a few seconds, the space door was connected. Zhang Tuohai stepped into the space gate and returned to the command center of the Heavenly Library Divine Kingdom. How is it going? Zhang Tuohai asked loudly as soon as he entered the command center. Very bad. Classmate Xiao Ai showed scenes of various battlefields in front of Zhang Tuohai. Now a large number of Zerg are attacking us from 10 directions. Except for the core area. Each world can only rely on indigenous troops to resist. Classmate Xiao Ai said. Zhang Tuohai looked at the picture on the monitor. Giant bugs were rampaging through the world, killing the inhabitants of the world wantonly. Those bugs come in many varieties and sizes. Some bugs have strong carapace all over their bodies and rely on sharp joints to attack. Some can spit out acid that can corrode solid alloys. Some can spit out flames that can melt even steel directly. Some can spit out energy. The bullets can destroy fortresses hundreds of miles away. Those bugs are as small as normal human beings and as big as giant aircraft carriers. They are like hills. The ground trembles slightly with every step they take. The most frightening thing is that after arriving in the world, these bugs began to build nests, dragging those protozoa in as food rations, quickly breeding new larvae, and achieving the purpose of feeding war with war. Faced with this level of attack, the technological world can be better. At least it can use missiles and nuclear weapons to counterattack to a certain extent. It would be terrible in the Middle Ages. Bows, arrows and spears are no different from scratching this bug. Even if there are some people who are gifted with extraordinary powers or peerless magical skills, facing the attack of this massive Zerg, they will inevitably end up dying of exhaustion. Have the self-propelled machinery and the flying gasoline saw been sent over? Zhang Tuohai asked with a frown. It has been dispatched, but the factory's productivity is limited, so it can only temporarily supply the core area, and other worlds cannot take care of it for the time being. Classmate Xiao Ai said. Hearing what classmate Xiao Ai said, Zhang Tuohai sighed helplessly. Xiao Ai is an AI. An AI's thinking habit is to maximize benefits within limited resources, under the premise that it is obviously impossible to keep all the controlled worlds. Taking the lead and giving up the outer ordinary world and saving the core world is a helpless move. I am afraid that only I can do such a decisive thing. If this were not the case, but instead, they were fully deployed based on emotions and defended everywhere, I am afraid that the heavenly library would have been breached before he came back.
By the way, what about the will of the world? Why don't those wills of the world take action against those Zerg? Do they just let the natives die?
Zhang Tuohai asked coldly. He remembered that he had equipped each world with a clone as the will of the world.
When the Zerg first invaded, the will of the world had already begun to resist. However, the Zerg sent special bugs to deal with it, so that the will of the world could not interfere in the affairs of this world.
Classmate Xiao Ai explained.
What kind of insect is so powerful?
Zhang Tuohai asked with a frown.
Commander, please take a look.
Xiao Ai pushed a three-dimensional image in front of Zhang Tuohai. Chapter 875 Big Counterattack. A close-up photo of an insect appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. This bug is not the same as those arthropod beetles outside. Its body looks soft, weak and boneless. From a distance, it looks like a huge caterpillar with thin stripes on its skin. But if you enlarge the picture, you can see clearly that they are not ripples, but distorted faces. However, these faces are too distorted, and most of them are incomplete, making them difficult to identify. If classmate Xiao Ai hadn't specially circled a few relatively complete ones, Zhang Tuohai wouldn't have been able to tell what they were for a while. In addition to the weird lines on its body, the caterpillar also sprouted a large number of slender, almost transparent tubes from its body, like the mouthparts of an insect, piercing into the void of the world. After inspection, these bugs are injecting a special substance. The specific characteristics of the substance are still being analyzed. However, according to its displayed characteristics, one of the main functions of this substance is to anesthetize the world's will. Classmate Xiao Ai said.
Anesthetize the world's will?
Zhang Tuohai was surprised.
Isn't the world's will composed of energy bodies? How can it be anesthetized? Although I don't understand it very well. This is the fact,
Xiao Ai said helplessly.
After these bugs injected their mouthparts into the void, the will of the world became more and more distracted, unable to concentrate, and was attacked by multiple insects at the same time. Attack will put you into a comatose state. Then can you try to get rid of these bugs that interfere with the will of the world first?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
I have tried it several times, but the effect is not good. Those special bugs are lying outside the world crystal wall. The peripheral worlds cannot attack this position with their local strength. But if a space fleet is dispatched, not only those bugs, there are a large number of bugs specializing in protection around us. And there are also Zerg ambush teams in some places. The 2 task forces I sent were ambushed by these Zerg.
Classmate Xiao Ai said.
So difficult?
Zhang Tuohai frowned. He originally thought they were just some ordinary bugs. But now it seems that these bugs are obviously well prepared. They have studied the tactics in depth and made targeted plans specifically for his arrangement. Even encircling them, all the strategies of hitting the target with aid were used. All this shows that these bugs are intelligent and are not a group of brainless bugs that only know how to kill.
Have you ever heard of this kind of thing before?
Zhang Tuohai turned to look at Lilith, hoping that this living history could provide some inside information. However, Lilith shook her head regretfully.
I'm sorry. I've never heard of this kind of bug. At least not in my era or the era that can be recorded in writing. Not only this kind of bug, but all the bugs I have seen here so far. I have not found the exact same existence in my memory. And I have never heard of similar bug swarm attacks. I am sure that these bugs are not the known bugs. Breeds from around the world. They are most likely from the unknown world. Or are new breeds artificially bred. In other words, someone is guiding or controlling these insect swarms behind the scenes to attack us.
Zhang Tuohai's eyes narrowed slightly, and he felt a little angry. He has always been the one to plot and attack others. But today, he was attacked unexpectedly. This is unbearable.
Lilith, immediately expand the production scale of vehicle number 3. And expand the manufacturing factory of Fakian gasoline-powered saws and self-propelled machinery to increase production capacity and station them in all the worlds we can reach now. Especially those that are mainly attacked by the Zerg. World, try to stabilize the front line and stop the swarm's attack. At the same time, send a large number of number 3 vehicles as a task force to attack those caterpillars.
Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and said, the so-called vehicle number 3 was a vehicle that he and Lilith studied together when they had nothing to do. This vehicle was aimed at the space fleet formed by Lioli. Because the human crew was abandoned and a fully intelligent control system, vehicle control version of the spiritual realm system, was used. The hull gave up a lot of living and sustaining space. At the same time, it also eliminated those that had been reduced to take care of the strength and adaptability of the human body. Performance. Therefore, these number 3 vehicles look much smaller than Lioli's space battleships. But their firepower, protection, and speed are many times stronger than before. And their combat performance has been greatly improved. Moreover, since these ships are all controlled by the spiritual realm system, these ships have a higher degree of coordination than ordinary space battleships, and can complete more complex coordination tactic. Zhang Tuohai originally planned to use these vehicles to search for the missing 6 demigod Shihi, but he did not expect that they would be used here first.
Understood. I'll make arrangements right away.
Lilith immediately nodded and went to make arrangements. Soon, the huge machine workshop began to operate. The self-propelled machinery moved tons of materials from the warehouse and threw them into the feed port. Parts were manufactured one by one, and the robotic arms assembled the parts together. And soon hundreds of machines were manufactured. And these newly manufactured machines began to manufacture thousands of self-propelled machinery, flying gasoline saws, and number 3 vehicles. The production lines of the weapons factories are also running to the limit. Various missiles, laser cannons, electromagnetic guns, and space cannons are produced and piled up like mountains. After the first batch of materials and support personnel were produced, Zhang Tuohai issued a general mobilization order through those imaginary corps, ordering all aborigines to make fighting the Zerg their first priority and fully cooperate with the Kingdom of God's heavenly army, self-propelled machines, to encircle and suppress the world-destroying demon, Zerg. Following the oracle, portals were opened one after another, and a large number of self-propelled machines came out of the portals. In addition to carrying their own weapons, each of them also carries some strange accessories. Seeing a large number of self-propelled machines emerging from the portal, the attacking Zerg immediately broke out into large swarms and rushed over, hoping to eliminate the support army and even enter the world behind them through the portal. Buzz buzz. A large number of insects rushed over densely. Some were flying in the sky, and some were running on the ground. They had different shapes, but all the insects had a bloodthirsty light in their eyes. Just when these insect swarms thought that these reinforcements would be defeated in one blow like the natives, these self-propelled machines armed to the teeth taught them a good lesson. Before they could get close, all kinds of intensive firepower hit them like a violent storm. Chapter 876: The Tough Swarm of Insects. Bang bang bang. Click. 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 Sign. Click. 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 After the smoke cleared, those arrogant Zerg had turned into pieces of meat all over the ground. Immediately, a large number of self-propelled machines began to collect the corpses of the Zerg who died in the battle, and brought them back to the Kingdom of God laboratory for research. The remaining self-propelled machines began to be busy assembling the strange accessories they brought. Soon, the preliminary outline of a giant artillery built along the mountain appeared. Because time was so urgent, these artillery did not even have time to carry the gun mounts, and could only use the mountain as a support. Seeing that the insect swarm sent to attack was completely wiped out, the insect swarm that had been monitoring from the air became restless. After buzzing for a while, a large group of insects immediately separated from the team and rushed towards the self-propelled machines. These bugs are much more powerful than the previous bugs. Not only are they much larger in size, each one is comparable to a heavy truck, but their body strength is several orders of magnitude stronger. The thick carapace can even withstand direct fire from heavy artillery. However, the weapons of self-propelled machines are stronger. with the assistance of multiple heavy weapons such as thermobaric bombs, white phosphorus bombs, and cluster bombs. These bugs were quickly broken into pieces. Seeing that the reinforcement set were wiped out again, the caterpillar lying on the crystal wall was alarmed. The thousands of compound eyes on its body are constantly rotating, and a strange rhythm spreads along the crystal wall to every corner of the world. As the strange rhythm spread, the swarms of insects that were killing wantonly around the world suddenly stopped their behavior, and even gave up on the prey in front of them. Then, they turn around and rush towards the self-propelled machine. If there is a high-orbit reconnaissance satellite at the top of the world, it can be found that the Zerg in every corner of the world are rushing towards the self-propelled machines, like a huge net, covering the self-propelled machines. Past. But those self-propelled machines did not panic at all. While building the huge cannon, they summoned the flying gasoline-powered saw to stabilize the front. Bang bang bang. Click click click. A fierce battle broke out around the self-propelled machines, and the Zerg rushed towards the self-propelled machines like a tide. The corpses quickly piled up as high as a hill, becoming a shooting obstacle for the self-propelled machines. The bugs relied on these corpses as a barrier and quickly moved towards the direction of the self-propelled machines, trying to break through the defense line and rush into the portal. However, in the portal, self-propelled machines rushed out continuously, not only stabilizing the battle line, but even pushing the military line outward in a circle. As the huge cannon was getting closer and closer to completion, the caterpillar lying on the crystal wall felt the potential danger, and rhythms continued to spread on the crystal wall. The insect swarm in the distance accelerated its movement, while the nearby insect swarm showed a violent state, more than doubling in size, becoming crazier and more bloodthirsty, and rushed towards the self-propelled machines more violently. However, additional personnel from the self-propelled machines also arrived, and various plasma bombs and incendiary bombs were dropped for free. A scorched earth belt several kilometers wide was formed around the self-propelled machine. Within this area, there was not even a corpse larger than the size of a thumb. They were all turned into ashes, spreading vastly over the nearby area. At this time, the giant artillery had been set up. The caterpillar lying on the crystal wall felt the trembling from the depths of its soul. Rhythms spread on the crystal wall. These rhythms were more rapid and sharp. Those insects seemed like he rushed towards the self-propelled machines like crazy. However, it was too late. The giant cannon was ready to fire. Boom! A huge roar resounded throughout the world, and the violent impact even triggered a small earthquake. A white streak stretched across the sky, leaving a long trail in the sky. A violent energy wave broke through the crystal wall and spread rapidly along the edge of the crystal wall, destroying everything it encountered on the way into powder. Even that giant caterpillar. The caterpillar's body also turned into pieces and scattered around. Commander, the will of the world in world number 875 has begun to awaken, and the plan is successful, Xiaoyai said excitedly. No, it's not completely successful yet, Lilith said with a frown. That insect's body was only destroyed, but its spirit body is still there. Unit number 5. Use the spirit camera function. Zoom in. The image on a screen zoomed in rapidly. In the original position of the giant caterpillar, you can see groups of small, transparent worms entangled together, entangled with each other, like maggots in a manure pit. The most chilling thing is that not only do these worms each have a weird face, but their bodies also have ferocious faces, just like the previous giant caterpillars. Compare images, Lilith said with a frown. The Tianshu Museum's host quickly started comparing images. After a few seconds, the results came in. The faces of these little worms were the same as the ferocious faces of giant caterpillars. What is certain is that the big caterpillar is their carrier, and the body is these small worms, Lilith said. Can the giant cannon be fired again? Zhang Tuohai asked. It won't work, because due to the rush of work, this kind of giant cannon can only be fired once and cannot be fired twice. Then let the world will try to attack, Zhang Tuohai said. The command was conveyed through the imaginary core. The will of the world that had regained its ability to move rolled up a huge wave of tens of thousands of meters, rushed to the surface of the crystal wall, and punched the place where the worms gathered. This punch is no ordinary fist. The sea water is filled with thunder, flames, and even lasers, including almost all types of attacks in the world. Large swathes of worms were destroyed to ashes. But the remaining spirit bodies followed the body of the world will and invaded the core of the world will, and began to try to modify the consciousness of the world will, thereby controlling the world will. Zhang Tuohai can also clearly detect that the will of the world is beginning to escape his control, and has a tendency to become an independent existence.
I didn't expect that there is such a method. It is really cunning. But it is still too simple.
Zhang Tuohai sneered and controlled the will of the world to self-destruct. The ontology of the world's will is a clone specially made by Zhang Tuohai. The core is to execute Zhang Tuohai's orders with all his strength. After the self-destruction command was issued, the will of the world destroyed itself without hesitation. And together with the spirit body in the body, it was completely destroyed. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Tuohai sent a new clone to become the world will of world number 875 again.
Launch a counterattack immediately and kill these damn bugs,
Zhang Tuohai said coldly. Chapter 877, Drag the Net and Strangle. Following Zhang Tuohai's order, a new clone became the will of the world. After the new will of the world took office, it began to cooperate with self-propelled machines to launch a counterattack to eliminate the insect swarms that invaded the world. Although these insect swarms are very powerful, they are still unable to cope with the power of the entire world. They were swallowed up by thunder, fire, earthquakes, mudslides, and tornadoes before they even rushed in front of the self-propelled machine. These invading bugs, whether they were flying or on the ground, were all strangled to death without a trace. Only some of the bugs near the world's crystal wall ran faster and escaped with their lives. After the success of the experiment on world number 875, other invaded worlds followed suit and followed this plan to counterattack the Zerg, driving the powerful Zerg swarm out of the crystal wall of the world, while various worlds were launching counterattacks. Zhang Tuohai's space fleet composed of vehicle number 3 also began to attack. Thousands of number 3 vehicles flew out of the heavenly library densely, formed into battle formations, and rushed towards the location where the insect swarm gathered. This time, the ambushing insect swarm was dumbfounded. The premise of an ambush is that the ambusher is stronger than the person being ambushed. In an unexpected situation, the person being ambushed is caught off guard, and then the superior force is hit to kill the person being ambushed. However, there are really too many number 3 vehicles in front of us. They are so densely packed that you can't see the edge at a glance. In terms of the speed of the violent troops, they are more like a swarm of insects than a swarm of insects. If the ambushing Zerg rushes directly like this, going out, I'm afraid I won't be directly overwhelmed by the number 3 vehicle. At this time, the insect swarm responsible for the ambush had an MMP mentality, deeply doubting who was the insect swarm. One day, they lost in the competition in terms of numbers. How can this be justified? The insect swarm responsible for the ambush was extremely conflicted at this time. It was considering whether to carry out the ambush as planned. If they go according to plan, they will be killed if they rush out. However, if they huddle here, there is no point in sending them out. Moreover, if they sit here and watch the main insect swarm being besieged, they will stay here and watch on the sidelines. Even if they go back, they will be severely punished. Just when the ambush insect swarm was deeply entangled in their hearts, they found that they no longer had to struggle, because some of the number 3 vehicles have discovered them. These number 3 vehicles are equipped with Lilith's latest comprehensive detection system. This detection system was originally prepared to search for the missing GE. It especially strengthened the search ability for hidden things and dealt with these Zerg beings. It's the counterpart. Tens of thousands of them traveling at the same time are like a big net, enough to screen all the nearby airspace. It is not unusual for those ambushing insect swarms to be discovered. Facing these ambushing Zerg that gathered together, vehicle number 3 was not polite at all. Several improved artificial black hole bombs directly hit it, directly creating a small artificial black hole in the entire area. The Zerg did not even say a word. With a single sound, it was completely destroyed into particles and filled into the hollow black hole. With the super weapon of artificial black holes, the space fleet composed of vehicle number 3 was invincible. The ambushing insect swarms were uncovered one after another and completely eliminated. Areas were cleaned up, and worlds were successfully conquered. Zhang Tuohai's side was advancing with great success, but the insect swarm in the distance fell into silence. It was clear that a few hours ago, they had the upper hand, and they could gradually occupy and devour this large and rich world. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed, and they became the disadvantaged party. The leading insects looked in the direction of the heavenly library, and kept complaining that the demigod in charge of this place was too cunning. He had such strong strength and didn't show it first. He insisted on showing weakness to the enemy and luring them in. After they plunge all their main forces into the world's battlefield, they attack in one fell swoop and cut off their retreat. This is to kill their insect swarm in one fell swoop. This demigod is so insidious. This is the consensus reached by several leading Zerg leaders. However, there is now a question before them, and that is where they should go now. If they continue to attack, they don't know the true strength of the enemy, and they may bury the entire clan here. Turning around and retreating is a wise move to preserve your strength. Wait until you have accumulated enough strength to slowly plan for it. However, if they do this, the person behind them may not be willing to let them go.
What should I do?
A giant centipede-like insect with a body of 2 kilometers and 12 pairs of huge cicada wings on its back turned to the 2 giant insects next to it and asked. It is one of the 3 leaders of this group of insects. Wanzu. King. All amputee-like bugs are under its jurisdiction, and 90% of the bugs present are under its control. However, among the 3 leaders, its status is the lowest, and its voice is weaker than the other 2.
I think it's better to withdraw and think about it in the long term. Staying here will only waste precious energy and have no real effect at all.
A giant caterpillar with a length of 2 kilometers said, while looking at a nearly transparent giant jellyfish next to it. This jellyfish is almost transparent. The diameter of its huge umbrella reaches 20 kilometers, and its tentacles stretch for 30 kilometers. This may be a bit abstract. To use a simple analogy, this jellyfish's umbrella is as long as 2.5 Himalayas. The mountains are high. Compared with it, the other 2 giants seem small and pitiful. Both the Wanzu King and the Void King, caterpillar, looked at the giant jellyfish. After all, it was the one who had the say in existence. This kind of plan required the approval of the other party.
You can't retreat. Have you all forgotten the order of Lord Ulysses? You must seize control of the Heavenly Library and capture the demigod behind it. You must understand the other party's purpose of repairing the Heavenly Library. If it cannot be achieved, that's useless trash. I don't need to say more about Lord Ulysses' attitude towards waste.
The sound of the giant jellyfish was directly transmitted into the minds of Lord Wanzu and Lord Void.
Understood. I will let them find an advantageous way. Break them into pieces, and enter the world to harass them. Even if we cannot attack them, we will cause huge losses to them. Let them lose sight of one thing and create opportunities for us.
The 1,000-footed lord said angrily.
Huh? Stupid.
The disdainful voice of the giant jellyfish came into the mind of the 1,000-legged king.
What effect does your plan have besides letting your limited power go to death in vain? Let them gather back, and I will use Ulysses Lord C's secret technique will give them enough strength to resist.
Chapter 878 Internal Strife?
Really?
After Lord Wanzu heard this, joy appeared on his face. It and the Lord of the Void were originally Earth Emperors in a remote world. After being found and defeated by Ulysses, they were forcibly driven and became the Zerg that ravaged the Sea of Chaos. However, Ulysses only kept driving them. But almost the only time they were not given any benefits was when they were unable to attack the next world. So they modified their bodies. After being transformed by Ulysses, the 10,000-foot Lord and the Void Lord themselves and their subordinates have been greatly improved. Their strength has increased several times. The world that was originally undefeatable for a long time was easily captured. This time also allowed Lord Wanzu and Lord Void to find their goals, and they have been hoping to get Master Ulysses to help improve them again. However, since then, Ulysses has basically stopped taking action. They have no choice but to wait. Unexpectedly, today, the giant jellyfish sent by Ulysses to monitor them actually took the initiative to mention this matter. Is it going to happen again with the fire line upgrade? Lord Wanzu and Lord Void were very excited and began to summon their men. A large number of Zerg broke away from their hiding places and various worlds, and gathered in the direction of the 10,000-foot Lord and the Void Lord. Even the giant caterpillars that had been responsible for containing the will of the world broke away from the crystal wall of the world and retreated towards the gathering point. The abnormal movements of the Zerg naturally alarmed Zhang Tuohai, who had been observing the situation on the battlefield.
What are these Zerg doing?
Zhang Tuohai asked curiously as he looked at the retreating Zerg on the screen. Zhang Tuohai could barely understand retreating from a battlefield where they were at a disadvantage. But on many battlefields, the Zerg still had an advantage and actually began to retreat on a large scale, which he couldn't understand. In several worlds, Zhang Tuohai even saw some Zerg giving up the food on their lips and hurriedly turning around and leaving.
When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Classmate Xiao Ai, please check for me. What are these bugs doing?
Zhang Tuohai said with a frown.
Commander, based on the direction and route of the Zerg's evacuation,
it seems that they are concentrated in this area. Are you preparing for a regional fire strike?
Classmate Xiao Ai asked.
Prepare the fire strike, but don't launch it yet. Send the detectors over and let me carefully check what they are doing. I always feel that things will not be that simple.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Clear.
Xiao Ai immediately dispatched dozens of specially modified reconnaissance spacecrafts. These reconnaissance spacecrafts were not equipped with any weapons. All the space was filled with various detection equipment. And the outer shell was also equipped with various stealth devices and coatings, ranging from radar stealth to optical stealth, integrating all the stealth technologies Zhang Tuohai has mastered. If the system radar is not turned on, Zhang Tuohai will have to spend a lot of effort to find them. Dozens of reconnaissance spacecraft quietly approach the area from all angles. Real-time footage will be transmitted back soon. A large number of bugs retreated from the battlefield and gathered around a few huge bugs, hovering there quietly as if waiting for something. When he first saw Lord Void and Lord Wanzu, Zhang Tuohai didn't think anything happened. After all, he has also seen the half-body Hermes' true form, and the existence of those half-finished soul-eating beasts. And he has also seen a bug that is only 1 or 2 kilometers in size. It is not shameful to say that this bug is not as big as his largest space battleship. It's still bearable. However, when he saw the giant jellyfish that was several times larger than Mount Everest, he was suddenly surprised. The creature that was 20 to 30 kilometers in size was the largest creature he had ever seen, second only to the soul-eating beast. It was comparable to a large meteorite in the universe, and every move it made possessed extraordinary power. And there were so many swarms of insects gathering around. This scene reminded Zhang Tuohai of the scene when Hermes brought the youth version of the soul-eating beast to the Lioli world. At that time, Lioli was resisting the damage, but he didn't feel anything. Now it was his turn to resist harm, and he couldn't help but become nervous. Intensify monitoring. Monitor energy fluctuations. Collect the opponent's body data as much as possible, and find weaknesses and attack methods, Zhang Tuohai said. Facing such a behemoth, Zhang Tuohai's idea of dealing with it is to find the weak point, carry out a thunderous strike, and kill it with one blow. Otherwise, Zhang Tuohai can't even imagine what kind of damage such a big guy will cause if he goes berserk with injuries. Follow your orders. Xiao Ai assigned the task, and controlled several detection spacecraft to approach for reconnaissance, analyze the physical condition of this behemoth, and prepare for the next attack. Zhang Tuohai is making preparations here, and Lord Wanzu and Lord Void are also busy in full swing. Sir, we are ready. When will we start? Lord Wanzu estimated that his subordinates were almost in place, so he asked the giant jellyfish, "Have everyone gathered here yet?" The giant jellyfish asked quietly, "It's almost done." Lord Wanzu nodded in agreement, and at the same time secretly ordered his men to squeeze into the inner circle. According to the experience of the last upgrade, the closer to the core area, the better the effect of the upgrade. In that case, let's get started. Accompanied by the ethereal sound of the giant jellyfish, Wanzu Monarch suddenly felt waves of stinging pain. It looked down and saw that its body had been pierced by dozens of tentacles. The organs, blood, muscles, fat, and even bones in the body were quickly dissolved into a nearly transparent liquid, which was sucked away by the slender tentacles. At the same time, these tentacles continued to release a paralyzing toxin, making its body more and more paralyzed, making it unable to control its body, and even its mind began to fall into a trance, and it could only allow the giant jellyfish to continuously devour its own body. The body is unable to respond effectively. Sir, what are you doing? Lord Wanzu looked at the giant jellyfish in confusion, wondering why the giant jellyfish suddenly turned its face. Are they not working hard enough? They have risked the lives of most of the group for Lord Ulysses. Doesn't this prove their loyalty? It wants to know. However, the giant jellyfish didn't even think of answering. Instead, it accelerated its feeding speed. At the same time, the tentacles continued to pierce the bodies of the surrounding Zerg, and the tentacles dozens of kilometers long pierced one after another. Worms, draining them completely and turning them into scattered ashes. Get ready to attack. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tuohai quickly called to Xiao Ai to prepare for the attack. Although he didn't know why the Zerg suddenly turned against each other, he had seen a possibility, which was to accumulate energy and prepare to transform. Hermes did this once, at the cost of destroying all the worlds under his control. Forcibly created more than 100 youth versions of soul-eating beasts. Who knows? This giant jellyfish is also paying attention to this. No matter what the other party is doing, it is always right to interrupt it. However, just when Zhang Tuohai was about to launch a strike, Lilith suddenly stopped him. Wait! There's something happening! Chapter 879: The Chaotic Giant Jellyfish. What's the situation? Zhang Tuohai turned to look at Lilith, who was holding him. I felt something familiar about that guy, Lilith said with narrowed eyes. Familiar feeling? Don't tell me this is also.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the giant jellyfish that was 2.5 times taller than Mount Everest, imagining the scene of the other person calling him daddy. Zhang Tuohai shivered. The scene was so beautiful that he didn't dare to look at it.
Wait a minute. The distance between the scene and our place is measured in tens of thousands of kilometers. If you want to get there quickly, you have to rely on the teleportation gate. How do you feel about such a long distance?
Zhang Tuohai was full of doubts. Lilith used to be able to sense other scattered single pages of the
Book of All Laws.
But the range of the sense was limited. Usually only a few tens to hundreds of meters away. But now the distance is suddenly measured in thousands of kilometers. The distance and the familiar set made him think that Lilith had fainted and was hallucinating.
How about giving her 3 hours of leave every day to have a good rest?
Zhang Tuohai thought to himself.
Don't make trouble. What I said is true.
Lilith slapped away Zhang Tuohai's hand that touched his forehead, and then said seriously,
Although I couldn't do it before. Don't forget. Xiao Si Ming, I had returned to my true form before. After being strengthened by her, my sensing ability has been greatly improved. After all, I am now at the quantum level. Don't always use the previous state to measure me now. Although I have been separated so far away. But I'm sure that guy must have something to do with the Book of All Laws. As for what the relationship is, we need to get closer to know. Is that so?
Zhang Tuohai pondered for a moment after hearing the words.
Come closer. Okay. Then I will accompany you for a walk to see who this guy is. Let's go!
Zhang Tuohai asked classmate Xiao Ai to stop the repaired water droplet at the launch position. He and Lilith got on the water droplet and flew in the direction of the giant jellyfish. By the time he and Lilith felt the area where the giant jellyfish was, the giant jellyfish had already eaten almost all the zerg in the entire area, except for a few fish that slipped through the net. Most of the zerg had been drained by the giant jellyfish and turned into ashes. In the void of the Chaos Sea, the remaining zerg fled in all directions. But they were destined to not be able to escape very far before they were hit by the number 3 vehicle fleet that had been responsible for the blockade. They were either killed on the spot or captured alive and became research subjects, leaving the number 3 vehicle fleet to seal off the surrounding area and dragging a net to search for the remaining enemies. Zhang Tuohai drove the water droplet slowly towards the giant jellyfish. The giant jellyfish was motionless in place at this time, its tentacles suspended in the void and motionless. From a distance, it looked like a static painting.
Can you feel anything?
Zhang Tuohai asked Lilith.
It's a bit confusing. We need to get closer.
Lilith closed her eyes and felt it for a while before speaking.
Then get closer.
Zhang Tuohai pushed the thruster down. The droplet moved forward again. Close. 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 When the water drop was less than 10 meters away from a tentacle, the tentacle suddenly moved and stabbed towards the water drop quickly. This directly triggered the water droplet's autonomous defense mechanism. The water droplet quickly retreated, turned, accelerated, and quickly broke away from the tentacle. However, although the water drop escaped the attack of this tentacle, it was like poking a hornet's nest. Thousands of tentacles became active one after another, rushing towards the water drop from all directions. The water droplet relies on its small body and flexible movement to swim among thousands of tentacles, constantly shuttling among them, truly achieving the goal of
passing through thousands of tentacles without even a leaf touching itself. What's going on? Didn't you say that this feeling is familiar to you? Isn't it related to the
Book of All Laws?
Why did you start attacking us?
Zhang Tuohai grabbed the armrest to stabilize his body and asked loudly.
I don't know. Maybe it's too far away and you can't feel my breath. Try to get closer. I'll try to get in touch with it.
Lilith also grabbed the armrest and said,
Okay. Speed up and get closer to the core area of the giant jellyfish.
Zhang Tuohai issued the order. The water droplets that received the order no longer circled around, but adjusted their direction and rushed towards the core area of the giant jellyfish. Those tentacles seemed to sense the water droplet's intention, and began to intercept it with more purpose. A large number of tentacles are layered on top of each other, forming layer upon layer of thick tentacle nets on the path that water droplets must pass through, waiting for water droplets to actively get in and capture them. The water droplet, according to Zhang Tuohai's order, actively avoided the direction with many tentacles, relied on its speed advantage to circle around the giant jellyfish, and when it disrupted the jellyfish's tentacles, it found a neutral position and accelerated towards it. This plan worked very well, and the water droplets quickly rushed close to the edge of the umbrella. This is very close to the core.
How's it going? Can I get in touch?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
It still doesn't work. I can receive the other party's information. But the information it gives is too confusing. It's like talking in sleep. There is no effective information. I suspect there is something wrong with its core. Send me there. I want to see what's going on.
Lilith opened her eyes and said.
It would be dangerous.
Zhang Tuohai glanced outside and saw thousands of tentacles heading in his direction.
When it comes to the
Book of All Laws,
it is worth taking any risk, even if there is only a clue. As the eldest sister, I have the obligation to bring them home,
Lilith said firmly.
This matter has nothing to do with you. You can leave here. There is no need to take risks with me. Who are you looking down on? How can a father leave his daughter to face danger alone?
Zhang Tuohai sneered and pushed the propeller all the way.
Water drop. Forward 4.
Buzz. A faint blue halo emerged from the tail of the water droplet, and the water droplet rushed forward quickly. Before thousands of tentacles closed together, it broke through the blockade and rushed towards the core of the giant jellyfish.
Speed up. Speed up.
There are more and more tentacles around, and the speed of water droplets is getting faster and faster. When the speed reached its maximum, the water droplets finally reached the core area of the giant jellyfish, and the tentacles also surrounded Zhang Tuohai's water droplets from all directions. Then, those tentacles attacked the water droplets. Whoosh whoosh. Countless tentacles attacked the water droplets. Boom. They hit a black light group. Zhang Tuohai opened the black umbrella in time.
Hurry up. I might not be able to hold on for long.
Zhang Tuohai shouted loudly.
I'll try my best.
Lilith pressed one hand on the ground, closed her eyes, and let out her thoughts. Chapter 880, page 7. Chaos and Disorder. This was Lilith's first feeling. If a normal person's mental thoughts are like a calm pond, the mental thoughts she feels now are like the sea surface after a storm. Violent and chaotic. The spirits were crashing everywhere like turbulence. Lilith felt like a small boat in the storm. If she was not careful, she would be shattered into pieces by these violent mental turbulences.
The mental power is too chaotic to rush in.
Lilith tried several times, but was rushed back by the violent mental turbulence.
If you can't get in mentally, just get in physically.
Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and pressed a button. The water droplet spread out instantly and turned into something like a tent, blocking all kinds of tentacles. Zhang Tuohai held an umbrella with one hand and hugged Lilith with the other, rushed towards the core of the giant jellyfish. A layer of black light shrouded the outside of the black umbrella, protecting Zhang Tuohai and Lilith from the violent mental turbulence. At the same time, countless black petals formed a huge drill in front of the black light, heading towards the giant jellyfish. The core drilled down. Puff puff. Feeling that Zhang Tuohai was constantly approaching his core, the giant jellyfish became more and more violent. Not only was the impact of the mental turbulence getting stronger and stronger, but the tentacles also broke through the outer skin of the umbrella cap and stretched out, trying to dig out Zhang Tuohai. The surrounding attacks became more and more fierce, and the originally rich black light also dimmed a bit. Zhang Tuohai didn't pay attention at all, but rushed straight towards the core of the giant jellyfish. At this moment, two powerful mental turbulences suddenly hit Zhang Tuohai, one from the left and the other from the right. Through the light, Zhang Tuohai could vaguely see the shadows of the 10,000-foot Lord and the Void Lord on the turbulent current.
Could it be that every turbulent flow here is a devoured soul? It became like this because too many souls were devoured in a short period of time without digestion?
Zhang Tuohai secretly guessed. Thinking of this, he changed the shape of the black light. In addition to the petal drill at the front, dense chain-shaped serrations were added around the body of the black light egg. The entire black light egg turned into a high-speed drill, directly attacking the surrounding objects. Turbulence churned it to pieces. The two turbulent currents belonging to Wanzu Lord and Void Lord saw this and wanted to escape. However, they were too close to Zhang Tuohai. Although they tried their best to leave, they were still blocked by the powerful the suction sucked it back. And then it was shattered into pieces by the furious drill. After smashing the 10,000-foot Lord and the Void Lord into pieces, the rest of the mental turmoil were frightened by the scene and did not dare to approach for a while. The surrounding area fell into a strange silence. Zhang Tuohai saw the opportunity, accelerated forward, and rushed out 3 or 4 kilometers in an instant. Only then did the turbulent waves react and chase after them. However, Zhang Tuohai had already rushed out at this time. If it's too far, they can only follow Zhang Tuohai and eat ashes. Compared with the wide diameter of the umbrella cap, the thickness of the jellyfish umbrella cap is not too thick. Zhang Tuohai accelerated forward for another kilometer and finally reached the core of the giant jellyfish.
I could feel it over there. The emotion was emanating from there.
Lilith pointed to the left. Zhang Tuohai looked over there and saw an almost transparent human figure suspended in the void.
You sure?
Zhang Tuohai slightly changed his direction and leaned over.
Yes. That's it. Page 7. A chapter dedicated to recording spirit and thinking. No wonder that appearance looks so familiar to me. Once when we were chatting, Shaoqi said that if it could transform, it would have transformed into a jellyfish. This form is most suitable for studying the spirit. Unexpectedly, it really did it,
Lilith said. Zhang Tuohai controlled the drill made of black light and slowly approached the human figure. Only then did they see clearly that the human figure was not suspended in the void, but was tied up by thousands of threads and fixed in midair. Those threads were constantly absorbing energy from the shadow of the human form, and the shadow of the human form was it became darker and darker.
Xiuqi.
Seeing this scene, Lilith's face was full of anxiety, and she rushed towards the human figure. Suddenly, several transparent threads were pulled out from the humanoid shadow and stabbed towards Lilith. Lilith's attention was focused on Shaoqi, and she didn't notice and didn't react. Just when those transparent threads were about to pierce Lilith, a few black petals floated by, blocking the attack and cutting off the threads. These threads seemed to be alive. After being cut off, they all stepped back and watched for a while, hesitating and not daring to step forward. Such movements made the humanoid figure slowly open its eyes. Seeing the person in front of him, the humanoid figure's eyes widened in disbelief.
Sister, why are you here? Get out of here quickly. This is a prison created by the evil god.
The humanoid figure's words seemed to trigger a switch, and the mental turmoil around him instantly became violent. Thousands of threads hung from the air and attacked everyone.
Sister, please leave quickly. If you don't leave, it will be too late. Leave this place far away and don't come back. This is a cage designed by the evil god to capture us. Don't come any closer.
The humanoid shadow shouted loudly.
Dad!
Lilith turned to look at Zhang Tuohai.
Give it to me.
Zhang Tuohai nodded, raised the black umbrella in his hand, and pieces of black petals flew away, seemingly slowly, but they covered all the surrounding areas. Those black petals gently cut through the silk threads one after another, and in the blink of an eye, all the silk threads hanging the human figures were cut off. The humanoid figure lost its support and collapsed. Seeing this, Lilith ran over and supported the human figure.
Shaoqi, how are you? Sister, I'm fine. It's just that my strength has been drained.
Shaoqi smiled sadly.
What exactly is going on?
Lilith asked, distressed and angry.
After the Heavenly Library was breached, we each escaped. Originally, I found a jellyfish and planned to hide in its body to evade capture. However, I was accidentally discovered by the evil god. Instead of killing me on the spot, the evil god used that jellyfish has become a cage, constantly draining my power, and at the same time, it is also trying to catch you. Later, the evil god felt that it would be too wasteful to simply lock me up. So he sent jellyfish to supervise the bugs and drive them away from invading the surrounding world. As a result, an accidental discovery was made. The evil god discovered that the Heavenly Library had actually been reduced. So he sent these Zerg races to test the reality. If they are not strong, they will be destroyed directly.
At this moment, thousands of tentacles and threads slanted down from the sky, and those violent mental turbulence also formed a combined force, constantly rotating around them, like a huge millstone, crushing them into pieces. Seeing the scene here, Xiuqi's expression changed suddenly, and it pushed Lilith with all its strength.
Sister, hurry up. The jellyfish's consciousness is here. It is invincible here. If you don't leave, you will be caught.
Before Lilith could speak, Zhang Tuohai raised his head at the side, looked at the thousands of hanging threads and tentacles and said,
Does the jellyfish have the body consciousness? If we kill it, will the jellyfish belong to us?
Chapter 881, Cleaning Up After the War.
Is there any way to deal with it?
Lilith asked as she glanced at the tentacles and transparent threads all over the sky.
If it was yesterday, it wouldn't be okay. Today,
Zhang Tuohai said, raising the black umbrella in his hand.
Black storm.
A black tornado gradually formed from his black umbrella, and gradually expanded, attacking the surrounding tentacles, transparent threads and crazy mental turbulence. Xiao had given this code to Zhang Tuohai a long time ago, but Zhang Tuohai was still too weak at the time to exert its due power, so he shelved it. But now, after Zhang Tuohai's partial transformation, he can already exert most of the power of this code. The black tornado is more violent than the ordinary tornado. Moreover, it is mixed with a large number of black petals, and its attack power is increased several times. Not only were the tentacles and transparent threads broken upon contact, but the turbulent flow of pure spiritual energy was also instantly shattered into pieces upon contact. If the attack power alone is powerful, it is not enough for Zhang Tuohai to take it seriously. Those threads and turbulence may be able to be bypassed. But just because the attack is high, if it can't hit anyone, it means it is of no use. However, the Black Tornado not only has extremely high attack power, but also has strong suction power. Those threads and turbulence are involuntarily attracted, and then are smashed into pieces by the Black Storm. Although those mentally turbulent people have realized the terror of the Black Storm, and are desperately trying to escape, they cannot escape the suction range of the Black Storm at all. Perhaps, the moment they saw the Black Storm, their fate was already sealed. A few minutes later, the Black Storm tore everything within sight into pieces. After destroying everything around it, the Black Storm did not stop, but continued to rotate, and had a tendency to continue to expand.
What is he doing?
Xiaoqi was a little confused. He obviously repelled the attack of the giant jellyfish, and could take the opportunity to leave. Why did he continue to attack?
He has always been a person who refuses to suffer losses. He has to create opportunities to retaliate even if he doesn't have the chance. What's more, now that he has the opportunity, he won't stop until the giant jellyfish is broken into pieces.
Lilith said.
Really? Does he know what it means to kill the giant jellyfish? This means that he will be recorded on the evil god's kill list. Isn't he afraid of the evil god's revenge?
Xiaoqi looked at Lilith in disbelief.
Furthermore, in order to make the giant jellyfish work better, the evil god spent a lot of money, and even poured a lot of quantum crystals into the jellyfish. Even if this jellyfish is not a demigod, it still has the strength of a demigod. Just watch,
Lilith said with a smile. Xiaoqi looked up and saw that the Black Tornado had begun to spread rapidly outwards. At this time, the diameter of the eye of the storm had reached a range of 2 or 3 kilometers. It can be imagined how large the scope of the Black Tornado was. It would cover the entire giant jellyfish are enveloped within the range. Half a quarter of an hour later, the Black Tornado slowly shrank and finally retreated to Zhang Tuohai's black umbrella. At this time, the original giant jellyfish and the mental turbulence had disappeared, and the surrounding area had become a void. The number 3 vehicle formation surrounded by the outside could still be seen in the distance. The water droplet spacecraft slowly landed next to Zhang Tuohai. Although the water droplet was attacked by a giant jellyfish just now, and the shell was severely damaged, there were many potholes on the quantum crystal that was originally smooth as a mirror. However, the overall frame was not serious, and it could still drive normally.
Let's go. Let's talk about anything when we get back.
Zhang Tuohai opened the hatch of Shuidi and said,
Sorry, I can't hold on anymore. My body has been drained a long time ago. I have to go back and recuperate. I've forwarded all the information I know to you. I'll leave the rest to you. It's great to see you, sister-in-law.
Xiaoqi's voice gradually became lower, and finally the transparent body completely disintegrated, turning into little stars and integrating into Lilith's body.
Welcome home,
Lilith whispered, wrapping her arms around herself.
Let's go!
Zhang Tuohai silently took Lilith back to the Kingdom of Heavenly Library. At this time, the self-propelled machinery factory and various arsenals were still operating rapidly. On the one hand, they were wiping out some of the remaining Zerg, and on the other hand, they were used to supplement the defense forces of each world. Zhang Tuohai had just acquired so many worlds that he couldn't manage them all at once. He only allocated the spiritual realm system to the Sun of Destiny for monitoring. However, the specific defense force was not allocated in place. Taking advantage of this opportunity today, he could just give each world replenishes its defense power. The basic defense force is the world's will plus self-propelled mechanical formation plus number 3 vehicle fleet. A Trinity strike force. This configuration can almost deal with most enemies. As for the lost population and damage in each world, it will take time to slowly recover. Zhang Tuohai does not want to use too many external forces to interfere with the development trajectory of each world for the time being. Otherwise, the world under his control will be the same. There is no reference significance. As for the remaining number 3 vehicle fleet, they began to pull the net into the distance for screening. Being raided this time proved that Zhang Tuohai's control of the nearby area still had loopholes. He was rushed to the door of his house before he discovered the enemy. In order to prevent this from happening again, Zhang Tuohai needs to continuously expand the front line outward and occupy all the worlds along the way as buffer zones. At the worst, he must establish observation posts as an early warning system. Send out reconnaissance spacecraft to monitor every desolate world and every dark wormhole. and control all places where the large fleet may be hidden to prevent the enemy from being caught off guard. After solving the local world, Zhang Tuohai began to deal with the newly controlled world of Alea. There are many worlds under Alea's control. More than 1,000 in total. Counting Zhang Tuohai's original control. There are already more than 2,000 worlds under Zhang Tuohai's name. They are spread across every corner of the Sea of Chaos. It is called Sea of Chaos. The largest landowner does not seem to be too much. For these newly controlled worlds, Zhang Tuohai still followed the old method. Arranging the spiritual realm system. Replacing the will of the world. And the three-piece set of self-propelled mechanical garrison. As for the above technologies, Xiao Ai is responsible for sorting them out. Sorting out and absorbing the useful parts. And adding them to his own technology tree. After dealing with those ordinary worlds, Zhang Tuohai began to think about how to deal with Alea's kingdom of God. If other demigods or gods obtain a fully developed kingdom of God, they will basically use it as their own back base. If the development is not very good, they may even directly move the kingdom of God over and use it as their own kingdom of God to operate. However, Zhang Tuohai had some different ideas. Chapter 882 The World of War Chess.
Can I eat Alea's kingdom of God?
Zhang Tuohai asked Lilith.
Aren't you afraid of dying?
Lilith rolled her eyes at Zhang Tuohai. But when she saw the serious look on Zhang Tuohai's face, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows.
Are you serious? Of course. You listen to my analysis.
Zhang Tuohai clasped his fingers and analyzed with Lilith.
You told me that the most difficult part for the kingdom of God to devour other worlds is the encounter between the souls of the two worlds. The collision of the world's will, soul, and laws involving life will cause the world to lose its vitality when it devours other worlds. Injury. There will be situations where the losses are more than the gains, and the world may even collapse because of the conflict of laws. However, this problem no longer exists in Alea's kingdom of God. The world consciousness is a clone sent by me. He can do whatever he is asked to do. His soul and life have also been drained into the spiritual space. Now, theoretically, Alea's kingdom is a world of death. An empty shell filled with quantum crystals. How is it different from those imaginary worlds of death? Why bother when you can eat it to increase your strength? What if we have to leave behind a kingdom of God? It is true that if you leave one more kingdom of God, you will have one more retreat. However, our current problem is that there is a strong enemy watching. What we need to do is to concentrate our efforts and kill this strong enemy. If we cannot kill it, we will probably if you die on the spot. What's the point of leaving anything behind?
Zhang Tuohai analyzed the gains and losses. Lilith took a deep look at Zhang Tuohai and confirmed that Zhang Tuohai's words were all sincere. She nodded slightly and said,
What you said is indeed reasonable and feasible in theory. However, the fairy tale world has just been upgraded to a new dimension. Once completed, if we upgrade the dimension again, there will be no problem from a hardware perspective. However, we must consider the endurance of the world's will. After all, in terms of size, Alea's kingdom of God is much larger than the fairy tale world, has existed for a much longer time, and has more complete rules. If it is eaten by force, if so, it will be a big test for the world's will. What if we cut the world in half? Wouldn't it be easier to eat half and half?
Zhang Tuohai suddenly asked.
Cut?
Lilith obviously didn't expect that Zhang Tuohai would suddenly ask this question. I was stunned for a moment. After all, except for the old man Shinji, no one has ever discovered the secret of swallowing the world. Under normal circumstances, if you get a world, everyone hides it like a treasure. Who would think of cutting this world apart? Open? No one has ever studied this subject.
Theoretically speaking, this reduces the size and number of rules, which should reduce the difficulty of digestion. Moreover, theoretically speaking, it may also increase the speed of digestion and fusion. Are you sure you want to try it? Let me remind you in a word. There is only one kingdom of God in Alea. If it is cut open and fails, there will be no more.
Lilith said solemnly.
It doesn't matter. Anyway, even if Alea's kingdom of God is placed here, there is no way to improve our strength. Rather than leaving it idle here, we might as well do an experiment. If the engulfment is successful, at least the defense of the kingdom of God will be stronger. The speed of producing source matter will also be faster. This kind of profit is enough for us to take the risk. Let's give it a try.
Zhang Tuohai nodded and said,
Okay, I'll do the preparations.
Lilith immediately opened the light door and headed to Alea's kingdom of God. Zhang Tuohai also went there. His main purpose was to regain the authority of Alea, its demigods and Shamir. After all, The reason why he was brought into Aleya's kingdom of God by the plague was because of Shamir's authority. Now that the entire Aleya kingdom has been pacified, the authority will naturally be taken back. With the help of Lilith, Aleya's temple was quickly found, and everyone's authority was placed on the shelf of Aleya's collection. Apart from these powers, there were also several huge bones and broken quantum crystal weapons on the shelf. They were probably souvenirs from a war that was very meaningful to Aleya. These things were all thrown by Zhang Tuohai. He asked Lilith to see if it had any research value, and he returned to the first floor of the Library of Heaven with those powers. Holding 6 pieces of authority in his hand, Zhang Tuohai stood in front of the Gate of Destiny. In an instant, all those powers melted and disappeared into the Gate of Destiny. There are some additional laws about shadows in the Gate of Destiny, as well as a few laws about death, plague, famine, war, art, etc. However, these laws are not completely incomplete. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the Gate of Destiny. At this time, most of the Gate of Destiny had been completely repaired, leaving only 2 gaps, one large and one small, that had not yet been repaired. Zhang Tuohai estimated that at least 2 pieces of authority were still floating around. One of the pieces, needless to say, is probably in the hands of the evil god. Zhang Tuohai guessed that the remaining piece was either in the hands of the evil god, or it might be in the hands of Ji, who had never seen the dragon. After all, the latter is also one of the 6 demigods under Gaia. He also organized the feat of overthrowing, besieging, and eating Gaia. The other demigods all have authority. Zhang Tuohai doesn't believe it if it doesn't have any authority.
The primary goal is to kill the evil god, and the secondary goal is to find Ji, gain the authority from the other party, and finally complete the Gate of Destiny.
Zhang Tuohai has sorted out his goals for the next period of time.
Then let's deduce the probability of me defeating the evil god?
Zhang Tuohai put his hand on the door of destiny. He already knew the evil god's real name and the coordinates of his opponent's lair. Both the salesman and Shao Qi had given the information, so he could conduct a deduction to try out the possibility of success. After a while, he put his hand down, with a gloomy expression on his face. It wasn't that the evil god's strength exceeded his expectations, but that he never expected that the evil god's kingdom would actually be a weird chess-like world. After everyone entered the world, they would be digitized by the world, then use the resources you carry to fight the evil god. Moreover, there is an upper limit on the resources you can carry. This is troublesome. The upper limit of resource carrying limits Zhang Tuohai's advantage in violent troops, while digitization limits Zhang Tuohai's technological advantage. Even if Zhang Tuohai brings a few black hole generators, they will be forced to digitize them and harm the enemy according to the data, rather than hitting a large area at once. Moreover, the evil god is sitting in this world, and his experience and familiarity with the rules must be far superior to him. If you want to defeat the evil god in a world with such rules, it is obviously extremely difficult under normal circumstances.
Fortunately, I have a plugin.
Zhang Tuohai put his hand on the door of truth. He didn't believe that he couldn't deduce a chess game to defeat the evil god after tens of millions of deductions.
Gate of Truth. Start the deduction.
Chapter 883 The Army Sets Out.
Design according to these parameters and requirements. Never strengthen or weaken. I have marked the output on it. As soon as possible, try to complete it within 3 days.
Zhang Tuohai threw a large stack of order reports to Lilith. Lilith's eyebrows almost knitted together as she looked through the orders filled with Party A's needs.
Why do you want so much junk? Are you planning to open a weird ordnance museum? I'm of great use. Just tell me if I can make it in 3 days?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
You are looking down on my production capacity. It won't take half a day to produce all these junk. However, you have to tell me why we spend resources to produce so much garbage? Although we have a lot of resources, we are not so wasteful.
Lilith wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. As a qualified scientific researcher, what she hated most was others wasting resources.
These are all tools used to deal with evil gods. Please listen to me explain.
Zhang Tuohai leaned close to Lilith's ear and whispered his plan.
Is it really possible?
Lilith couldn't help but raise her eyebrows after hearing the plan.
Of course there is no problem. This is the best resource allocation plan that I have derived tens of thousands of times.
Zhang Tuohai patted his chest and said,
Even if you can't trust me, you still have to believe in the door of truth. That's true. But that evil god is really weird. He actually chose such a world. However, after you win, will it really be at ease?
Lilith asked with some worry.
Don't worry. Do you think I didn't deduce what will happen next? Come here.
Zhang Tuohai told Lilith's ear about the follow-up plan. After hearing Zhang Tuohai's plan, Lilith didn't come back to her senses for a long time. It wasn't until Zhang Tuohai pushed her that she came back to her senses. After a long time, Lilith looked at Zhang Tuohai faintly and said,
"Sometimes, I really want to open your head and see how your brain grows. Stop talking nonsense and do it quickly. If you are slow, the evil god will come out of his lair. This is our only chance to stop it recently,"
Zhang Tuohai warned.
"Don't worry. I'll arrange the delivery right away."
As Lilith said this, she immediately opened 12 production lines, specializing in the production of
junk copper and iron,
specially customized by Zhang Tuohai. After the equipment production was completed, Lilith quickly started working on hundreds of production lines to produce various types of Planet Fortress cannons. Zhang Tuohai also took a trip to the fairy tale world. As soon as he arrived in the fairy tale world, Xiao Wanwan, the will of the world, appeared next to him and looked at him with a resentful look.
"Next time you want to throw a planet over, let me know in advance. You don't even say hello. Just drop by. Throw it over. It's a kingdom of God. Do you really think I'm Pac-Man? I can eat anything? It almost choked me to death."
Zhang Tuohai.
"Okay. I know I was wrong. I will tell you in advance next time. How about cutting it into small pieces and feeding it to your mouth?" "Really?"
Xiao Wanwan's eyes lit up.
"Let's talk about it next time. By the way, how did you digest this time? Have you absorbed the rules and so on? How is the integration of the planet's landforms? There will be an overall modification tomorrow. And there will be a major one in a few days. How about it? Is it too late?"
Zhang Tuohai asked, holding Xiao Wanwan's hand.
"Don't worry. It will definitely be fine. But before that..."
Xiao Wanwan took Zhang Tuohai's hand and entered the back of the world. 3 hours later, Zhang Tuohai returned to the Library of Heaven while holding onto the wall, while Xiao Wanwan went to digest the fruits of victory with a happy face. Looking at the back of Xiao Wanwan leaving, Zhang Tuohai felt that everything in this world was good. But it was a bit of a waste of money. If he hadn't just strengthened his body with source matter, he really wouldn't be able to conquer this little goblin. After all the plans were laid out, Zhang Tuohai finally had time to figure out all the details of the overall plan, constantly improving various follow-up plans and perfecting the details and loopholes. After all, the opponent was an evil god, at the level of a righteous god. And this time, he did not have the will of the world. As the main attacker, everything depends on him. No matter how careful you are, you can't be too careful. 3 days passed by in a flash, and everything went smoothly according to Zhang Tuohai's plan. The only thing that was unplanned was that Zhang Tuohai visited the fairy tale world a few more times. In the early morning, Zhang Tuohai loaded many specially made combat weapons on the cargo spacecraft. These cargo spacecraft are also specially made. From the appearance, they are just a large iron box with a propeller installed. They do not even have basic life support equipment. If there are crew members, they will need to use individual space life support equipment. The structural strength is also ridiculously low. It uses only hollow supports and no external armor. It can barely support it and will crash when it flies to the evil world. This was also deliberately set by Zhang Tuohai. After all, if the spacecraft lands safely, it will be judged as a combat unit and be significantly weakened on the grounds that its technology is too advanced. However, the score of this unit is ridiculously high, taking up his precious total points in vain, similar to the population limit. The gain outweighs the loss.
All the supplies are assembled in place. Would you like to check again?
Lilith handed a tablet to Zhang Tuohai. The computer recorded all the materials and equipment for this expedition, as well as the loading status.
There is no need to check. I believe you.
Zhang Tuohai did not pick up the tablet that Lilith handed over, but rubbed Lilith's head.
Do you really don't need me to go with you? I'm always a little worried about leaving you there alone.
Lilith pinched the corner of Zhang Tuohai's clothes.
Don't worry. Before I met you, I had lived through several worlds, and I was still living well. Right. Don't worry. I've rehearsed it tens of thousands of times, and I'm familiar with all the experiences. Don't worry. Besides, if you stay here, you still have a lot to do. The second half of the plan depends entirely on you. The burden on your shoulders is not light. The rest is all up to you.
Zhang Tuohai rubbed Lilith's head and let the black hair slip from his fingertips. After the last strand of hair fell, he strode towards the cargo spacecraft. One by one, simple spaceships took off from the fairy tale world, formed a formation, and flew towards the world of evil gods. Vehicle number 3, responsible for the escort, also took off in 6 formations to escort in all directions. The fleet accelerates forward according to the route set by the deduction. According to this route, it can avoid all the observation posts placed by the evil gods along the way and advance the core and fortress. There are as many as 2,700 worlds surrounding the evil god's kingdom, forming 3 defense circles. Anyone who wants to get close to the evil god's kingdom will encounter at least 3 blocks. Once entangled in the blockade, you will face massive attacks from various evil god believers, and will eventually be overwhelmed by the massive enemies. Therefore, even if you want to play chess with the evil god, it is not that easy. However, after thousands of attempts, Zhang Tuohai successfully found a path. Following this path, he only had to face an enemy that was intercepted once at most, and he could easily ride on the evil god kingdom and attack Huanglong. Chapter 884, Breaking into the Chessboard World. Zhang Tuohai's fleet bypassed one world after another, dodged one outpost after another, and followed the surveillance blind spot to avoid 2 hidden observation points. Zhang Tuohai spent more than a dozen deductions to find this. On several occasions, Zhang Tuohai's fleet was discovered by these 2 hidden observation points, and then attracted endless Zerg and abyssal alien species, swamping the entire fleet. Sneaking carefully along the way, Zhang Tuohai finally saw the dark red world. That is the kingdom of the evil god. As long as you break in, you can trigger the world mechanism and get trapped in the chessboard. You can only escape by winning. However, don't think that you just rush over and it's over. On both sides of the kingdom of God, there are 2 completely dark worlds. These worlds are like wormholes. If you don't turn on the full frequency and scan thoroughly, you will not be able to discover the existence of the other party. However, if you ignore the opponent's existence, the swarms of insects and abyssal alien species that rush out will teach you a lesson. Even if Zhang Tuohai leads a battle formation of 200 number 3 vehicles, he will not be able to break through the defenses of these 2 worlds and rush into the evil god's kingdom. This is the experience Zhang Tuohai gained from more than a dozen deductions. Moreover, these 2 black worlds are stuck on the left and right on the only way to the kingdom of the evil god. If you want to enter the kingdom of God, this is a hurdle that cannot be bypassed. A normal person might go crazy and riot, then bulldoze layer by layer and gradually advance. But Zhang Tuohai had no intention of doing this. Anyway, his goal was to rush into the kingdom of God, not to destroy them. He just needed it. According to plan. Let's go! Zhang Tuohai issued the order. Whoosh whoosh. Dozens of escorting number 3 combat vehicles broke away from the formation and rushed toward the 2 black worlds. One on the left and one on the right. The sudden rush of combat vehicle number 3 alarmed the 2 black worlds. And there were buzzing sounds. Huge Zergs and strange abyssal alien species crawled out of the black world and headed towards those number 3. The combat vehicles rushed forward, preparing to wipe out these suddenly appearing enemies in one fell swoop. However, as soon as they emerged, vehicle number 3, which had been prepared for a long time, fired a round of plasma bombs, and a chain of blue plasma was transmitted to every Zerg and alien species. The vitality of the Zerg and abyssal alien species is extremely strong, except for a few who were directly hit. Most of the remaining ones were only paralyzed, which slightly affected their mobility, and did not cause any damage to their muscles or bones. Moreover, even if they are all wiped out, there will still be a steady stream of Zerg and alien species behind them. This loss is not even a scratch for the Zerg and abyssal alien species, which are famous for their reproduction. Just when the Zerg and alien species were preparing to attack again after the paralysis wore off, the number 3 combat vehicles used this short window period to rush to the gate of the black world and then exploded. Rumble. A series of explosions sounded, but not a trace of fire came out, because these special number 3 combat vehicles have been specially modified inside the ship. Each vehicle is a super large black hole generator, with a large number of 3 number 1 combat vehicles exploded at the same time, which was equivalent to building a black hole group at the gate of the black world, blocking the gate of the black world. Although this black hole does not exist for long, this period of time is enough for Zhang Tuohai to lead his fleet into the evil god kingdom 7 or 8 times. Fleet! Attack! Zhang Tuohai issued the order. All the ships in the fleet rushed towards the kingdom of the evil god, because the thrust was too great and the structural strength of the ships was too low. The huge thrust caused the ships to make a squeaking sound of metal twisting, and the shells of some ships even deformed. Under normal circumstances, this kind of ship needs to stop for maintenance. But Zhang Tuohai is happy to see this happen. This is what he needs. Accelerate the impact and prepare for an emergency landing. Zhang Tuohai ordered loudly. The entire fleet began to accelerate into the evil world wrapped in a red halo. The world of the evil god was wrapped in a thick layer of atmosphere. After the fleet rushed into the atmosphere, it ignited a fire because it was not coated with cooling materials. The entire fleet smashed to the ground like a swarm of burning meteors. Zhang Tuohai looked at his watch and counted down.
3, 2, 1 shot!
Following his order, all the spacecraft opened their hatches, and various items inside were thrown out. Each item was hung with large and small parachutes, like dandelions, pointing toward the ground, floating up and down. As for those spaceships, they gradually turned into a ball of fire, burned into ashes in the air, and even failed to land on the ground. Even Zhang Tuohai himself sat in a command vehicle and experienced the experience of landing at the same time. Bang! Zhang Tuohai's car hit the ground heavily, and there was a muffled sound inside the car.
It's really hard not to have a noise-canceling interior.
Zhang Tuohai took out his ears. Although he had experienced it countless times in simulations, he still felt that this kind of forced landing was really a suffering. If it wasn't for the purpose of carrying as much stuff as possible, he would never choose to airborne in this way. The moment he landed on the ground, lines of prompts appeared in front of him.
Welcome to the chessboard world. The score of the materials you carry will start to be counted. The maximum score of the materials you carry is 100 points. The excess will be randomly destroyed or converted into wild monsters. The statistics are being calculated. The statistics of the materials you carry are completed. The total score is 99.98 points, which complies with the regulations. Now let's start explaining the rules of this world. This mode is a real-time strategy mode. 2 players compete on the map. You can win by destroying the opponent's base camp. There are other hidden victory conditions. Players can explore by themselves. All the items you carry have been digitized. Functions adjustments have been made to adapt to the rules. Please check it out. The game has officially begun.
The light curtain disappears. A small token appeared in Zhang Tuohai's hand. A line of item prompts also popped up. Base camp placement order. Necessary items for building a base camp. Please place it at the location you plan to build within 1 hour. If it is not built within the time limit, the game will be deemed failed. 59:59. Zhang Tuohai grasped the token tightly, pushed open the hatch cover with his other hand, and looked out. A gust of salty sea breeze blew. Zhang Tuohai looked around. There was a fjord in front of him. A half-moon-shaped sandbar blocked the front of the fjord and acted as a breakwater. It was a natural harbor. Behind him was a wide canyon. There are high mountains on both sides, and there is a deep canyon leading to the outside world. As long as heavy firepower is set up on both sides of the canyon, it will definitely be impossible for one man to open it. The cliffs on the mountain are full of various natural ores, and even just use a small hammer to dig out a few pieces, making it an excellent base site.
Great! Nothing has changed.
Zhang Tuohai was very excited. The angle from which he entered the world of the evil god determined the landing position and the initial position of the game. In order to find a good landing point, he had to do it thousands of times. He was sure that there was no other place within a radius of 10,000 miles. This placement is better. Now, all he needs to do is to reproduce what he did in a deduction. Chapter 885 Race Against Time. Zhang Tuohai jumped off the command vehicle and inserted the token on the ground. A flash of white light flashed, and the token turned into an awning made of palm leaves. It has been detected that the base camp has been set up. Please ensure the safety of the base camp. If the base camp is destroyed, it will be judged as a failure. The current level of the base camp is LV1, which unlocks woodworking technology and can build woodworking sheds, refugee camps, docks, canoes, militia camps, wooden fences, primary fields, wooden weapons, and agricultural tools. The base camp can be upgraded, and upgrading requires 100 units of wood. After a rough glance at the information in front of him, which was the same as the last deduction, Zhang Tuohai left the awning and ran outside. He does not plan to build level 1 buildings. In addition to the fact that he currently has no construction resources, the development speed of those level 1 buildings is too slow. If he uses existing resources to develop, it will be equivalent to 1 vs 7 cold computers on the Arctic Circle map. It's not allowed to blow up bridges yet, but it doesn't mean that it can't withstand it. The early stage will basically be spent in exhaustion. If there is a slight deviation during this period, it will lead to a complete collapse. Even if he lingers until the later stages, he will be unable to withstand Ulysses' army. This is what he doesn't want to see. In order to solve this problem, he specially brought a large number of machinery for initial construction, just to cope with the scene before him. Zhang Tuohai looked around and quickly ran towards a woodcutter that landed not far from him. This is a woodcutting machine he designed specifically for this world. It is steam-powered and can burn wood and coal. It is equipped with 2 steam-powered chainsaws, 3 rubber wheels, a steam stove, plus a self-contained machine with a simple control system, the battery's chip, and nothing else. It was so simple that it cost Zhang Tuohai 5 points. If it were designed according to Lilith's aesthetic, and various materials and weapons and equipment were added, the points would probably skyrocket to 20 or 30 points. Zhang Tuohai checked the equipment status of the automatic wood-cutting machine. After confirming that everything was intact, he pushed the automatic wood-cutting machine in front of a row of palm trees, then took out a lighter from his pocket and lit the dipping stick that had been wrapped around the wood. The wood filled with grease burned fiercely in the stove. When steam began to circulate in the pipes, Zhang Tuohai pressed the start button on the chip. Shila. The automatic wood-cutting machine began to cut down the trees. This is the disadvantage of the automatic feller with a simple control system. It does not have an independent search function, and can only be pushed to the side of the forest manually before it can work. This made Zhang Tuohai, who was used to fully automatic self-propelled machinery, a little uncomfortable. However, the way it is now is barely enough. After the technology of the base camp is upgraded, subsequent modifications can be carried out. Although the automatic effect of the automatic wood-cutting machine is a bit low, the efficiency is still good. It takes less than a minute to knock down a large tree, and the amount of wood is +1. Zhang Tuohai turned around and ran to the other wood-cutting machines, pushed them one by one to the side of the woods, and pressed the start button. After starting all 5 wood-cutting machines, Zhang Tuohai ran non-stop to the nearby mining machine, because the mineral deposits in the canyon were gathered on the surface of the cliff. Zhang Tuohai's mining machine also inherited the ruggedness of the wood-cutting machine style. A steam furnace is installed on a hollow steel frame, plus 2 drills and a shovel, which are also steam-powered. Zhang Tuohai has developed in this base thousands of times, so he naturally knows where the mineral deposits are the richest, and where he needs them most now. Zhang Tuohai pushed 5 mining machines to the edge of the cliff in turn. 2 were responsible for digging marble mines to prepare for the second technology. 2 were responsible for digging coal mines to provide fuel for automatic wood-cutting machines and automatic mining machines. The remaining 1 responsible for digging iron ore and preparing for 3 technologies. After arranging the 10 machines, Zhang Tuohai looked back at the progress of the wood-cutting machine. The number of wood stored now has reached 40+ units, and half of the wood needed to upgrade the second technology. However, to upgrade to LV2, in addition to 100 units of wood, you also need 2 wooden buildings. Choosing the cheapest carpenter's cabin also requires 50 units of wood. Therefore, he needs a total of 200 units of wood, which is still some way from completion.
There is still some time. We can go find the defense vehicle.
Zhang Tuohai jumped into the command vehicle and drove out of the canyon. Not all supplies will land in the canyon. Some will land outside the canyon, and some will land on the sea. Zhang Tuohai tried adjusting the landing angle to adjust the falling position, trying to land all the machines in the canyon. However, he tried dozens of times, and even though he was able to land all the machines in the canyon several times, however, because the parachute is too close, some machines will crash due to entanglement in the parachute rope, which is not worth the loss. In desperation, Zhang Tuohai had no choice but to choose this optimal solution. Zhang Tuohai drove into the canyon, glanced at his watch, and counted silently in his heart.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Zhang Tuohai stepped on the accelerator, and the speed of the command vehicle suddenly increased, leaving behind a cobra that was about to jump up and attack him. Squeak! Zhang Tuohai stepped on the brake, put the reverse gear on, and accelerator. The heavy wheels of the command vehicle directly crushed the cobra to death. Get 1 unit of food. 1 unit of special building materials. A line of prompts pops up. 1 unit of food is the minimum daily requirement of an NPC. If there is insufficient food, the NPC will go on strike or even rebel. Therefore, if you want to use the refugee camps to recruit NPCs to assist in development, food is the top priority. This is one of the reasons why Zhang Tuohai is eager to upgrade his technology. The efficiency of primary construction is too low. Just to feed people requires a large number of people to farm and obtain food. The efficiency is too low. It is better to rush directly to the industrial society and mechanize large-scale production. In this way, the population needed for agriculture will be greatly reduced, and more labor can be freed to be sent to places where it is needed more. As for that special building material, it refers to bones, which are necessary materials for building some special buildings. Zhang Tuohai doesn't really need it now. The most important thing is that after tomorrow night, he will have no shortage of it. There is no need to do it for such a reason. a little something and waste precious starting time. Without stopping, Zhang Tuohai continued to move forward and rushed out of the canyon. Outside the canyon is a vast grassland with a few cars covered with parachutes scattered on it. Zhang Tuohai drove towards the nearest car with a familiarity. The canvas was lifted to reveal the Gatling gun inside, equipped with a simple automatic sighting system and enough ammunition to smooth out the rifling. Chapter 886. The villager shared it with you. This world is not as peaceful as it seems. Monsters attack the camp every night. If there is not enough defense capability, these monsters will rush into the camp and destroy the base camp, causing the game to fail. Although Zhang Tuohai is powerful, not afraid of wild beasts, and can protect the safety of the base camp, those monsters will bypass him to attack NPCs, destroy various production machinery, and consciously slow down the pace of his development. In one deduction, several of his automatic wood-cutting machines were smashed to pieces by a few grizzly bears, causing his development to fall far behind, and ultimately the game failed. Zhang Tuohai hung the small car carrying the Gatling gun behind the command vehicle, tied it with a towing rope, and continued to drive forward. Along the way, Zhang Tuohai picked up 5 cars loaded with Gatling guns and a small excavator. After taking back the scattered vehicles, Zhang Tuohai did not leave immediately, but drove towards a big tree. This tree looks ordinary, but it is actually a strange thing. This tree can produce 40 different kinds of fruits every day. If transplanted into the camp, it will increase the happiness of the residents in the camp, reduce the needs of the residents, improve combat effectiveness and scientific research capabilities, and reduce the time required for scientific research in the camp. It is a perfect buff-providing machine. If it cannot be brought back on the first day, it will gradually be damaged during the monster siege in the next few days, and will eventually be completely destroyed. This was something Zhang Tuohai couldn't bear. So after landing and completing the initial construction work, he went out to look for the tree. Seeing that the tree was still intact, Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief, drove the small excavator hanging on the back of the car, and started digging at the big tree. He has dug hundreds of times. He knows the texture of every inch of soil in this area and the position of every big stone. He dug a big tree out of the ground without any hindrance. Out. Then, Zhang Tuohai started the small hook machine behind the excavator and lifted the tree. Let's go! Zhang Tuohai jumped on the command vehicle and dragged a lot of things back to the valley. At this time, several automatic sawing machines in the valley have collected the wood needed to upgrade the base camp. Zhang Tuohai chose to build 2 carpentry workshops and clicked to upgrade the base camp. A ball of white light enveloped the awning made of palm leaves, and a light green progress bar appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. There was no time on it, but Zhang Tuohai, who had experienced thousands of simulations, knew that it was 30 seconds. 30 seconds passed quickly, and the awning made of palm leaves turned into a holiday cabin made of wooden boards, which looked much stronger. Base camp upgrade completed. Current level LV2. Stone technology unlocked. Walls, foundations, catapults, and sentry towers unlocked. The required material for the next level is 200 units of stone. Zhang Tuohai looked at the stones and found that they were not enough for construction and upgrade. So he built 2 refugee camps, and 10 refugees came out of them. The refugees stood respectfully in front of Zhang Tuohai, waiting for his orders. You go and build a fence. Build one at the mouth of the canyon, and dig a trench in front of the fence. By the way, dig a hole here and plant this salad tree in it. Seeing the huge salad tree, the eyes of the 10 refugees shone with light. They are all toolmen described by the program. After seeing the rare objects and resources, their morale instantly increased by 2 points. Soon a big pit was dug, and the salad tree was carefully planted into the pit by 10 refugees. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Tuohai placed 5 Gatling guns in various locations in the camp. 3 Gatling guns aimed a crossfire at the canyon, blocking the passage. The remaining 2 towers were placed closer to the coast. At night, not only are there attacks from beasts on land, there are also dangers coming from the sea. After arranging Gatling, the refugees took tools from the carpenter's workshop to build fences and trenches, while Zhang Tuohai drove the command vehicle and rushed out of the camp. After leaving the valley, Zhang Tuohai looked left and right, took out a compass to determine the direction, then turned the steering wheel and drove into the distance. After driving for about an hour, Zhang Tuohai crossed the vast grassland and arrived at the edge of the woods. A few red cloths and a high wooden fence can be seen in the distance at the edge of the woods. Several men wearing animal skins, holding spears and bows, and with red paint on their faces emerged from the woods and stopped Zhang Tuohai. Don't be afraid.
I come with peace and kindness. This is my gift.
As Jang Tuohai spoke, he threw a pig hind leg that had been prepared out of the car and threw it at the feet of several people. Several people looked at each other. One person carefully bent down and touched the smooth pig hind leg. His face showed shock. The red and white pork texture exuded a charming smell. They looked at each other. A man carried the pig's hind legs and ran quickly towards the village. Jang Tuohai didn't take it seriously. He got out of the car leisurely and leaned against the door of the car to wait. After a while, there was a sound of footsteps in the village, and an old man wearing a red robe and holding a long stick appeared in front of him.
Hello. I am the elder here. May I help you? I am a traveler and passed by here accidentally. This is a little bit of my thoughts. Please accept my goodwill and friendship.
As Jang Tuohai spoke, he pulled out another piece of red silk from the car and handed it to the old man with both hands. The old man took the silk fabric hesitantly, and then a look of shock appeared on his face.
There is such a smooth cloth in the world. As smooth as milk. It is simply a gift from God. I wonder if this thing can prove my friendship.
Jang Tuohai asked with a smile.
Of course. Of course. If you can give such a precious gift, we will naturally not doubt your sincerity.
The old man handed the silk satin to a confidant beside him with both hands, and then solemnly took out a dark sheepskin scroll from his arms.
We Mosa people will never let down our friends. This is the secret of our village. Please accept it as a testimony of our friendship.
Jang Tuohai took the sheepskin scroll with both hands, and at the same time, a line of prompts popped up. The villagers shared their technology with you flaming stone carving, flamestone sculpture, a special defensive building that can spit flames to burn enemies. Required raw materials, obsidian, 2 units. Beast blood, 5 units. Sulfur, 5 units. Requires base camp level LV2. Chapter 887 just right.
This is it.
Looking at the drawing in his hand, Jang Tuohai was very satisfied. He sent silk and pig legs just for this drawing. According to the concept in the game, this village should be regarded as a hidden mission point. As long as you increase the opponent's favorability, you can get some unique things from the opponent. However, there is a hidden setting here. That is, there is an upper limit to the favorability that can be gained every day. Jang Tuohai did not know this setting in his previous deductions, which resulted in a lot of waste. This time, he came prepared and naturally, he would not make any mistakes. After getting the things, he turned around and left without hesitation at all.
Thank you very much. I still have some things to do. I'll visit you next time.
Jang Tuohai said, okay, with a chest-stroking salute, then turned around and left.
Grandpa, what's the name of that steel monster? It screams so loudly. It's so scary.
A little girl asked timidly, pulling on the elder's robe.
I don't know, but I have a hunch that we will soon be able to control this kind of steel monster.
The elder rubbed the little girl's head and said. Jang Tuohai drove all the way back to the base camp. At this time, a lot of raw materials have been accumulated in the base camp, including hundreds of units of wood and thousands of units of stone. This is because the refugees have been repairing wooden fences. Otherwise, there will be more wood accumulated. Obsidian has also been hoarded for more than 300 units, and sulfur has been hoarded for more than 100 units. This is the result of Jang Tuohai's advanced planning and taking the lead in digging an associated mine of obsidian and sulfur. However, one of the 3 main raw materials, animal blood, was not available yet, and Jang Tuohai was not able to produce it for a while. Of course, the shortage is only temporary. After tonight, he will have more animal blood in his hands than he can use up. After getting out of the car, Jang Tuohai walked around in front of the salad tree. At this time, the salad tree was full of flowers of various colors, including peach blossoms, pear blossoms, and apricot blossoms. There are even watermelon flowers, cantaloupe flowers, and strawberry flowers that are unusually magical. What's even more amazing is that these flowers will wither at night and turn into trees full of ripe fruits. Jang Tuohai had only seen this kind of grafted salad tree on the internet before, but he didn't expect to see the real thing here. Moreover, he heard that the fruits produced by this tree are improved varieties and are particularly sweet. This time they can be good. Have a taste. After inspecting the base and confirming that there was nothing wrong, Jang Tuohai looked at the sea level. At the end of what was visible, there was an oversized supply box floating on the sea. It was the last piece of equipment he brought to this world, taking up all the remaining points. But, right now, it's not available yet, although the sea surface seemed calm at this time. In fact, there were undercurrents, and there were many giant marine monsters lurking in the water. waiting for Zhang Tuohai to go into the sea and feed them into their mouths. That supply box is the bait for fishing. Zhang Tuohai would not be fooled by them. The supply box would naturally wash up on the shore with the tide in the middle of the night. So there was no need to risk it now. After walking around the campground, everything was developing according to the plan. And there were no surprises. Zhang Tuohai nodded with satisfaction and began to adjust the positions of the mining machine and sawmill, fill up the fuel, and continued busy work until nightfall. As soon as it gets dark, the refugees stop working. Zhang Tuohai knew that it was time to have dinner. Otherwise, if he was hungry, his work efficiency would be reduced tomorrow. He didn't bother to distribute it. So he waved his hand and said, "Go and pick it yourself from the salad tree." The refugees went to eat happily. Zhang Tuohai looked at his watch, picked 2 melons and a bunch of bananas, and had a good time. Not to mention, the fruit produced by this salad tree is really good, worthy of the name of a rare thing. Ouch! A jackal howled in the distance. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the time on his watch. Well, it's time. Zhang Tuohai stood up unsteadily and came to the 3 automatic machine guns at the mouth of the canyon. In the dark night in the distance, there was a sound of footsteps. The footsteps became louder and louder from far to near. Finally, dozens of wild wolves emerged from the vast darkness. These wild wolves have hair like steel needles, are more than 2 meters tall, have wide claws, and the fangs in their mouths are more than 3 inches long. They are not easy to mess with at first sight. A full cold weapon combat team will be scared when they see it. However, Zhang Tuohai didn't care. He had Gatling, a mere beast, just the material delivered to his door. The automatic Gatling sensed a target entering the shooting area and immediately spit out tongues of fire. A series of steel storms swept across, and the wild wolves were killed before they could react, turning into corpses on the ground. Zhang Tuohai stood there without even moving his feet. He had seen the same scene thousands of times during the deduction and was already numb. Even the direction and posture of those jackals falling were exactly the same as in the deduction. Several refugees were startled when they heard the gunfire and came behind Zhang Tuohai, looking restless. "Everyone, relax. As long as Gatlin is here, you will be fine." But 5 minutes later, you dragged back the carcasses of the wild wolves outside, then went to build a butcher's hut and dismantled the jackals. I am useful. I did it. Okay, there's a barbecue reward, Zhang Tuohai said. When they heard that there was a barbecue reward, the refugees' eyes lit up. They all had established procedures. The barbecue was equal to the reward, and the morale increased by +1. 5 minutes later, the gunfire stopped. The refugees moved the fence, crawled across the trench, and dragged back the wolf carcasses one by one. Zhang Tuohai urged them to build a butcher's hut and dismantle the wild wolf into wolf meat, bones, and animal blood, throwing wolf meat to the refugees as a barbecue reward. Zhang Tuohai returned to the cabin in the base camp and started making flaming stone sculptures. After making more than 30 flaming stone sculptures in one breath, Zhang Tuohai summoned a few refugees to carry the stone sculptures and follow him to the top of the surrounding cliffs, and then place the stone sculptures one by one. Although I don't know what the purpose of installing it here is. Zhang Tuohai is the boss. Whatever he says, the refugees will do it without any doubts. After the stone sculptures were installed and they descended the mountain, Gatlin's gunfire rang out again. Are you really in a hurry to deliver it? Zhang Tuohai looked at his watch and found that it was indeed time for the second round of impact. Well, there's still time. He quickly returned to the cabin, made 12 more flaming stone sculptures, and asked the refugees to carry them to the beach. Place them here with a distance of 3 meters in the middle and ½ meter in front and back, and arrange them in 2 rows. Zhang Tuohai directed the refugees to place the flaming stone sculptures. Just after the placement was completed, a huge 8-meter-long split-toothed shark suddenly rushed out of the sea and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai. However, because Zhang Tuohai was standing far away, the crack-toothed shark rushed until he was still ½ meter away from Zhang Tuohai, and finally fell to the ground due to exhaustion. Its landing point happened to be between the 2 rows of flaming stone sculptures that had just been placed. Call. The flaming stone sculptures on both sides spurted out blazing flames, directly roasting the crack-toothed shark. Well, just right. Zhang Tuohai glanced at his watch and said, Chapter 888 Base Camp Upgrade. Quick! Drag the shark away. Don't delay the next one. Zhang Tuohai directed many refugees to carry away the burnt shark. Just as the shark was dragged away, another blue flag tuna washed up on the shore. Zhang Tuohai took half a step back
and his long sharp mouth stopped only 10 centimeters away from Zhang Tuohai. Then, the entire tuna lost power, fell down hard, and was cooked by the fiery stone sculpture. Quick! Quick! Pull it away quickly! Don't delay the next one. Zhang Tuohai greeted. The animals in the sea rushed towards Zhang Tuohai one after another, but none of them could touch Zhang Tuohai's body. In the end, they were burned into whole grilled fish by the flaming stone sculptures on both sides. Zhang Tuohai himself stood still and did not move even a moment. He is the bait for these animals. As long as he doesn't move around, the animals in the sea will keep landing from here to catch him. This was something that took him more than a dozen simulations to figure out. However, this trick is only effective on the first night. After tonight, the intelligence of those beasts will be greatly improved, and this simple deception will no longer be effective. This act of committing suicide lasted until midnight, when a huge clam was roasted into a grilled scallop. Just when the refugees were about to drag away the clam shells according to their previous habits, Zhang Tuohai suddenly stopped them. Don't worry about it now. You guys knock it open. There is a pearl inside. Help me find it. Upon hearing this, the refugees immediately took out various tools and began to pry the shells of clam shells. This clam shell has a diameter of 2 meters and 80, which is taller than a person. If it were alive, these refugees would really be unable to break it open. However, since it had been burned to death, it would be much easier. It took 10 refugees 10 minutes to open it. Time finally cracked open the shell, revealing what was inside. The meat inside the clam shell has been roasted, exuding bursts of meaty aroma. Inside the meat, there is a pearl about the size of a basketball. The shape of this pearl is not a regular sphere, but rather like a human head. God of War's head statue, a strange object. Placed in the camp, all members attack power +3, morale +3. The initial little masterpiece. Zhang Tuohai weighed the statue in his hand, took it back to the cabin, and placed it in the corner. An invisible halo swept across the entire camp. The attacks of all characters and weapons were slightly improved, and the fighting spirit of the 10 refugees was also a lot more intense. The effect is pretty good. Watching the attack gradually subside, Zhang Tuohai checked the stored stones and found that they already had enough to upgrade the base camp. The reason why Zhang Tuohai did not upgrade immediately was to wait for this wave of beasts to pass. If you upgrade before the beast tide starts, the beasts in the beast tide will also upgrade at the same time. However, due to the number of days, the item rewards will not increase. In order to avoid unnecessary consumption, Zhang Tuohai slowed down the pace. Now the beast tide has passed, and it's time to upgrade. Zhang Tuohai just used his spare time to let the refugees build the buildings needed for the upgrade. Now everything is ready. All he needs is the east wind. Upgrade! Zhang Tuohai pressed the upgrade button. A white light enveloped the cabin, and a progress bar appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. This time the waiting time was 3 minutes. Let the refugees rest. Zhang Tuohai sat on the grass next to him and waited quietly. 3 minutes later, the vacation cabin turned into a 2-story stone house, which seemed to become more solid. The base camp has been upgraded to LV3, which unlocks steel technology and can create buildings, blast furnaces, steam engines, railroad tracks, steam locomotives, and huge statues. Materials required to upgrade to the next level: refined steel, 500 units, coal, 500 units, ordinary buildings, 8, special buildings, 1. Zhang Tuohai took a look at the construction list, and there was still no automatic mining machine in it. The equipment used by miners still consisted of hand tools such as mining picks and hammers, and mining could still only be done by humans. Zhang Tuohai knows that this is a method used by the game to slow down the development process, blocking resource output. If you want to quickly gather resources, you need to use a lot of manpower to dig. But this means that you have to spend more people to ensure food supply. However, once you spend your manpower on these two aspects, your ability to defend against the beast tide will become very weak, and the base camp will be in danger of being breached by the beast tide at any time. Players have to balance 3 aspects. Zhang Tuohai also worried about this for a long time, and finally decided to bring mining machines and wood cutting machines that span the ages. These machines greatly alleviated his population pressure and food pressure, allowing him to instantly upgrade to level 3 in 1 day, greatly improving his progress. Let him experience the feeling of a Krypton gold boss. Of course, compared to the last prop brought, these mining machines, wood-cutting machines, and even automatic Gatling guns are far behind. Zhang Tuohai walked out of the 2-story stone building, came to the beach and waited quietly. It was the time of high tide, and the sea water continued to surge onto the beach. A supply box followed the tide and slowly stopped on the beach. This material box was very heavy. Zhang Tuohai built 2 new refugee camps for this purpose, and 20 new refugees came out. Everyone worked together to move the heavy material box back to the stone house. There is a thick layer of airbags on the outside of the supply box, made of the latest protective materials, so that it can float in the sea for a long time and still be safe. Otherwise, it would have been bitten by sharks in the sea and dragged into the deep sea. After checking around and confirming that the airbag was intact, he pressed the decompression code. With a sharp exhaust sound, the floating airbag outside the supply box shriveled up, slowly revealing the original appearance of the supply box. It's been a long time since I opened the box. I really miss it. Zhang Tuohai touched the outer shell of the supply box with a nostalgic look on his face. Zhang Tuohai picked up a crowbar and knocked open the shell of the supply box, revealing a strange piece of machinery. This machine is composed of 10 mechanical arms and a control screen. This is the rune engraving machine that Zhang Tuohai asked Lilith to help customize. After dozens of deductions, Zhang Tuohai gradually discovered a problem. That is, no matter how fast he develops, relying solely on pure technological means cannot resist the increasingly powerful beast tide. Even if he can barely support it, will be taken away by the elite evil god army in a wave. It is not that pure technology is not good. It is just that the time is too short, and the technology cannot develop to the extent of crushing the evil god army. Therefore, he needs the assistance of some other technologies. This rune engraving machine is the key to his breakthrough. This is also the reason why Zhang Tuohai would rather bring this machine than the Quantum Black Umbrella. Chapter 889 Return to the Village. Taking advantage of the attack gap, Zhang Tuohai inscribed 5 Gatling guns, automatic fellers, and automatic mining machines with the OK rune in sequence. The rune engraved Gatling has stronger firepower, higher rate of fire, better cooling efficiency, and better wear resistance. It can even slightly adjust the dispersion of the machine gun to improve bullet utilization and killing efficiency. After the automatic wood-cutting machines and automatic mining machines are inscribed with the line, rune, their strength and work efficiency have been improved. After a day of high-intensity work, the drill bit and some gears of the automatic mining machine have already been worn. Calculated by this level of wear, it will not last long. After such a round of strengthening, the usable time has been greatly extended. Moreover, this is only the first level of rune enhancement, and the second and third enchantments can be carried out later, so that these equipment can keep up with his development. After all the equipment has been strengthened with a round of runes, the working effects of these equipment have been significantly improved. The most intuitive thing is that the accumulation speed of various raw materials has increased a lot. With the raw materials, Zhang Tuohai was able to free up his hands. With a wave of his hand, he built 10 more refugee camps, and 100 refugees were recruited in one go. Of course, he built them after breakfast time, so that a whole day's use of whoring was wasted, and a breakfast was saved. Zhang Tuohai promoted the first refugees summoned yesterday to captains, and each of them led 10 new refugees to carry out a large-scale construction project in the base. As long as there are buildings in the construction list, each one will be counted as one, and all of them will be built. Although many of these buildings are of no use to Zhang Tuohai, each building has a hidden attribute, which is prosperity. The more buildings there are, the higher the prosperity of the camp. The higher the prosperity of the camp, the greater its influence. The bigger. If the camp's influence is high, the scope of the territory will be large, and the area Zhang Tuohai can build will become larger. This world is not one where if you want to build a house, you can just find a place to build it. It is about making the land yours so that you can build on it. How do you make the land yours? You need the influence of your camp. If the influence of this land accounts for more than 50%, the land can be considered to belong to you. And then, you can build buildings on it. Buildings on the ground can also increase the impact on surrounding land. However, even if the influence is increased to 100%, don't take it lightly, because the enemy can airdrop troops and knock down the building. After the building is knocked down, the property of the plot to which the building belongs will become neutral for a short period of time. Both sides can build buildings on it. If the enemy takes the opportunity to build a building, the plot can be taken away. Therefore, although influence is important, construction and defense must also keep up. Otherwise, no matter how large the scope of influence is, it will be a rootless tree. Zhang Tuohai quickly upgraded the level of his base camp yesterday. Today's main goal is to improve the base's defense level and gain influence at the same time.
Bring all the surrounding areas under your control, and at the same time accumulate materials to prepare for the future rampage. After arranging the construction plan, Zhang Tuohai picked some fruits from the salad trees and threw them into the car, then drove out of the canyon camp and drove towards the previous village on the edge of the woods. This time when we drove out of the camp, the journey was obviously not as smooth as yesterday. Along the way, Zhang Tuohai saw 2 or 3 beasts wandering on the road. When they saw Zhang Tuohai's command vehicle, they all looked at him with evil intentions. However, due to the all-metal shell of the command vehicle, these beasts were just spectators from a distance and did not get closer. Zhang Tuohai, who has experienced thousands of deductions, knows that as time goes by, these beasts will become more and more aggressive and powerful. In the later stage, they can even smash the shell of the command vehicle with a slap. Of course, these are all things for later. Now, they can only watch Zhang Tuohai showing off his power in the car. Soon, Zhang Tuohai arrived at the small village on the edge of the woods. Yesterday's small village still had a wooden fence and a few straw sheds, looking like a primitive tribe. But today, the outside of the small village has turned into a stone wall, and a trench has been dug outside. Through the wall, you can vaguely see the blue-tiled roofs of the village. There were several guards standing on the wall. The bows and arrows in the hands of the guards turned into full-metal mechanical crossbows. They wore iron helmets and leather armor. They already looked like professional soldiers. It seems that they have evolved a lot, but their memories have obviously been inherited. When they saw Zhang Tuohai's command vehicle, they did not raise the mechanical crossbow in their hands as if they were facing a powerful enemy, but just stared at Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai jumped out of the car and said to the guard on the wall,
"Please come out to the village elder. I have something to discuss with him. Please wait."
A guard jumped down from the wall and ran quickly towards the village. After a while, an elder wearing a silk robe slowly walked out of the village, holding a cane with obvious carving marks. As usual, a timid little girl followed behind him. However, unlike yesterday's shabby clothes, she changed into a red dress today, which was obviously new. There was also a little rosiness on her face, which was not the same as yesterday. He looked so thin and withered.
"Hello, elder. I am a traveler. I happened to pass by here today. Yesterday I got some strange fruits. I couldn't eat them by myself, so I brought some here. Please have a taste." "You are welcome,"
Zhang Tuohai said, and handed the fruit he just picked from the back seat to the elder's hand.
"Ah, what kind of fruit is this? It's so sweet."
When the elders saw the fruits in their hands, there was a look of surprise on their faces. Although they were eating natural fruits, to be honest, natural fruits were not specially evolved for human consumption, and would certainly not fully meet human tastes, both in terms of nutrition and taste. It is definitely not comparable to those fruits grown through artificial intervention and targeted cultivation. The fruit produced by the salad tree is as delicious as the peaches in the sky to the natives, like the elders. Seeing the expected expression on the elder's face, Zhang Tuohai said with a smile,
"If these fruits weren't so delicious, I wouldn't have brought them here specially. How about it? It's not bad. I hope our friendship will last forever." "Friendship? By the way,"
as if he had received some revelation, the elder quickly took out a black sheepskin scroll from his arms and handed it to Zhang Tuohai's hand. A line of prompts popped up. The villager shared it with you. Chapter 890, A Sneak Attack.
"I don't want the Ancestors' Tablet. I don't want the Ancestors' Tablet."
Zhang Tuohai slowly unfolded the scroll while thinking silently in his heart. After thousands of simulations, he discovered a problem. That is, the rewards given back to this village several times were random. It is a random selection among several alternative rewards without any specified method. If it is a game, you can also use S/L magic skills to brush it. However, in this kind of real-person game, there is no other way but to pray for the favor of the Dice Goddess. In the second round of gift feedback, the Ancestor's Tablet is the worst reward, which can only enhance the sense of belonging. If the attribute of sense of belonging is low, it is useless. If it is high, Zhang Tuohai has several ways to brush it in the later stage. Therefore, this Ancestor's Tablet is almost useless to Zhang Tuohai. The black sheepskin scroll was fully unfolded. The pattern inside was of a small house. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief. It was a useful prop. Congratulations on getting the architectural drawings. Prefabricated house. It's actually this. Zhang Tuohai's face showed joy. Prefab houses are classified as private housing, and their effect is to house refugees and enhance their sense of belonging and loyalty. Refugees who live in prefab houses can recover their physical strength and injuries by 30%. Of course, the most important thing is that the materials required for prefabricated houses are extremely low. Less than half of ordinary farmhouses, general homeless housing. It is precisely because of this characteristic that Zhang Tuohai listed it as one of the 2 most popular artifacts. With this building, half of the prerequisites for Zhang Tuohai's rampage tactics have been solved.
I wonder if you are satisfied with this gift?
The elder asked, stroking his beard.
Satisfied? Of course satisfied. Thank you very much.
Zhang Tuohai happily put the drawings into his pocket.
I hope we will have a chance to cooperate next time.
After saying that, Zhang Tuohai got into the car, turned and left.
Grandpa, will we meet again?
The little girl asked while eating the peach in her hand.
Then it depends on the arrangement of the goddess of fate,
the elder said with an inscrutable expression.
Then if we offer the fruit to the goddess of destiny, will the goddess make arrangements?
The little girl asked, biting her finger.
You can try it,
the elder said with a smile. The little girl bit her fingers and pondered for a while, then ran back to the ancestral hall, respectfully placed the half peach in her hand on the shrine, clasped her hands together and muttered,
Your Majesty, the goddess of destiny, please accept me, although I have eaten half or a small part of this peach. It is already my most precious gift. It is the most delicious peach I have ever eaten. I think you will also like it. Please you accept my pious offering and bless me to meet the one in my heart again. Your loyal believer.
Linda. Your home address is the 2nd building on the west side of Fama Village in the Twilight Forest. The yard with the doghouse is the first on the left on the 2nd floor. A house.
The elder told her to add her home address after making a wish. According to the elder's grandfather, it was because there were too many believers in the gods. If she did not add her home address, the goddess would not know who made the wish, and there is no way to arrange it. Adding the address will help the goddess reduce a lot of burden.
I'm so honest. Your Majesty, the goddess will definitely help me.
Right? Linda thought secretly in her heart. At this time, Zhang Tuohai was driving rapidly along the grassland. Now that we have obtained the special building of the prefabricated house, we have decided to take the violent paving route next. So, according to the previously deduced plan, today the evil god will focus on completing a larger project. If it is destroyed halfway, the evil god can be interrupted. The pace of development will buy you a little more time. After experiencing thousands of simulations, Zhang Tuohai already knew where the evil god's lair was. He drove all the way along the grassland, looking at the compass in his hand from time to time to determine his direction. Finally, after spending more than 3 hours, he finally arrived at a branch mine opened by the evil god. At the bend of a river, which is a branch of a mountain range, there are some open-pit coal mines and iron ores. Nearly 100 miners are working hard in this area. Several mule and carriage vehicles are parked nearby, waiting for the miners to move the trucks, fill it up and transport the ores back to the main base. On the periphery, there were several guards wearing breastplates, carrying daggers on their waists, and holding round shields, patrolling back and forth to protect the mines from wild beasts.
That's you.
Zhang Tuohai picked up a Gatling gun from the back seat and pulled the trigger on the miners. Da-da-da. A series of bullets swept through the mine. Before the miners could react, they were shattered into pieces by the violent storm of bullets. Even the mules and horses pulling the carts were killed. As for the guards, they were killed in the first round of attacks without even drawing out their swords. After clearing the people in the mine, Zhang Tuohai took a rough look around, took out a Molotov cocktail, lit the mule and carriage on fire, and then buried several anti-infantry sword mines nearby. The car drove onto a small road. Soon after, the burning flames of the mule and carriage raised a column of black smoke, which shot straight into the sky and could be seen clearly from dozens of kilometers away. Dozens of kilometers away, a man in a black cloak was patrolling the camp. In the center of the camp, something like an altar made of bones gradually took shape. Countless refugees were piecing together the bones that had just been removed from the corpses. Going up there, it was a busy and lively scene. Suddenly, a black column of smoke rising into the sky in the distance caught his attention.
There's something wrong with the mine. Let's go and have a look.
The man in the black cloak turned around and got on a carriage and drove towards the direction of the mine. Not far behind the carriage, hundreds of people holding crossbows lined up and followed behind, rushing towards the mine with murderous intent. About 20 minutes after the man in the black cloak left, Zhang Tuohai drove to a nearby hilltop. He held a telescope in his hand and looked towards the camp below.
Sure enough, it's still the same as before. No progress at all.
Zhang Tuohai glanced at his watch, then calmly picked up the Gatling set aside. pointed it at 11 o'clock, and counted silently in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Then he pulled the trigger. Duh. Several guards, who came over to check the situation, were shot in the head by Gatlin as soon as they poked their heads out. After the guards were eliminated, the sound of gunfire also attracted the attention of the camp, and more guards rushed in this direction. I won't play with you anymore. Zhang Tuohai took out an RPG-7 and pointed it at the altar in the center of the camp. Boom! The mostly completed altar was blown to pieces. The violent explosion and broken bones injured nearby refugees. Seeing the scene in front of him, Zhang Tuohai nodded with satisfaction. Although another cloud explosion bomb could achieve greater results, Zhang Tuohai did not do so. Countless deductions have proven that if the development foundation of the evil god is completely interrupted, and he cannot find any hope of comeback, he may directly overturn the chessboard. His arrangement has not been completed yet, and he will still need to negotiate with the evil god for a while. Count it on your luck. I'll play with you next time. Zhang Tuohai turned around and left the evil god's base. Chapter 891 Ulysses' Plan. Zhang Tuohai drove back to the base leisurely. At this time, various production and construction tasks in the base were carried out in an orderly manner. Buildings appeared in the base one after another. The prosperity of the base was constantly rising, and the area of influence of the base was constantly expanding. By the time Zhang Tuohai came back, it had expanded to the foot of the other side of the mountain and began to move toward the other side of the mountain, heading towards the plains on one side. Well done! Zhang Tuohai was very satisfied with the development progress of the base, and then mobilized a group of manpower to start strengthening the defense construction at the mouth of the canyon. The base camp has been upgraded to level 3, and the prosperity of the camp has increased so much. The beast tide tonight will definitely be more violent than yesterday. The wooden fence is no longer enough, and a mixed wall of rock and steel is more suitable. At the same time, the defense on the sea will also be strengthened. Zhang Tuohai rolled up his sleeves and commanded, and the camp was in full swing. At the same time, there was indeed deathly silence in the base of the evil god Ulysses. The evil god Ulysses looked at the bone fragments on the ground and was so angry that he almost went crazy. He has played this game thousands of times. This is the first time that someone has caused him such heavy losses. They actually destroyed his big altar while it was still unfinished and left him alone for a few days. The accumulation came to naught. This wasn't the end yet. What made him even more heartbroken was that the mining subdivision was also taken away. The big altar is gone and can be rebuilt, but the loss of mining and manpower has really hit his weakness. Moreover, even if he killed his miners, he actually planted mines near the corpses, causing heavy losses to his personal guards, reducing their strength to 60%. Ulysses' heart was bleeding, and a wave of resentment hit his forehead. At one time, he wanted to lift the table and stop playing. However, when he thought that he was forced to lift the table on the third day, he was really disappointed. Humph. I can't be the only one who suffers the injustice and let you taste what I feel like. Ulysses secretly opened the console, increasing Zhang Tuohai's beast tide tenfold. Let's see how you survive tonight. Ulysses turned off the console triumphantly, then looked at his camp, rolled his eyes and said, What are you looking at? Clean up the camp quickly and report the damage to me. After saying that, Ulysses got into his room. Several beautiful slave girls in the room saw Ulysses' angry look and immediately served him up and down. After a while, heavy breathing and wailing came from the room. When you have a lot to do, time always passes like water. Before you know it, the sun sets and another day passes. Zhang Tuohai also made arrangements, looking at the setting sun and the direction of the Ulysses camp. A smile appeared on his lips. If I remember correctly, the difficulty of the beast tide tonight will suddenly increase. Let me see if this has changed. When the last ray of the setting sun disappeared on the horizon, there were sounds from the forest in the distance. Then, the sound became louder and louder, like rumbling thunder resounding across the sky. With the help of advanced night vision devices, Zhang Tuohai saw groups of wild beasts rushing out of the forest and rushing towards the canyon. The collapsing beasts rushed towards Zhang Tuohai's camp like a tide. If Zhang Tuohai still maintains the same defense level as last night, with wooden fences and trenches, he probably won't be able to stop even a charge, and he will be trampled by the surging herd, and then the camp will be flattened. However, Zhang Tuohai, who is familiar with the process, has already raised the defense level accordingly. Huge stones and steel plates replaced the original wooden fence, and the height jumped from 3 meters to 10 meters. 3 Gatling machine guns blessed with runes fired continuously,
and patches of beasts were torn into pieces. But more beasts rushed over crazily to fill the gaps left by the dead beasts, and kept rushing towards the defense line at the mouth of the canyon. Gatling kept firing. The speed reached the maximum, and the barrel of the gun was hot. However, there were too many beasts, and the hordes of beasts gradually approached the city wall. The first beast to arrive at the city wall lay down directly on the ground, and the later beasts lay on top of the beast in front. Many beasts were stacked one on top of another, and soon a slope was formed, just as the following beasts were preparing to go down. While attacking along the slope, suddenly, each of the flaming stone sculptures on the city wall opened their eyes, and streams of blazing flames spit out from the mouths of the stone sculptures. The slope leading to the top of the city wall instantly turned into a road to purgatory filled with flames. The raging fire kept licking the bodies of the beasts. Although a large number of beasts rushed up the slope regardless of life and death, their mortal bodies were still unable to withstand the blazing flames. Many animals were half burned by the blazing flames before they even reached the halfway point. Can lie down halfway, and they became a stumbling block for those who came after them. And a large number of animals were burned to death on this slope in layers. The slopes originally built with their bodies to capture the city wall became a meat grinder for burying themselves. Zhang Tuohai stood on a watchtower, looking at the distant scene with his hands behind his back, feeling neither sadness nor joy in his heart. He had seen the same scene so many times during the deduction that he had long lost his sense. He raised his hand and glanced at his watch.
The second wave should be here too.
As soon as his voice fell, a large group of flying beasts fell from the sky like dark clouds. A group of golden eagles swooped down towards the camp, preparing to attack the refugees in the camp. However, the refugees in the camp had already hid in the stone houses in the base camp under Zhang Tuohai's orders. Even the salad tree has a stone shell built into it. The group of golden eagles wandered around the camp several times, but could not find a target to attack. Instead, Zhang Tuohai built a large number of flaming stone sculptures in the camp. If those golden sculptures were not careful, they would be burned into roast chicken by the flaming stone sculptures hidden in the dark. The smell of meat and bones made the refugees hiding in the stone houses drool, and they all looked eagerly at the roast chicken on the ground outside. If it weren't for Zhang Tuohai's order, they would have rushed out to grab the roast chicken. Not only was the golden eagle's attack frustrated, but the bats in the sky were also unable to dismount. These bats have been specially bred. In addition to being vicious and capable of biting humans and livestock, they also carry a variety of highly infectious diseases. As long as they fly over a certain area, they can spread the virus and infect the refugees. There was a massive non-combat attrition. This is also what Ulysses left behind. In his opinion, even if Zhang Tuohai built the camp to be impregnable and the beast tide could not break through, the level of medical treatment would still be at the initial stage in a short period of time. Even if Zhang Tuohai could treat all the refugees, it would only be a few days later, which virtually slowed down Zhang Tuohai's development. However, the raging flames below made it impossible for those bats to attack. After all, no matter how powerful the virus was, it had no resistance in front of the flames and could be burned to ashes in an instant. Chapter 892 Transportation Captain. Those bats could only hover in the air, not daring to rush downward at all. The beasts in the direction of the canyon were blocked under the city wall, leaving only silence on the sea. Zhang Tuohai looked at the time, and it was already 3 o'clock in the morning.
It's about to start. I hope you can bring something good.
Zhang Tuohai looked towards the ocean. Not long after, the sea began to rise, and the turbulent water licked the beach, eroding the sand on the seaside step by step. Soon, the tide rose to its highest point, but the turbulent seawater did not stop. Instead, it surged towards the land on the shore. It was about to submerge the camp, but the turbulent seawater hit a wall head-on. Stone wall. A chest-high stone wall stretches across the entire beach, directly separating the camp from the beach. Both sides extend to the stone mountains, directly blocking all roads. The seawater kept beating against the stone wall, but it was helpless and eventually retreated back. Sharks followed the tide and came to the edge of the stone wall. They tried to hit the stone wall with their heads and knock it open. However, this stone wall was built under Zhang Tuohai's personal supervision and was extremely strong. Some sharp knives inserted upside down were installed on it, which caused the sharks' heads to bleed. Seeing that the shark was unable to attack for a long time, the being who had been supervising the formation in the sea finally couldn't hold it any longer, jumped off the dolphin under his crotch, and walked towards the stone wall.
Finally waiting for you.
Zhang Tuohai held up his binoculars and looked at the newcomers in the sea. The visitor maintains a human form as a whole, but the skin on the body is green and the surface is covered with scales. There is a dorsal fin on the back, gills on the face, a lot of seaweed and barnacles hanging on the skin, and 4 arms on both sides of the body, holding a knife in one hand, a shield in the other, and a huge trident in the remaining 2 hands.
Naga! I've finally waited for you.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the figure in the telescope with a smile on his lips. He knew that this Naga was the leader of today's sea attack. If he was killed, the sea attack would naturally be defeated, whether it's a shark or a wave. Of course, what excited him the most was the trident in the opponent's hand. If he remembered correctly, this trident was very popular in Shulin village and could be exchanged for good value for money. However, the weapons carried by Naga every time it comes ashore are random. Before it comes out of the water, you never know what it will carry this time. Zhang Tuohai ran thousands of simulations, and the probability of seeing the trident was less than 20%. This time, Naga actually brought the trident ashore, which is really gratifying.
To thank you, I won't make you a grilled fish fillet this time.
Naga had no idea that he had been noticed by someone. At this time, it was leading many real shrimp soldiers and crab generals towards the stone wall. The turbulent waves surged forward behind it. The seawater is getting higher and higher, and it is almost overflowing the stone wall. At this time, Naga had led the team to the stone wall. Many huge lobsters and king crabs waved their nearly 1-meter-long crab claws and climbed over the stone wall and rushed towards the camp. Just when Naga raised the trident in his hand and prepared to smash the stone wall, the Gatling gun that had been silent for 2 days finally roared. Da-da-da. 2 Gatling guns have been deployed on the beach from the first day, but they have never fired a shot, in order to make the enemy misjudge the defensive strength and kill Naga at close range. With a clicking sound, a raging metal storm swept across the area where Naga was located. Naga didn't even react before he was directly smashed into pieces by the metal storm. The trident also fell to the ground. Several shrimp soldiers and crab generals still wanted to snatch it back, but as soon as they took action, the 2 Gatling machine guns pointed their guns at them. Da-da-da. The huge shell could not stop the baptism of the metal storm. In the blink of an eye, several shrimp soldiers and crab generals were even directly beaten into shrimp paste and shrimp paste. Seeing this scene, the remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals finally realized the difference in strength between the 2 sides and retreated one after another. However, the out-of-control seawater retreated faster than them. In the blink of an eye, the seawater that had covered the parapet quickly retreated. Many shrimps, crabs, jellyfish, and octopuses were left on the beach. Without the protection of seawater, these aquatic creatures were dumbfounded. If they were in the sea, their movements would be considered agile. If they were hiding in the water, considering the sea water blocking the bullets, they might not have no chance of escape. However, as soon as the sea water receded, they all lost their barrier. Not only was the protection lost, even movement became difficult. Among these aquatic creatures, except for crabs, the rest do not even have the ability to walk on land. I could only lie on the beach and keep moving towards the sea. Some big smart squid even want to sleep on the sand. Theoretically speaking, now Wosha can indeed avoid the gunpoint temporarily, leaving one life to wait for the next high tide before escaping. However, they neglected their own species before lying on the sand. Those trying to sleep on the sand are giant squids, big guys with a body length of 20 meters and a weight measured in tons. These things want to lie down on the sand as ridiculous as an elephant trying to hide in the bush. They didn't even bury their tentacles before they were beaten into sieves by Gatling. They are not the most unlucky. The most unlucky ones were the king crabs, who were the first to climb over the parapet and enter the camp. Relying on their ability to move on land, these guys took the lead in climbing over the wall and wanted to show off in front of the Naga royal family. As a result, the Naga were killed on the spot, leaving them facing thousands of flaming stone sculptures in the camp. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The raging flames crisscrossed the area, and soon the king crabs were cooked, and the camp was filled with the aroma of charcoal-grilled king crabs. The sun slowly rose from the horizon, and the beasts that had been attacking all night slowly retreated. Not only did the overnight attack fail to achieve their goal, but they lost their troops and gave Zhang Tuohai countless animal blood, bones and other materials, which in turn contributed to Zhang Tuohai's development. Looking at the blood and flesh on the ground, Zhang Tuohai smiled on his face. Now, the shortcomings of food for the barracks have been made up. The meat of so many beasts is enough to support the needs of the barbarians for several days. As for the future, he will rely on daily food supplies, a beast to replenish it, as long as the strength is strong enough. The beast tide is not a danger. but the transport captain who delivers supplies to him. Zhang Tuohai built 10 refugee camps in one go and recruited 1,000 refugees to help clean up the beast corpses in the camps. He picked up the trident and drove towards the village by the woods. Chapter 893 Machine Gun Fortress. Soon, Zhang Tuohai arrived at the entrance of the village next to the woods. After one night, the village has undergone tremendous changes. The bluestone wall became taller, and a watchtower and fort were added to it. Several front-loading artillery pieces were placed in the open air on the fort, with round shells stacked next to them. The guards on the watchtower, who originally wore leather armor and held mechanical crossbows, were now equipped with broken-hair muskets and breastplates. They had long knives on their waists and black cloaks on their backs, giving them a hussar-like demeanor.
It evolved so fast.
Although he had seen it many times in the deduction, Zhang Tuohai was still stunned by the speed of development of this small village. This was beyond description of the rapid development. This was almost a civilization process every day. If he hadn't known that the development speed of this village was linked to his camp, he would have even suspected that in a few days, this village would be able to turn into a spaceship and soar from the same place. However, this is of course impossible, because this village is a benefit given to players in the early stage to help players survive the initial stage. After the player's power expands here, it will automatically be incorporated into the player's territory, and the benefits will disappear. During the deduction, Zhang Tuohai also tried to bypass this area and develop to other places. However, after a period of time, the village would suffer from inexplicable natural disasters, and then the villagers would support the elderly and young to join his forces, become an ordinary refugee. The idea of letting him keep harvesting will failed. The guards on the watchtower already knew Zhang Tuohai, and this time, they ran in to report without waiting for Zhang Tuohai to arrive nearby. When Zhang Tuohai drove the car to the entrance of the village, the elder had already led his granddaughter to greet him at the door.
Dear elder, I got some good stuff again,
Zhang Tuohai said, taking out the trident from the car and handing it to the elder's hand. Seeing the trident in his hand, the elder's eyes widened and his mouth opened.
You actually found this trident. This is really... Grandpa, what's wrong?
The little girl in a pure red dress, who followed him, asked curiously. She had never seen her grandfather so glum.
This is a relic of the first generation of our village chief.
The elder's face was full of memories.
When we first established the village, it was not here, but on an island in the sea. At that time, our village had this trident that could control the sea tides and fish schools, allowing the fishermen in the village to go sailing every time they all returned home with a full load. And at that time, the days were peaceful and peaceful. It's just that later, this treasure was seen by the Naga clan in the sea. The Naga clan was greedy and cruel. They threatened the lives of the entire village and forcibly demanded the trident, in order to save the lives of the villagers. The first generation village chief went alone facing Naga. We people completely moved away from the island and came to this land far away from the coast. Originally I thought I would never see this thing again, but I didn't expect that I would see it again today,
the elder said, wiping his tears with his sleeve. The villager's friendship with you has been raised to respect.
From today on, you are the most distinguished friend of our village.
The elder held Zhang Tuohai's hand and burst into tears of gratitude.
This is a design that I have treasured for many years. I hope it can be of help to you.
The elder took out a black sheepskin scroll from his arms. The scroll was polished and smooth. Zhang Tuohai slowly unfolded the sheepskin scroll. You obtained the machine gun fortress blueprint.
It's done!
Zhang Tuohai's face was filled with joy. This drawing filled in the last piece of the puzzle for his violent route. After all, not only do you need to build a house, but you also need to have enough guards. Otherwise, the various spheres of influence will be empty, and the opponent can destroy a large area by sending a cavalry team at will. After having a machine gun fort, the area he occupies will become a continuous fortification area. Various machine gun forts are arranged high and low, and ordinary infantry will die as many as they want to attack. Although artillery can knock off these turtle shells, the speed will be very slow. Zhang Tuohai can quickly send more troops through railways and steam locomotives. If you want to quickly dismantle the machine gun fortress in pieces, you will have to wait until batches of tanks leave the factory, or until a regiment-level artillery or air force is established. However, by the time the evil god Ulysses develops tanks and air forces, he may have already developed corresponding technologies. By then, he will have ways to deal with them, and he will no longer have to rely on machine gun fortresses.
Thank you. I will come again when I have time.
After getting the required drawings, Zhang Tuohai immediately got in the car and left. However, He did not go back to the camp and break out immediately, but continued to drive towards Ulysses' camp. Yesterday, he just harassed the opponent's camp in mine, interrupting the opponent's economic development and the construction of important buildings. It should be in the development stage today. If you attack it now, the benefits will be too little. Wait for it to develop in 2 days, and then attack it again to maximize the benefits. As for today, Zhang Tuohai turned the steering wheel and drove towards the village near Ulysses. Yes, there is also a village near Ulysses' base camp, which provides Ulysses with various preliminary drawings. The reason why we didn't destroy it yesterday was mainly because we destroyed too many at once, and we were afraid that Ulysses would lose hope of overtaking and just turn the table over and stop playing. He also plans to extend the timeline a little longer and play with Ulysses slowly. It might as well buy a little more time for Lilith outside. Zhang Tuohai stepped on the accelerator and came to a hill. Zhang Tuohai did not drive the car directly up the mountain, but stopped in the woods halfway up the mountain. He quietly climbed to the top of the mountain and hid in the bushes to observe secretly. In the telescope, Zhang Tuohai saw Ulysses just leaving the village in a carriage. When Ulysses' carriage could no longer be seen, he retreated from the hill, drove around the hill, and came to the village. Because Ulysses' camp was attacked yesterday, prosperity plummeted, causing the development of the village to suffer. The defense level of the village that provided help to Ulysses was still at the level of stone walls and mechanical crossbows. The entrance to the village is a wooden gate, reinforced with iron bars. For Zhang Tuohai, this defense can still be broken through. Zhang Tuohai stepped on the accelerator and commanded the car to rush toward the village gate. Seeing someone breaking in, the guards on the city wall immediately sounded the alarm, and the bell rang throughout the village. Ulysses in the distance also turned his head suddenly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 894 begins to break out.
You attacked my mine and camp yesterday, and come again today? I will make sure you never come back.
Ulysses angrily turned the direction of the carriage and rushed towards the village. When he rushed to the entrance of the village in a hurry, what appeared in front of him were ruins and broken walls. The heavy village gate was broken open, and bodies were lying under the high walls and on the barricades, and the wounds were full of bullet holes. The ancestral hall in the center of the village had been blown up, and black smoke was rising. The remaining villagers, carrying the old and the young, ran towards the dense forest in the distance.
I'm late!
Ulysses smashed the wall angrily. If the village is completely destroyed, a primitive village will emerge the next day and slowly develop. But if it is not completely destroyed and the remaining villagers exceed 50%, the village will need time to recover itself. According to the current situation, it will take 5 or 6 days for them to recover, which will slow it down invisibly. The speed of his development.
How did this guy discover the characteristics of the village? Is it really a coincidence?
Ulysses looked in the direction of Zhang Tuohai's camp and fell into deep thought. Ever since he started this game, Ulysses always felt that something was not right. The Zhang Tuohai opposite him was obviously just a newcomer who had just entered the demigod realm, and he had never entered his divine realm before. However, the opponent's various performances made him feel that the opponent seemed to be very good at this game, especially several sneak attacks, which hit key nodes in his development and seriously delayed his development plan. How on earth did this guy do it? Ulysses was meditating while walking forward. Suddenly, his feet fell down. Bang! A long sword anti-infantry mine exploded. Thousands of steel balls shot out in a fan shape, covering everything within a few tens of meters. As a righteous god, Ulysses' whole body is infused with quantum crystals, so he will naturally not be hurt by such ordinary weapons. However, the same cannot be said for the guards produced in the game around him. This anti-infantry mine directly smashed into a dozen guards who were following him. Almost everyone in the distance was injured, and their combat effectiveness was greatly weakened.
Damn it!
When Ulysses saw this, his eyes were about to burst into flames. He just wanted to send people to raid Zhang Tuohai's camp. But in the end, most of his guards were lost. It directly caused his plan to fail. The feeling of punching the air almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood.
Damn guy! Don't let me catch you! Otherwise, I will definitely throw you into the bottomless abyss and burn you with flames for 10,000 years.
Ulysses waved his hand bitterly and said to the remaining guards around him,
Go and kill the villagers who escaped. Don't leave anyone behind.
Ulysses decided to completely destroy the village, so that he could harvest part of the loot at once. But the price was that the village and his camp would be permanently in a state of war. The village would be refreshed once a day, and the strength of the village would increase every time it was refreshed. This will have an unstable impact on the security of the base camp. However, he can no longer care about that much. His development has been interrupted twice. If he can't find a way to catch up, Zhang Tuohai will leave him far behind, and he will no longer have any hope of catching up.
When we go back, we will take the bone camp route and develop the skeleton sea tactics.
After pondering for a while, Ulysses decided on the development path that was most beneficial to him at this time. He used the bone altar to create a sea of skeletons, violently mobilize troops, and use the sea of skeletons to bulldoze Zhang Tuohai's camp during the low-end technology era. He has already seen that Zhang Tuohai is a person who likes to follow the trend of technology. Everything in the beginning is centered around improving technology, and he will come out from time to time to try to interrupt his development. Moreover, the other party's plan has been successful. Most of the time, the opponent has already seized the technological advantage. If he follows the opponent's thinking, he can only catch up behind him. If he cannot overtake in corners, he will be crushed by the opponent using his technological advantage. Since he couldn't surpass him in a short time, he could only find another way and use low-level skeleton C to push the opponent flatly.
I want you to take a good look at the strength of veteran players.
Ulysses angrily got into the carriage and returned to the base camp. The guards under him went to kill the villagers. Zhang Tuohai drove all the way back to the canyon base camp. At this time, thousands of refugees had initially cleared out the front of the camp and were breaking down the corpses into raw materials.
Manual work is really slow. It's been so long and it hasn't been done yet.
Seeing the efficiency of those refugees, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but shook his head and began to miss the efficiency of self-propelled machines. With a wave of his hand, he built hundreds of refugee camps directly on the edge of the canyon, recruited thousands of refugees, and then asked these refugees to start building prefabricated houses and machine gun bunkers along the edge of the territory. Each group of machine gun bunkers is arranged in a triangle, one in front and two in the back, which can perfectly resist invading enemies from all directions.
From now on, we will go all out to build refugee camps. We will build a refugee camp 800 meters apart. Each camp will be equipped with 3 machine gun bunkers, plus 3 prefabricated houses. We will push the front line forward to the end of the world.
Zhang Tuohai began to deploy his rampage tactics. The core of this tactic was to continuously build buildings, covering every plot of land with his own buildings, and constantly squeezing the opponent's living space until the enemy was completely crushed to death. However, this plan has a shortcoming. That is, it requires a large amount of resources to support it. If it cannot accumulate enough resources, it will fall into an embarrassing situation, occupying a large area of land, but without the stamina for development, resulting in the inability to move forward. If development stops, it will leave a huge burden, a large number of low-level soldiers, and a huge food and logistics burden, which can easily drag the entire base to collapse. However, this is not a problem at all for Zhang Tuohai. He has simulated this world thousands of times, and is extremely clear about every plant and tree on this map. He knows the distribution of every mineral deposit and resource point. Moreover, he with complete resources and route planning, he can make reasonable use of every resource on the map to complete his plan. The most important thing is that he has more than a dozen successful experiences. These are the cornerstones of his success. The refugees began to take action according to his plan, in order to facilitate the transportation of resources. Zhang Tuohai even built a simple railway leading to the most forward positions. Massive supplies were transported to the front line along this railway, and then became with simple sheds and machine gun fortresses one after another. Zhang Tuohai's sphere of influence is rapidly expanding. Chapter 895 Armored Train. Zhang Tuohai's control area is constantly expanding. Of course, he is not expanding blindly and disorderly, but has a purpose, having deduced thousands of times on this map. Zhang Tuohai knows the various resource points and events on this map by heart, perhaps even more familiar than Ulysses. Therefore, Zhang Tuohai's first round of shopping spree was the coal and iron ore that he urgently needed now. For the convenience of transportation, several simple railways were also extended along the way. Zhang Tuohai's base was like an octopus, extending its tentacles to nearby important resource points. Then, with these resource points as the core, it continues to extend towards the surrounding mineral points, eventually dividing the entire area into grids, resulting in de facto control of the entire area. Zhang Tuohai took a command vehicle to inspect each mining area.
The defense power of these mining areas must be strengthened tenfold. These places are used as nodes in the network. They are the most critical places and are also places that are prone to enemy attacks. Therefore, the defense must be complete and must be built like a hedgehog. Let the enemy pay the heaviest price.
Zhang Tuohai instructed. according to his standards. All mining sites were built one by one as fortresses, with a large amount of resources invested. Trenches and bunkers were crisscrossed, becoming a place of death. Although Zhang Tuohai invested a lot of resources in these mining areas, his development speed did not stop, but became faster and faster. As the number of fulcrums in the mining area increases, the advantages of multiple points of development are highlighted. The speed of development and expansion is like a snowball, and the control area is also growing at an exponential rate. After just one day of development, Zhang Tuohai's territorial boundaries are occupied the entire grassland, and several tentacles penetrated deep into the forest, occupying several rich iron mines. Night fell, and the routine tide of beasts began again. This time, the beasts were stunned as soon as they burst out of the woods. The originally vast and boundless grasslands disappeared and were replaced by railroads, trenches, anti-tank ditches, barbed wire fences, and horse and machine gun forts. There are dense obstacles that even tanks may not be able to break through, let alone them. Physiologically, they resist, but there is always a voice in their hearts urging them to move forward.
Can this really be rushed through?
Doubts arose in the hearts of many beasts, and they were caught in the process of making a choice. But soon, they no longer needed to choose. The machine gun bunker had discovered them and pulled the trigger. The tracer bullets drew shining arcs of death in the dark night sky. As the arcs moved, dozens of animals fell to the ground and turned into meat for the refugees. This night Zhang Tuohai felt easier than before, and he didn't even hear the sound of gunshots. Early the next morning, Ulysses looked at the 30,000 skeleton soldiers he had accumulated overnight and nodded with satisfaction. For these skeleton soldiers, he pulled out all the people he could mobilize and made them into skeleton soldiers, including a large number of defective products made of animal bones. However, Ulysses was still full of confidence. I don't believe that anyone can block the impact of the skeleton sea at this stage.
Let me see what else you can do.
Ulysses stood on the carriage and waved.
Let's go!
Skeleton soldiers all over the mountains and plains surged towards Zhang Tuohai's camp like a tide. Then, as soon as he rushed out of the forest, Ulysses was stunned. 2 steaming armored trains slowly drove over. Behind the train were more than 20 carriages, with thick steel plates hanging outside the carriages. There were at least 6 machine guns and a howitzer on one carriage, and there were even 6 flaming stone sculptures were hung.
Gone!
Ulysses cursed angrily. Before he could finish his words, a high explosive grenade hit his carriage directly. Boom! Although he himself would not be injured by this attack, and there was no weapon in the world that could really hurt him, the carriage he was riding in could not. The carriage was blown to pieces. His body was also splashed with a lot of mud, making him look miserable. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of various machine guns and artillery rang out, and the skeletons all over the mountains and plains were attacked by key points. Although undead creatures such as skeletons are very tenacious, and due to their size, the impact surface is smaller than that of normal creatures, they cannot withstand such a saturation blow. In addition, the flames sprayed by the flaming stone sculptures caused when a forest fire broke out. The raging flame swept towards the skeletons. Some skeletons that moved slowly or were surrounded by flames were quickly burned to ashes.
Maidfac!
Ulysses punched the big tree next to him angrily, and the tree as thick as someone's waist was directly broken.
Withdraw!
Ulysses retreated quickly with his skeleton soldiers. Skeleton soldiers all over the mountains and plains ran back in a hurry. When he evacuated the fire area, Ulysses found after counting that only 20,000 of his 30,000 skeleton soldiers were left. 1/3 of the damage was lost without even seeing the person on the other side. Ulysses has never suffered such a big loss since he became famous, especially since this was in his kingdom of God, the chessboard world he was familiar with. This was even more difficult for him to accept. For the first time, he wanted to turn over the table and stop playing. But when I thought about being defeated in the field I was best at, I felt a fire in my heart. Unless he regains his position from above, he will be depressed.
Just wait for me. I will bulldoze your camp sooner or later.
Ulysses stared in the direction of Zhang Tuohai's camp. My teeth were almost broken.
I researched railway tracks and armored vehicles so quickly. I underestimated you. But do you think you can defeat me like this? Let me show you my true strength.
Ulysses climbed up to a hidden mountain. In a hidden cave, Ulysses found 12 huge pangolins more than 3 meters long. These pangolins are all good diggers, and they are the best at digging. Dig holes.
Go! Dig out the railway at the edge of the forest. Dig out all the railways, and let me see how he can use steam armored cars.
Ulysses' eyes glowed red. He also knows the weakness of the armored train. That is,
its actions need to rely on rails. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the firepower is, it can only be used as a fixed fort. As long as the rails are cut, the power of those damn armored trains will be reduced by 90%. Hiss, hiss. The huge pangolins started digging caves on the ground with their tongues vomiting, heading towards the railway tracks. Chapter 896 Frustrated Ulysses. 12 huge pangolins kept digging in the direction directed by Ulysses. These pangolins moved very quickly, and it took almost no time to reach the location designated by Ulysses. Several pangolins dug upward together, preparing to dig out a large hole in the film and cut through the railway track. However, when they just poked their heads out of the soil, what they saw was the machine gun bunker waiting in line next to them. Duh. Before they could react, the flames of the machine gun completely enveloped them. Under the baptism of the metal storm, several pangolins were directly beaten into pieces. One of them moved a little slower than half a beat. When it heard the gunfire above, it instinctively felt something was wrong and immediately ran down. As a result, before it could even take 2 steps, an explosion sounded above its head. Boom! The violent explosion blew away the soil on its head, followed by a burst of machine gun fire. This pangolin also followed in the footsteps of several of its companions. In an instant, all the pangolins died. Zhang Tuohai put his hands in his pockets and looked at the corpses of several pangolins, with a sneer on his lips. Thank you, Qianli, for the supplies. Come! Please expand the underground holes. Build an underground tunnel, and connect our underground base. Build it too. Thousands of refugees entered the holes dug by pangolins. The holes dug by pangolins are so large that 2 subway cars can be driven into them. With a little repair, they can be used to create a direct line into the mountains. This will greatly increase Zhang Tuohai's expansion speed. In the deep mountains, there are many high-quality mineral deposits, but the road has to pass through many beasts' lairs, and the mountain road is rugged. It will be difficult to build a railway through it. The construction is difficult and easy to be damaged. Now it is better. Just lay a railway track directly inside the hole dug by the pangolin, and everything will be solved. Zhang Tuohai really wanted to give Ulysses a thumbs up and thank him for helping him expand his power. Without the strong support of Ulysses, his development would never have been so fast. Under the command of Zhang Tuohai, his forces quickly spread toward the deep mountainous areas. Led by machine gunners, they carried out a counter-clearance campaign against the beasts entrenched in the mountains. The large army cleared the hills one by one, killing all the animals they saw, big or small, and turning them into food. They felled the trees and turned them into sleepers. They cleared a large area nearby and established a stable stronghold. It also occupies several important mineral deposits. The sudden appearance of the team directly blinded the wild beasts in the mountains. They had always come down the mountain to attack human camps. Today, humans actually broke into their territory and started killing them. This made them find it unbearable and started to fight. They organized a team and launched a counterattack, trying to drive these humans out. But they discovered that these humans were obviously well prepared. As soon as they arrived, they built a large number of fortifications, trenches, barbed wire, machine guns, howitzers, and scary flaming stone sculptures. All weapons aimed at them. Several attacks by the beast herd failed, but a large number of corpses were left behind, which became Zhang Tuohai's strategic materials and made Zhang Tuohai's war legion grow stronger and stronger. In fact, it's not that Zhang Tuohai wants to expand like this, but that once this rampage mode starts, it can't be stopped at all. All materials and cores are centered around the rapid construction of bases, and all productivity is focused on mining coal, iron ore, weapons manufacturing, and food sources all rely on beast carcasses obtained from foreign wars. If Zhang Tuohai dares to stop this huge war machine, then the refugees in the camp will be trapped in a dilemma without food. He will not be able to expand the scale of food production in a short time, and the entire camp will collapse. If this were a reality, we would have to continue to wage wars with other countries, consume the excess population, and snatch resources from the outside for ourselves to sustain ourselves. Zhang Tuohai also followed this path, maintaining the operation of the camp through constant plunder. As for what to do after the beast is defeated, according to Zhang Tuohai's experience in the deduction, there are so many beasts in the whole map that he can't fight them all in a while. By the time he is about to finish fighting, the time he has spent is almost up. Should he charge in a wave or directly attack them? The table is no longer played. It all depends on his mood. After the beasts attacked Zhang Tuohai's camp several times, they found that they couldn't do anything to Zhang Tuohai's camp. They could only hold their noses and admit it, and left angrily.
preparing to try a few more times at night. However, when they came back at night, they found that they were terribly wrong. At night, Zhang Tuohai actually filled the camp with high-power searchlights, all pointing downwards. The strong light dazzled them so hard that they couldn't even see the road, let alone a forced attack. But the howitzers on the mountain could easily cover them. After leaving thousands more corpses behind, many animals hurriedly left. After repelling the attack of the beast tide, Zhang Tuohai was not idle. He sent a development team to other mining sites, built railways along the lines, and continuously expanded the scope of activities. Ulysses was furious when he saw that the pangolin he sent turned out to be Zhang Tuohai's help, allowing Zhang Tuohai's forces to infiltrate into the deep mountain mining area. He entered the mountains and mobilized wild beasts to fight guerrillas with Zhang Tuohai and attack the lone pioneer team members.
Humph. Let's see what you can do this time.
Ulysses looked at the members of the pioneer team, whose necks were bitten off by wild wolves in front of him, with excitement gleaming in his eyes.
No one can defeat the beast in the forest.
Just when Ulysses was in high spirits and ready to avenge his shame, he suddenly smelled a pungent smell.
What smell?
Ulysses twitched his nose, then looked in the direction of the smell, and was stunned by the scene in front of him. In front of his eyes, black smoke pillars rose, and orange fire shone. Heat waves rushed towards him, and a blazing wall of flames rushed towards him.
How dare you?
Ulysses never expected that Zhang Tuohai would dare to directly set fire to the mountain. Isn't he worried that the fire will burn him? You must know that wildfires are a thing. Once it reaches a large scale, not a single blade of grass will grow. If you are not careful, even your own people will be trapped. Ulysses was puzzled as to why Zhang Tuohai dared to be so bold. Little did he know that Zhang Tuohai had already used the Gate of Truth to conduct hundreds of deductions, and had clearly figured out the impact of igniting each point, so that he could execute it accurately. The fire all over the mountain not only saved Zhang Tuohai's time in cutting down and clearing the way, but also completely destroyed the beast's hiding place, causing Ulysses to declare bankruptcy before he could even implement his plan. Chapter 897 Launch Vehicle. Seeing the blazing flames all over the mountains and plains, Ulysses was so angry that his liver ached. He had never suffered such a disastrous defeat in this world, especially since this was the kingdom of God he was most familiar with. For a moment, he even had the illusion that Zhang Tuohai was the owner of this divine kingdom, because judging from the information Zhang Tuohai occasionally revealed, Zhang Tuohai seemed to be more familiar with every plant and tree here than he was.
It shouldn't be.
Ulysses was filled with confusion.
I still have a chance.
Ulysses led many beasts to a cold pool in a hidden place. Although this cold pool looked ordinary, it was bone-chillingly cold. Even standing next to the cold pool, you could feel the ice. Cold air. This is a special resource point in this world cold pond. The special effects of the cold pool are also very simple. As long as you soak in the cold pool for a while, you will gain the ability to resist flames. The flames cannot burn its skin. However, this resistance is achieved by consuming lifespan. Soaking in the cold pool, the remaining lifespan of an expired beast is usually no more than 7 days. Ulysses didn't care at all about this side effect, as long as the purpose was accomplished. The death of this beast was acceptable. Under the instructions of Ulysses, batches of beasts entered the cold pool and soaked in them, gaining buff against fire, and then stopped nearby to wait for his orders.
I'll let you be proud for a while longer. Wait until I get all these beasts buff, and see how you deal with them.
Ulysses looked at more and more beasts by the cold pool, and his heart was full of excitement, thinking about the scene when Zhang Tuohai's defense line was broken. In the Kunshan mining area, Zhang Tuohai looked into the distance.
Ulysses is about to get angry. We can't provoke him anymore. We have to let him win a small victory and keep him on the chessboard. Otherwise, if he gets pushed too hard, he will overturn the chessboard.
Zhang Tuohai began to lay out his retreat. However, he does not intend to give up these mineral points, since it is impossible to dig in an open pit mine, then go back underground and dig in tunnels. Anyway, there are enough manpower. In the afternoon, Ulysses led a large number of beasts through the flame area and came to the foot of the mountain, stepping on the remaining fire all over the ground.
Push it to me!
Many beasts rushed towards the fortification area on the top of the mountain. Zhang Tuohai had already withdrawn most of his troops, put up a symbolic resistance, and after killing a large number of wild animals, he pretended to have run out of ammunition and led his team to evacuate through the mine tunnel. Before evacuating, the mine entrance was blown up.
Humph! You can run fast!
Standing at the top of the mine, Ulysses smiled a victor's smile.
Don't think that if you blow up the mine, I won't be able to find you. Just wait. I'll find you right now.
Ulysses was high-spirited and led many beasts towards Zhang Tuohai's front. Then, I was taught how to be a human being by various machine guns. The fire network composed of various machine guns could not even be broken through by early tanks and cavalry, let alone a group of wild beasts. After rushing several times in succession, Ulysses saw the technological gap between the two sides. He was lagging behind now, and had to catch up in order to cause enough damage to Zhang Tuohai. Ulysses allowed these beasts to continue to harass Zhang Tuohai's front, while he quickly returned to his base and began to develop the base's technology. In the next few days, Ulysses did not bother Zhang Tuohai and focused solely on climbing the technology tree. Neither party disturbed the other. Zhang Tuohai has been occupying a large amount of territory, while Ulysses has been working on technology at home. Looking at the expanding Zhang Tuohai, Ulysses showed a look of disdain on his face.
Humph. Expand as you like. Wait a few days and see who wins.
A few days later, Ulysses successfully escaped from confinement. Behind him was a brigade of main battle tanks, plus helicopters, and numerous heavy howitzers.
Humph. Don't think you are the only one who can clear the ground with artillery. Let me show you what it feels like to be beaten by artillery.
Ulysses led his team to the front line. In the past few days, due to non-stop attacks, the beasts under his command had been almost consumed. Small pieces of meat and blood were scattered everywhere on the front line. A fishy, burnt smell filled the air. Not far away, the defense lines were still the same, with various machine gun bunkers standing in clusters and trenches crisscrossing them. But the density of machine gun bunkers had become higher.
Ha ha.
Seeing the scene in front of him, Ulysses showed a sneer on his lips.
You are short-sighted and think you can stay ahead if you have a slight advantage? Let you experience the generation gap. Start.
Ulysses waved one hand, and each large-caliber heavy artillery regiment roared. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Tuohai's defense line was blown apart by heavy howitzers. Trenches collapsed. Machine gun bunkers were blown to pieces, and barbed wire was broken and scattered on the ground. After a round of artillery preparations, only the burnt-smelling soil was left on Zhang Tuohai's position, and all the remaining defensive buildings disappeared.
That's it?
The contempt in Ulysses' eyes became even heavier. He ordered the artillery fire to extend deeper, and the tank formation to rush deeper into the position. The wide tracks crossed the collapsed trenches and moved closer to the depths of the position. Nothing can stand in the way. Woo, woo. A whistle sounded, and Ulysses turned around and saw an armored train approaching not far away.
It's this thing again. Do you think these things can still stop me?
Ulysses showed disdain on his face, and with a wave of one hand, the helicopter formation rushed forward. Without saying a word, a round of rockets greeted them, and the armored train was directly reduced to scrap metal.
Rubbish.
Ulysses uttered two words softly, stood on the roof of a main battle tank, and continued to drive forward. The artillery is extending. The main battle tanks are advancing, and helicopter formations are escorting in the sky. Ulysses' legion is like a sharp sword piercing Zhang Tuohai's defense line, as if entering an uninhabited land. Although machine gun fortresses and armored trains were constantly firing in an attempt to block it, there was no way to fight back in the face of Ulysses' powerful offensive. After several hours of armed advancement, Ulysses finally arrived at Zhang Tuohai's base camp, Canyon Camp. Looking at the towering city wall in the distance, Ulysses' eyes were full of disdain. This kind of city wall was simply vulnerable to his artillery. With just one basic volley, he could level the opponent's base to the ground. Flat ground. However, he was not prepared to do this. He wanted to rush in and capture Zhang Tuohai alive to avenge his original humiliation. Just as he was about to give the order to fire, Ulysses suddenly heard a violent roar. When he looked up, his expression suddenly changed. A huge carrier rocket was slowly rising into the sky. Chapter 898-80.
80! Missile? You want to use this to hit my base?
Ulysses' heart trembled. He understood that Zhang Tuohai had not strengthened his defense for so many days, so he was holding back such a big move. Such a large missile, even if it only carries a conventional warhead, is enough to destroy his base. However, this is not enough to judge him as a failure. In addition to his normal main base, he also has a sub-base in an underground fortress and an overseas island. There is enough strategic space for him to make a comeback. Even if Zhang Tuohai destroyed his main base, it didn't matter, because his armored troops would be able to rush into Zhang Tuohai's base immediately. He didn't believe that Zhang Tuohai had held back a giant missile and still had the resources to build a sub-base. As long as he destroys the opponent's base, The victory of this round will be his.
Hack me!
Ulysses waved one hand, and a swarm of tanks and helicopters rushed toward Zhang Tuohai's main base. Artillery fire roared. Rockets fired, and large areas of the city wall were reduced to ruins. Just when Ulysses' tanks were about to break through the defense line, the whole world suddenly stopped, and a line of prompts popped up. Player Zhang Tuohai successfully launched the launch vehicle, successfully arrived at planet Omega, opened up a new home, entered the interstellar era, and gained a hidden technological victory. The game is over. Settlement begins, and rewards are distributed.
What?
Ulysses was stunned when he saw the prompt. Why did the game end so suddenly? How could the victory be hidden? How could the victory be achieved by launching a rocket? Ulysses hurriedly summoned the will of the world.
What happened? What is technological victory? When was it set? Why didn't I know? Mr. Ulysses, Miss Lilith asked me to say hello to you.
The will of the world suddenly grinned, and then branched out 17 or 8 thick tentacles and wrapped them around Ulysses.
What are you doing? How dare you rebel against me?
Ulysses was furious and struggled. However, the will of the world did not have the slightest idea of answering, and kept closing its tentacles, which made Ulysses' bones creak. At the same time, the originally clear sky suddenly split in the middle, and the soft light blue faded, revealing the black outer space. In the outer space, dozens of warships were parked outside the world, with various weapons aimed at him. A small spherical single-person aircraft quickly shot into the world from the outer space. When it was about to arrive nearby, the hatch of the aircraft had opened, and a petite figure in a white coat emerged from inside, holding a black umbrella in his hand. Then, the black umbrella was thrown at Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai jumped up and grabbed the black umbrella. He flew up and hit Ulysses on the head with the black umbrella.
Asshole!
Ulysses' body suddenly shrank in size, and a hairless white figure emerged from under the original skin and quickly escaped downwards. Only the skin of Ulysses remained in the tentacles of the will of the world. Seeing the molting Ulysses fleeing toward the ground, the space battleships in the sky activated their weapons. Weapons of all kinds hailed Ulysses. Ulysses didn't care at first. His body was filled with quantum crystals, and ordinary weapons couldn't hurt him at all. However, he never expected that a railgun shell would scratch his body and scratch him off his skin.
How is that possible?
Ulysses' face was full of disbelief. However, before he could react, another laser shot through his arm.
Why are there so many quantum crystal weapons? Could it be that he poured all the quantum crystals into the weapons of the space fleet?
Ulysses covered his wound and glanced at Zhang Tuohai in the distance. The quantum crystals that each person can obtain are limited. Since he has so many quantum crystals to pour into his weapons, there will be less quantum crystals for himself. The less quantum crystals are poured into him, the less powerful he is. Can I get close to him and capture him, so that all his quantum crystal weapons belong to me? Thinking of this, Ulysses' mind became hot. However, seeing the dozen or so huge space battleships behind Zhang Tuohai, Ulysses changed his direction and fired towards the distance. Although the idea was tempting, he was not arrogant enough to break through the space fleet's firepower network alone. He needs some cannon fodder to take damage for him. Looking at Ulysses shooting out, Zhang Tuohai did not chase him, but came to Lilith's side and asked with a smile,
"Which subsidiary world do you think he will go to recruit his subordinates? The Zerg Lair or Nine Abyss? I bet on Nine Abyss. How about washing socks for 3 days?"
Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile.
"Do you think I'm a fool? That guy made 10 deductions and ran to the Nine Abyss 10 times. Do you think I would bet with you?"
Lilith rolled her eyes at Zhang Tuohai.
"Besides, I have a lot of money to wash my socks. Why should I make a bet with you?"
Zhang Tuohai was speechless. He had no choice but to change the subject.
"Have you arranged everything that should be arranged? Preparations are complete. Now it's time to enter the trap,"
Lilith said. As she said that, she pressed the earphone.
"Huh? Walking into a trap? Great. I'll go take a look."
Lilith turned to Zhang Tuohai and said,
"Let's go. He has been arrested. He is in the throne room of the Nine Abyss. Let's go."
Zhang Tuohai followed Lilith on the aircraft and headed towards the black planet on the left, which was one of Ulysses' most important dependents and the gathering place of demons, the Nine Abyss. However, this place has been destroyed by Lilith. When Zhang Tuohai attracted all the attention of Ulysses in the chessboard world, Lilith led her elite forces to raid the Nine Abyss and the Insect Hive world. Although the Abyss demons and the Void Zerg are extremely powerful existences in the world, wherever they pass, all civilizations will eventually be reduced to ruins. Ulysses' dominance in the Sea of Chaos is inseparable from the strong support of these two races. Without the support of these two races, Ulysses may not have become a generation of evil gods, an existence that can compete with several good gods. But in front of the space fleet equipped with quantum weapons, these arrogant abyss demons are no different from Void Zerg and Street Rats. Under the dimensionality reduction blow of quantum weapons, they are not worth mentioning at all. They all turn into fly ash and completely disappear. As for Ulysses, when Zhang Tuohai and Lilith arrived, he was trapped on a throne, wailing constantly. A square brick was patting his head continuously. While patting, he shouted slogans. 80! 80! 80! Chapter 899 Death of the Evil God. Banjuan Shujio saw Zhang Tuohai and Lilith coming in, and said hello quickly.
Sister, give me some more time. This guy is too stubborn. I will try a few more times.
Bang bang bang. While saying this, Banjuan Shujio hit Ulysses several times. Ulysses stiffened his neck and stared at Zhang Tuohai with his eyes full of anger.
Who are you? How did you arrange all this? Why does the world will of my kingdom of God obey your words? What's going on here?
Hearing Ulysses' words, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but smile.
Did you think I would tell you? Goodbye.
After saying that, Zhang Tuohai raised the black umbrella in his hand and hit Ulysses on the head with hatred. Under the attack from the front and back of the black umbrella and Shujio brick, Ulysses fainted. Xiaolu Throne, who had been waiting below, saw the opportunity coming, opened his big mouth and took a bite. With a click, Xiaolu bit off half of the unconscious Ulysses' body. Ulysses, stimulated by severe pain, woke up again. The upper body was constantly struggling, and the two broken legs were jumping to the left and back, trying to leave. Lu Fengxian and Wang Kai each had one leg, and they held each other tightly without letting go. Lin and Origami grabbed Ulysses' arms and pressed his upper body firmly on the throne. As for Zhang Tuohai and Xiao Jiu, they fired their bows from left to right, greeted Ulysses' head, and then knocked Ulysses unconscious alive.
Quick! Hurry up and work!
Zhang Tuohai motioned to Xiaolu Throne to act quickly.
I'm eating! I'm eating!
Xiaolu chewed heavily, trying to digest the eaten part. However, Ulysses is a righteous god after all. He has been infused with countless quantum crystals. Not only is his body extremely strong, he cannot digest it even if he eats it for a while.
I come!
Upon seeing this, Lilith walked over quickly and placed one hand on the throne. The throne turned into a stream of light and sank into Lilith's body. Lilith originally merged the power of Shusi Siming and Shuchi, jellyfish, and her strength was much stronger than Xiaolu. Now coupled with Xiaolu's strength, her strength has reached a higher level. It was difficult to digest the broken pieces. The speed is much faster.
It's not enough. Come again!
Lilith felt it and said. Lu Fengxian and Lin looked at each other, sank into Lilith's body, and speeded up by 3 points.
Not even close. I come!
The origami also turned into a stream of light and submerged into Lilith's body. Just as the other leg that lost control was about to run, Wakai pounced on it, pressing one leg while biting the other leg, wagging his tail to call for help.
Stop shaking. That's fine.
Lilith suddenly changed her body shape and turned into a huge, round slime. She opened her big mouth and swallowed both legs and half of Ulysses' body. Lilith's body was almost transparent, and Ulysses' body melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hiccup. After the last piece of Ulysses' body melted away, Lilith let out a long belch and gained more than 3 pounds.
It's quite cute. Can you keep it like this forever?
Zhang Tuohai patted it, and it felt soft and smooth, like jelly, and not heavy. With a gentle pat, it slowly floated up like a balloon.
Don't even think about it.
Boom! A burst of white mist rose, and Lilith returned to her original appearance, wearing a white coat and a ponytail tied casually. Upon closer inspection, Lilith's face turned slightly red.
Didn't you just touch your head? Why are you blushing?
Zhang Tuohai said, and rubbed Lilith's head again. He ruffled his hair that he had just smoothed.
It feels obviously not as good as slime.
Zhang Tuohai said with some regret.
Abnormal.
Lilith left angrily.
Dad, that's awesome.
The small 9-tile brick is concave into the shape of a thumb.
No wonder it's Dad. He finally found someone who can subdue my elder sister. If we dare to do this, our heads will be blown off. Stop talking so much and help with the work. Where is the imaginary core of the kingdom of God?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Here it is.
Shujio took out Ulysses' imaginary number core from behind. Its mission in this operation is to sneak into the kingdom of Ulysses and steal the imaginary core of the kingdom of God. Then, control the worldly will of the kingdom of God. This is why the world will of the kingdom of God betrayed Ulysses. Zhang Tuohai took the imaginary number core handed over by Shujio, and then flew out of the 9-layer abyss world. Outside the world, a huge planet has long stopped nearby. This huge planet is Zhang Tuohai's divine kingdom, the world of fairy tales. At this time, the world of fairy tales has changed. The original fairy tale world was an introverted world, with the Earth's crust on the outside, all the worlds on the inside, and the sun at the core. The outside of the bottom shell is a bare rock formation with nothing. At this time, there were many planetary railguns 7 or 8 kilometers long outside the fairy tale world, as well as intercontinental strategic air defense missile positions and laser air defense positions. The entire planet turned into a huge war machine. Originally, these transformations were prepared for the 2 affiliated worlds of Ulysses, the 9 Abyss, and the Void Insect Hive. As a result, unexpectedly, the Void Insect Nest had been emptied out before, and had not yet recovered. There were only 3 or 2 big cats and kittens in the nest. These 2 worlds can be solved by the space fleet alone. And the kingdom of God is not used at all. Seeing Zhang Tuohai fly out, World Will Zhao Wanwan appeared next to Zhang Tuohai.
Boss, where is the battle? I have been preparing for a long time. But in the end, it was of no use at all.
Zhao Wanwan held Zhang Tuohai's arm and complained a bit coquettishly.
Don't worry. I have your job. Have you seen these 3 worlds? They are all left to you. How long will it take to finish them?
Zhang Tuohai asked, pointing to the kingdom of Ulysses.
This.
Seeing the huge divine kingdom, Zhao Wanwan's little face fell instantly. She had just eaten a huge one a few days ago, Alea's kingdom. She had not slept well for several days, and had not recovered yet. But suddenly another even bigger one came. And there are still 3. Although the other 2 are subordinate worlds. They are not too small. They are even larger than the average world. They only look small when they stay next to the kingdom of Ulysses.
How many days will it take to finish eating?
Zhao Wanwan counted on her fingers.
Don't worry. There's no rush this time. Just eat slowly.
Zhang Tuohai pulled Zhao Wanwan and flew higher, pointing at the world group in the distance and said,
Before that, there is another important thing that I need your help with.
Chapter 900 GE appears.
What's the matter?
Zhao Wanwan asked curiously.
Push these worlds out,
Zhang Tuohai said, pointing to the more than 2,000 worlds owned by Ulysses.
What?
Zhao Wanwan suspected that she heard wrongly. That is not an ordinary stone, but more than 2,000 worlds. Normal people may not be able to move a stone that is about the same size as themselves, let alone the world. Are you sure this is not a joke?
No kidding.
Zhang Tuohai nodded solemnly.
The Sea of Chaos is really too big. Although the size of the space search fleet has been expanding, it is still far from enough to search the Sea of Chaos, and it is impossible to invest all the resources. At this point, Lilith and I discussed it and decided to install monitoring equipment on these worlds and push them into the Sea of Chaos. The monitoring stations in these worlds are large enough, and the area that can be monitored is also large enough. If they can be fully rolled out as so, it can greatly increase our search scope. Moreover, not only these worlds, but also the worlds we originally controlled, must be pushed into the Sea of Chaos, expand the detection range, and try our best to find GE. Is it so necessary to mobilize so many troops?
Zhao Wanwan asked in confusion.
Of course there is, and it's very important.
Zhang Tuohai looked serious.
Oh, I get it.
Zhao Wanwan nodded, dragging her huge body towards the more than 2,000 worlds. Zhao Wanwan is good at this. After arranging things, she will work hard to implement them. She will complain a few words at most. But when it comes to implementation, she will not compromise at all. At this time, 001 also flew over. It was responsible for the cleaning work of the Temple of Ulysses.
What's the catch?
Zhang Tuohai asked 001. 001 opened the storage box on his chest and revealed the contents. A palm-sized stone-like fragment with irregular fracture areas on several sides.
Authority!
Despite its unremarkable appearance, Zhang Tuohai recognized the true identity of this thing at a glance.
Very good.
Zhang Tuohai grabbed it in his hand, playing with it happily. He wants to deal with the evil god Ulysses. In addition to Ulysses wanting to take action against him, the most important thing is actually this power. The Gate of Truth was almost completed, and he really wanted to know what it would look like after the Gate of Truth was completed. Zhang Tuohai really wanted to see what a treasure that transcended the Sea of Chaos would look like after it was completed. He returned to the library of heaven with authority. Zhang Tuohai came to the heavenly library, looked at the huge door of truth, and put his authority on it. The authority in his hand began to melt and merged into the door of truth. The big gap in the door of truth has been closed, leaving only a small gap. Zhang Tuohai guessed that the remaining part of the gate of truth would most likely fall into Jiya's hands. After all, they were able to organize and unite to strangle Gaia, forcing Gaia to abandon her body and escape with her soul. He would not believe it without such a good thing in his hand.
Jiya, who are you and where are you?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the door of truth and put his hand on it, trying to deduce his search for Ji. After he put his hand on the door of truth, a strange look appeared on his face. He thought he had seen it wrong, dismissed the scene he had just seen, and put his hand on the door of truth again. It was the same scene just now. Zhang Tuohai's face was full of strange expressions. He turned back and looked at the monitor. Outside the heavenly library, a huge world is suspended above, very close to the heavenly library, giving people a huge sense of oppression. Zhang Tuohai walked out quickly and looked at the huge planet from the platform terrace. The planet is all red and exudes a faint light. The planet is clearly close in front of us, but it seems like the bright moon is far away in the horizon. It seems that if we stand higher, we can reach it, but we will never touch it. In the center of the red full moon was a human-shaped black silhouette. The silhouette is taller, has long flowing hair, and is wearing a black one-piece windbreaker. He has his hands in his pockets and is standing in midair.
Are you Jiya?
Zhang Tuohai tried to ask.
Didn't you deduce it? Why do you ask questions knowingly?
The black silhouette said softly.
How can you give me authority?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Do you want it? Then it depends on whether you are qualified to get it. If it satisfies me, it will naturally be yours.
The black silhouette, or Ji, took out a hand from the pocket of the windbreaker, holding a black piece in his hand. Although the distance was far away, Zhang Tuohai was certain that what the other party was holding was the piece of authority he was missing, or the fragment of the gate of truth.
I must remind you that it is very dangerous here. If you are not careful, you will die. I will not be like the eldest sister who relies on you for everything. If you want, I will risk my life.
Jiya threw away the fragment of the door of truth in his hand, turned around and disappeared into the red full moon.
By the way, only you are allowed in. No one else is allowed to follow.
A voice came from the full moon. Zhang Tuohai did not follow him directly, but dialed Lilith's number directly on the terrace.
What are you doing? If there's nothing important, don't bother me.
Lilith's tone was very bad, as if she was still angry.
A page that appeared to be in the book of all laws challenged me to find her. Stand still and don't move. Wait for me to find you.
Zhang Tuohai interrupted Lilith before he finished speaking, and then rushed towards this side quickly. A blast that broke the sound barrier came from the intercom. A few seconds later, Lilith appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai and looked him up and down.
Is there nothing wrong with you? What's the problem with me? I just saw a guy who called you eldest sister. He just didn't seem to have a very good attitude.
Zhang Tuohai spread his hands.
Do you have any impression? It should be the second page. She is the only one who looks like this in the 9-page book of 10,000 laws.
Lilith sighed, feeling a little helpless.
Well, you don't want to go this time. I'll go and see what's going on,
Lilith said as she got up and headed to Red Moon.
No.
Zhang Tuohai grabbed her.
Since she wants me to go in person, she must have her reasons. I should face it. So of course I will face it. Don't worry. Didn't I also meet you well before I met you? Peace of mind.
Zhang Tuohai rubbed Lilith's head, then jumped up and flew towards the Red Moon.